Chapter 4287 The Myriad Worlds. Su Bailai nodded and said, "That's right. Yun Ting Feng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, visited me." Duan Ling Tian was surprised that Yun Ting Feng personally visited the Myriad Laws Academy. He was naturally curious about the purpose of Yun Ting Feng's visit. As though he could see the question in Duan Ling Tian's mind, Su Bailai said with a faint smile on his face, "He asked for you to be expelled from the Myriad Laws Academy. In other words, he wants the academy to abandon you." After a beat, he continued to say, "Although the Myriad Laws Academy isn't a prime supreme rank force and has no supreme powerhouses, we have connections with a few supreme powerhouses. For this reason, even prime supreme rank forces won't simply offend the academy. As a prodigy of the academy naturally values you greatly. If he kills a student of the academy, it's not different from making an enemy out of the academy. Hence, he wants the academy to expel you to avoid unnecessary trouble when he kills you." Duan Ling Tian was enlightened after listening to Su Bailai's words. He looked at Su Bailai as he said solemnly, "So that's the reason, thank you, Academy Master." Based on Su Bailai's words, it was clear that Su Bailai refused Yun Ting Feng. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian knew that Yun Ting Feng must have offered Su Bailai some kind of benefit to expel him. As such, he felt very thankful to Su Bailai and that he owed Su Bailai a favor. "You're being too courteous," Su Bailai shook his head and said, "Please don't feel that you owe me a favor. I did what was right. If I expel you because of Yun Ting Feng, the Inner Palace faction will definitely sever ties with the academy." Su Bailai's expression turned solemn when he mentioned the Inner Palace faction. He continued to say, "Perhaps, you might wonder why the Inner Palace faction is strong but alienated from the Myriad Laws Academy. The Inner Palace faction is a guardian of the academy and has contributed greatly to the academy. In fact, without the Inner Palace faction, the academy won't have connections to the supreme powerhouses." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian, you'll learn more about the Inner Palace faction when the time comes. You might now know this, but the Inner Palace faction is strong enough to stand on its own as a heavyweight supreme rank force. You're a peerless prodigy. Your third senior brother and fourth senior sister are also rare prodigies. No one in the academy can compare to them, let alone surpass them. Although your second senior brother is slightly weaker talent-wise, his comprehension skills are on par with your third senior brother and fourth senior sister. Then, there's your eldest senior sister. No one doubts her capabilities. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand 3 moves from her now, even though in terms of seniority, I'm her junior granduncle." Su Bailai smiled self-deprecatingly after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by how extraordinary Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunyuan were. They would not be recruited by the Inner Palace faction if they were not monstrous prodigies from the lower realms. It was the same for him. If he did not have high innate talent and comprehension skills, Yang Yuchen would not have personally invited him to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. However, despite hearing about his eldest senior sister multiple times, Duan Ling Tian was still shocked when Su Bailai spoke about his eldest senior sister. In the past, Yang Yuchen had told him that Su Bailai might not be as strong as the leaders of the prime supreme rank forces, but Su Bailai was still among the strongest advanced supreme gods. Eldest senior sister is so strong. Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt a sense of security after realizing how strong his eldest senior sister was. Although he had never met his eldest senior sister, based on what Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunyuan said, his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors in the Inner Palace faction. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Academy Master, based on your words, it seems like my eldest senior sister is very strong. How strong is she compared to Yun Ting Feng, the clan leader of the Yun clan?" Yun Ting Feng was naturally very strong. He was one of the strongest advanced supreme gods. Su Bailai shook his head and said, "It's difficult to say. I'm also not confident I'll be able to withstand 3 moves from Yun Ting Feng. If your eldest senior sister has improved her cultivation in recent years, perhaps she'll be comparable to Yun Ting Feng." Duan Ling Tian was once again shocked by Su Bailai's words. Yun Ting Feng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, was only second to the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be comparable to one of the strongest advanced supreme gods. He finally understood why Su Bailai said that the Inner Palace faction was strong enough to stand on its own as a heavyweight supreme rank force. Finally, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask about the matter that brought him back to the profound energy land. Academy Master, I heard that my eldest senior sister is in the outer boundary. My fourth senior sister doesn't know much, so you can tell me about the outer boundary. Su Bai Lai shook his head. There's no need for you to know too much about it at this point in your life. Although you're now a rudimentary supreme god, the outer boundary is still very far from reach for you. Not counting the supreme powerhouses, under normal circumstances, only advanced supreme gods can go to the outer boundary. Unless they possess strength comparable to advanced supreme gods, those below the realm of an advanced supreme god will die if they go to the outer boundary. When Su Bai Lai saw the curiosity and anticipation burning in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he said, if you're really curious, I'll tell you about it. I hope it doesn't bring your harm. Instead, I hope it further motivates you to soar to greater heights. The God-defying world isn't the only world. The outer boundary connects to many worlds, collectively known as the myriad worlds. The God-defying world is just one of the myriad worlds. If you're strong enough, you can travel to other worlds through the outer boundary, Su Bai Lai explained. The God-defying world is one of the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. No one knows the specifics, but more than 10,000 worlds have been discovered up until now. However, most of them are weak and subjugated by stronger worlds. Our God-defying world alone rules over more than a dozen weaker worlds. However, among the myriad worlds, we're not considered the strongest even if we're not weak. There are 3 strongest worlds among the myriad worlds, and they rule over more than 100 worlds each, and our God-defying world is among them. Including our God-defying world, there are 18 worlds with similar strength. Usually, weaker worlds have fewer than 10 supreme powerhouses. Of course, there are exceptions when those supreme powerhouses are extremely powerful. For example, among the 18 worlds, which we're a part of, there's a very powerful supreme powerhouse. He's comparable to the strongest supreme powerhouse from the 3 strongest worlds. Due to his strength, the world he's from is considered strong even though there are only a few supreme powerhouses there. The outer boundary that connects the myriad worlds is a miraculous place. It rewards those who are very strong. The trial of gods and the realm battlefield were created by supreme powerhouses in the image of the outer boundary. The rewards on the realm battlefield aren't just from the supreme powerhouses. The weak worlds that the God-defying world rule contributed as well. When the vital energy of a world is depleted, the world and its inhabitants will be destroyed. Only supreme powerhouses will survive. This is unfortunately the sad fate of weak worlds. We should feel grateful that the God-defying world isn't one of them. Otherwise, unless we become supreme powerhouses or are acquainted with a supreme powerhouse, we won't be able to escape death when the world ends. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the outer boundary after listening to Su Bai Lai's explanation. In short, the outer boundary connected the myriad worlds, and there were 3 strongest worlds. The God-defying world was not one of the 3 strongest worlds, and it was one of the 18 worlds directly under the rules of the 3 worlds. Below the 18 worlds were the weakest worlds where they had fewer than 10 supreme powerhouses respectively. Chapter 4288 The unfortunate Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled something, and he could not help but ask, Academy Master, you said that our God-defying world is among 18 worlds under the 3 strongest worlds. Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of the 18 realms of gods in the God-defying world. Was the number a coincidence? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, there are 18 realms of gods in our world, and it has always been this way. Does this have anything to do with the 18 worlds? Su Bai Lai nodded. Yes, the 18 worlds are weaker than the 3 strongest worlds. As such, we need to work together to defend against the 3 strongest worlds. A long time ago, the 18 worlds began to use their vital energies to create a formation that protects us from the 3 strongest worlds. In the same manner, the 18 realms of gods in the God-defying world create a formation to protect the God-defying world. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Since the 18 worlds worked together to create a formation to guard against the 3 strongest worlds, why is there a need to create a separate formation to protect the God-defying world? If the God-defying world is under attack, the other 17 worlds won't just stand aside and do nothing, right? Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment. Then, his eyes widened before he exclaimed, could it be that? He quickly lowered his voice and said to Su Bai Lai, could it be that there's a conflict between the 18 worlds? Su Bai Lai looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of approval before he nodded. That's right, the 18 worlds have a conflict with each other. However, it's not very severe. In any case, you'll learn more about it after you become an advanced supreme god and a guardian of the god-defying world. Even if I explain it to you now, there's a chance you won't be able to understand the situation anyway. You've just become a rudimentary supreme god, and it's impossible for you to understand things related to a higher level. Duan Ling Tian was right in that there was a conflict between the 18 worlds. However, it was not a huge problem and did not affect their effort to defend themselves against the 3 strongest worlds. It was normal for conflicts to arise among people, after all, and when faced with a common enemy, it was also common for people to set aside their differences and come together. Duan Ling Tian was curious about the 81 Devata realms as well, and Su Bai Lai explained that the 81 Devata realms were just a coincidence. In the beginning, there were more than 100 Devata realms, but as time passed, only 81 Devata realms were left. The Devata realms and the mundane realms were not created by humans. They and their inhabitants were formed naturally by God-defying world and evolved along with the passage of time. Some Devata realms were originally mundane realms a very long time ago. Duan Ling Tian had never heard about this before, but he was not very surprised since it was not out of the realm of possibility. Su Bai Lai smiled and said, "Whatever it is, the most important thing for you now is to make a name for yourself in the chaotic region. It's best if you can rank first among the rudimentary supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region. With that, the supreme powerhouses will definitely take notice of you, and some of them might even extend a helping hand to you. Before you grow into your potential, it's important that you have the support of a supreme powerhouse." Duan Ling Tian thought about the time he was in a single-person secret realm where he almost killed Ning Yizan. At that time, Ning Yizan was rescued by the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse. As compensation, the supreme powerhouse had given him 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Not only that, but he also obtained another 4 fragments of prime divine artifacts from another 2 supreme powerhouses. Among the 4 fragments, the 2 sword-shaped fragments were from a supreme powerhouse whom he had never met before. Did the 2 supreme powerhouses give me the fragments of prime divine artifacts because they saw my potential? Realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian that the 2 supreme powerhouses gave him the fragments of prime divine artifacts because they saw his potential. The fragments were like investments. When he grew into his potential, he would be of help to the 2 supreme powerhouses. It seems like the older one gets, the wiser one becomes, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Although he was slightly over 900 years old now, he was still very young compared to supreme powerhouses. "Academy Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now," Duan Ling Tian said. Now that his question had been answered, he was ready to return to the chaotic region on the divine sanctioned battlefield. After all, he still needed to improve his cultivation and search for his Ka, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law. Su Bai Lai said with a smile, "I'll accompany you. It doesn't hurt to be cautious." "Thank you, Academy Master," Duan Ling Tian said. He trusted Su Bai Lai. After all, without Su Bai Lai, he would have been killed not long after he joined the Myriad Laws Academy. After entering the divine sanctioned battlefield through the profound Zen battlefield, Su Bai Lai said solemnly, "Duan Ling Tian, although you're remarkably talented, it's impossible for you to escape from dangerous situations. Let me remind you to be extra cautious in everything you do. Although I've never heard of anyone as talented as you, I'm sure you're not the first nor the last in the long history of the God-defying world. I don't know if they successfully grew into their potential, but there's no doubt that they all face the great danger of dying before growing into their powers. Everything will be in vain if you die before your time. Even the most monstrous talent will be erased by time." The solemn expression on Su Bai Lai's face eased as he continued to say, "Hence, you must remember to be cautious." "Thank you for your reminder, Academy Master. I'll be cautious in everything I do," Duan Ling Tian replied seriously as he nodded. If Ning Yizan did not show up and saved him previously, he would have died. Since then, he had become very cautious. Although he managed to escape from great danger every time, who knew when his luck would run out? "Goodbye," Su Bai Lai said before he left through a spatial tear, leaving a knife-shaped thing with a chilling aura behind. "This is..." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively turned to look at Su Bai Lai, but Su Bai Lai had already disappeared. A fragment of the prime divine artifact, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. He could tell that the fragment of the prime divine artifact was very precious to Su Bai Lai and that it was likely the only one in Su Bai Lai's possession. After all, not all advanced supreme gods possessed fragments of prime divine artifacts unless they were among the strongest. It was not difficult to guess that Su Bai Lai, who was weaker than Yun Ting Feng and his eldest senior sister, only had one in his possession. I owe him another favor. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as put away the fragment of the prime divine artifact. This was his 8th fragment of the prime divine artifact. I need 2 more fragments before my 7 orifices exquisite sword can begin its transformation into a prime divine artifact. At that time, I'll grow stronger as well, and I might be comparable to a top intermediate supreme god as long as he or she doesn't own a prime divine artifact. I might even be able to defeat him or her. Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned with anticipation. Alright, let's head to the chaotic region. Duan Ling Tian, who was outside of the chaotic region on the divine sanction battlefield, wasted no time in returning to the divine offering land through a base camp before entering the divine sanction battlefield again. After that, he quickly made his way to the chaotic region. Soon after Duan Ling Tian arrived in the chaotic region, he made his way through a valley. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian. After sensing the energy, he was rendered speechless. He was chosen to be a gatekeeper of a level in a secret realm again. The challengers are definitely not from the divine offering land. I wonder if they're from the sanction land or one of the other 4 realms of gods. Chapter 4289. A crazy coincidence. Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the situation because he had already experienced it before. Previously, he and a few people from the divine offering land were transported into a secret realm to become gatekeepers for a level. At that time, the challengers from the sanction land were very confident, and they even bragged about killing Duan Ling Tian and the others. In the end, he single-handedly killed the challengers from the sanction land and helped the people from the divine offering land escape death. Now, Duan Ling Tian had no idea who he was going to face in the secret realm. The only thing he was certain of was that the other gatekeepers had to be from the divine offering land as well. After all, he had entered the divine sanction battlefield from the divine offering land and was considered to be from the divine offering land. As for the challengers, they had to be from one of the 5 realms of gods, which created the chaotic region. After the darkness lifted, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was hovering above a glacier. His divine energy that lingered on the surface of his skin easily blocked the bone-chilling cold in the surroundings. Soon enough, he saw 6 people appearing one after another, and all of them wore dark expressions on their faces. A middle-aged man said indignantly, "Damn it. I've been selected as a gatekeeper again." An old man shook his head and said, "There's no point in complaining. We should join forces and defeat the challengers. We'll be able to leave the secret realm safely once we defeat them." "He's right. We need to join forces to survive," another middle-aged man said. The remaining nodded solemnly in agreement. Duan Ling Tian remained silent as he looked up ahead. A group of 7 people stared at Duan Ling Tian and the others. 6 of them wore a faint smile on their faces, while one of them, a middle-aged man, wore an unsightly expression on his face. Young Master Hong. At this time, one of the people from the opposing group noticed something was amiss. Earlier, the arrogant grandson of a supreme powerhouse had been very calm, but his expression was very dark now. The other 5 people from the opposing group turned to look at the grandson of a supreme powerhouse in unison. "Young Master Hong, could it be that you know one of them? Young Master Hong, is he an enemy of yours? If so, let's join forces and kill him." The middle-aged man was not the strongest in the group from the Scaling River land, but everyone was courteous to him because he was the grandson of a supreme powerhouse and politely addressed him as Young Master Hong. What a coincidence, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a smile. He did not expect to meet Hong Zhongyi in this secret realm. Hong Zhongyi was the person who brought more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods to kill him previously. He would have died if it were not for Ning Yizhan's timely appearance. The people from the divine offering land also noticed that something was amiss, and they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. "He's Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy," Hong Zhongyi said at this time, revealing the identity of the purple-clad young man, whom all direct descendants of supreme powerhouses wanted to kill. Duan Ling Tian's presence naturally affected the personal interest of the descendants of supreme powerhouses. They were also jealous of his high innate talent and comprehension skills. After all, they could not even compare to a lowlife from the lower realm. Meanwhile, the people from the Scaling River land were shocked by Hong Zhongyi's words. That monster from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy. He's that new rudimentary supreme god who's capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods, right? The expressions of the 6 men from the Scaling River land turned unsightly at the same time. In the next moment, the 6 men from the Scaling River land saw a portal appearing above Hong Zhongyi. Clearly, Hong Zhongyi intended to leave without a fight. None of them objected to this, and in just a moment, a portal appeared above each of them before all 7 of them vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the people from Duan Ling Tian's group were baffled by this sudden development. They were standing quite a distance away, so they did not hear the opposing group's conversation. They only knew that the opposing group left because of the purple-clad young man in their group. After a moment, the old man's eyes widened before he exclaimed, "Wait! Is he that monster, Duan Ling Tian, from the Profound Energy Land? I heard that Duan Ling Tian entered the Divine Sanction battlefield as a member of the Divine Offering Land. I heard that Duan Ling Tian is always dressed in purple robes, and he possessed a pair of eyebrows that make him look valiant. This young man fits the description." A hint of nervousness could be seen in the old man's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "He can't be Duan Ling Tian, right? Ask him, and we'll know." The 6 of them really wanted to ask Duan Ling Tian but were hesitant. Finally, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I'm Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian had already anticipated that Hong Zhongyi and the others would surrender and leave. He could have killed Hong Zhongyi earlier and prevented him from leaving with his teleportation profundity. However, if he killed Hong Zhongyi, he would have to kill not only everyone from the Scaling River land but everyone from the Divine Offering land as well. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if news about him killing Hong Zhongyi spread to Hong Zhongyi's grandfather, who was a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian did not think that Hong Zhongyi possessed a life-saving jade token as well, so there was no need to worry about a supreme powerhouse appearing to intervene in the fight. Life-saving jade tokens were very difficult to refine, and although Hong Zhongyi was doted upon by his grandfather, Hong Zhongyi was not the only grandson. Life-saving jade tokens were usually given to direct descendants or people who were extraordinary and outstanding like Ning Yizan. Previously, Duan Ling Tian learned that Ning Yizan in fact had no blood relations to the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse. However, due to Ning Yizan's extraordinary innate talent, the supreme powerhouse of the Ning clan cherished Ning Yizan more than he cherished his direct descendants. Generally, supreme powerhouses had many descendants. Just the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan alone had more than 100 children. One could only imagine how many descendants he had. However, Ning Yizan, who was not a blood relative, was still so highly favored. This was a testament to Ning Yizan's strength. "What a pity that I met him in this secret realm," Duan Ling Tian lamented inwardly. If he had met Hong Zhongyi on the realm battlefield, it would have been much easier for him to hide the fact that he killed Hong Zhongyi. Not only was communication prohibited on the realm battlefield, but he was sure that it was impossible for the supreme powerhouses overseeing the realm battlefield to keep an eye on everything. The supreme powerhouses would hardly notice the death of a rudimentary supreme god. Conversely, if Duan Ling Tian killed Hong Zhongyi in this secret realm, he would leave behind a group of witnesses. Even if Hong Zhongyi's grandfather did not personally make a move, it was likely that his men would act on his behalf. As such, he decided not to kill Hong Zhongyi to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let alone supreme powerhouses, it would be impossible for him to escape two advanced supreme gods. Although he hated Hong Zhongyi to the bones, he knew he had to be patient to survive. Meanwhile, the 6 people from the Divine Offering land were shocked after Duan Ling Tian confirmed his identity. "It's really you. You're Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're really amazing." All of them left as soon as they recognized you. "Duan Ling Tian, we're able to leave this secret realm safely because of you. Thank you." After the people from the Divine Offering land expressed their gratitude to Duan Ling Tian, all of them were transported out of the secret realm. When the darkness lifted again, Duan Ling Tian found himself in a valley. When he looked up, he saw a man punching the wall of a cliff. It was as though the man was trying to make a cave for shelter. Not long after Duan Ling Tian appeared, the man discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence, and he was shocked. His face turned pale as he stammered, "I am possible. How's this possible?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised as well. What a crazy coincidence. Duan Ling Tian was miraculously transported to the same place as Hong Zhongyi after leaving the secret realm. Chapter 4290 The Aeon Sword. Duan Ling Tian and Hong Zhongyi stared at each other in shock, amazement, and disbelief. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly while a hint of dread appeared in the depths of Hong Zhongyi's eyes. At this moment, Hong Zhongyi no longer had the arrogance he had when he met Duan Ling Tian for the first time. At that time, he had more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods with him, giving him the strength to completely suppress Duan Ling Tian. However, at this time, he was alone, even if the other 6 people from the Scaling River land were here. At this moment, he did not think he would be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was making his way over, Hong Zhongyi quickly forced a smile on his face and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I have no grudge against you. I only tried to kill you previously because I was instigated by my senior brother, who's my grandfather's disciple. He hoped to rank in the top 3 of the rudimentary supreme god ranking in the advanced chaotic region, so he asked me to help him deal with you." Hong Zhongyi, who could keenly sense Duan Ling Tian's killing intent, began to struggle to survive. Needless to say, the senior brother he mentioned was a complete fabrication to appease Duan Ling Tian. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly. Although he thought that the coincidence was too unbelievable, he naturally had no intention of letting Hong Zhongyi go. This was an amazing opportunity. If he did not seize it, it was likely that he would not be given such an opportunity again. Even if this was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he still did not intend to let Hong Zhongyi go. Only a supreme powerhouse could arrange such a thing. If it was truly arranged by a supreme powerhouse, it meant that the supreme powerhouse likely did not have a good relationship with Hong Zhongyi's grandfather. After all, the supreme powerhouse went out of his or her way to arrange for him and Hong Zhongyi to meet. Seeing that his soft approach did not work on Duan Ling Tian, Hong Zhongyi's expression changed again. He did hesitate to switch to a hard approach. Whether it was a hard or a soft approach, it did not matter as long as he could survive. He said in a low and threatening voice, "Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather definitely won't let you go. Don't forget that my grandfather is a supreme powerhouse. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easier than killing an ant." Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard Hong Zhongyi's threatening words. He said, "Hong Zhongyi, if I kill you today, do you think your grandfather will be able to find out that I did it?" After a pause, Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "How about this? Why don't you use the life-saving jade token he gave you? I'll definitely retreat as soon as your grandfather's manifestation appears. What do you think? He doesn't even have to make a move and worry about breaking the rules of the realm battlefield. He just needs to show up. I'll definitely retreat out of respect for a supreme powerhouse." Duan Ling Tian's smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. He was confident that Hong Zhongyi did not possess a life-saving jade token. "You?" Hong Zhongyi's face turned red in anger. Although his grandfather loved him dearly, he did not possess the precious life-saving jade token. In fact, he had taken the initiative to ask for one a few years ago, but he was chided by his grandfather in the end. At the same time, in a hidden place not far from Duan Ling Tian and Hong Zhongyi, an old man appeared and asked, "Is this really all right? You want to help Duan Ling Tian seek revenge, but I'm afraid that if old Ghost Hong finds out about it, he won't let this matter go." If Duan Ling Tian heard this voice, he would have been able to recognize it. It belonged to the supreme powerhouse who had helped the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse and another supreme powerhouse to pass him fragments of prime divine artifacts. The old man did not show himself when he spoke to Duan Ling Tian, so his voice left a deep impression on Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was the first time a supreme powerhouse had spoken to him. A young man with an elegant bearing, who stood next to the old man, said indifferently and confidently, "So what if he knows? Is he a match for me?" The old man said with a wry smile, "We're all on the same side. Isn't it better to avoid conflict if possible? As long as you don't mention this matter, he will never find out about this matter. Of course, it'll also depend on whether I'm in a good mood or not," the young man replied indifferently. The old man shook his head helplessly. Then, he asked curiously, "Previously, you've already given him 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Isn't that enough? Why did you decide to help him seek revenge?" The young man's eyes flashed when he heard these words. He nodded slightly and said, "He's truly remarkable. His mastery of the sword Dao isn't inferior to that of my father in his prime. In fact, it's even stronger than mine. Once someone like him becomes a supreme powerhouse, the Aeon Sword will reappear in the god-defying world's outer boundary. Upon hearing the words, Aeon Sword, the old man's expression turned solemn. The Aeon Sword was a title given to a legendary figure. He had perished after killing several powerful people who invaded the god-defying world, and his sacrifice allowed the god-defying world to emerge victorious in the battle. That legendary figure also comprehended the law of space and the Sword Tao. He was the strongest sword cultivator in the god-defying world. That legendary figure was the father of the young man. At this time, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened. Don't tell me that Duan Ling Tian has something to do with your father's disciple. The old man thought about how the purple-clad young man had also mastered the Sword Tao. The young man glanced at the old man and said, "Old man, have you been following me?" Upon hearing these words, the old man's eyes brightened and he asked, "So there's a connection?" Then, he quickly added, "If I were following you, you would have discovered me. Tell me, what connection does Duan Ling Tian have with your father's disciple?" The old man's eyes shone with curiosity as he looked at the young man. The young man looked at the purple figure in the distance before he said calmly, "He's my junior brother's disciple. His Sword Tao comes from my junior brother." The young man's junior brother was his father's disciple. "What?" the old man exclaimed in shock, "He's your junior brother's disciple?" After realization dawned on him, the old man muttered, no wonder you pay so much attention to him. You even delivered old Ghost Hong's grandson to him. As it turns out, he's your junior nephew." Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he had now gained a junior uncle who was a supreme powerhouse. The old man asked, "Have you thought about the possibility that he might not make a move against old Ghost Hong's grandson because he's afraid of old Ghost Hong?" The young man smiled indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. I've given him this opportunity, what he does with it is completely up to him. However, if lets this opportunity go to waste, he'll only create trouble for himself in the future. After all, I can't protect him all the time." After a brief pause, he said, "However, I believe that he will seize this chance." The young man's eyes were filled with confidence when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian ignored Hong Zhongyi's hard and soft approach. When Hong Zhongyi tried to escape, he quickly disrupted the space in the surroundings. Once Hong Zhongyi realized that he could not escape, he began to plead for his life. Duan Ling Tian naturally ignored Hong Zhongyi's pleas. Previously, he almost died because of Hong Zhongyi. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to avenge himself? After killing Hong Zhongyi, Duan Ling Tian looked at his empty surroundings before he cupped his fists together in 4 directions. He was not certain if his encounter with Hong Zhongyi was a coincidence or if it was arranged, but he still expressed his gratitude. Following that, he quickly left the valley. "It seems like he figured it out," the old man said. "He's not stupid," the young man said with a faint smile. "Perhaps, it could be considered a coincidence to meet Hong Zhongyi in the secret realm. However, it's too absurd to meet Hong Zhongyi again after leaving the secret realm. Such a coincidence isn't out of the realm of possibility, but it's extremely rare. It's likely that he's not completely certain himself, but he's more inclined to believe that someone intervened." The young man's smile widened as he continued to say, "In any case, his luck is quite good. It just so happened that the secret realm he was pulled into is in our area." The old man shook his head and said, "During the 900 years we've been overseeing this place, you smiled the most today. How is it? You must be happy now that you gained a junior brother and a junior nephew. After all, you've been treading on a solitary path up until now." Chapter 4291 The Deca Secret Realm. "Old man, I just realized that you're quite the chatterbox," the young man said as he glanced at the old man. The old man smiled. "Well, your behavior today is out of the ordinary, after all. Anyway, did you meet your junior brother?" The young man shook his head. "I won't interfere in his journey, so I won't meet him until he becomes a supreme powerhouse," the old man said with a faint smile on his face. "However, based on your character, I think it's impossible for you to ignore him. After all, he inherited your father's legacy. How can he be an ordinary person? Moreover, you just said that his attainment in the Sword Tao is comparable to yours. That explains why he was chosen by your father. It's possible that a profound comprehension of the Sword Tao is one of the requirements to unlock the Aeon Sword legacy that your father left behind. Old man, it seems like you're familiar with my father. However, I've never heard him mention you when he was still alive," the young man said as he looked at the old man with a probing gaze. When the Aeon Sword made a name for himself in the god-defying world, I was just a nobody. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, your father was my idol. The young man's eyes flashed as he asked, does this mean you approached me because of my father? The old man smiled sheepishly. Maybe. The young man did not know that one of the supreme powerhouses who invaded the god-defying world and was killed by his father was the old man's enemy. In the past, the old man's enemy had killed his master who raised and cultivated him. As such, he was grateful to the young man's father for avenging his master. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not detect the presence of the two supreme powerhouses, nor was he aware that the duo watched him kill Hong Zhongyi. He only speculated that his second encounter with Hong Zhongyi was not a coincidence. The chances that it was truly a coincidence were slim to none. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian would never be able to guess that the supreme powerhouse who helped him was the son of the supreme powerhouse whose legacy Feng Qingyang, his master, obtained. Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were completely unaware of their connections to the supreme powerhouse. There's still a lot of time left. I should accumulate more battle merits to open a secret realm. It's easier to obtain rewards and treasures in a secret realm compared to the chaotic region. Only rudimentary supreme gods will enter the secret realm with me. This means that all of their battle merits will be mine. With Duan Ling Tian's strength now, he was naturally stronger than all rudimentary supreme gods. Even Ning Yi Zan, the former strongest prodigy in the god-defying world, lost to him in a single-person secret realm. If Duan Ling Tian encountered Ning Yi Zan in a secret realm again, he had no intention to fight Ning Yi Zan. On the contrary, he would step back and allow Ning Yi Zan to obtain the benefits. After all, Ning Yi Zan saved his life before, and he was not one to repay kindness with ill will. Duan Ling Tian continued to wander the chaotic region. Based on the lesson he learned, he did not stay in one place for long. As such, it was difficult for others to find him. Moreover, the chaotic region was vast. Unless everyone in the chaotic region searched for him, it would be almost impossible to find him. 5 years later, Duan Ling Tian managed to accumulate quite a lot of battle merits over the years. After that, he did not hesitate to use half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. To be precise, he chose to open a secret realm that could accommodate 10 people, a Deca secret realm. 10 people were also the maximum number of people a secret realm could accommodate. Needless to say, he had to wait for another 9 people to use their battle merits to open the Deca secret realm before he could enter. I can only wait for now. Duan Ling Tian knew he would have to wait for a long time before the requirement was fulfilled and to enter the Deca secret realm. This method was very time-consuming. It would have been faster if he had joined a group of 7 or 8 people at least with enough battle merits to open a Deca secret realm. I'll continue to collect battle merits for now. After using his battle merits to open the secret realm, he did not have to stay in one place. As long as he remained in the chaotic region, the entrance to the secret realm would appear near him once the other 9 people opened the secret realm with their battle merits. If I'm on the divine sanction battlefield, it'll take at least a few decades up to 100 years just to accumulate enough battle merits to open a Deca secret realm. After all, there are only people from 2 realms of gods on the divine sanction battlefield. Conversely, there are people from 6 realms of gods in the chaotic region. I think I'll only have to wait a few decades before I can enter the Deca secret realm. Duan Ling Tian was very patient. It was not a problem for him to wait a few decades to enter the secret realm. However, he was unaware that before he opened the secret realm, 6 other people had already opened the secret realm. He was the 7th person to do so. For this reason, only 4 years had passed when the void around him shook and a mysterious portal appeared. When the mysterious portal appeared, Duan Ling Tian had just teleported to block someone from the Scaling River land. Hong Zhongyi, the grandson of a supreme powerhouse, was from the Hong clan, a prime supreme rank force in the Scaling River land. His grandfather was also the only supreme powerhouse in the Hong clan. The person Duan Ling Tian met was not from the Hong clan and did not recognize Duan Ling Tian. He sneered when he saw the mysterious portal near Duan Ling Tian and said, "You provoke me first. Do you think you can escape from me now by entering the secret realm? You underestimated me." Duan Ling Tian was still contemplating if he should enter the secret realm or kill the rudimentary supreme god in front of him first when a gust of wind blew past. Following that, the rudimentary supreme god from the Scaling River land appeared and stood between Duan Ling Tian and the portal, firmly blocking Duan Ling Tian's way. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, he had already stabilized his cultivation, but similar to Duan Ling Tian, his strongest law was the law of space. He had used the teleportation profundity to block Duan Ling Tian's way. The person from the scaling river land was a tall and burly middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Duan Ling Tian sinisterly and said, "Young man, I'm going to kill you today." Following that, a huge hammer appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. After a translucent figure appeared above the hammer, he threw the hammer out at Duan Ling Tian. The void rippled as the hammer flew out. Duan Ling Tian instinctively tried to teleport but discovered that the surrounding space had been disrupted. "Young man, I knew you comprehended the law of space when you teleported earlier. I won't let you escape using the teleportation profundity," the middle-aged man said with a sneer. At the same time, a terrifying spatial energy swept out along with the hammer that was flying toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm when facing the incoming attack. He shook his head and said, "I was still considering if I should let you go and enter the secret realm immediately. It seems like there's no need for me to consider it anymore." Subsequently, a spatial storm began to rage around Duan Ling Tian as countless seven-colored sword rays shot out of his body toward the huge hammer. The light from the seven-colored sword rays shone along with the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. "Impossible," the middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. He knew now that he had greatly underestimated Duan Ling Tian. After all, in his opinion, a new rudimentary supreme god like Duan Ling Tian was very easy to kill. Chapter 4292 Free Labor. "There's the sword Dao as well." The expression of the middle-aged man from the scaling river land changed drastically after seeing Duan Ling Tian's phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's sword rays easily suppress his attack, his expression changed again. He was shocked. Not only did Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of space to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles, but Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the sword Dao, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. His comprehension of the law of space was far behind that of Duan Ling Tian, and he did not comprehend any of the four Daos of heaven and earth. The only advantage he had was his stabilized cultivation base, but the advantage was gone. How could he be unable to see that Duan Ling Tian was an extremely powerful rudimentary supreme god who was a match for intermediate supreme gods at this moment? "He's comparable to intermediate supreme gods." The middle-aged man's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Why, you're Duan Ling Tian." The middle-aged man finally remembered the monstrous rudimentary supreme god in the chaotic region who could easily kill most intermediate supreme gods. There were rumors that the other party was comparable to a top intermediate supreme god. The middle-aged man could not help but lament his bad luck after realizing that he had run into Duan Ling Tian. "Yes, I'm Duan Ling Tian," Duan Ling Tian replied expressionlessly as his sword rays destroyed the giant hammer and shot toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. He could no longer teleport away after all. At the same time, he pleaded, "Young Master Duan, please spare me. Forgive me for not recognizing you." The middle-aged man knew if Duan Ling Tian intended to kill him, there was no way for him to escape death. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. The seven-colored sword rays speed picked up as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell. Before the middle-aged man could speak again, the sword rays easily passed through the spatial storm and pierced him. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with despair and regret before he died. After Duan Ling Tian put away the middle-aged man's prominent divine artifact, he quickly entered the portal. "I didn't expect to enter the Decca secret realm in just 4 years. I wonder who the other people are." The others had to be all from the divine offering land or groups of people with the same number from other realms of gods. This was a rule in the chaotic region. Those who entered the Decca secret realm were either all from the same realm of gods or 2 groups of 5 from 2 different realms of gods. Unlike Decca secret realms, the other multi-person secret realms would only bring in people from the same secret realms, not counting the gatekeepers. Duan Ling Tian chose to open a Decca secret realm because opening another multi-person secret realm would take a longer time since it took time for people from the same realm of gods to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm. Those who chose to open a Decca secret realm were usually rather powerful. After all, opening a Decca secret realm required a huge number of battle merits. Needless to say, Those entering the Deca secret realm with Duan Ling Tian now were top rudimentary supreme gods who were capable of defeating weak intermediate supreme gods. Alas, they were unaware that there was a monster among them. After the darkness lifted, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had been transported to a vast plain in the secret realm. His eyes swept through his surroundings, and he quickly found 4 people. The 4 people stood with their backs facing Duan Ling Tian as they stared into the distance. Duan Ling Tian flew higher and saw another 5 people standing in the distant sky. It seems like there are people from 2 different realms of gods here. The Deca secret realm that Duan Ling Tian opened required people from both groups to work together instead of killing each other. However, trust was naturally a major issue when it concerned people from 2 different realms of gods. At this time, a middle-aged man turned and gestured to Duan Ling Tian. He said, "Brother, over here. We're from the Divine Offering Land." Those 5 men seemed to be from the Divine River Land. Duan Ling Tian naturally had heard of the Divine River Land. It was one of the 6 realms of gods, along with the Divine Offering Land and the Sanction Land, that created the chaotic region. Seeing that the middle-aged man was rather enthusiastic, Duan Ling Tian flew over to stand with the group from the Divine Offering Land. However, he still maintained a slight distance. Although the 5 of them were from the Divine Offering Land, they all maintained a slight distance from each other. After all, they were strangers even if they all came from the Divine Offering Land. As such, no one found Duan Ling Tian's vigilance strange. At this time, an old man asked, "What's going on?" When the old man appeared, the 3 men from the Divine Offering Land were already here, and Duan Ling Tian appeared after him. An average-looking young man dressed in a plain robe asked, "We just arrived not long ago. What's the plan? Should we work with them, or should we go our own way?" Duan Ling Tian remained silent. No matter what their decision was, it would not affect him much at all. He would only intervene if the 4 men wanted to kill the group from the Divine River Land. After all, the group from the Divine River Land was free labor. They would help him pass the tests in this secret realm. "They are coming over." When the group from the Divine River Land came over, they looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Although Duan Ling Tian was now famous in the chaotic region and the various realms of gods, not many people had seen him before. It was obvious that the other 9 people in the secret realm did not recognize him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to remain calm. At this time, an old man from the Divine River Land said, "Everyone, I think it's best for us to work together. The tests in this Deca secret realm might be easy in the beginning, but they'll become progressively harder. If we encounter gatekeepers from other realms of gods later on, it'll be easy for them to defeat us if we don't work together." Although he was old, his voice was filled with vigor. The people from the Divine Offering Land exchanged a look and discussed among themselves through voice transmission before they agreed to join forces with the people from the Divine River Land. This was exactly what Duan Ling Tian had hoped for. Duan Ling Tian was very quiet, so everyone assumed he was just feeling inferior. After all, they could all sense that he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. Nonetheless, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, he was capable of entering this Deca secret realm. A weak rudimentary supreme god would have to spend at least 1,000 years in the chaotic region to enter a Deca secret realm. For this reason, they knew that Duan Ling Tian had to be somewhat strong to be able to accumulate enough battle merits to enter this Deca secret realm. Shortly after that, the 10 people faced the first test. Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the reward they obtained from the first test at all. In the end, the rewards were split equally among the 2 groups. During the second test, only a few people made a move, and they passed the test easily. This time, Duan Ling Tian saw a reward that caught his attention. Duan Ling Tian teleported, and when he appeared, he quickly grabbed the reward. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the other 9 people changed immediately. Chapter 4293 The Advanced Chaotic Region. Everyone was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's action. Regardless if they were from the Divine Offering Land or the Divine River Land, they were all staring at Duan Ling Tian with menacing expressions on their faces. Earlier, they did not care that Duan Ling Tian did not contribute during the tests. After all, he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. However, they really did not expect him to shamelessly claim the reward as soon as they passed the second test. The old man from the Divine River Land grunted as he coldly said, "Boy, you can't take something that doesn't belong to you. I don't care if you don't contribute, but you can't claim the reward. Are you really going to take the reward?" The old man's expression was dark, and he did not bother to hide his killing intent. The other 4 men from the Divine River Land stared at Duan Ling Tian darkly while the 4 men from the Divine Offering Land frowned. The 4 men from the Divine Offering Land could not help but wonder what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. They wondered if Duan Ling Tian thought that they would take his side simply because they were all from the Divine Offering Land. Not long after the old man finished speaking, the 4 men from the Divine River Land mobilized their divine energy immediately and cast their laws. Streams of energy in various colors illuminated the surroundings immediately. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "Yes. What are you going to do about it?" Following that, Duan Ling Tian released his divine energy. At the same time, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Needless to say, the others were shocked to see Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Even the strongest among them could only manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. How could they not be shocked that a new rudimentary supreme god could manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles? A sword cry rang in the air as a 7-colored sword appeared in the middle of a spatial storm. Its terrifying aura seemed like it could cleave heaven and earth into two, and the void shook violently around it. In the next moment, a wave of energy swept over the 9 men and easily extinguished the divine energy simmering on the surface of their skin. Their expressions changed, and they hastily tried to mobilize their divine energies again. At the same time, they quickly brought out their prominent divine artifacts. Alas, countless sword rays shot out from the 7-colored sword and swept toward them again. In just a moment, their prominent divine artifacts that were shining brilliantly just a moment before dimmed. The energy was so terrifying that it made all of them shudder. Suddenly, someone from the Divine Offering Land exclaimed, "Why, you're Duan Ling Tian." Needless to say, these words shocked the others. Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. It's really him. He entered the realm battlefield in the chaotic region as a member of our Divine Offering Land. He comprehends the law of space, the sword Tao, and the mastery Tao. It has to be him. Duan Ling Tian is said to possess a 7-colored sword as well. Heavens, he's really Duan Ling Tian. I didn't think much of him earlier. Who would have known that he's Duan Ling Tian? Compared to those from the other realms of gods, those from the Divine Offering Land knew quite a lot about Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian entered the realm battlefield as a member of the Divine Offering Land. There were also some people from the Divine Offering Land who vehemently denied that Duan Ling Tian was from the Profound Energy Land, and they insisted that he was a native of the Divine Offering Land. After all, they wanted to brag that such a monstrous prodigy, who was known as a heaven-defying rudimentary supreme god, was from the Divine Offering Land. Meanwhile, the men from the Divine River Land might not know as much about Duan Ling Tian, but they had all heard of Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. The face of the old man from the Divine River Land turned pale. Damn it, it'll be easy for him to kill me if he's Duan Ling Tian. With his strength, even if all of us join forces with those 4 from the Divine Offering Land, we still won't be a match for him. The expressions of the 4 men from the Divine River Land changed upon hearing the old man's words. However, one of them quickly calmed down and said, "It's not certain that he'll kill you. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so earlier. It's clear that he only claimed that reward because it caught his attention. After all, he didn't claim the earlier rewards." The expressions of the other 4 men from the Divine River Land eased upon hearing these words. Their lives were not in danger if all Duan Ling Tian wanted was the rewards. They knew the chaotic region was dangerous and could lead to their deaths, but nobody wanted to die if they could survive. At this time, the person from the Divine River Land who remained calm earlier stepped forward. He bowed and said respectfully, "Lord Duan, the 5 of us are willing to give up on the rewards you want. In fact, you don't have to do anything during the upcoming tests. You can leave them to us. If any of the rewards catches your eye, you can have them." A hint of cunning could be seen in the man's eyes when he spoke. Meanwhile, although the other 4 men from the Divine River Land were unhappy with these words, they knew they had no other choice. After all, Duan Ling Tian might show mercy to those from the Divine Offering Land, but he definitely would not show mercy to them. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "You're quite smart, and I like smart people. As long as the 5 of you from the Divine River Land put in all your effort to pass the upcoming tests, you'll be able to leave the secret realm alive. Even if you're gravely injured from the tests, I promise not to kill you." "Thank you, Lord Duan." Although Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old and was younger than their descendants, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was someone who defeated Ning Yizan, who was previously the most outstanding young prodigy in the god-defying world. A person like Duan Ling Tian would definitely become a supreme powerhouse as long as he did not die before his time. Meanwhile, the expressions of the men from the Divine Offering Land after listening to the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and the men from the Divine River Land. This meant that they also had no choice but to allow Duan Ling Tian to claim the rewards he wanted. In the end, the middle-aged man, who greeted Duan Ling Tian first earlier, smiled and said, "Lord Duan, forgive us for not recognizing you earlier. The four of us are naturally at your service. We won't touch the rewards you want." With the four men from the Divine Offering Land also currying favor with Duan Ling Tian Tian's time in this secret realm was like a personal treasure hunting trip. After a few rounds of tests, the 9 men could only smile bitterly as Duan Ling Tian claimed almost all of the rewards. In the end, some of them did not even want to look at rewards to avoid feeling frustrated. Although some of the rewards were useless to Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean that they were useless to his family and friends. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian would step forward when it was necessary and help the others pass the tests. The 9 men sighed in relief as they watched Duan Ling Tian. They were glad that they did not oppose him earlier. Otherwise, they would definitely die. At the same time, they could not help but curse at the rules of the secret realm. In order to leave, all 10 of them had to agree to leave. As such, unless Duan Ling Tian agreed to leave, none of them could leave, and they could only continue to help Duan Ling Tian pass the tests. The tests in the Deca secret realm finally came to an end. They passed all the tests easily. Under normal circumstances, this was an achievement worth celebrating, but at this moment, the 9 men were not in a celebratory mood at all. "I gained quite a lot this time. I should continue to accumulate battle merits and open up multi-person secret realms. Hopefully, I'll have people to labor for me again." Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was in a good mood. He ignored the dark expressions on the 9 men's faces and said with a bright smile, "I hope we meet again in a secret realm." Inwardly, the 9 men swore that they would never open a multi-person secret realm again. Conversely, Duan Ling Tian had no thoughts about opening a single-person secret realm and toiling on his own again after tasting the joy of a multi-person secret realm. Time flew by, and during this time, Duan Ling Tian gained a lot from a number of multi-person secret realms he opened. His cultivation had also progressed, and he was getting closer to stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Most importantly, the advanced chaotic region would be appearing any time now. I might be able to meet 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister in the advanced chaotic region. Perhaps, I might also be able to meet 2nd senior brother whom I've never met before, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Chapter 4294 The chaotic region becomes more chaotic. The years flew by so quickly, and Duan Ling Tian gained a lot during those years. Conversely, those who ran into him suffered greatly. If I'm lucky and become stronger than Duan Ling Tian in the future, I'll crush him into pieces. Nice people finish last. That Duan Ling Tian is a bully. Duan Ling Tian's an animal. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that people in the chaotic region were cursing him throughout the years. News of his actions spread widely, and those who were fortunate enough not to run into him felt grateful. Otherwise, the battle merits they painstakingly accumulated would have been in vain. Nonetheless, even if Duan Ling Tian were aware that his victims had been cursing him, he would not have cared at all. If he was ruthless, they would have lost more than just their battle merits. Death was commonplace on the realm battlefield and the chaotic region. They were places where the strong preyed on the weak. In such a dog-eat-dog world, no one would show mercy to their opponents. It did not mean that those who killed were evil. The competition between the 18 realms of gods will begin once the 3 chaotic regions merged into the advanced chaotic region. At that time, the rankings would be open as well. On the day the advanced chaotic region appeared, the base camps did not grow bigger, but the number of people increased greatly. When the 3 chaotic regions merged, the places in base camps would overlap. At the moment of merging, many people from the various realms of gods appeared out of thin air in the base camps. When some of them appeared, they were so close to another person that they were within kissing distance of each other. In some cases, they would appear on top of another person. There was even a case where 3 men were stacked on top of each other. "Who's that on my head? Get lost. Damn it, how dare you step on my head? You stepped on my head. Do you have a death wish? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Why are you so rude? Fighting is prohibited in the base camps. Why don't you make a move if you have the courage? Do you think I have a choice? It's the supreme powerhouses who arranged for things to be like that. Why don't you complain to them? Indeed, this was all arranged by the supreme powerhouses. Alas, we can't see the rankings yet. They'll only appear in the sky of the various realm battlefields when the advanced chaotic region closes. The advanced chaotic region would close before the realm battlefield closed, and at that time, the rankings would appear in the sky. Those who made it into the top 10 would know their ranks, but they would have to check the rankings to see who else made it into the top 10. After that, they would be rewarded accordingly. The competition is going to be even fiercer than before. Blood will flow like rivers in the advanced chaotic region. Many people sighed when they thought about the advanced chaotic region. Since the base camps did not increase in size after the merging of the three chaotic regions, it was only natural that the base camps became incredibly packed now that the number of people increased. However, the number of people in the base camps dwindled quickly as more and more people left the base camps through transportation formations. Most people in the base camps were divided into three types of people. There were those who knew how perilous the advanced chaotic region was, so they decided to leave the advanced chaotic region and return to the realm battlefield through the transportation formations in the base camps. Their decision was not surprising because the competition would be incredibly intense now that people from 18 realms of gods would be competing against each other. The second type of people were those who chose to stay in the advanced chaotic region. They knew that greater danger meant greater rewards. They were willing to risk their lives pursuing better fortuitous encounters. If they survived, they would definitely gain a lot, and their gains might even be life-changing. Finally, the third type of people were those who chose to stay in the base camps to monitor the situation in the advanced chaotic region first. If the advanced chaotic region was much more brutal than they had imagined, they would leave. Conversely, if the level of danger was within their expectations, they would venture out of the base camps into the advanced chaotic region to compete with the others from the various realms of gods. Many people left. However, I think there's less than a 20% decrease in the number of people in the base camps. It seems like there are more people who chose to stay and observe the situation. There aren't many people who left the base camps. I'm going to stay and observe the situation first. I really admire those who ventured out to the advanced chaotic region. They're paving the way for us. Duan Ling Tian heard many similar conversations in the base camp. He was calm as he followed some people who were leaving the base camps. Previously, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, he had entered a base camp first. This was to avoid meeting an advanced supreme god in the advanced chaotic region when he was unprepared. Although there was a penalty for killing opponents with lower cultivation bases, it did not matter in the beginning since everyone had 0 chaotic points anyway. Duan Ling Tian did not let his fear of advanced supreme gods stop him from leaving the base camp, and he did not stay in the base camp to observe the situation first. If he let his fear stop him, then there was no point in staying at all. Now that he was prepared, even if he ran into advanced supreme gods later, he still had a chance of escaping from them. Chaotic points are integral to rise in the rankings. Battle merits are still important as well since I can still open secret realms in the advanced chaotic region. The rules from before still apply even though there are new rules in the advanced chaotic region. Due to the rules in the advanced chaotic region, people won't kill indiscriminately, especially when they begin to accumulate chaotic points. At the same time, the fights between those with the same cultivation bases will become more intense. It'll also be the norm for strong prodigies to fight those with higher cultivation bases. Before entering the advanced chaotic region, Duan Ling Tian had already decided to search for opponents who were intermediate supreme gods. Killing intermediate supreme gods was the fastest way for him to accumulate chaotic points. I wonder if Ning Yizan has had a breakthrough. After leaving the base camp, Duan Ling Tian brought his battle merit token out of his spatial ring and discovered that it was covered with a layer of energy. Following that, another token slowly formed next to the battle merit token. He probed the token with his divine consciousness and found the number, 0 feet, which indicated the number of chaotic points he had now. I wonder how long it will take for me to obtain my first chaotic point, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Since the size of the chaotic region remained the same, the probability of running into other people had increased now that the number of people had increased. As such, everyone in the advanced chaotic region was very vigilant. After wandering for half a day, Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet anyone. In fact, before the three chaotic regions merged, it was quite common to see people flying in the sky. However, up until now, he had yet to see anyone flying in the sky. It seems like everyone is lying low. Due to everyone's vigilance, it was difficult for Duan Tian to find an opponent. At the same time, he was also constantly on guard, afraid of being targeted. Chapter 4295. I'll do all the work. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, many people chose to stay and observe in the base camps while a group of people left the base camp to hunt for opponents. The competition was going to be fierce, and those who wished to rank in the top 10 definitely would not miss out on the opportunity. Ning Yizan, who had just broken through and become an intermediate supreme god, naturally did not stay in the base camp. He quickly entered the advanced chaotic region to look for opponents and accumulate chaotic points. Even if I can't rank at the top, I have to rank in the top 10. Ning Yizan was in high spirits when he left the base camp. He did not think that he would be at a disadvantage even though he had just broken through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god. In fact, he saw this as a challenge. When Ning Yizan was first defeated by Duan Tian, he fell into a slump for a while. However, when he got out of the slump, he became even more motivated than before. Previously, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, the ancestor of the Ning clan had advised Ning Yizan to hold back from breaking through the realm of an intermediate supreme god. After all, if he stayed in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god, it was highly likely that he would rank in the top 3. However, he did not listen to his ancestor's advice. He had a feeling if he did not break through now, it would be difficult for him to break through in the future. Previously, when Ning Yizan was defeated by Duan Tian, he almost formed a heart devil. In his opinion, if he had held back from breaking through to compete with rudimentary supreme gods, he would likely form a heart devil. At that time, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate supreme god. In the history of the various realms of gods, there were many prodigies who formed heart devils for various reasons. In the end, their progress stagnated, and they slowly disappeared from the public eye. After considering everything, Ning Yizan told the ancestor of the Ning clan about his thoughts and the reason why he decided to break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Although the ancestor of the Ning clan felt that it was a pity, the ancestor ultimately agreed with Ning Yizan's choice. It doesn't matter if I've yet to stabilize my cultivation base after becoming an intermediate supreme god. Duan Tian had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god, but he was peerless among the rudimentary supreme gods in the chaotic region before this. His strength is comparable to the powerful intermediate supreme gods. As such, it's not impossible for me to be peerless among intermediate supreme gods as well. If he could do it, there is no reason why I can't do it. Moreover, now that I've broken through, how can I not be as good as him? Ning Yizan had always been very confident about his strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was capable of defeating intermediate supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases. It was due to this that he was acknowledged as the strongest young prodigy in the god-defying world. Now that I'm an intermediate supreme god, how many intermediate supreme gods are a match for me? After a few months, Ning Yizan hunted down several intermediate supreme gods one after another. As such, his confidence continued to soar. He was so confident that he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe his surroundings, and when he detected an intermediate supreme god, he did not consider how strong the other party was and immediately flew over. In Ning Yizan's opinion, no matter how strong the other party was just an intermediate supreme god. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it also would not be easy for the other party to defeat him unless the other party was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world. However, there were very few intermediate supreme gods like that. Meanwhile, a white-clad young man, who was hidden at the foot of a mountain, looked at Ning Yizan, who flew out, in shock. He's just broken through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god recently and his cultivation base isn't stable, but he dares to come to me after he sensed my presence. Does he have a death wish? Yang Yuchen did not expect another person so soon after he left the base camp. Moreover, the person who came for him was a new intermediate supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He wondered if everyone was so arrogant nowadays. Yang Yuchen complained inwardly, "Do you think you're like my junior brother who's invincible among rudimentary supreme gods despite not having stabilized his cultivation base yet?" Compared to the others, Yang Yuchen heard about Duan Tian's feats in the chaotic region much later since he was on the profound Zen battlefield, not the profound energy land. He only heard about Duan Tian when he was in base camp on the profound Zen battlefield before the advanced chaotic region appeared. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would become so famous on the divine-sanctioned battlefield in just a few decades. Yang Yuchen knew that Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old, but he really did not know when Duan Ling Tian comprehended the law of space to the point where he could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law had caught up to his. Yang Yuchen also heard that Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao and mastery Dao had grown stronger and that Duan Ling Tian was now on par with intermediate supreme gods like him. Apart from that, he also heard that the descendants of the supreme powerhouses were searching for Duan Ling Tian, but their search was futile. After hearing about Duan Ling Tian, Yang Yuchen felt that he had found a treasure for the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction. He had long known that his junior brother was extraordinary, but he did not expect his junior brother to become famous so fast. Currently, there were likely not many prominent figures in the realms of gods who had not heard of his junior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed emotionally. He's even more famous than I am. Among the members of the inner palace faction, his fame in the various realms of gods is only second to that of eldest senior sister. At the same time, Yang Yuchen was speechless and baffled as he watched the new intermediate supreme god flying toward him. Is he trying to be like my junior brother? Do I look like an easy target? What an arrogant kid, let me teach you a lesson. With this thought in mind, Yang Yuchen, who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of a mountain, rose to his feet and flew out to meet the young man. In just a blink of an eye, the duo stood across from each other. Before Yang Yuchen could speak, the young man, who was a new intermediate supreme god, made a move and revealed his strength. With this, he finally realized why the young man was so confident. He's just become an intermediate supreme god, but he's so strong. Wait, this law and bloodline power. When the young man used his bloodline power, a name appeared in Yang Yuchen's mind. It was the name of a person who was famous in all realms of gods, Ning Yizan, the Peerless. Prodigy from the Ning clan. Is it really him? He didn't suppress his cultivation and broke through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god instead. Isn't he aware that it's going to be much more difficult for him to rank in the top 10 in the intermediate supreme god ranking? It did not take long for Yang Yuchen to confirm that the young man was Ning Yizan, the prodigy of the Ning clan, who met his junior brother once and was almost killed by his junior brother. At that time, it was the ancestor of the Ning clan who saved Ning Yizan's life. He also heard that when his junior brother was surrounded and almost killed by a group of intermediate supreme gods, Ning Yizan had saved his junior brother's life. I thought I'd be able to accumulate chaotic points. I didn't expect to meet him. Considering that he saved junior brother, I can't kill him. However, it doesn't mean that I can't teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, after I've grown stronger, I've yet to test it out against powerful intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yuchen chuckled inwardly as he finally made his move. Yang Yuchen remained silent and did not reveal his identity. He planned to teach Ning Yizan a lesson first. Meanwhile, Ning Yizan, who took the initiative to attack, was in a good mood as he thought to himself, although this guy has already stabilized his cultivation base, it seems like he's not very confident about his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden at the foot of the mountain. I think I may be able to kill him within 3 moves. Look at him rushing toward me recklessly. In Ning Yizan's eyes, the young man flying toward him was no different from a dead man walking at this moment. However, in the next moment, just as he thought he had gained the upper hand, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that he had been greatly mistaken. The other party was a top intermediate supreme god. The fierce battle between the two intermediate supreme gods continued. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was in a different area in the advanced chaotic region. Over the past few months, he had killed several rudimentary supreme gods and 2 intermediate supreme gods. He would obtain 1 chaotic point when he killed a rudimentary supreme god and obtain 2 chaotic points when he killed an intermediate supreme god. Currently, he had accumulated a decent number of chaotic points. I gained quite a lot of battle merits as well. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips curled up into a smile when he recalled how he had robbed the rewards in the multi-person secret realms he opened from a group of people. He would gain even more if he opened a multi-person secret realm in the advanced chaotic region and killed everyone there. However, am I being too ruthless? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly guilty when he thought about attacking the people in the secret realm. Moreover, if they're from the divine offering land, I won't get chaotic points from killing them. Forget it, I'll just settle for the rewards from passing the tests. I wonder if I'll be rewarded with a lot of chaotic points. In the end, Duan Tian used a lot of battle merits to open a Deca secret realm. The rules were similar to the ones before. Those who entered the secret realm would either be from the same realm of gods as Duan Tian, or they would be two groups of people from two different realms of gods. This time, I won't let them make a move. I'll do all the work this time. I'll kill whoever dares to make a move. After all, unlike before, the chaotic points one would be rewarded within the secret realm depended on how much one contributed. Chapter 4296 Prime Divine Artifact. Duan Tian was already very familiar with the process of opening a multi-person secret realm. He had opened a few multi-person secret realms in the past years, and they were not ordinary multi-person secret realms. The multi-secret realms were rather impressive, and those who entered the same secret realms were so impressed that they would never forget their experience for the rest of their lives. Thinking about it now, I feel a little guilty for making everyone do all the work previously, Duan Tian thought to himself with a sigh. This time, I'll be kinder. If I meet those people from before, I'll repay them for their previous efforts. Since Duan Tian had accumulated a lot of battle merits, he still had many battle merits left after opening the Deca secret realm. He did not use too many battle merits to open the secret realm because if he had done so, it was likely he would not be able to enter the secret realm even after the advanced chaotic region and the realm battlefield closed. The battle merits had to be in the same range for everyone to enter a multi-person secret realm. For example, if Duan Tian used 1000 battle merits to open the secret realm, only those who used 800 to 1200 battle merits during this time to open a secret realm would be assigned to the same secret realm as him. Those who spent below 800 and above 1200 battle merits would not be assigned to the same secret realm as him. This was a rule as well. Needless to say, this constraint did not apply to single-person secret realms. If one spent a lot of battle merits to open a single-person secret realm, one did not have to wait to enter the secret realm. After entering, one would go through the tests alone and had to defeat gatekeepers from other realms of gods, who were dragged into the secret realm, alone. Under normal circumstances, I should be able to obtain more chaotic points in multi-person secret realms compared to single-person secret realms that are opened with the same number of battle merits. If all 10 people use 1000 battle merits to open a Deca secret realm, it means that the Deca secret realm is opened with 10,000 battle merits. How can it compare to one person using 1000 battle merits to open a single-person secret realm? The value of the single-person secret realm is only 1/10 of that of a Deca secret realm. After thinking about it, this was the conclusion that Duan Tian came up with. After considering everything, it's better to open a multi-person secret realm. Just like before, I'll open a Deca secret realm first before opening a Hepta secret realm and a Nona secret realm. As news spreads, people will find out that I'm a kind person who does all the work. They'll definitely pity me at that time. Previously, after leaving the Deca secret realm, news of Duan Tian taking almost all of the rewards in the secret realm began to spread. As such, no one dared to open a Deca secret realm for quite a while. As such, he opened a Hepta secret realm, a secret realm that could accommodate 7 people. Similar to before, news of his actions spread, and people stopped opening Hepta secret realms. The same thing happened when he opened a Nona secret realm, a secret realm that could accommodate 9 people, as well. Duan Tian had randomly changed up the multi-person secret realms he opened, and the unlucky people who did the same thing to avoid Duan Tian were still pulled into the secret realm as him. Wait, to throw them off, perhaps, I should open a Deca secret realm twice in a row, Duan Tian thought to himself. While he waited to enter the Deca secret realm, he continued to wander the advanced chaotic region. Needless to say, he maintained a low profile. Whenever he killed someone, he would immediately leave the area. Apart from that, the places he traveled were random to avoid being tracked and targeted. After all, currently, not only were descendants of supreme powerhouses after him, but some members of the Yun clan and others who saw him as a threat were also after him. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen and Ning Yizan's fight in another area of the advanced chaotic region finally ended after a few dozen moves. Unsurprisingly, Ning Yizan lost. He looked at the white-clad young man in front of him and said solemnly in a deep voice, "You're very powerful. I'm sure you're not a nobody in the realms of gods. What's your name, sir?" Ning Yizan did not expect to lose at all. He had assumed his opponent was weak because his opponent was hiding. To his surprise, his opponent was much stronger than he had expected. In fact, his opponent was more than capable of killing weak advanced supreme gods. Yang Yuchen no longer intended to keep his identity a secret at this time. Hence, he said, "My name is Yang Yuchen. I'm just a nobody. You might not have heard of me, young Master Ning." Ning Yizhan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You've already figured out my identity." Yang Yuchen said with a faint smile, "You just became an intermediate supreme god, but your combat power is very strong. In the god-defying world, except for young Master Ning, I couldn't think of anyone who's capable of such a thing. Moreover, your law and your bloodline power also gave you away." In fact, Yang Yuchen had figured out Ning Yizhan's identity through Ning Yizhan's bloodline power and law when Ning Yizhan made a move. Yang Yuchen, Ning Yizhan found the name familiar, but he could not figure out where or when he heard it before. He was familiar with the names of outstanding prodigies and had a slight impression of second-rate prodigies. He frowned as he continued thinking to himself, "It's impossible for me to not know such a powerful intermediate supreme god. Who is he?" Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh when he saw the skeptical expression on Ning Yizhan's face. He said, "Young Master Ning, there's no need to think so hard. As I said earlier, I'm just a nobody." Upon hearing this, Ning Yizhan asked in a deep voice, "Did you only grow stronger recently? You weren't this strong before, right? I find your name vaguely familiar, but I don't know why." Yang Yuchen smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Ning, it's only natural that you've not heard of a nobody like me." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "However, there's one thing I'd like to tell you. I spared your life today to repay you for saving my junior brother's life." Ning Yizhan frowned upon hearing these words. "Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother?" Ning Yizhan did not understand what Yang Yuchen meant by, "repay you for saving my junior brother's life." In the next moment, before Yang Yuchen could reply, the figure of the person he last saved appeared in Ning Yizhan's mind. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Following that, he recalled that Duan Ling Tian was from the Myriad Laws Academy, and he finally figured out who Yang Yuchen was. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, and he was the youngest intermediate supreme god in the Myriad Laws Academy. He was a prodigy in his own right and was famous in the Profound Energy Land. Ning Yizhan had heard of Yang Yuchen in the past, but he did not pay much attention at that time. In his eyes, Yang Yuchen was just a second-rate prodigy and could not be considered among the top prodigies in the god-defying world. In his opinion, Yang Yuchen was not in the same league as him at all. However, after his encounter with Yang Yuchen today, Ning Yizhan had revised his opinion of Yang Yuchen. Currently, he no longer thought that Yang Yuchen was a second-rate prodigy, and he was convinced that Yang Yuchen was a top prodigy. Yang Yuchen's age and strength undoubtedly made Yang Yuchen a top prodigy. Your comprehension of the law has improved, and your mastery Dao is much stronger than rumored, Ning Yizhan said, surprised, "So you're the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy." Although Ning Yizhan acknowledged that Yang Yuchen was a top prodigy, his voice remained indifferent as he said, "You said that you spared my life to repay me for saving Duan Ling Tian. Don't you think you underestimated me? Although I'm not as strong as you are, if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me, right? As such, how can it be considered as sparing my life?" At the end of his words, a mocking smile could be seen on Ning Yizhan's face. Yang Yuchen smiled when he heard Ning Yizhan's words. He said, "Young Master Ning, the result has been set in stone. I'll give you a chance. If you can escape for half a mile before I catch up to you, I'll admit that I'm unable to stop you. At that time, I'll naturally rescind what I said about sparing your life because you saved my junior brother." Although Yang Yuchen spoke calmly, his eyes were brimming with confidence. At the same time, Ning Yizhan smiled coldly after listening to Yang Yuchen's words. He said, "Very well. Vice Academy Master Yang, please show me your ability." Following that, Ning Yizhan did not waste time and left. Yang Yuchen made a move as well. Ning Yizhan burst forth with power, trying to stop Yang Yuchen while he escaped. However, as soon as he released his energy, he discovered that Yang Yuchen did not use his weapon from earlier. Instead, Yang Yuchen switched to a weapon that resembled a ribbon sash. The ribbon sash looked ordinary, but as it moved, it began to lengthen continuously and circled the surroundings. When it moved, the void shook and rippled in its wake. In just an instant, Ning Yizhan felt a terrible oppressive force pressing on him from all directions. Prime divine artifact. Ning Yizan's expression changed immediately. In the next moment, the ribbon sash bound Ning Yizan until he resembled a mummy. Only his head was exposed in the end. He struggled with all his might and tried to escape, but he was completely powerless and unable to free himself. A gust of wind blew past, and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yizan. He said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, what do you think now? If I want to kill you, do you still think you're capable of resisting? Unless you use another life-saving jade token from your Ning clan's ancestor, it'll be hard for you to survive, right?" Yang Yuchen stared at Ning Yizan intently as he continued to say, "I don't know if you still have a life-saving jade token now. However, even if you do, are you going to use it instead of accepting this as me sparing your life for saving my junior brother? You should know that your ancestor was punished for breaking the rule previously." At the end of his words, Yang Yuchen's gaze turned piercing. Chapter 4297 Second Senior Brother, Hong Yifeng. Yang Yuchen, you actually possess a prime divine artifact. Ning Yizan looked at the ribbon sash in Yang Yuchen's hand in shock. Although he, who was highly favored by the supreme powerhouse in the Ning clan, did not need to collect fragments of prime divine artifacts, he would not be bestowed with a prime divine artifact until his strength had reached a certain level. This was an agreement made between the supreme powerhouses. The supreme powerhouses kept each other in check. They were worried some descendants would use prime divine artifacts to kill talented prodigies without a strong background. In the god-defying world, most supreme powerhouses were once ordinary cultivators with no background. Very few supreme powerhouses were born with silver spoons in their mouths, and very few of them were descendants of supreme powerhouses. Many of those who were born with silver spoons in their mouths were used to living comfortable lives and lacked the motivation to grow stronger. They were unlike ordinary people who could only rely on themselves for everything. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse would they be able to control their own destiny. Due to Ning Yizan's privileged life, he did not expect Yang Yuchen to possess a prime divine artifact when he did not even have one. Although the Myriad Laws Academy had connections with a few supreme powerhouses, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to give the Myriad Laws Academy a prime divine artifact for no good reason. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people could only obtain a prime divine artifact by collecting fragments of prime divine artifacts. If one were lucky enough to stumble upon the place where a supreme powerhouse fell, one might be able to find a prime divine artifact among the possessions of the supreme powerhouse. In the outer boundary where supreme powerhouses died in fights, one might even find two prime divine artifacts. Ning Yizan thought that Yang Yuchen was very lucky if Yang Yuchen truly found a prime divine artifact. However, if Yang Yuchen's prime divine artifact came from the outer boundary, then it could only be said that Yang Yuchen had an amazing eldest senior sister. Ning Yizan had heard of Yang Yuchen's eldest senior sister from the ancestor of the Ning clan before. Most importantly, the ancestor of the Ning clan had nothing but praise for her. The ancestor of the Ning clan had said that as long as she did not die prematurely, she would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. At that time, he had asked the ancestor of the Ning clan how he was compared to her, and the ancestor had said that there was no comparison. The ancestor had said that he lived a sheltered life while she was a prodigy who fought all the way to where she was today. She might not be as strong as he was at his age, but few people could compare to her now. At that time, he had been very dissatisfied with the answer, but as time passed, he was convinced of her strength. She was even stronger than he had imagined if she truly found a prime divine artifact for Yang Yuchen. Even if the prime divine artifact in her possession was given to her by a supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt that she obtained Yang Yuchen's prime divine artifact on her own. Yang Yuchen only shook his head and smiled when he saw Ning Yizan looking at his prime divine artifact with a mixture of shock and horror. He said, "What a pity, young Master Ning, your strength isn't at the point where the Ning clan will bestow you with a prime divine artifact yet. If you possess a prime divine artifact, I really might not be able to stop you. Anyway, what do you think, young Master Ning? Do you think I'm capable of killing you now?" Yang Yuchen's smile widened at the end of his words. Ning Yizan said resentfully, "Yang Yuchen, you didn't win because of your strength." In Ning Yizan's opinion, without the prime divine artifact, Yang Yuchen would not have been able to stop him from escaping. "I didn't win because of my strength." Yang Yuchen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, don't you think you're too naive? This prime divine artifact belongs to me. Why can't I use it? If you possess a prime divine artifact, would you not have used it earlier?" Ning Yizhan's face turned red when he heard Yang Yuchen's questions. In the end, he had no choice but to say, "I'll consider the favor repaid. I won't ask for Duan Ling Tian to repay the favor from now on." "That's more like it, young Master Ning," Yang Yuchen said with a slight smile as he put away his prime divine artifact after letting Ning Yizhan go. After regaining his freedom, Ning Yizhan left without looking back. Yang Yuchen looked at Ning Yizhan's back and sighed softly. "Junior brother, I can only help you with this. Perhaps, it won't be long before I'll be of no help to you." Yang Yuchen had been amazed when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's progress. He even felt that it would not be long before Duan Ling Tian surpassed him. Second senior brother should be in the advanced chaotic region as well. I'm sure he must have heard about junior brother. Alas, he probably doesn't know that Duan Ling Tian is our junior brother. He'll feel greatly pressured if he finds out Duan Ling Tian is our junior brother, right? Yang Yuchen could not help but smile when he thought about this. In the past, when Yang Yuchen first joined the Inner Palace faction, his innate talent and comprehension skills had greatly pressured his second senior brother. At that time, his second senior brother had worked very hard. When the realm battlefield opened, his second senior brother entered the realm battlefield, and there had been no news of him since then. I wonder how second senior brother is doing now. Is he close to becoming an advanced supreme god? While Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, a range of volcanoes in the advanced chaotic region began to show signs of eruption. It did not take long before the volcanoes erupted. Magma rained down from the sky and flowed on the ground, spreading in all directions. A figure flew up from the belly of a majestic volcano. The figure belonged to a tall and strong young man. At this time, his energy was chaotic and turbulent, but he was laughing. The young man's body was shrouded in flames, and after a while, a figure emitting a golden light shot out of his body. As the flames rose, the golden light grew brighter as well. Following that, two phenomena that shone for 10 million miles appeared. The muscular young man laughed wantonly, looking a little arrogant as he said, "My law of fire is now capable of manifesting a phenomenon that can shine for 10 million miles. With my true body and doppelgangers from the law of fire and the law of metal, who under the realm of an advanced supreme god can defeat me? This time, I, Hong Yifeng, am determined to rank first in the ranking for intermediate supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region," the young man said with bright eyes and a confident expression on his face. After a moment, he seemed to have discovered something and quickly looked east with burning eyes. "Two intermediate supreme gods, since you're here, don't even think about leaving." The muscular young man flew out. He moved as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived near two intermediate supreme gods, who were attracted by the volcano's abnormal movements here. Following that, two phenomena of the law that shone for 10 million miles appeared in the sky, easily suppressing two faint phenomena that shone for 100,000 miles. In just a few breaths, two huge figures rose in the sky and let out a cry before they crumbled to the ground. Just like that, two intermediate supreme gods died. "They're too weak." After Hong Yifeng put away the two intermediate supreme gods' prominent divine artifacts, he flew away. Although his strength had improved, he continued to keep a low profile. After all, he had yet to break through and become an advanced supreme god. There were quite a few advanced supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region after all. He was confident that he would be able to deal with ordinary advanced supreme gods, but he was worried about running into powerful advanced supreme gods. "I wonder if that monstrous prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, is from our Inner Palace faction. If he is a member of the faction, third junior brother must have recruited him after I left. In any case, he's really amazing. He just became a rudimentary supreme god, but he can already kill most intermediate supreme gods. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the Inner Palace faction when I meet him or when I return to the Myriad Laws Academy after the realm battlefield closes." At this time, Hong Yifeng was unaware that his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, was also in the advanced chaotic region. If he were aware of this, he would have scolded Yang Yuchen for running to the advanced chaotic region after their eldest senior sister asked Yang Yuchen to guard the Inner Palace faction. After all, Hong Yifeng was unaware that his fourth junior sister, Lang Chunyuan, was now a rudimentary supreme god and had been entrusted by Yang Yuchen to guard the Inner Palace faction. Naturally, he was also unaware that Lang Chunyuan had sent the doppelganger from the strongest law to the advanced chaotic region as well to join the fun. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger, whose strength was comparable to that of a top rudimentary supreme god, was wandering fearlessly in the advanced chaotic region. Needless to say, it was fearless because it was just a doppelganger. She continued to kill all the rudimentary supreme gods she came across. Occasionally, she would run into one or two intermediate supreme gods she was unable to defeat, but it was not a problem for her to escape from them. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, among the 3 members of the Inner Palace faction, Lang Chunyuan killed the most people. The number of people she killed was double that of Hong Yifeng, who was in second place. I can't let junior brother surpass me. The first place for rudimentary supreme god ranking belongs to me. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, the youngest in the Inner Palace faction, was also wandering the advanced chaotic region. While he looked for opponents, he would stop by the base camps to look for his wife, Kaye, his mother-in-law, Lingu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Lingu Chuyin. However, as time passed, his heart grew heavier and heavier. He could not find any of them at all. In his opinion, since he could not find them in the base camps, it was likely that they were in the advanced chaotic region. This was extremely dangerous for them. I hope they're all safe and sound. In fact, with Duan Ling Tian's fame now, if he had asked for help in the base camps, many people would be willing to help him look for Kaye and the others. However, he did not dare to do that. After all, although he would have many people helping him, there would also be people who schemed to use Kaye and the others to threaten him or force him to show up. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to look for the trio on his own. Chapter 4298 Yun Qingyan's Choice. For Yun Qingyan, the recent years had been the gloomiest years of his life. His marriage had been called off by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to disobey his father. Previously, Yun Qingyan had never felt that his father looked down on him. However, after Duan Ling Tian killed him, he felt that his father's actions after that were humiliating. His father prohibited him from leaving the Yun clan's estate and even ordered people to keep an eye on him. His father said that it was to protect him, but he knew very well that it was surveillance. If he tried to leave the clan's estate, those people would stop him immediately. For decades, Yun Qingyan felt conflicted. Finally, he decided to leave the Yun clan even if it was risky. The advanced chaotic region and the divine fountain gave him hope that he would be able to grow stronger quickly. All he had to do was rank in the top 10 in his category. For this reason, he used every means to escape the people keeping an eye on him and successfully left the Yun clan. He wasted no time in entering the divine sanctioned battlefield in the advanced chaotic region. When Yun Qingyan entered the advanced chaotic region, it had been open for quite a while. After entering the advanced chaotic region, he quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits by relying on his strength as a top rudimentary supreme god. Those who were stronger than him did not kill him since their chaotic points would be deducted. For this reason, his journey in the advanced chaotic region was rather smooth. I've accumulated so many battle merits, should I open a Deca secret realm? I'll be able to obtain chaotic points faster in the secret realm. In the end, Yun Qingyan spent all his battle merits on a whim and opened a Deca secret realm. After that, Yun Qingyang went to the base camp. When he was in the base camp, he coincidentally heard that Duan Ling Tian had opened many multi-person secret realms in the past and had obtained all kinds of treasures and rewards. His expression darkened immediately. Duan Ling Tian did that. Did he open a Deca secret realm recently? Is it possible that we'll enter the same secret realm? Yun Qingyan broke out in cold sweat when he thought about this. Apart from fear, he also felt deeply humiliated. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was no different from an ant in front of him. However, the last time they met, Duan Ling Tian nearly killed him. If he did not use the life-saving means his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. After a long time, this was still a nightmare for him. Should I enter the Deca secret realm when it appears? It took me nearly 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open the secret realm. It'll be a waste of my effort if I don't go in, right? Yun Qingyan felt frustrated and conflicted. Whenever he thought about the possibility of meeting Duan Ling Tian in the Deca secret realm, he could not help but shudder in fear. However, it's also possible that I won't meet him. Deep down in Yun Qingyan's heart, he really wanted to take the chance. However, half a year later, when the portal to the Deca secret realm appeared next to him, he began to waver again. Should I enter? While Xianxia was wavering in front of the portal of the Deca secret realm, the portal to the Deca secret realm, which Duan Tian opened a while ago, finally appeared next to him. Duan Tian was not occupied at the moment, so he entered the Deca secret realm immediately. I can finally enter the Deca secret realm. This time, I'll change my ways. I won't let them lift a finger, and I'll do all the work for them. Duan Tian was in a good mood. He was determined to do all the work, and he would not allow his comrades to do any work at all. He would kill those who went against him. After the darkness lifted, Duan Tian found himself in a golden wheat field. It looked like the season of harvest at this time. Duan Tian soared higher into the sky and saw portals appearing one after another before figures appeared one after another as well. There were people of different ages, old, middle-aged, and young, but the majority of them were middle-aged. It did not take long for Duan Tian to discover that they were all from the divine offering land. After 8 people, excluding him, appeared, Duan Tian looked at a lonely churning portal in confusion. Nobody could be seen at all. Why hasn't the last person come in? Apart from Duan Tian, the other 8 people were looking at the churning portal in confusion as well. All the portals had disappeared except for one. The 8 people began to discuss among themselves. Hey, why isn't that person here yet? Was he or she killed at the moment the portal appeared? That's possible. It's not like it's unprecedented. I wonder who he or she is though. Duan Tian shifted his eyes away from the churning portal. If what the other people said were true, then the 10th person was truly unlucky. Duan Tian was unaware of the person standing on the other side of the portal. Otherwise, he might have forcefully entered the portal to kill the other person. It did not matter even if he could not re-enter the Deca secret realm and lost the chance to obtain more chaotic points. He would have no regrets at all if he could kill the other person. In the end, no one emerged from the portal, and the portal disappeared into thin air. It seems like he or she died. He or she definitely died. Otherwise, why would he or she not come in after the portal appeared? This Deca secret realm requires a lot of battle merits to open. Unless you're crazy, how can you not enter if you have a choice? It'll be a waste of battle merits if you don't enter. Alright, everyone, we'll compete fairly for the rewards and treasures. As for chaotic points, we'll earn them according to our abilities. I have no objections. This is how it should be. The 8 people quickly reached a consensus. After that, they turned to look at Duan Tian in unison. Up until now, he had yet to express his opinion at all. Seeing that he continued to remain silent, their eyes glinted coldly. Chapter 4299 20 years. Xianxia watched the portal to the secret realm in front of him gradually disappear before he heaved a sigh of relief. The decision had been taken out of his hands now that the portal had closed. Even if he decided to enter the Deca secret realm, it was no longer possible not that the portal was closed. Although Xianxia felt that it was a waste of his battle merits, there was nothing he could do now. I'll just accumulate chaotic points by killing people. It's too risky to enter multi-person secret realms, but I can enter single-person secret realms. I'll accumulate battle merits and open a single-person secret realm. The gatekeepers for single-person secret realms definitely won't come from the divine offering land. Even if someone from the divine offering land appears, I can leave whenever I want. I don't have to worry about having to face Duan Tian there. After that, Xianxia quickly left the area and continued looking for targets, hoping to accumulate as many battle merits and chaotic points as he could. Duan Tian was naturally unaware that he had just missed out on a chance to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, he would feel very regretful. At this moment, Duan Tian looked at the 8 rudimentary supreme gods who were staring at him and said nonchalantly, as though he was talking about some important matter, I'll take care of all the tests in this Deca secret realm. Those who want to make a move, can do so at their own peril. The expressions of the 8 people darkened immediately upon hearing these words. Following that, a few of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed again. Finally, someone asked tremblingly, why you're Duan Tian. As soon as these words were said, the others who had yet to recover their senses turned to look at Duan Tian in shock and fear. They were all familiar with this name. They knew that Duan Tian was from the profound energy land, but he had come to the divine sanctioned battlefield through the divine offering land. Needless to say, his identity in the advanced chaotic region was still that of someone from the divine offering land. Most of them did not expect to meet Duan Tian in the secret realm that they opened. However, A few of them did consider the possibility of meeting duan-Ling-Tian and decided to take the risk and open the multi-person secret realm anyway, thinking that they would not be so unlucky to run into duan-Ling-Tian. They truly regretted their decision at this moment. Who knew they would really run into duan-Ling-Tian here? You know me. Duan-Ling-Tian looked at the person who had spoken, slightly surprised. The person who had spoken was an old man whom Duan-Ling-Tian had never met before. So you're really Duan-Ling-Tian? The old man's skeptical expression was replaced by fear, and his face paled immediately. After receiving Duan-Ling-Tian's confirmation, the other 7 people's expressions changed again. So he's really Duan-Ling-Tian. Although most of them were shocked and frightened, they still felt slightly apprehensive. They were not completely certain if the purple-clad young man was Duan-Ling-Tian. Nonetheless, none of them dared to question him. What a joke. It would be fine if he was not Duan-Ling-Tian, but if he was truly Duan-Ling-Tian, they would definitely die if he chose to kill them for questioning him. As such, no one dared to voice their doubts. Finally, a middle-aged man took the initiative to say, "Sir Duan, since you've already spoken, I naturally won't make any move at all. You can deal with all the tests in this secret realm." The others followed suit and echoed the middle-aged man's sentiments, saying that they would not make a move and compete for the chaotic points with Duan-Ling-Tian. A few of them even took the initiative to flatter Duan-Ling-Tian. "Sir, I've long heard of your name. It's an honor for me to be able to witness your strength in this Deca secret realm." "Sir." All of them currently shared the same thoughts. They wanted to see Duan-Ling-Tian make a move to further verify his identity. If he was Duan-Ling-Tian, they naturally would keep their words and not make a move. After all, they were afraid of offending him, and he was not someone they could afford to provoke. However, if he was proven not to be Duan-Ling-Tian, they would join forces to kill him. They had nothing to fear if he was not Duan-Ling-Tian. After all, Duan-Ling-Tian was unaware of the 8 people's thoughts, and even if he was, he would not care at all. After all, he was really Duan-Ling-Tian. Duan-Ling-Tian dealt with the next test alone. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles shocked everyone. During the later tests, Duan-Ling-Tian frightened the rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land when he used his sword Dao and mastery Dao, revealing his combat strength that was comparable to a top intermediate supreme god. There's no doubt that he's Duan-Ling-Tian. At this point, they no longer had any doubts about Duan-Ling-Tian's identity, and they could only lament their bad luck. It took them a long time to accumulate so many battle merits to open a Deca secret realm, hoping to gain chaotic points and obtain treasures, but alas, they ran into Duan-Ling-Tian. With Duan-Ling-Tian around, they knew it was impossible for them to gain anything from this secret realm. Forget it, just treat those battle merits as the price we paid to watch Duan-Ling-Tian's performance. Duan-Ling-Tian was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, but he was shockingly strong. His performance was an eye-opener for the 8 rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land. He almost made them realize the insurmountable gap between them. They had no doubt that they would die in fewer than 10 breaths even if they joined forces to deal with Duan-Ling-Tian. Duan-Ling-Tian was just too strong. They watched Duan-Ling-Tian pass test after test and receive reward after reward, but none of them dared to covet the rewards. At most, they only felt envious. They deeply understood the feelings of those who entered the same secret realms as Duan-Ling-Tian in the past at this moment. Compared to the others, we're quite lucky. At least, we don't have to do the work. The 8 rudimentary supreme gods felt a little better when they thought about this. After passing all the tests in the secret realm, Duan-Ling-Tian smiled at the 8 rudimentary supreme gods. Before they were sent out, he said, "Everyone, I've always felt guilty about making others work for me previously. To make up for it, I decided to do all the work. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in another secret realm." Upon hearing these words, the 8 people, who were yet to be transported, felt as though they were going to vomit blood. "Please don't compete with us and let us contribute. In the advanced chaotic region, we can only obtain chaotic points by contributing." The 8 people did not know how many chaotic points Duan-Ling-Tian obtained from this secret realm. All they knew was that they did not obtain any chaotic points at all since he had robbed all of the chaotic points. After leaving the secret realm, Duan-Ling-Tian opened another Deca secret realm. While he waited to enter the Deca secret realm, news of him, selflessly, doing all the work in the Deca secret realm began to spread. The news stirred up a commotion immediately. The wolf was back. It was not enough for him to plunder all the rewards in the chaotic region's secret realms, and he was now plundering all the rewards in the advanced chaotic region's secret realms. Hey, the next time Duan Ling Tian opens a multi-person secret realm, what do you think the limit of the number of people will be? Who knows? Previously, there was no rhyme or rhythm to what kind of multi-person secret realm he opened. It all depends on your luck. If you're unlucky, there's nothing you can do about it. That's right, we can give up on opening multi-person secret realms just because we're afraid of Duan Ling Tian, right? After all, multi-person secret realms are the easiest places to obtain chaotic points. Even if we enter the same secret realm as Duan Ling Tian, at most, our battle merits will go to waste. We don't have any enmity with him, so he won't bother to kill us. Previously, when he was in the chaotic region's secret realms, not only did he not kill those from the divine offering land, but he also didn't kill those from the other 5 realms of gods. It'll be fine as long as we cooperate with him. Even if we meet him in a secret realm, we'll be fine. In the end, most people did not give up on opening a multi-person secret realm. After all, it was the best place to obtain chaotic points, and there was no danger as long as they did not provoke Duan Ling Tian. At most, their battle merits would go to waste if they met Duan Ling Tian. This was a risk they were willing to take. Needless to say, this did not apply to those who had enmity with Duan Ling Tian like Yunqing Yan. Duan Ling Tian did not tire of doing all the work for those he met in the secret realms. You're welcome, it's a pleasure for me to be able to do so. I know you feel grateful, but this is just a trivial matter. I look forward to meeting you again in another secret realm. The multi-person secret realms had become precious places for Duan Ling Tian to obtain chaotic points. Over the next 20 years, his chaotic points skyrocketed at an exaggerated speed. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rank first on the rudimentary Supreme God rankings, right? Over the past 20 years, as Duan Ling Tian continued to clear the multi-person secret realms on his own, people also stopped complaining about how overbearing he was. Instead, they began to pay attention to his performance and strength. Up until now, no matter how difficult the tests in the secret realms were, he's still able to deal with them alone. How strong is he now? Chapter 4300 The Sword Dao Prodigy. Over the past 20 years, there was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian was the most famous person in the advanced chaotic region. Not even intermediate and advanced supreme gods were as famous as him, let alone rudimentary supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian monopolized all the multi-person secret realms he entered. Even if it was a Deca secret realm, he plundered all the rewards and treasures. There were rumors that even prodigious rudimentary supreme gods, who were capable of defeating ordinary intermediate supreme gods, did not dare to defy Duan Ling Tian when they met him in a secret realm. When Duan Ling Tian became famous in the advanced chaotic region, an advanced emperor of gods skilled in the sword Dao was gaining fame as well. However, no one knew he was. Although many advanced emperors of gods had met him, they did not recognize him. Did you hear? There's a shockingly strong advanced emperor of gods who's imitating Duan Ling Tian's way of doing things. He prohibited others from making a move in multi-person secret realms and gained a lot of chaotic points. There's an advanced emperor of gods like that. Where did this monstrous prodigy come from? Even if he's imitating Duan Ling Tian, the fact that he's successful in doing so proves that he's invincible among advanced emperors of gods. I heard that a famous and prodigious advanced emperor of gods from the Scaling River land, who managed to kill a rudimentary supreme god, refused to give in to his domineering behavior. As a result, that person from the Scaling River land was defeated with just a strike of the sword. He's a sword cultivator as well. Yes, similar to Duan Ling Tian, he has also comprehended the sword Dao. According to those who had seen him in action, his sword Dao is possibly stronger than that of Duan Ling Tian. He must be a sword Dao prodigy. No one knows who he is. It's said that he's a reclusive powerhouse. I heard that he killed a descendant of a supreme powerhouse recently. To be precise, the person he killed was the beloved great-grandson of a supreme powerhouse. That person was an advanced emperor of gods who wasn't even 3,000 years old, and his talent was considered to be at the top. Wouldn't someone like that possess a life-saving jade token? Yes, indeed, he possessed a life-saving jade token that could summon the manifestation of a supreme powerhouse. However, before he could use it, that person killed him. Isn't he too terrifying? The person who died was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. He was highly favored by the Supreme Powerhouse and even possessed a life-saving jade token. Needless to say, his death stirred up a commotion. When the Supreme Powerhouse, whose descendant died, received news, he was naturally furious. Even Supreme Powerhouses were exempt from emotions and desires. As soon as he found out about the death of his descendant, he quickly issued an order. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever manages to kill him will be rewarded with 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts and 10 drops of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. Naturally, the order was issued to those within the Supreme Powerhouse's circle. The order was passed down to his subordinates and to his subordinates' subordinates and descendants. They were mostly intermediate and advanced supreme gods. The Supreme Powerhouse naturally could not publicly issue such an order. He had to preserve his pride and reputation. After all, it would be detrimental to him if people found out that he spent so much just to kill the person who killed his great-grandson. After the order was issued, there was an influx of intermediate and advanced supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region who inquired about the whereabouts of the advanced emperor of gods who recently became famous and was skilled in the sword Tao. It did not take long before news began to spread again. It seems like someone's trying to avenge that descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps, that supreme powerhouse ordered people to deal with that person. Recently, many people have been inquiring about his whereabouts. That's unlikely, right? Supreme powerhouses are lofty and aloof. How can a supreme powerhouse deign to deal with an advanced emperor of gods? In my opinion, those people who have been asking around must be trying to curry favor with that supreme powerhouse. Although many people heard that a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods was looking for the advanced emperor of gods in the advanced chaotic region, most of them did not think that it was the work of the supreme powerhouse. Only other supreme powerhouses knew that it was an order from the supreme powerhouse whose descendant died. The advanced chaotic region was vast, and it was divided into a few areas. Each area had 2 supreme powerhouses overseeing it. At this time, an old man came to the cultivation ground of a young man and complained, "Old he is getting more and more childish and petty." It was his great-grandson's fault for not being strong enough, but he still insists on avenging his great-grandson. Most importantly, that person who killed his great-grandson has the potential of becoming a pillar of our God-defying world. Upon hearing the old man's complaint, the young man's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Old he, you're talking about the advanced emperor of gods who killed old he's great-grandson some time ago?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Currently, many intermediate and advanced supreme gods are looking for him. They want his life. I can't believe old he did such a thing. He's just bullying that advanced emperor of gods because that advanced emperor of gods doesn't have a strong background. I heard that the advanced emperor of gods uses doppelgangers, so there's no doubt that he's from the lower realms. It's said that he was a sectless cultivator from the lower realms. For him to be able to climb so high up, he's definitely a monstrous prodigy. He's no worse than the members of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land." The old man shook his head with a regretful expression on his face at the end of his words. In the next moment, he watched in shock as the usually indifferent young man scoffed coldly before turning into a sword ray and leaving. "Huh, what's going on?" the old man muttered, baffled. After a moment, a thought appeared in the old man's mind, and his eyes widened. Could it be? No, is he? The old man finally recalled the young man's junior brother, whom the young man spoke of previously. The young man's junior brother came from the lower realm and was also highly skilled in the sword Tao. If that advanced emperor of gods is his junior brother, is he going to settle accounts with old he? The old man's eyes brightened when this thought appeared in his mind. It seems like there's going to be a bloodbath this time. Old he is in trouble now. I'm going to watch the show. The old man vanished into a puff of green smoke, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 4301 Zhuge Han Ming. In the God-defying world, supreme powerhouses had their own territories, and they were known as Supreme Powerhouse Domain. The Supreme Powerhouse Domain evolved from the little world in a Supreme Powerhouse's body. The heaven and earth spirit energy was abundant in the domain, and there was also a divine tree of life in the domain. The vital energy from the divine tree of life nurtured all things. He Tian Fang, a supreme powerhouse, usually meditated in his supreme powerhouse domain. He rarely went back to his clan in the realm of gods. After all, the realm of God where his clan was located was the supreme powerhouse domain of another supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, it was more beneficial for him to meditate and cultivate in his own domain. At this time, He Tianfang was meditating as usual. Although he was affected by the death of his beloved great-grandson, he was not greatly affected. After all, he had many great-grandsons. Although he had valued his great-grandson a lot, nothing could be done now that his great-grandson was dead. He Tianfang had lived for nearly 100,000 years, and he had long grown indifferent to death. Over the past 100,000 years, let alone one great-grandson, he had lost many of his sons. Suddenly, the expression of He Tianfang, who was meditating, changed. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air and reappeared at the other end of his domain. A sword ray pierced through the sky, causing the void to shake violently before two terrifying dark holes appeared. Following that, a young man appeared. He Tianfang's expression was extremely dark when he saw the young man. He said indignantly, "Zhu Hanming, what's the meaning of this? You barged into my domain and damaged it. Do you think I'm a pushover?" Just like He Tianfang, Zhu Hanming was a supreme powerhouse. However, strength-wise, Zhu Hanming, who was He Tianfang's junior, was stronger. He Tianfang was from the same generation as Zhu Hanming's father, Zhuge Wendao the Aeon Sword. He and Zhuge Wendao became supreme powerhouses in the same era, but he was nowhere as strong as Zhuge Wendao. In the past, Zhuge Wendao was among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. In fact, he could be considered the strongest supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. Zhuge Wendao's son, Zhuge Hanming, naturally became a supreme powerhouse much later on, but Zhuge Hanming was highly talented. Not long after becoming a supreme powerhouse, Zhuge Hanming had once sparred with He Tianfang. At that time, the fight ended in a draw. Later on, He Tianfang heard that Zhuge Hanming had a breakthrough. As such, He Tianfang knew that he was no longer a match for Zhuge Hanming. Previously, He Tianfang and Zhuge Hanming were not very close. However, they saw each other often, and when they met, they would greet each other with a smile. As such, He Tianfang did not understand why Zhuge Hanming forcefully broke into his domain and damaged his domain today. This act was a great humiliation to him. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hanming hovered in the air and looked at the gray-haired He Tianfang as he said indifferently, "He Tianfang, you should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not one to cause trouble for no reason." Upon hearing these words, He Tianfang's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Zhuge Hanming had a good reputation and was not one to cause trouble. There had to be a reason for Zhuge Hanming's actions today. With this in mind, his expression eased a lot, and he said, "Zhuge Hanming, then tell me, why did you come to my domain today? Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Now that He Tianfang calmed down, he knew that Zhuge Hanming must have come looking for him for a reason. Something must have happened that roused Zhuge Hanming's anger. However, he really could not figure out what he had done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. Naturally, He Tianfang did not think about the advanced Emperor of Gods who killed his great-grandson. After all, the advanced Emperor of Gods was from the lower realm. As such, he did not think the advanced Emperor of Gods had any connections with Zhuge Hanming, a supreme powerhouse. Zhuge Hanming raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "A misunderstanding. He Tianfang, I came to your domain to tell you what's going on. Your men are searching for my junior brother in the advanced chaotic region with the intention to kill him. What do you have to say about that? You're really heavy-handed. You actually sent a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods to go after an advanced emperor of gods." Realization finally dawned on He Tianfang, and his expression changed drastically. That advanced emperor of gods is Zhuge Hanming's junior brother. How's this possible? Based on what He Tianfang knew, Zhuge Hanming did not acknowledge a master. Perhaps, his late father could be considered his master. However, his father died many years ago and did not leave behind any junior disciples. As such, Zhuge Hanming only had senior brothers and sisters. However, even then, most of them had perished in the outer boundary. He Tianfang inhaled deeply before he asked, "You're saying that the person who killed my great-grandson is your junior brother? When did you have such a junior brother?" He Tianfang was truly puzzled. He could not help but wonder if Zhuge Hanming had made a mistake. "He entered my father's domain and inherited my father's Aeon Sword legacy. What do you think?" Zhuge Hanming said as he stared at He Tianfang with a piercing gaze. Although he spoke calmly, a hint of coldness could be heard. Realization dawned on He Tianfang again. As it turned out, that advanced emperor of gods who killed his great-grandson had such a strong background. Who would have expected that the advanced Emperor of Gods inherited Zhuge Wendao's legacy, the Aeon Sword legacy? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared next to Zhuge Hanming. He shook his head and said to He Tianfang meaningfully, He Tianfang, you've gone overboard in this matter. If we bring this up during the meeting, do you think we won't be able to find traces that lead back to you even if your men don't speak? You should know what it means that he's the successor of the Aeon Sword. There are still a few supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world who owe their lives to the Aeon Sword. He Tianfang's eyes widened after listening to the old man's reminder. He quickly cupped his hands together at the old man and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Wen." Then, He Tianfang turned to look at Zhuge Hanming and said, "I'll deal with this matter immediately. I'll order my men to stop looking for your junior brother immediately. In addition to that, I'll make sure to compensate your junior brother, and the compensation will be to your satisfaction." As much as He Tianfang valued his great-grandson was dead. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming for a dead person. Not only that, but he also risked offending several other supreme powerhouses who owed their lives to Zhuge Wendao, the Aeon Sword. Although those few supreme powerhouses seemed like they did not have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming, there was no doubt that they would step forward to support Zhuge Hanming if something were to happen. For this reason, He Tianfang knew he had to retreat. It was useless for him to deny that he was behind the matter. After all, as the old man said, he would not be able to cover it up. Moreover, it was not beneficial for him to drag this matter out. If this matter was brought up during the meeting, he would either get away with it or he would be punished. However, even if he got away with it, he would still have to deal with Zhuge Hanming. As such, he decided to own up to it and make up for his mistake. "Very well," Zhuge Hanming said with a nod. He was not one to take a mile when given an inch, so he easily agreed to He Tianfang's words. After a brief moment, Zhuge Hanming added, "I don't want my junior brother to know about me for the time being. If you're going to compensate him, pass it to me, and I'll find a way to give it to him." "All right," He Tianfang nodded. He naturally knew that Zhuge Hanming wanted to train his junior brother and that Zhuge Hanming was worried his junior brother would become complacent after realizing he had such great support. He Tianfang was slightly startled by this realization. It seems like that advanced Emperor of Gods is another potential supreme powerhouse. With this thought in mind, He Tianfang decided to compensate the advanced Emperor of Gods greatly to show his sincerity. In the advanced chaotic region, the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods soon received He Tianfang's order and stopped their search for the advanced Emperor of Gods. "So we're really giving up on the search?" someone scoffed. "We've been ordered not to provoke that person. I heard that a supreme powerhouse stepped forward to protect him." "Well, only another supreme powerhouse could do this. I didn't expect a person from the lower realm would have the support of a supreme powerhouse. Do you think that person would be able to make it this far if he was a nobody? Let me tell you, that monstrous prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, likely has the support of a supreme powerhouse as well. Put aside that advanced Emperor of Gods, I don't think Duan Ling Tian has the support of a supreme powerhouse." Back then, if Ning Yizan didn't appear, Duan Ling Tian would have died. In the end, the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods had to leave even if they were a little reluctant. After all, not only would they not be rewarded now, but they would be severely punished if they dared to make a move on that advanced Emperor of Gods. A supreme powerhouse had stepped forwards, and their superior had also given an order. They would be courting death if they went against the order now. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had just escaped from a dangerous situation. Needless to say, even Feng Qingyang, who was doing all the work in a secret realm, was unaware of this matter. Chapter 4302 The shocking rewards for the top 3 ranks. The advanced chaotic region rarely appeared. It depended on the supreme powerhouse's whim. As such, everyone cherished this once-in-a-blue moon opportunity. It was said the last time the advanced chaotic region appeared was at least 100,000 years ago, and before that, it appeared about 300,000 years ago. Very few advanced supreme gods lived to 100,000 years old because they were unable to survive their heavenly tribulations that occurred every 1,000 years. As such, everyone would try their best to accumulate chaotic points. After all, even the ones who ranked 10th in their respective categories would be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain. It's said that everyone who ranks in the top 10 will be rewarded with the liquid from the divine fountain. Needless to say, the higher you rank, the more you'll obtain. The 10th place will receive a drop from the divine fountain. The 9th place will receive 2 drops from the divine fountain. The 8th place will receive 4 drops from the divine fountain. The 7th place will receive 8 drops from the divine fountain. And the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place will receive 512 drops, 256 drops, and 128 drops respectively. After the news was spread by the descendants of supreme powerhouses in the advanced chaotic region, an uproar broke out. Nobody expected that those who ranked in the top 10 would be rewarded so greatly. A drop from the divine fountain was shocking enough even if it could not compare to 512 drops from the divine fountain. I have to rank in the top 3. The rewards are unimaginably precious. Even the sons of supreme powerhouses can't obtain such a thing in their lives. I heard that the divine fountain was found by a powerful supreme powerhouse. I heard that he refused to give it to the other supreme powerhouses when they asked him for it. He wanted to use it as rewards for the advanced chaotic region, 512 drops from the divine fountain. Is this real? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the news. He could not help but feel skeptical until he heard the descendants of supreme powerhouses talking about it in various base camps. They all spoke confidently, and nobody refuted them. Those who rank first in the categories for Lords of Gods to Advanced Supreme Gods will receive 512 drops from the divine fountain. Heavens! Did the supreme powerhouse find a spring of divine fountain? It took Duan Ling Tian a while to recover from the shock. He had learned about how precious the divine fountain was from his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, when he returned to the profound energy land. All he needed to do now was to rank first among rudimentary supreme gods to obtain 512 drops from the divine fountain. I need to work harder and accumulate more chaotic points. I'll have to try and find out which rudimentary supreme god has more points than me and kill him. Even if I can't claim his points, I'll have one fewer competitor. In the advanced chaotic region, unlike battle merits, one could not claim the chaotic points of the person one killed. However, one could kill those with the same cultivation basis to earn chaotic points, and by doing so, one could also get rid of the competition. With this, Duan Ling Tian and the other top contenders in their respective categories began to work diligently to accumulate chaotic points. In the depths of the advanced chaotic region, 2 rudimentary supreme gods perished as a young woman watched. She seemed anxious at this moment. I was fooled by 3rd senior brother. There are so many restrictions on my doppelganger. With the restrictions, junior brother will definitely accumulate more chaotic points than me. After all, he had a head start accumulating battle merits so he can open many multi-person secret realms. How can my battle merits compare to his? The young woman was Lang Chunyuan, Duan Ling Tian's 4th senior sister. She had sent her doppelganger into the realm battlefield after Duan Ling Tian returned to the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. Well, I don't mind ranking second if junior brother ranks first. With this, both of us will win the grand prizes. Lang Chunyuan thought to herself, feeling more at ease. However, after a moment, Lang Chunyuan grew anxious again. Why is it taking so long for the Deca secret realm to appear? It's too slow. I didn't even use that many battle merits to open it, so why is everyone so slow? Lang Chunyuan had opened a Deca secret realm 2 years ago, but the portal had yet to appear until now. In the end, Lang Chunyuan could only continue to search for targets as she waited to enter the Deca secret realm. The intermediate supreme gods that she met along the way were no match for her at all. In a barren desert, a gust of wind blew past, stirring up the sand into the sky. A young man flew into the sky as the phenomenon that indicated the death of an intermediate supreme god appeared. After the phenomenon disappeared, peace returned to the desert. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in the distance. Based on the light his body emitted, he was from the divine offering land, and based on the divine energy lingering on the surface of his skin, he was an intermediate supreme god. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he called out, "Ning Yi Zan." The young man was none other than Ning Yi Zan. "Wang Qiyun, why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Ning Yi Zan asked in a dark voice as he looked at the middle-aged man. Ning Yi Zan and Wang Qiyun, the middle-aged man, were not on good terms. However, Ning Yi Zan's best friend was Wang Qiyun's cousin brother. As such, Ning Yi Zan had held back time and time again from teaching Wang Qiyun a lesson. "Ning Yi Zan, I believe you won't kill me. After all, my cousin is Ming," Wang Qiyun said with a faint smile, ignoring Ning Yi Zan's threats. "Anyway, it's a coincidence that I ran into you here." After a brief pause, Wang Qiyun asked, I'm really curious. Do you regret breaking through and becoming an intermediate supreme god? At that time, you probably didn't expect the rewards for the top 3 ranks would be so lucrative, right? A hint of mockery could be heard in Wang Qiyun's voice when he spoke. Ning Yizan glanced at Wang Qiyun before he said indifferently, do you think I regret my decision? If so, it only means that you're not a very ambitious person. No wonder you failed to stabilize your cultivation base after so many years. The corners of Ning Yizan's lips curled into a sneer near the end of his words. Wang Qiyun's expression turned unsightly as he said with a scoff, Ning Yizan, don't be too complacent, you might not even make it into the top 10 ranking for intermediate supreme gods. There are so many powerful intermediate supreme gods from the various realms of gods, after all. From our realm of gods alone, we have at least 20 famous intermediate supreme gods. You better watch out. Wang Qiyun left after he finished speaking. He was not worried that Ning Yizan would attack him. The sneer on Ning Yizan's face deepened as he watched Wang Qiyun leave and muttered to himself, your lowly ambitions can never compare to my lofty ambitions. Indeed, Ning Yizan did not know about the specifics of the rewards previously. Before the advanced chaotic region appeared, just like everyone else, he only knew that those who ranked 10th would be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain. It was only later that he found out those who ranked higher would be rewarded with more drops from the divine fountain. Similar to the other descendants of supreme powerhouses, he had also heard from his ancestor that a powerful supreme powerhouse had discovered a divine fountain in the outer boundary and decided to use it as a reward for the advanced chaotic region. I wouldn't be Ning Yizan if I were afraid of competing with intermediate supreme gods. So what if I just broke through recently? If I'm afraid, how am I going to surpass Duan Lingtian? Ning Yizan muttered to himself as his eyes shone with confidence. Somewhere in the advanced chaotic region, Yang Yuchen was grinning when he came out of a multi-person secret realm. Second senior brother, if I surpass you and rank first among intermediate supreme gods, you better not accuse me of disrespecting my seniors. Junior brother's idea is really great. I didn't expect to work for everyone. I'm really kind. Chapter 4303 Fourth Senior Sister. In the advanced chaotic region, those in and above the realms of lords of God stood a chance to compete for the divine fountain. All they needed to do was rank in the top 10 in their respective categories. Before the advanced chaotic region appeared, many people entered the chaotic region to accumulate battle merits so they could open secret realms in the advanced chaotic region. This was because they could earn chaotic points in a short time in secret realms. Anyone with a brain knew that the fastest way to obtain chaotic points was through secret realms. The advanced chaotic region was vast, and it was impossible to rank in the top 10 by solely relying on killing others in the advanced chaotic region. Despite the risk it carried, the best option was to open secret realms to obtain chaotic points. It's all Duan Lingtian's fault. Now, all the powerhouses are threatening others and prohibiting them from making a move in secret realms. I was unfortunate to run into one of those powerhouses twice. Duan Lingtian and wicked ideas. How frustrating. Someone laughed. I'm quite lucky. I've yet to meet a powerhouse who's capable of suppressing everyone in the secret realms I opened. We have to accumulate more battle merits and chaotic points before the rankings are determined. There's only a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Chaos ran rampant in the advanced chaotic region as everyone worked tirelessly to gain chaotic points through various means. The frequency of secret realms being opened was very high as well. One would appear every few days. When Duan Lingtian entered one of the base camps, he finally realized word of his hard work in the secret realms had spread. Moreover, many powerhouses were also imitating his way of doing things. Needless to say, only those who were powerful could rely on this method to gain chaotic points. Otherwise, it was no different from seeking death. There are many people opening secret realms lately, so I don't have to wait too long to enter secret realms anymore. I should continue working hard. The advanced chaotic region is going to close in less than a decade. Ka should have heard about me by now if she's here. I've gone to various base camps, but I've yet to find her. Did she leave the realm battlefield or is she accumulating chaotic points here? Duan Lingtian naturally did not forget his purpose of entering the realm battlefield. His top priority was to find his wife, Ka. Improving his strength was his second priority. However, as time passed, Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder if Ka had left the realm battlefield. Previously, he had always been worried about Ka's safety. However, as he grew stronger, and he gained a deeper insight into the world, for some reason, he felt that Ka was safe. If something happened to her, he was certain that he would have sensed it. Duan Ling Tian had inquired about this inexplicable feeling when he was in the base camps. He learned that when one comprehended the four Taoes of heaven and earth to a certain level, one would be connected to heaven and earth. This connection would help him to sense the state of his loved ones. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease now as he continued to accumulate chaotic points in the secret realms. One day, a portal to a secret realm suddenly appeared. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and he quickly entered the portal. It's time for me to work for my 9 comrades again. I'm really kind, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Soon after Duan Ling Tian entered the secret realm, he heard a familiar voice that made him jump. All of you, listen up. I'll deal with all the tests in this secret realm. If you're unwilling, step forward now. We'll arm wrestle to determine the winner. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the young woman who was speaking loudly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect to run into his 4th senior sister's doppelganger in a secret realm. What should I do? Should I let her have her way or should I disguise myself and go against her? Duan Ling Tian was not certain of the extent of Lang Chunyuan's strength, but considering this was just her doppelganger, he thought he might stand a chance against her. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the others lamented their bad luck. She's so strong. We're really unfortunate to encounter someone so strong. It seems like we wasted our battle merits for nothing. At this time, Lang Chunyuan had already taught a few ignorant fools a lesson with just a few simple moves. Needless to say, her strength frightened everyone into submission. 4th senior sister is too arrogant. Upon seeing Lang Chunyuan's arrogance, Duan Ling Tian finally made up his mind. He quickly used his divine energy to disguise himself. His aura changed quickly along with his appearance, and he quickly changed into a long white robe. As long as no one probed him with their divine consciousness, they would not be able to see through his disguise. Duan Ling Tian knew that Lang Chunyuan would demand to fight with him to determine the winner if he showed up without disguise. Even if he offered to let her deal with the tests in the secret realm, she would not accept it easily. After his disguise was in place, Duan Ling Tian scoffed and said, "Little girl, you're quite strong." Following that, Duan Ling Tian attacked. His phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared as well. The others were in shock when they saw this. They did not expect to run into 2 powerhouses. Another powerhouse is here. The remaining 8 people exchanged a glance as the same thought appeared in their minds. If they can reach an agreement, we still stand a chance to gain something. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was disguised as a white-clad middle-aged man, was engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Chunyuan. Lang Chunyuan's expression changed slightly as she exchanged blows with Duan Ling Tian. He's very strong. Lang Chunyuan did not expect to run into such a powerful rudimentary supreme god in the advanced chaotic region. After all, she was among the top rudimentary supreme gods. Even her doppelganger alone was enough for her to be invincible among the rudimentary supreme gods. His movements and methods are a little similar to those of Junior Brother, however, he seems to be a little stronger than Junior Brother. Not only do I have to defeat him now, but I have to severely injure him as well so that my Junior Brother and I will have one fewer competitor. Lang Chunyuan's expression turned solemn after she discovered how strong her opponent was. At the same time, she cursed Yang Yuchen inwardly. She would have been stronger if she were in here person. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back his attacks, and he did not give Lang Chunyuan time to rest since he did not want her to probe him with her divine consciousness. After a few moves, Lang Chunyuan's expression changed drastically. She discovered that she was no match for the middle-aged man at all. Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice, "A doppelganger. I'd be worried if your true body is here. Alas, you're just a doppelganger. Step aside." Duan Ling Tian delivered the last blow and sent Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger flying back after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the others were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian say that Lang Chunyuan was just a doppelganger, especially those who were injured by Lang Chunyuan earlier. They could not believe that they had been defeated by a doppelganger. Chapter 4304 A Fierce Competition. The rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land and profound energy land questioned their own existence at this moment. Half of them were injured by the doppelganger of the young woman who was also a rudimentary supreme god but seemed to possess the strength of her true body. Although they felt slightly dejected, it did not stop them from whispering among themselves. Why are we so unlucky as to run into these two monsters? Our battle merits are wasted. In my opinion, this young woman is unlucky as well. She sent her doppelganger here to open a secret realm, but alas, she ran into this middle-aged man. If her true body is here, she might not lose. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who overheard the conversation, was enlightened. Their conversation made him wonder why it did not cross his mind to use his doppelganger as well. He had accumulated many battle merits, but he dared not use a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm because he was worried that not many people possessed so many battle merits. I'll split up with my doppelganger after I leave this secret realm. Why didn't I think of this before? I wasted 20 years in. Forget it, I'll use my doppelganger to open secret realms after this to earn more chaotic points. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited at the end of his thoughts. However, I wonder if it'll work, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself again. Fourth senior sister's doppelganger is able to earn chaotic points here because she's not here in person. What about the identity token? Will my doppelganger and I be able to combine our chaotic points? Does it need to have its own identity token? This is giving me a headache. Forget it, I'll give it a try after leaving this secret realm. At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to the situation in the secret realm. He had suppressed Lang Chun Yuan's doppelganger so she could only watch from afar. He could see the anger and unwillingness in her eyes, and he could tell that she thought her defeat was due to her doppelganger. Only he knew that even if her true body was here, she still would not be a match for him. I've surpassed fourth senior sister, she used to protect me in the past, and now, it's time for me to protect her, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Lang Chun Yuan. He only looked at her briefly to avoid raising suspicion. If his disguise was exposed at this moment, she would be furious. Unsurprisingly, Duan Ling Tian passed all the tests in the secret realm on his own. During the entire time, he felt as though he was walking on thin ice, worried that he would blow his cover. Fortunately, Lang Chun Yuan did not notice anything due to his cautiousness. After leaving, he parted ways with her and the others quickly to avoid exposing himself. I'm finally out. Fourth senior sister must feel depressed about encountering me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. The lively Lang Chun Yuan wore a glum expression on her face when she watched Duan Ling Tian pass the tests in the secret realm earlier. He truly wanted to give up the secret realm for her, but he knew that it was impossible for her to accept his kind gesture if she knew who he was. I should try to send my doppelganger into a secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the next moment, his doppelganger from the law of space appeared. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he could send his doppelganger into a secret realm but as a separate entity. This meant that he was unable to claim his doppelganger's battle merits and chaotic points. This is pointless. What if I use my doppelganger and rank in the top 10 as well? At that time, I'll hold 2 places in the top 10 ranks, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. However, there's less than a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. My doppelganger won't be able to rank in the top 10 in such a short time. The fastest way to obtain chaotic points is through the secret realm, and it'll require battle merits to open secret realms. My doppelganger will have to start from scratch. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian abandoned the idea because of time constraints. It was best for his doppelganger to stay with him and help enhance his strength when needed. Currently, I'm invincible among rudimentary supreme gods. Even Ning Yizan, who used to be the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, wasn't a match for me. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Ning Yizan was the perfect point of reference. Naturally, he knew that it was likely that Ning Yizan was already an intermediate supreme god now. However, if Ning Yizan was still a rudimentary supreme god, he would not hesitate to compete against Ning Yizan. I should continue to open multi-person secret realms. Now that everyone's copying my method, I don't have to wait too long to enter a secret realm. Before the advanced chaotic region opened, many rudimentary supreme gods were afraid to open multi-person secret realms because they were afraid of Duan Ling Tian. However, due to the rules in the advanced chaotic region and the chaotic points, they were no longer afraid. After all, they would waste their battle merits at most if they ran into him in a secret realm, and they would still be able to preserve their lives. However, if they did not run into him, they stood a chance of gaining more chaotic points and ranking in the top 10. While Duan Ling Tian waited to enter the next Deca secret realm, a group of rudimentary supreme gods, which included descendants of supreme powerhouses, was waiting as well. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, Duan Ling Tian should rank first among rudimentary supreme gods. I should aim for second or third place. My greatest competitor is Duan Ling Tian, but he's too strong. I should forget about competing for first place and focus on ranking second or third instead. Fortunately, Ning Yizan has broken through and become an intermediate supreme god. Otherwise, Ning Yizan would have occupied second place. HMPH. I don't know what was wrong with Hong Zhongyi. Why didn't he just kill Duan Ling Tian? He shouldn't have let Duan Ling Tian go for Ning Yizan's sake. What a pity that Hong Zhongyi and his men failed to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have done all of us a huge favor. Although direct descendants of supreme powerhouses did not lack cultivation resources that could effectively raise their cultivation were limited. Even if they were favored by the supreme powerhouses, their cultivation bases would stagnate in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god if their innate talent was low. Needless to say, it would be a different story if their supreme powerhouses obtained the divine fountain or something with similar effects. Alas, these things were as rare as a phoenix's feather even in the outer boundary. It was extremely rare that the supreme powerhouse managed to find a divine fountain this time. The reward for the advanced chaotic region this time is the best. My great-grandfather hopes that I'll win a few drops from the divine fountain. My old ancestor said that he asked for a few drops from the divine fountain, but that supreme powerhouse decisively refused him. That supreme powerhouse was adamant that the divine fountain was only used as a reward for the younger generation. My old ancestor told me about it as well. He also said that the supreme powerhouse hopes that we'll grow swiftly so that there'll be more supreme powerhouses. It's said that the situation in the outer boundary has taken a turn for the worse. I don't know about the situation in the outer boundary, but my old ancestor used to visit often and preach to us. However, he hasn't visited for at least 10,000 years. I heard that he has been very busy. It must have something to do with the outer boundary. The direct descendants of supreme powerhouses were just like ordinary cultivators. They had to accumulate battle merits and open secret realms to earn more chaotic points. Those who were strong enough would pass the tests on their own, but if they ran into someone stronger, they could only blame their luck. Even if they were descendants of supreme powerhouses, no one would give way to them in the advanced chaotic region. The competition was undoubtedly fierce in the advanced chaotic region. Chapter 4305 Overall Ranking. In everyone's opinion, including those with a higher cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian would undoubtedly rank first. After all, he was a prodigy who was not even 1,000 years old but had defeated Ning Yizan, the former number 1 prodigy in the god-defying world. Moreover, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, he had gained a lot of battle merits and resources and entered many secret realms. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, he dominated the multi-person secret realm again and obtained many chaotic points. Other powerhouses even began to imitate his way of doing things. Unsurprisingly, everyone in various base camps was still talking about the young man from the profound energy land who entered the realm battlefield from the divine offering land. I can't imagine how many chaotic points Duan Ling Tian must have accumulated by now. Perhaps, he might even rank first in the overall ranking. Overall ranking? Will there be an overall ranking? Previously, when the Supreme Powerhouse made the announcement, he didn't mention anything about an overall ranking. Was there an overall ranking in the past? I have no idea. I only know that the previous advanced chaotic region didn't have an overall ranking. A monster under the age of 1000. I was still playing around with my friends at his age. Are you kidding? You were still playing around when you were 900 years old. Ahem. Our clan's bloodline is quite special. We only start to mature at about 1000 years old. Our mentality is like that of a child before we reach the age of 1000. What a unique bloodline. If that's the case, your bloodline power should be very weak or very strong. It's just ordinary. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, many people were also discussing the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. It did not take long for word to reach the ears of the Supreme Powerhouse who found the Divine Fountain and decided to use it as a reward in the advanced chaotic region. Overall ranking. A handsome white-clad young man leaned against a pillar in a pavilion suspended in an endless void. He held a book in his hand and casually flipped through the pages. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he listened to the report by a middle-aged man who was standing nearby. They're so certain that Duan Ling Tian, the rudimentary supreme god, will rank first if there were an overall ranking? The young man asked as he shifted his gaze from the book to the respectful middle-aged man. He said nonchalantly, initially, I plan to keep a little of the divine fountain for the future when the realm battlefield opens again. However, let's have an overall ranking. The person who ranks third in the overall ranking will receive a reward more abundant than all of those who rank in the top 10 in a single category. The second place will receive a reward more abundant than those who rank in the top 10 in all the categories. Finally, the person who ranks first in the overall ranking will be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and will also receive a supreme powerhouse divinity. The middle-aged man, who was also a supreme powerhouse, was shocked by the rewards for the person who ranked first in the overall ranking. The white-clad young man continued to say flippantly, it's all or nothing. The person who manages to rank first in the overall ranking has to be extraordinary. If he or she manages to become a supreme powerhouse quickly, it'll be beneficial to us as well. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face before he continued to say, everyone thought I only obtained a small divine fountain. They have no idea how large it is. Finally, the white-clad young man looked at the middle-aged man and said, go now. Announce this. I believe the advanced chaotic region is going to become livelier before it closes. A complicated expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he heard these words. He said, my lord, if we do this, Duan Ling Tian will likely be targeted by intermediate and advanced supreme gods as well. To rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking, everyone will target Duan Ling Tian. In fact, the others who have the potential to rank in the top 3 will be targeted as well. Many of them include descendants of supreme powerhouses. However, it's likely that they will survive if they possess a life-saving jade token. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at the white-clad young man, waiting for the white-clad young man's final decision. The white-clad young man smiled faintly and said, so what? You're a supreme powerhouse, and you've cultivated for many years, but you're still unable to figure it out. If Duan Ling Tian can't overcome this obstacle, even if he becomes a supreme powerhouse in the future, he'll only be mediocre. After the white-clad young man finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully, causing the middle-aged man to feel embarrassed. The middle-aged man felt as though the white-clad young man was referring to him when he was talking about mediocre supreme powerhouses. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed as he said, the god-defying world needs powerful supreme powerhouses. The middle-aged man quickly averted his eyes and lowered his head as his face turned pale. Go, the white-clad young man said as he waved his hand. Following that, a vortex appeared, and the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the middle-aged man, who was sent away, wondered to himself, the Lord thinks highly of Duan Ling Tian. It did not take long before another announcement echoed in the realm battlefield in the advanced chaotic region. Let alone the others, even the supreme powerhouses overseeing the realm battlefield were shocked by the announcement. However, when they realized the announcement came from the supreme powerhouse who had found the divine fountain, they calmed down. This change was not mentioned during the meeting between supreme powerhouses, but it did not matter since it was decided by that supreme powerhouse. Everyone on the realm battlefield and advanced chaotic region, and even those in the secret realms, heard the announcement. However, those in the secret realms, challengers and gatekeepers alike, were restrained by an invisible force when the announcement was made. They could not move at all. In fact, everything in the secret realm seemed to have frozen when the announcement was made. There's less than a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Apart from the 9 categories, there'll be an overall ranking. An overall ranking? Is this a joke? There'll be an overall ranking. The rewards for the overall ranking will be superior to the rewards for the other rankings, right? I'm really curious about the rewards. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was in a secret realm with 9 other people from the divine offering land. He, like the others, could not move at all at this moment. He knew that the supreme powerhouses must have stopped all activities in the secret realms through the formations in the advanced chaotic region. Despite being unable to move, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with excitement as he thought to himself, overall ranking. I wonder what the rewards are and how many people will be rewarded. Chapter 4306 Enemies Everywhere. Duan Ling Tian was still wondering about the rewards and the number of people who would be rewarded in the overall ranking when another announcement rang in the air. Only those who rank in the top 3 in the overall ranking will be rewarded. After the voice fell, there was a brief moment of silence before a commotion broke out in the advanced chaotic region and the realm battlefield. Only the top 3 will be rewarded. So little people will be rewarded. The other categories reward 10 people respectively, but only 3 people will be rewarded in the overall ranking. Everyone was puzzled and surprised by this. However, after a moment, a shocking thought appeared in their minds. Could it be that the rewards were extremely precious, so only 3 people would be rewarded for ranking at the top in the overall ranking? What kind of rewards will those who rank in the top 3 receive? The rewards won't be simple. I have a feeling that even the reward for 3rd place will far exceed the reward for those who rank first in the other categories. Duan Lingtian, who heard the announcement, became even more curious about the rewards. He did not have to wait long before the Supreme Powerhouse spoke again, detailing the rewards for those who ranked in the top 3. Let alone everyone else, even Duan Lingtian, who had experienced many storms in his life, was shocked. The reward for the 3rd place is better than the combined rewards of 10 people from a category. The reward for the 2nd place is better than the combined rewards of the 10 people in all categories. The 1st place. Duan Lingtian was thoroughly shocked by the reward for 1st place in the overall ranking. The person who ranked first in the overall ranking was allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and absorb as much liquid from the divine fountain. Not only that, but one would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Lingtian was naturally familiar with the supreme powerhouse divinity and what it represented. After all, he possessed one that was left behind by a supreme powerhouse who comprehended the law of space. Thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity, his speed of comprehension of the law of space was absurdly fast. He would not have been able to reach his current comprehension level if it were not for the supreme powerhouse divinity. Without the supreme powerhouse divinity, let alone the phenomenon of the law of the shone for 1,000,000 miles, he might not have been able to manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. As such, how could Duan Lingtian remain calm when he heard that the person who ranked first in the overall ranking would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity? Supreme powerhouse divinity. If it's a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space, it'll still be useful to me. In fact, it's very useful to me. If I have 2 supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of space, my speed of comprehending the law of space is going to be even faster. However, it's still a treasure even if the supreme powerhouse divinity contains another law. It'll allow me to comprehend another law quickly and give me another powerful doppelganger. Although Duan Lingtian did not show it outwardly, he was extremely excited. After all, he was very familiar with the benefits of owning a supreme powerhouse divinity. At the same time, many people gasped when they heard the rewards for the top 3 ranks in the overall ranking. They knew the supreme powerhouse divinity was a precious treasure and could be considered among the top treasures between heaven and earth that they were aware of. Unsurprisingly, they were shocked when they heard that such a treasure would be used as a reward. Heavens! This reward! I suddenly feel like the rewards for the other categories are quite shabby. Even the reward for the 3rd place in the overall ranking is better than the collective rewards of 10 people in one category. So what? Put aside the top 3 ranks in the overall rank, do you think you'll even be able to rank in the top 3 in your category? The supreme powerhouses were shocked as well when they heard about the rewards. That person, how big is the divine fountain he found? I thought he only found a small divine fountain. How can the rewards be so generous? Send the information back to the outer boundary. If the others at the outer boundary knew about that divine fountain, I'm afraid that they'd kill themselves out of frustration. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyan, the young master of the divine offering land's Yun clan, wore an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the announcement. After all, he knew the rewards had nothing to do with him. Let alone ranking in the top 3 of the overall ranking, he was not even sure he could rank top 10 in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Impossible, impossible, there's no way Duan Lingtian will rank first in the overall ranking. Along the way, Yun Qingyan had naturally heard many people saying that Duan Lingtian had a high chance of ranking first in the overall ranking. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan and Yun Qingyan's father, was also in the advanced chaotic region. Similar to his son, his expression was unsightly as well. I can't allow him to grow any stronger. If he ranks first, he'll definitely catch the eyes of the supreme powerhouses. That'll be detrimental to my plan to kill him. I have to kill him before the advanced chaotic region closes. I have almost 10 years. It doesn't matter if I can't rank in the top 10 for the advanced supreme god's ranking, but I have to find him and kill him. Yun Tingfeng, who had just exited a secret realm, inhaled deeply before he began to inquire about Duan Lingtian. There are so many people trying to kill Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before Yun Tingfeng discovered he was not the only one looking for Duan Lingtian. There was a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods looking for Duan Lingtian as well. After a moment, he understood that it was because Duan Lingtian was an obstacle that prevented the others from ranking first. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to survive this time, Yun Tingfeng thought to himself with a sneer on his face. Subsequently, Yun Tingfeng stopped looking for Duan Lingtian. The collective strength of the intermediate and advanced supreme gods was superior to his. It did not matter if he searched for Duan Lingtian or not at this moment. It was better for him to leave the job to the others while he worked to rank in the top 3 of the advanced supreme god ranking. He did not intend to use the divine fountain on himself but planned to give it to his unworthy son instead. The divine fountain would certainly help to raise his son's cultivation base and strength. At the edge of the advanced chaotic region, a young man was moving cautiously, constantly covering his tracks. He was none other than Feng Qingyong, Duan Lingtian's master. I hope little Tian is safe and sound. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyong was also a thorn in the side of many people. Although he did not receive as much attention as Duan Lingtian did, he also had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 of the overall ranking. They want to stop us, master and disciple, from ranking in the top 3. I, Feng Qingyong, won't let them do as they please. I'll definitely rank in the top 3. Feng Qingyang's sword energy surged for a moment before he suddenly dove into a swamp. After a few moments, a few figures appeared near the swamp. I heard that the advanced Emperor of Gods was here. How is he so fast? After all, we're intermediate supreme gods. You can't measure that advanced Emperor of Gods using common sense. He's stronger than rudimentary supreme gods. After all, there are too many monsters on the realm battlefield this time. There's Duan Lingtian, and there's this advanced Emperor of Gods. Coincidentally, both of them are skilled in the sword Dao. Alright, stop talking. We have to find that advanced Emperor of Gods and kill him. After he dies, we'll have one fewer competitor. Although many of these people knew they had no chance of ranking in the top 3 even if they killed Feng Qingyong, they were still adamant about killing Feng Qingyong. Most of them thought that if they, intermediate supreme gods, were unable to rank in the top 3, they could not allow an advanced Emperor of Gods like Feng Qingyong to rank in the top 3. However, most people only searched for Feng Qingyong when they heard news of his whereabouts. They rarely went out of their way to find him. Such a treatment, where almost everyone was frantically searching in all directions, was only reserved for Duan Lingtian. Similar to Feng Qingyong, Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, and Lang Chunyuan, Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Junior brother is in big trouble this time. I hope he manages to stay hidden. My chances of finding him aren't very high, and it's a good thing. After all, if I can find him, it means that others can find him as well. Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunyuan knew that their junior brother had to deal with this crisis on his own and that they would be unable to help him. Nonetheless, they still could not help but worry about him. After all, enemies from all 4 directions in the advanced chaotic region were searching for their junior brother now. At this time, Duan Lingtian, the party involved, was very leisurely in a secret realm. Under the watchful eyes of 9 people, Duan Lingtian obtained several treasures and chaotic points in the secret realm. Chapter 4307 Duan Lingtian's whereabouts is exposed. Unbeknownst to Duan Lingtian, he had already become the target of the masses. Nonetheless, when he left the secret realm, a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Previously, I was targeted by the descendants of supreme powerhouses who were rudimentary supreme gods, and there were quite a few powerful rudimentary supreme gods as well. However, with the overall ranking, I'll be targeted by everyone who hopes to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking and their family and friends. Although Duan Lingtian gained a lot from the secret realm, he did not rejoice. He was very cautious after leaving the secret realm, knowing that he would be in trouble if he ran into strong powerhouses. As such, as soon as he left the secret realm and arrived in the advanced chaotic region, he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and vanished out of sight. After reappearing, Duan Lingtian surveyed his surroundings and discovered 2 people in the midst of a battle nearby. The duo were rather powerful intermediate supreme gods and had comprehended the law to the extent where its phenomenon could shine for 1,000,000 miles. They stopped fighting in unison as soon as they discovered another person's presence, afraid of being taken advantage of while they fought. At the same time, Duan Tian sensed the duo's divine consciousness shrouding him. His heart sank, and his eyes shone with killing intent. Although the duo was quite strong, it was still possible to kill both of them if he went all out. However, it would take a long time to kill both of them if they were to join forces. At that time, the fight would definitely cause a huge commotion and draw unwanted attention, which would be disadvantageous to him. Did they recognize me? If they do, I have to kill them even if it means drawing unwanted attention. Duan Tian stared at the duo murderously. He remained fearless as their divine consciousness probed him. The two intermediate supreme gods seemed surprised that a rudimentary supreme god was not afraid of them. Meanwhile, based on the duo's reaction, Duan Tian determined that the duo had yet to recognize him. He was not very surprised by this. Although he had killed many people in the chaotic region and had become famous, there were no witnesses most of the time. Even if there were witnesses, none of them dared to record him with the floating mirror image pearl since the fluctuations from the pearl would give them away. As such, apart from those from the profound energy land and those who had seen recordings of him previously, not many people had seen him before. After confirming that the duo did not recognize him and had no intention of making a move against him, Duan Tian quickly teleported away. The two intermediate supreme gods looked in the direction where he had left before they looked at each other in disbelief. That rudimentary supreme gods didn't seem to be afraid of us, one of the intermediate supreme gods said. He briefly wondered if he was hallucinating. The rudimentary supreme god did not even flinch when he saw them. He seems to be a new rudimentary supreme god as well, the other intermediate supreme god said, still in disbelief. Based on Duan Tian's unstable energy, it was clear that Duan Tian had just become a rudimentary supreme god not too long ago. The two intermediate supreme gods were puzzled. Not only was the rudimentary supreme god fearless, but he also seemed murderous even after he witnessed their fight. Even if they were not among the top intermediate supreme gods, they were also considered rather powerful. Moreover, they could also manifest the phenomena of the law that could shine for 1,000,000 miles. Although they could not kill new and weak advanced supreme gods like the top intermediate supreme gods could, they were still able to fight on even ground with new and weak advanced supreme gods. Is it possible that he is? The two intermediate supreme gods exchanged a look as a name appeared in their minds. That purple-clad young man, could it be him? After a moment, the duo exclaimed in unison, Duan Tian. Following that, the two intermediate supreme gods did not continue to fight. Instead, they flew to the nearest base camp and spread the word of the sighting. The duo had no hope of ranking in the overall ranking, but it still did not stop them from spreading the word. One of them had a member in his force who stood a chance of doing so. He knew that he would be rewarded if Duan Tian was killed as a result of him spreading the word about his encounter with Duan Tian. In fact, the member of his force had a life-saving jade token, which showed that he was highly favored by the supreme powerhouse in his force. As such, the supreme powerhouse might even reward him. As for the other intermediate supreme god, he felt the death of a monstrous prodigy like Duan Tian was a good thing for him. The duo drew a lot of attention when they recounted their encounter with Duan Tian in the base camp. Following that, many intermediate and advanced supreme gods left the base camp one after another and made their way to the place where Duan Tian was last seen. At the same time, a person who stood among the crowd looked at the two intermediate supreme gods with killing intent. He was a handsome young man dressed in a scholarly white long robe, and he looked very elegant. He was none other than Yang Yuchen, Duan Tian's third senior brother from the Inner Palace faction. Junior brother was seen nearby. Yang Yuchen did not expect to hear news about Duan Tian. He had only been in the base camp for half a day before he heard about the two intermediate supreme gods' encounter with Duan Tian. He committed the two intermediate supreme gods' faces to his memory before he left the base camp and made his way to the place where Duan Tian was last seen. Needless to say, unlike the other supreme gods who went looking for Duan Tian to kill him, Yang Yuchen hoped to reunite with Duan Tian so he could protect Duan Tian. Duan Tian was unaware that the two intermediate supreme gods had guessed his identity after he left. Nonetheless, he was very cautious and made sure to travel in random directions. He opened another Deca secret realm and continued to wander the advanced chaotic region. At the same time, the intermediate and advanced supreme gods traveled in groups as they searched for Duan Lingtian. No one dared to confront Duan Lingtian alone. Among these people, there were quite a few who only came to watch the show. They moved like a plague of locusts in the advanced chaotic region as they continued to search for Duan Lingtian. Little did Duan Lingtian know, the supreme gods were slowly catching up to him. After a few days. It should be safe now, right? Duan Lingtian had been on the move over the past few days, making sure that no one was following him. When he felt that he was safe enough, he settled down in a valley temporarily. Although he was physically fine, he felt mentally tired. If he was not in peak condition, he was worried he might not be able to escape if he encountered a strong powerhouse. Moreover, who knew if his mental exhaustion would cause him to be defeated by an opponent who was on par with him? All rest for a few days before leaving. After entering the valley, Duan Lingtian dug a cave and cast a few formations for protection before he rested. He sat cross-legged and emptied his mind, but his divine consciousness was still connected to the formations. There are formations here, someone's here. In just a blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared in the valley at lightning speed. Chapter 4308 4 Phenomena of the Law that Shine for a Million Miles. Formations. Be careful, don't use your divine consciousness. It'll trigger the formations. The figures belong to 4 intermediate supreme gods from the same realm of gods, and they were a mix of direct disciples and nominal disciples of an advanced supreme god. The nominal disciples were rather strong, but due to their age, it was unlikely for them to become advanced supreme gods in the future. This was also the reason they were only accepted as nominal disciples by the advanced supreme god. The 4 people's master was not an ordinary advanced supreme god. He was comparable to the top advanced supreme gods from prime supreme rank forces, and he was also the representative of a supreme powerhouse. Not only that, but he also possessed a prime divine artifact that further boosted his strength. For these reasons, the 4 powerful intermediate supreme gods acknowledged him as their master. At this time, the 4 intermediate supreme gods were very cautious. The only middle-aged man among them cast a formation to prevent his voice from being heard before he asked in a low voice, "Senior brothers, do you think Duan Lingtian might be the person hiding here? It's a possibility. We must check thoroughly, otherwise, we would miss out on a great opportunity if it's really Duan Lingtian. If it's Duan Lingtian, we'll have to record the process when we kill him. Even if Master can't rank in the overall ranking with or without Duan Lingtian, we'll become famous in the various realms of gods if we're able to kill Duan Lingtian. Master will also reward us if we kill him." The other 3 people were old men, but they were filled with vigor. Duan Lingtian's strongest law is the law of space. Junior brother Yongchun, to prevent him from teleporting away using the teleportation profundity, you'll be responsible for disrupting the space around him, a dignified old man said to another old man. All right, however, he has comprehended the law to the point where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for a million miles. Even if I'm very discreet, he's going to sense it as soon as I make a move, Yongchun said before he released his divine energy that had been imbued with the law of space. I know, the dignified old man said, as soon as you disrupt the space, we'll break his formations to force him out. Apart from that, if the other party isn't Duan Lingtian, but an advanced supreme god, we should be fine as well. The 4 of us are able to fight an ordinary advanced supreme god if we join forces. Even if the other party is a powerful advanced supreme god, he or she shouldn't take offense once we reveal our identities and explain ourselves. Junior brother Yongchun, the 3 of us will form a barrier after 10 breaths to prevent the other party from escaping. At that time, remember to disrupt the space to prevent him or her from teleporting away. If it's Duan Lingtian, kill him immediately. If it's an ordinary intermediate supreme god, we'll also kill him or her. However, if it's a rudimentary supreme god, we'll spare him or her. We'll lose chaotic points for killing rudimentary supreme gods, after all. If the other party is an advanced supreme god, we'll stop immediately and explain that it's a misunderstanding. Perhaps, he or she might feel even grateful if we say that Duan Lingtian might be around here. Following that, the dignified old man gestured to Yongchun and the other 2 before they approached the formations beneath them in different directions. After 10 breaths, the dignified old man said, "Now." In just a blink of an eye, the old man's body shone with a dazzling golden light before he shot out like a sword. A sword cry rang in the air as the terrifying phenomenon of the law that shone for a million miles appeared. In just a moment, the valley shook violently, looking as though it was going to collapse. The other three made a move as well. The sky was blindingly bright with four phenomena of the laws that shone for 1,000,000 miles. They naturally attracted the attention of the people near the area. Did someone find Duan Ling Tian? In just a moment, many people began to rush toward the phenomena. The valley and the formations were destroyed by the terrifying energies in just an instant. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating, was naturally alarmed by the commotion. He sensed that the protective formations he had cast earlier had been destroyed. Only the defensive formation he had cast using a formation compass remained intact at this moment. Without the defensive formation, he would have been slightly injured. Someone found me. I didn't sense their divine consciousness at all. This is impossible unless they're supreme powerhouses. My formations can even detect advanced supreme gods. What happened exactly? Many questions raced through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. He did not try to sort his thoughts out at this moment. Instead, he tried to teleport away. Alas, he discovered that the space around him had been disrupted. Following that, Duan Ling Tian heard a voice from outside the cave. Senior Brother Lei, the person in the cave just tried to teleport away. He's skilled in the law of space. There's a possibility that he's Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4309 Inches Duan Ling Tian. After Yang Chun said that the person hiding in the cave shrouded with formations was skilled in the law of space, the other three men's eyes lit up immediately. There was a chance that the other party was Duan Ling Tian. Senior Brother Lei, who comprehended the law of metal, charged forward after launching a golden sword ray. There was a trace of the sword Dao in his golden sword ray. At this time, Duan Ling Tian quickly rushed out of the cave after discovering that he could not teleport away. A spatial storm raged and tens of thousands of sword rays appeared as he flew to the sky, away from the crumbling valley. Since Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of earth was not very profound, he did not escape through the earth. Moreover, if one of his opponents comprehended the law of space, his action was no different from seeking death. There are four of them. One of them comprehends the law of space, and the other one who comprehends the law of metal has also comprehended the rudimentary sword Dao. The other two comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth. Fortunately, I didn't escape through the earth by digging a tunnel. Duan Ling Tian knew he had made the right choice when he discovered one of his opponents comprehended the law of earth. Moreover, the other party had comprehended the law of earth to the point where he could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. The four of them are very strong. In fact, they're among the top intermediate supreme gods. I wouldn't have been able to escape from them in the past. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold as he flew toward Yang Chun, who comprehended the law of space. The latter's expression changed upon seeing this, and he hastily flew toward his companions. He did not dare to face Duan Ling Tian alone. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing intermediate supreme gods. The only way to guarantee his safety was to join forces with his companions. You think you can escape? Keep dreaming, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Following that, the energy from the law of space shrouded Yang Chun before the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Along with the law of space, he also cast his mastery Dao. You're connected to the space once you've disrupted it. It won't be easy for you to escape, Duan Ling Tian said with a scoff. The spatial energy quickly restricted Yang Chun's movements. At the same time, he discovered that the restraining profundity he had used to stop Duan Ling Tian from teleporting away had been disrupted by the energy around him. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "How's this possible? He's comprehended the mastery Dao to this extent." Yang Chun was shocked that Duan Ling Tian's mastery Dao was much stronger than rumored. He had never heard of any intermediate supreme gods with such a profound comprehension of the mastery Dao, let alone rudimentary supreme gods. Yang Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian launch a seven-colored sword ray. He panicked and cried out in horror, begging his companions to save him. "No! Help me, help!" The other three men flew over from the distance as fast as they could, but alas, it was too late. The seven-colored sword ray pierced Yang Chun's body before it exploded into tens of thousands of seven-colored sword rays. The trio's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this. The trio did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would boldly face them and even kill their companion. They had expected him to try to escape. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and murderous when he looked at the trio. After a brief moment, he chose to teleport away. Unlike before, he was now capable of dealing with them, but he knew that he would not be able to deal with the trio in a short time. He knew the commotion would draw a lot of people over, and if advanced supreme gods appeared, it would be impossible for him to escape. After his close brush with death previously, he became very cautious and would not take unnecessary risks. At that time, he would not have been able to escape death if Ning Yizan did not show up in time. Duan Ling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity and escaped. He easily crushed his opponent's restrictive formation with his law of space and mastery Dao. It was as though the formation was just a toy. It was not surprising that he easily crushed the intermediate supreme god's formation, since his mastery Dao alone was not inferior to the law that could manifest the phenomenon of law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Get him! The trio's expressions were unsightly as they watched Duan Ling Tian teleport away. They did not expect him to be able to do so. After all, even if Yang Chun had died, it would take away for the disrupted space to return to normal. Although Duan Ling Tian was already quite a distance away, they managed to lock onto his location with their divine consciousness and hastily chased after him. We have to catch up to him quickly. Otherwise, we'll lose him. We can't let him escape. It'll be a waste of this golden opportunity. The trio moved at top speed, unwilling to let go of this opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian. How persistent, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sneer. If I wasn't worried that more people would show up, I would fight the three of you. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky and cried in a voice brimming with unwillingness, Duan Ling Tian. It was the phenomenon that indicated Yang Chun's death. It was rare for a phenomenon to name their murderer. After all, most people did not know the name of their murderer in the advanced chaotic region. However, Yang Chun naturally knew who Duan Ling Tian was. The calm expression on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished when he heard his name. Damn it, he called my name. This was out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Previously, he killed many people who knew who he was, but such a thing did not happen before. The three intermediate supreme gods were shocked and displeased by this unexpected development as well. This meant that more people would come over now that they knew Duan Ling Tian was here. Hurry up, we must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be too late. We can't let other people kill him. We won't gain anything if he's killed by someone else. The three intermediate supreme gods gritted their teeth and continued to chase Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the powerhouses in the vicinity looked at the sky and saw the phenomenon that called out Duan Ling Tian's name. Their eyes brightened as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian, and they did not waste time rushing over. Chapter 4310 Duan Ling Tian sacrifices his doppelganger. Duan Ling Tian finally showed up. It has to be him. Otherwise, why would that phenomenon call out his name? Duan Ling Tian must have killed him. I expected it to be difficult to find him. I didn't expect to find him here. Many intermediate and advanced supreme gods rushed toward the collapsed valley where Duan Ling Tian was previously cultivating. Traces of energy lingered in the air, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place earlier. Over there, an advanced supreme god surveyed his surroundings before he took off in a certain direction. When the others noticed this, they quickly followed suit. They were in high spirits as they moved out like a tornado. Junior brother, Yang Yu Chen was among the supreme gods who came over. He felt that Duan Ling Tian was really unlucky that his location had been found by a group of powerhouses, but at the same time, he also felt that Duan Ling Tian was also rather lucky that he happened to be nearby and could help Duan Ling Tian at the critical moment. There are so many people, and there are a few powerful advanced supreme gods as well. I'm not confident I'll be able to rescue junior brother from so many people. I really wish eldest senior sister is here. Yang Yu Chen could not help but think of his eldest senior sister at this moment. If she were here, she would definitely be able to protect Duan Ling Tian from all the intermediate and advanced supreme gods. Although Duan Ling Tian could not sense the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods chasing him, he knew that many people would be chasing him after the earlier commotion. At the same time, the three intermediate supreme gods were hot on Duan Ling Tian's heels. Although he was teleporting as he moved, they still managed to catch up to him. Their persistence and strength made him feel helpless. I have to sacrifice my doppelganger from the law of earth. Duan Ling Tian used to comprehend the law of earth a lot in the past, and his comprehension of it had further improved after a few fortuitous encounters in the realm of gods. Although his comprehension of the law of earth was nowhere near the level of one of the intermediate supreme gods chasing him, he still decided to use the doppelganger to distract the three intermediate supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian quickly left his doppelganger from the law of earth behind before he teleported away and covered the energy from the teleportation profundity and the mastery Tao. Meanwhile, the three intermediate supreme gods found it strange when they saw that Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving. However, they quickly dismissed the feeling and thought that he had exhausted himself. After all, in their opinion, no matter how monstrously strong Duan Ling Tian was, he was just a new rudimentary supreme god, and it would be impossible for him to outrun them. We've caught up with him. Record the process with the floating image pearl. The trio quickly made their moves. One of them brought a floating image pearl out as the other two made a move first. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of earth suddenly vanished into the earth in front of their eyes. One of the three men said with a sneer, "Trying to escape using the law of earth in my presence. You must be seeking death." Then, the man blasted a hole into the ground. Before the other two men arrived, the man who comprehended the law of earth suddenly cried out with an unsightly expression on his face, "That was Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of earth. He's escaped." The man quickly extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Ling Tian had gotten away. The other two men's expressions were unsightly when they heard their companion's words. Similarly, they also extended their divine consciousness, hoping to find Duan Ling Tian. "Choose a direction, it'll depend on our luck now. There's nothing else we can do if we can't find him," the leader of the trio said with a dark expression on his face. He did not expect that he would be unable to tell the difference between Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger. The trio knew they could not split up to search for Duan Ling Tian. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier when he killed Yang Chun, they knew they were no match for him individually. After searching for half a day, the trio finally gave up. "Damn it, he got away." The expression of the leader of the trio was very unsightly at this moment. "I can't believe this," another man lamented. "We didn't catch him in the end. Yang Chun really died in vain," the man who was skilled in the law of earth said. He was more agitated than the others because Yang Chun was his cousin, and he had watched Yang Chun grow up. Moreover, they had also supported each other in the past, but alas, Yang Chun died in the advanced chaotic region. "We should tell everyone about the place where we lost him. Even if we can't find him, the others might be able to find him and kill him," the expert in the law of earth said solemnly. The others quickly agreed to his suggestion. Even if they would not gain anything from Duan Ling Tian's death, at the very least they could vent their anger. After the trio returned to the spot where they lost Duan Ling Tian, they began to spread the word. "We lost Duan Ling Tian here. Everyone, spread out and search for him. In the beginning, there were 4 of us. He killed one of us. We were fooled by his doppelganger and lost him here. Everyone, Duan Ling Tian is stronger than rumored. Those who are weak shouldn't go looking for him. Otherwise, you might die." The trio was still recounting their encounter when Yang Yuchen and a group of people arrived. Yang Yuchen's eyes glinted coldly as he watched people flying in all directions. Then, he said with a sneer, "Why should we believe you? Perhaps, you've already captured Duan Ling Tian, and you're only trying to get us to leave. Based on your capabilities, it should be easy for you to kill Duan Ling Tian if you join forces. I bet you've captured him and plan to kill him after all of us leave." The 3 intermediate supreme gods' expressions changed upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words. At the same time, the others looked at the trio suspiciously. Yang Yuchen continued to say, "Perhaps, you're worried that if we stay any longer, Duan Ling Tian might break free and we might discover him. Everyone, I think we better search for traces of Duan Ling Tian here. If we can't find him here, it won't be too late for us to search for him elsewhere." The trio's expressions were very gloomy. They did not expect to be doubted and questioned, and their gazes turned hostile when they turned to look at Yang Yuchen. More and more people arrived at this time. Some decided to stay and search the area while others left to search elsewhere. "Senior brother Lei, he's here alone. He's going to leave," one of the trio said when he noticed that Yang Yuchen was alone. He also discovered that Yang Yuchen was just an intermediate supreme god like them. "That brat, I'll stay here and continue to spread the word about our encounter with Duan Ling Tian. The 2 of you follow that white-clad young man and kill him. Since he has a death wish, we'll grant him his wish." Chapter 4311 Junior Brother. After Yang Yuchen left, the old intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth and the middle-aged intermediate supreme god left as well. They did not hide their intentions and left openly. Meanwhile, when Yang Yuchen, who was in front of the duo, noticed the duo's presence and looked back, his expression suddenly changed. Then, he quickly fled. Seeing that Yang Yuchen had increased his speed, the duo, who was chasing him, smiled mockingly as their eyes shone with killing intent. His speed is so slow. How incompetent. It seems like just one of us can easily kill him, the middle-aged man said with a sneer. Let's just work together to kill him as fast as we can. Then, we can return to senior brother Lei and spread the word about Duan Lingtian, the old man said with a cruel smile on his face as he looked at the fleeing white-clad young man in front of him. The duo quickly made a move, one of them flew out and blocked Yang Yuchen's way while the other brought up the rear. Boy, you can't escape. You're so slow, and yet, you think you'll be able to escape from us. Fool, you're just a weakling, but you dare to doubt the three of us. You must be seeking death. The duo looked at Yang Yuchen contemptuously after they stopped Yang Yuchen. In their opinion, there was no doubt that Yang Yuchen was going to die soon. They wanted to teach him a lesson for meddling in their business and savor the expression of despair on his face before he died. You're so incompetent, and yet you dare to meddle in our matters. Remember not to be so foolish in your next life. The middle-aged man, who stood in front of Yang Yuchen, said. Divine energy surged from his body as he prepared to attack Yang Yuchen. Previously, when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was a rudimentary supreme god, the duo did not have such confidence. Although Yang Yuchen was an intermediate supreme god and his cultivation base was higher than that of Duan Lingtian, the duo was very confident about dealing with Yang Yuchen. After all, based on Yang Yuchen's speed, the duo thought that Yang Yuchen was just an ordinary intermediate supreme god. Is he scared silly? Seeing that Yang Yuchen seemed unafraid, the old man was clearly a little dissatisfied. He had expected Yang Yuchen to be terrified, but Yang Yuchen's reaction was completely out of his expectations. While the duo assumed that Yang Yuchen was frozen in fear, they suddenly heard the white-clad Yang Yuchen say with a sigh, "What a pity." Yang Yuchen shook his head and continued to say, "Only two of you chased after me, forget it. I'll kill both of you first before I send your companion to the netherworld to accompany both of you. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for long." Subsequently, Yang Yuchen made a move. In just a moment, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. The duo's expressions changed immediately upon seeing this. At the same time, they finally realized that Yang Yuchen had been hiding his strength and intentionally slowed down his speed earlier. After all, it was impossible for an intermediate supreme god who had comprehended the law to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles to be so slow. You actually hid your strength. HMMPH. So what if you're not weaker than us? There are two of us here. Although the duo was surprised that Yang Yuchen had hidden his strength, they were not afraid. In their opinion, Yang Yuchen was at most on par with them. Since there were two of them, they were certain that they would be able to kill him. Alas, when they fought, the duo finally realized that they had made a grave mistake. Yang Yuchen's cultivation base and the level of his comprehension were the only things they had in common. Unlike them, Yang Yuchen had comprehended the Mastery Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth, to a terrifying level. His Mastery Tao was so powerful that it quickly suppressed the powers of the laws they comprehended, making it difficult for them to use their laws. Yang Yuchen easily defeated the two intermediate supreme gods with just 3 moves. Before the despairing duo could escape, he killed them indifferently. After killing them, he did not linger and quickly returned to the spot where he had just left. Among the 3 intermediate supreme gods, there was only one left now. Even if the other party was the strongest among the trio, Yang Yuchen could still easily kill him with a move. Even among the top intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world, Yang Yuchen was considered rather powerful. With his strength now, he was not even afraid of intermediate supreme gods who had comprehended their laws to the point where they could manifest phenomena that shone for 10,000,000 miles. This was because his Mastery Tao had improved by leaps and bounds recently due to a fortuitous encounter. At this time, 2 huge figures appeared in the sky and let out an unwilling cry each before they crumbled to the ground, at the place where Duan Lingtian was last seen. Many people looked into the distance when they heard the commotion. Senior brother Lei, the leader among the 4 intermediate supreme gods, whose name was Lei Tongshan, was still telling people about his encounter with Duan Lingtian when he heard the commotion. He instinctively looked up and saw the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Initially, Lei Tongshan did not react to the deaths of the 2 intermediate supreme gods. It was not unusual for people to die in the advanced chaotic region, after all. However, his expression changed after a moment when he realized that the commotion was from the direction where his two junior brothers had left. That place? No, impossible. Lei Tongshan quickly denied the possibility that his two junior brothers had died. After all, in his opinion, the target was just an intermediate supreme god. Even if his two junior brothers were weaker than the target, they should not have died so quickly unless there was an advanced supreme god or a top intermediate supreme god who intervened. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath to calm down before he checked his junior brother's soul pearls in his spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw that the two soul pearls had shattered. In just a blink of an eye, the calm expression that had just appeared on his face vanished immediately. I must escape now. Since the other party was capable of killing his two junior brothers, Lei Tongshan knew the other party could easily kill him as well. After all, even if he was stronger than his two junior brothers individually, he was weaker than their collective strength. Given enough time, if his two junior brothers joined forces, they would be able to defeat him. His level of comprehension was the same as his junior brothers, and the only advantage he had over them was his rudimentary form of the sword Dao. Lei Tongshan did not hesitate and quickly fled. In his opinion, the other party would likely return to look for him after killing his two junior brothers. Lei Tongshan's speed was astonishingly fast. In just a moment, he had crossed mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, Yang Yuchen appeared and blocked his path in fewer than 30 breaths. Lei Tongshan's expression was extremely dark at this moment. At this time, he had already confirmed that no one intervened and killed his two junior brothers. It was Yang Yuchen who killed his junior brothers, and Yang Yuchen was a top intermediate supreme god. He can manifest the phenomenon of the law that shines for 1,000,000 miles just like my junior brothers, but he easily killed them. His speed is very fast as well. It's likely that he has other means that's stronger than my rudimentary form of the sword Dao. Although Lei Tongshan did not know the specifics, he could roughly gauge Yang Yuchen's strength. You ran away pretty fast, Yang Yuchen said as he looked at Lei Tongshan indifferently. Sir, Lei Tongshan said solemnly, earlier, I dissuaded my junior brothers from causing trouble and provoking you. Alas, they refused to listen to me, and there was nothing I could do. Sir, they provoked you and could only blame themselves for their deaths. However, sir, I didn't do anything. You won't kill me when I've done nothing wrong, right? In order to survive, Lei Tongshan quickly put away his arrogance. He did not even mention that his master had the support of a supreme powerhouse. He knew it was meaningless to mention such a thing. If he were in Yang Yuchen's shoes, he would kill Yang Yuchen immediately for threatening him with a supreme powerhouse. After all, no matter how powerful supreme powerhouses were, what could they do at such a time? As such, he did not put on a strong front. At this moment, even if Yang Yuchen asked him to kneel and kowtow, he would do it without any hesitation as long as he could survive. After living for so many years, Lei Tongshan knew that pride and dignity were nothing compared to staying alive. Moreover, there was no third party present at this moment and no one was around to witness his embarrassment. As such, he could easily suffer this blow to his pride. Yang Yuchen did not respond to Lei Tongshan's words. Instead, he asked expressionlessly, tell me about your encounter with Duan Lingtian. Seeing that Yang Yuchen did not intend to make a move and asked about Duan Lingtian instead, Lei Tongshan assumed that Yang Yuchen was searching for Duan Lingtian like the others. His expression eased immediately, and he recounted his encounter without missing any details. After all, there was no need to lie about his encounter. If he lied once, he would have to use more lies to cover up the first lie. If he was discovered, he might lose his life. After listening to Lei Tongshan, Yang Yuchen shook his head and sighed softly. Junior brother is really unlucky. Junior brother. When Lei Tongshan heard these two words, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 4312 Huge Rewards. It was beyond Lei Tongshan's expectations that the person in front of him was Duan Lingtian's senior brother. He had heard quite a bit about Duan Lingtian, so he knew that if the person in front of him was Duan Lingtian's senior brother, the person had to be Yang Yuchen or Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land. Based on the clothing and the temperament of the person in front of him and thinking of the rumors he had heard before, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the person in front of him was Yang Yuchen. Suddenly, Lei Tongshan thought of a problem. He, like most people, learned about the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction because of Duan Lingtian. Based on what he had heard, he remembered that Yang Yuchen was only a little stronger than him. He also heard that Yang Yuchen could only manifest a faint phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. He had thought that Yang Yuchen was only stronger than him because of Yang Yuchen's mastery Dao. However, today, Lei Tongshan realized that the rumors he had heard about Yang Yuchen's strength were a description of Yang Yuchen's strength in the past. Currently, Yang Yuchen was very powerful even among top intermediate supreme gods. Even prodigious intermediate supreme gods who could manifest phenomena of the laws that could shine for 10 million miles might not be stronger than Yang Yuchen unless they had also comprehended one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth to a certain level or possessed another powerful means. Lei Tongshan was far weaker than Yang Yuchen now. He knew that Yang Yuchen could kill him within a few moves. After a moment, Lei Tongshang took a deep breath to calm down and stopped his body from trembling. Then, he cupped his fists together at Yang Yuchen, and said, "Sir Yang, although my junior brothers and I planned to kill your junior brother, we failed after all. You've killed my junior brothers, and they deserved it. As for me, I'm willing to give you everything I have as long as you spare my life. What do you think?" Lei Tongshan was even more certain that Yang Yuchen was going to kill him after discovering that Yang Yuchen was Duan Lingtian's senior brother. As such, he no longer dared to speak nonsense and did not conceal his intention to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, Yang Yuchen would not believe him. It was better for him to be honest and see if he could get Yang Yuchen to spare his life in exchange for all his possessions. Lei Tongshan's expression fell when he heard Yang Yuchen's refusal. In just a moment, energy burst forth from his body, and he fled. Alas, although Lei Tongshan was fast, Yang Yuchen was faster. In just a moment, Yang Yuchen easily regained control of the situation. Lei Tongshan was stronger than his junior brothers, but he was too weak in front of Yang Yuchen. In fewer than 3 breaths, he was already on the brink of death. "Yang Yuchen, if you kill me, you'll definitely regret it." "I am." At the critical moment, Lei Tongshan decided to reveal his identity to threaten Yang Yuchen. It was the only thing he could think of at this moment. However, Yang Yuchen did not allow Lei Tongshan to finish his words. He said, "Shut up. Do you think people will find out that I kill you?" Even if the supreme powerhouse overseeing the area was aware that Yang Yuchen killed Lei Tongshan, it was unlikely that the supreme powerhouse would reveal it to the supreme powerhouse whom Lei Tongshan knew unless the supreme powerhouse was familiar with Lei Tongshan's supreme powerhouse, which was very unlikely. Moreover, Yang Yuchen was certain that Lei Tongshan did not have a close connection with the supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, Lei Tongshan would have a life-saving jade token. For this reason, Yang Yuchen decisively killed Lei Tongshan. After killing the 3 intermediate supreme gods, he did not seem happy. Instead, his expression was rather solemn. "I hope junior brother will be more careful. Currently, not only are the rudimentary and intermediate supreme gods searching for him, but the advanced supreme gods are searching for him as well. Many of those advanced supreme gods are rather outstanding as well. Even Yang Yuchen could only kill an ordinary advanced supreme god. Top advanced supreme gods could easily squash him as though he was an ant." Duan Lingtian, who had fled naturally, did not know that the 3 intermediate supreme gods who were chasing after him had been killed by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. He was only focused on escaping the danger. When he was discovered by the 4 intermediate supreme gods, he had killed one of them. Unfortunately, at the moment of the intermediate supreme god's death, the intermediate supreme god had called out his name. As such, he knew it would draw everyone to the area, and it was imperative that he left this area. At the same time, Duan Lingtian wished that he could enter the Deca secret realm that he had opened so he could take refuge in the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, it was highly likely that he would be transported to another area. "It's better not to fly. I should continue to hide as I move." Duan Lingtian crossed mountains and rivers with unrivaled agility, avoiding many people in the sky. He could sense many people's divine consciousness as he moved. More and more people are showing up. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian to notice the increase in the number of people searching for him. After all, everyone was searching the area after hearing the commotion. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had yet to recover from his mental exhaustion, and yet, he had been fleeing for many days. If he were to engage in a fight now, perhaps, he might not even be a match for the 4 intermediate supreme gods he encountered previously. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard an exclamation of surprise. There's someone over there. He's not wearing a purple robe, but based on his sneaky behavior, he might be Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was not wearing his purple robe now. However, he did not change his appearance. With so many powerhouses searching for him, they could easily see through his disguise using their divine consciousness. Unlike before, everyone was searching with their divine consciousness now without caring if they would offend people. At this time, everyone was doing the same thing to search for Duan Ling Tian. As such, everyone used their divine consciousness freely to probe others. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian keenly felt the danger. At this time, he truly understood the saying that the nail that stuck out would get hammered. It seems that I've stood out too much recently. However, if I keep hiding my strength, it'll be impossible for me to gain everything I have today. Duan Ling Tian did not regret his decision. After all, his strength would not have improved so quickly if he kept a low profile all the time. With his current strength, he was confident about killing most intermediate supreme gods, and he was not even afraid of top intermediate supreme gods. Even if he could not kill an intermediate supreme god, he was confident his opponent could not defeat and kill him as well. He was already so powerful even though he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. There's still a long way to go before I can stabilize my cultivation base. I hope that after entering a few secret realms, I'll be able to quickly stabilize my cultivation base. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue staying in the advanced chaotic region. After learning about the overall ranking, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was going to become an eyesore to many people. However, he did not expect the situation would be so grim. Don't they have to accumulate battle merits and chaotic points? Did they not care? Did they only want to kill me for the pleasure of it? Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless when he thought about the number of people who were out to kill him. He wondered if they had nothing better to do. After all, he was certain most of these people did not have hope at all to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking, and most of them likely did not have connections to anyone who could rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that multiple bounties had been placed on him in the advanced chaotic region. If one recorded the process of killing Duan Ling Tian using a floating image peril, one could claim a huge reward for killing Duan Ling Tian. One could claim not just one but all rewards from the multiple bounties that were placed on Duan Ling Tian, and the bounties were increasing by the day. In short, one could claim a lot of rewards after killing Duan Ling Tian. Kill Duan Ling Tian and remember to record the process with a floating image pearl. Then, you can claim the rewards with the floating image pearl. You'll be rewarded with a life-saving jade token from a supreme powerhouse. With it, you can obtain the help of a supreme powerhouse outside of the realm battlefield. Record the process when you kill Duan Ling Tian. After we confirm that the recording from the floating image pearl is not fake, you'll receive 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Kill Duan Ling Tian. All kinds of rewards were offered in the bounties that appeared in the various base camps in the advanced chaotic region. The people who placed the bounties on Duan Ling Tian's head were, without exception, from prime supreme rank forces in the various realms of gods or descendants of sectless supreme powerhouses. Chapter 4313. There's no lack of reckless supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that he was so valuable now. Rewards were being offered up one after another in the base camps in the advanced chaotic region. In the beginning, these people secretly put a bounty on Duan Ling Tian, but as time went by, these people began to do it openly. Heavens, the rewards have increased again. Duan Ling Tian is like a treasure now. He's undoubtedly a treasure. What's more important than killing him now? As long as you're able to kill him and record the process, you'll receive the rewards no matter who you are. Moreover, you'll receive the rewards from everyone who put a bounty on Duan Ling Tian. I heard some people say that these rewards are even better than what you can get from killing others. Alas, I'm not strong enough to kill him. Otherwise, I'll search for him tirelessly like the others as well. It's fine even if you can't kill him. Many people have also offered up rewards if you can provide them with Duan Ling Tian's exact location. Naturally, your information has to be accurate and they have to successfully kill Duan Ling Tian before you can receive the rewards. It's said that the reward is 1/10 of the rewards from the bounties. 1/10, that's a lot. Perhaps, the value of the rewards is even better than the value of the rewards of ranking in the top 3 of a category. I don't know about that. The reward for the ranking is the Divine Fountain. The Divine Fountain is a rare and precious treasure. How can the rewards from the bounties compare to the divine fountain? As the rewards for killing Duan Ling Tian increased, many people in the base camps were busy discussing it. At this moment, it was as though everyone in the world wanted Duan Ling Tian's life. Ning Yizan had been working very hard during this time to rank in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking. He spent most of his time in secret realms, and when he was waiting to enter the secret realms, he would usually go to a base camp to rest. When Ning Yizan went to the base camp this time, he also discovered the many bounties that had been placed. Although Ning Yizan had long suspected that Duan Ling Tian would be targeted after the announcement about the overall ranking, he did not expect so many forces and people would offer up so many generous rewards to kill Duan Ling Tian. Ning Yizan was from a prime supreme rank force and was favored by his clan's supreme powerhouse. For this reason, he had seen many precious things before. Even then, he was still shocked by the rewards for killing Duan Ling Tian. Many of these people are from prime supreme rank forces. Did they obtain the approval of their respective supreme powerhouse before doing this? Wait, they wouldn't have dared to do this if they didn't have the approval of their respective supreme powerhouses. However, aren't the other supreme powerhouses who are committed to the purpose of the realm battlefield and the advanced chaotic region going to do anything about it? Or are they unaware of this? Many supreme powerhouses tacitly agreed to place a bounty on Duan Ling Tian, and it caused other supreme powerhouses to feel dissatisfied. Those who felt dissatisfied were those who genuinely hoped to cultivate more powerhouses in the god-defying world. It was only natural that they were dissatisfied with the others targeting a prodigy like Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is undoubtedly a prodigy. If they target him and he dies, it'll be a huge loss to our god-defying world. That's right, it'll be a loss to us. The purpose of the realm battlefield is to discover and cultivate prodigies. That's how we discovered Duan Ling Tian. It's really not fair that these forces are targeting him after the announcement of the overall ranking was made. Using the divine fountain as a reward, opening the advanced chaotic region, and even the creation of the overall ranking were proposed by that person. Did he acquiesce to this? At the same time, a young man dressed in a robe as white as snow stood with his hands on his back in a pavilion that hung in the endless void. He stared ahead blankly, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared behind the young man and asked, "My lord, are you really not going to intervene?" Upon hearing this question, the young man smiled faintly. Intervene? Intervene in what matter? The bounties placed on Duan Ling Tian can longer be considered a competition among the cultivators in the advanced chaotic region. This matter has become a battle of interests between the major supreme rank forces and Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Most importantly, this wouldn't have happened without those people's approval. The middle-aged man continued to say, "My lord, don't you have high hopes for Duan Ling Tian? There's no need to push him into a fire pit like this, right? He's facing prime supreme rank forces that have supreme powerhouses. His chances of winning are extremely low. Based on what I heard, his location in the advanced chaotic region was discovered not long ago and he almost died." At this time, the white-clad young man calmly interjected, "So what do you want to say? Do you think I should intervene and warn the others? Tell them to withdraw the bounties?" "Yes," the middle-aged man said, "no matter what, Duan Ling Tian is just a rudimentary supreme god, and his cultivation base has yet to stabilize. It's nearly impossible for him to survive now that he has to face those aggressive intermediate and advanced supreme gods from prime supreme rank forces." After a pause, the middle-aged man asked, "Don't tell me you think he'll be able to survive this?" The white-clad young man said with a slight smile on his face, "I don't think about him. What does he have to do with me? Do you think I suggested opening the advanced chaotic region and creating the overall ranking to target him? If he's not confident about surviving, he can always enter a base camp or leave the advanced chaotic region. Once he does that, who will target him? Based on what he had gained so far, even if he leaves now, he'll likely still rank in the top 3 of the rudimentary supreme god ranking. It's just that he won't be able to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking. Under these circumstances, if he overestimates himself and is killed as a result, he can only blame himself for being greedy. If he dies because of this reason, no matter how talented he is and how great his future achievements are, he won't be able to survive in the outer boundary. No matter how talented one is, how is one going to protect the god-defying world if one can't survive in the outer boundary?" The white-clad young man continued to say calmly, "I know you think highly of him, but but you're worrying too much. You've come a long way and have experienced a lot. Can't you understand this matter? Even if you cherish talents, you have to remember that talent is useless if the other party is reckless. Even if the other party is able to become a supreme powerhouse, he or she won't be able to survive long after leaving the God-defying world. In the God-defying world, there's no lack of mediocre supreme powerhouses, and there's also no lack of reckless supreme powerhouses who don't know when to advance and retreat. You should leave now. In the future, don't look for me again because of this matter again. You can consider that I acquiesce to this matter. This matter is not completely out of his control. If he doesn't want to die, all he needs to do is leave the advanced chaotic region, the white-clad young man said, clearly displeased and impatient. I understand, the middle-aged man said. After listening to the white-clad young man's words, he naturally no longer said anything else. He also realized that he had been indeed too concerned about the prodigies and that he had forgotten that Duan Ling Tian could leave whenever he wanted to. If Duan Ling Tian did not leave because he overestimated himself, then Duan Ling Tian could only blame himself if he died. The middle-aged thought to himself, I'll stop caring about this matter. It all depends on him whether he lives or dies. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know that he had attracted the attention of many supreme powerhouses even though he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. He was also unaware that a supreme powerhouse had spoken out for him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had been discovered even though he had been very cautious when he traveled. He sensed 3 intermediate supreme gods tailing him from afar. However, they were clearly afraid of him because they did not make a move at all. They haven't made a move yet, are they waiting for someone? It seems like an advanced supreme god might show up later. After a while, the trio still did not do anything and only followed Duan Ling Tian, causing him to feel puzzled. Among the trio, one was skilled in the law of wind and was capable of manifesting the phenomenon that could shine for 1,000,000 miles. As such, although Duan Ling Tian could teleport, he would still be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. After crossing the huge canyon up ahead, I'll kill the other 2 if they're still following me. Those 2 aren't skilled in the law of wind so they won't be able to escape when I kill them, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. When Duan Ling Tian finally crossed the huge canyon, he discovered that the trio was still following him. Hence, he stopped moving and teleported to the back. When Duan Ling Tian reappeared near the 3 intermediate supreme gods, their expressions changed immediately. The one who was skilled in the law of wind quickly retreated to the side before he called out to his 2 companions, "Be careful." One of the other 2 was skilled in the law of earth. In just a moment, a dark yellow energy surged from his body and formed a defensive barrier around him before he retreated. As for the final person, rippling energy like the water swept out from his body like a tidal wave. The duo chose to attack and retreat decisively. Although they were rather strong intermediate supreme gods, they did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian who was a rudimentary supreme god at all. After all, words of Duan Ling Tian's strength had spread far and wide. Chapter 4314 The Natural Enemy of the Law of Earth. You want to retreat now? It's too late. Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw the 2 intermediate supreme gods retreat. At the same time, the negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian felt like a rat being hunted. He had done nothing, and yet, so many people were out to kill him. He did not even dare to enter base camps, afraid that people were lying in wait outside the base camps. Since he did not enter any base camp, he was still unaware of the reason why so many people were out to kill him. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made a move, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. After he cast his law of space, mastery Dao, and sword Dao, the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Meanwhile, the duo did not intend to fight Duan Ling Tian directly. When the intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of water saw how easily Duan Ling Tian had crushed his attack, his expression changed. He's so strong. The trio finally realized that Duan Ling Tian was even more exaggerated than the rumors. With this strength, he should be on par with those top intermediate supreme gods who are capable of killing ordinary advanced supreme gods, right? At this moment, the duo suddenly cried out in unison, "Fang He, attack!" Fang He was the intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of the wind. It was thanks to him that they were able to keep up with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, the other 2, who comprehended the law of earth and the law of water respectively, would have lost track of Duan Ling Tian long ago. Similar to his companions, Fang He was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian crush the attack, and he was frightened by Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength. He knew that if he went over at this moment, he would definitely die. When Fang He saw Duan Ling Tian rushing toward his two companions, instead of going over, he quickly bellowed in a thunderous voice before he fled, "Duan Ling Tian is here." Fang He's thunderous voice swept through a huge area in just an instant. As Fang He fled, he thought to himself, "This is the last thing I can do for both of you, I hope you don't blame me." After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, Fang He knew that they would be unable to defeat Duan Ling Tian even if he went over. Even if he was skilled in the law of wind, it would be difficult for him to escape Duan Ling Tian at such a close range. After all, the law of space was very powerful. Once he was restrained, no matter how fast he was, it would be useless. Fang He. When Fang He's two companions heard his voice, their expressions changed immediately. Seeing Fang He who was getting further and further away, how could they not guess Fang He's thoughts at this moment? As they dealt with Duan Ling Tian hastily, they cursed Fang He and his entire family inwardly. However, after a short moment, they no longer had the energy to curse Fang He due to the immense pressure from Duan Ling Tian. They felt as though their bones were shaking and falling apart. How can he be so strong? He's just a new rudimentary supreme god. How can his combat power be so terrifying? The duo's souls trembled when they saw Duan Ling Tian's terrifying combat power. Before today, they did not think that it was possible for a rudimentary supreme god to be so strong. No, the intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of water cried out as Duan Ling Tian's attack hit him first. Then, a seven-colored sword ray pierced his body before exploding into thousands of sword rays in the next moment. Just like that, he died along with the rippling energy in the sky. Then, a huge figure rose in the air and cried out before it crumbled to the ground. At the same time, the intermediate who was skilled in the law of earth was strengthening his defenses with a grim expression on his face. After all, the law of earth was known for its defenses. Although Duan Ling Tian was wearing down his defenses, he still held hope of surviving. As long as he could hold on until someone showed up, he had a chance to survive. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would be unable to protect himself and those who arrived would definitely target Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian sneered. "How shameless. Do you think you'll be able to survive when other people arrive? You're quite smart. However, if I want to kill you now, your defenses mean nothing to me." Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold as he opened up his little world. Following that, a branch shot out toward the intermediate supreme god who was defending himself with all his might. The branch looked ordinary, but it was brimming with rich vital energy. It easily pierced and destroyed the intermediate supreme god's defenses. The divine tree of life. The intermediate supreme god was initially optimistic about surviving. However, after his defenses were destroyed, an expression of horror and despair appeared on his face. For those who had yet to comprehend the perfect form of the law of earth, the divine tree of life was their nemesis. The divine tree of life was born from the earth, and it was a treasure of heaven and earth. It could easily ignore the law of earth as long as the law of earth was not in the perfect form. Defensive shields formed by the law of earth could not stop it at all. For this reason, the branch from Duan Ling Tian's divine tree of life easily breached the intermediate supreme god's defenses. He did not even have time to mend his shield. Even if he did, it would be useless. In fact, even before the branch touched his barrier, he could already sense his law of earth failing. No, the intermediate supreme god cried out in despair. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to possess the divine tree of life at all. If he had known this before, perhaps, he would not have dared to follow Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he and his two companions planned to follow Duan Ling Tian until they came across a base camp. At that time, they planned to enter the base camp and spread the news about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. As long as they recorded Duan Ling Tian when they followed him, they would be rewarded if anyone managed to kill Duan Ling Tian using their information. After all, 1/10 of the rewards from the bounty was much more than they dared to dream about in the past. The intermediate supreme god could only watch in despair as the seven-colored sword ray shot through the hole in his defenses, which was caused by the divine tree of life. No matter how courageous he was, he would not have followed Duan Ling Tian if he knew Duan Ling Tian possessed the divine tree of life. As thousands of seven-colored sword rays swept out, a huge figure rose into the air. Before it crumbled, it cried out, "Divine tree of life." Consider yourself unlucky to have met me, Duan Ling Tian muttered as he glanced at the place where the intermediate supreme god died. Then, he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and left. Although Duan Ling Tian did not sense anything at this moment, it was not hard to guess that many people must be flocking over to this place at the moment. If he did not leave, he might die here. Duan Ling Tian had no intention of chasing after the intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of wind. It was impossible for him to catch up to the other party, and even if he could, it would be tantamount to seeking death if he chased after the other party now. The most important thing to him now was to find a safe place. Then, he would wait until he could enter the secret realm. At that time, he would be temporarily safe. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, several people arrived. Divine energy simmered on the surface of their skin as the energies from the laws they comprehended soared into the sky, causing the void to shake. These few people were all powerful advanced supreme gods. Coincidentally, they were nearby when they heard the commotion. Duan Ling Tian was here. Someone shouted that earlier, right? There was a battle here earlier. Did Duan Ling Tian kill 2 intermediate supreme gods? When one of them died, he cried out, "Divine Tree of Life." What does that mean? Isn't that something unique to the supreme powerhouses, little worlds? Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian possesses the Divine Tree of Life? Apart from the faint lingering auras of the law of water and the law of wind, I can sense the lingering auras of the law of space and the sword Dao. I'm certain that Duan Ling Tian was here. So Duan Ling Tian possesses a Divine Tree of Life. This is shocking news. It makes sense now. For those who comprehend the law of earth, no matter how strong they are, as long as they have yet to comprehend its perfect form, they might still be killed by Duan Ling Tian. After saying that, they turned to look at the advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of earth in unison. The advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth wore an awkward expression on his face upon seeing this. After all, he was one step away from comprehending the perfect form of the law of earth. This means that if he encountered Duan Ling Tian, there was a chance that he would die. Finally, he scoffed coldly and left with a grim expression on his face. Despite how unwilling he was, he knew he could take the risk. He had never encountered a divine tree of life before, and he could not help but wonder how ordinary people could possess a divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 4315 Nangong Luyun. Based on the lingering aura from the law of space, he left in that direction. Chase after him. After the advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth left, the remaining few advanced supreme gods also left in another direction. The advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth had also naturally discovered the direction in which Duan Ling Tian left, and he intentionally left in the opposite direction. He did not want to risk running into Duan Ling Tian. After all, although the advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth was quite strong among advanced supreme gods, there were still many who were stronger than him. He knew that it was impossible for him to rank in the top 10 of the advanced supreme god ranking. As such, when the bounties were placed on Duan Ling Tian, his hope of obtaining treasures was ignited. Although he was an elder in a heavyweight supreme rank force, he did not receive many rare treasures. In addition to that, he was injured during his previous heavenly tribulation, so he was desperate for a breakthrough. If he managed to kill Duan Ling Tian and obtain the rewards, he might be able to break through. Who would have expected Duan Ling Tian to possess the divine tree of life? After learning that Duan Ling Tian possessed a divine tree of life, his courage left him. If he persisted and chased after Duan Ling Tian, he might lose his life ahead of time. He sighed, feeling disappointed. It seems like I have no chance at all. In a huge valley, a white figure was being attacked. At this moment, 3 powerful intermediate supreme gods were attacking one intermediate supreme god. Initially, the latter could deal with the trio easily, but as time passed, it seemed like defeat was inevitable. "Yang Yu Chen, you'll definitely die today," a young man with a stern expression said as he glared at Yang Yu Chen. He was clearly the leader among the trio. One of his companions was as strong as he was while the other was slightly weaker. All in all, the trio was among the top intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yu Chen's usually calm expression was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and he looked slightly disheveled. He asked, "Nangong Luyun, we're both from the profound energy land. Why did you lead your men here to kill me?" Yang Yu Chen was confident about dealing with the young man if the young man was alone. Even if he could not defeat the young man, it was not difficult to fight to a draw. However, the young man had brought 2 companions. One was as strong as the young man and the other was just a little weaker. If the trio joined forces, he was no match for them at all. Nangong Luyun, the stern-looking young man, scoffed. Yang Yuchen, are you stupid, or are you acting stupid? Aren't you aware that the agreement between the Nangong clan and the Shui clan had been cancelled? So what? What does it have to do with me? Yang Yuchen frowned as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Does this have something to do with that woman? If so, then I've been wronged. I'm not interested in her at all. It's all her own wishful thinking. Nangong Luyun sneered. What does it have to do with you? Don't tell me you don't know that Shui Ying and I were supposed to get married. Don't tell me that you're unaware that Shui Ying took the initiative to break the marriage agreement because of you. Nangong Luyun's eyes burned with the flames of fury. In his opinion, Yang Yuchen had snatched his wife away. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen felt speechless after hearing Nangong Luyun's words. He was right. This matter had something to do with that woman, Shui Ying. He sighed inwardly. He really was not interested in her at all. To be precise, he was not interested in starting a family at all. Yang Yuchen felt rather helpless as he said, I really don't know about this. Nangong Luyun, after I leave this place, I'll announce to the public that I, Yang Yuchen, won't have anything to do with Shui Ying all my life. What do you think? I guarantee that if I meet her in the future, I won't speak to her. No matter how much she pesters me, I won't talk to her. Yang Yuchen could naturally see that Nangong Luyun was determined to kill him. It was also clear that Nangong Luyun and the other two people had come prepared. It would be difficult for him to escape. If he attempted to escape, he might die faster. I didn't expect that I, Yang Yuchen, would be harmed by a woman to such an extent. It seems like I was right from the very beginning before I began to cultivate. I can't get involved with women at all. Otherwise, I won't be able to achieve great things. Look, eldest senior sister is strong because she doesn't have a husband. It's the same for second senior brother and fourth junior sister. As for junior brother, well, he's an exception. Although Yang Yuchen was in great danger at this moment, many superfluous thoughts still appeared in his mind. Yang Yuchen, no matter what you say, it's useless. You have to die today. Nangong Luyun had no intention of letting Yang Yuchen go at all. He did not take Yang Yuchen's words seriously and assumed that Yang Yuchen was only stalling for time. He said, Yang Yuchen, if it weren't because I planned to hide the fact that I killed you, I would have recorded your words and let Shui Ying listen to them so she can have a good look at what kind of person you are. Yang Yuchen's expression changed imperceptibly. It seemed like Nangong Luyun was determined to kill him no matter what. Yang Yuchen no longer hesitated and quickly cast his Law and Mastery Dao. Unfortunately, Yang Yuchen's opponents were not weak either. Nangong Luyun and his companion who was on par with him used their laws as well, manifesting phenomena that shone for 1,000,000 miles. As for the weakest person among the trio, he had also comprehended the law to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Apart from that, he had also comprehended the devouring Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Although his comprehension of the devouring Tao was profound, it could not compare to Yang Yuchen's comprehension of the mastery Tao at all. If he were to fight Yang Yuchen alone, Yang Yuchen could kill him within 10 moves. As the trio joined forces to attack Yang Yuchen, he slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the fierce battle between the 4 powerful intermediate supreme gods naturally caused a huge commotion and drew attention. Among the people who were attracted by the commotion, there were many advanced supreme gods. It did not take long for them to discover that the 4 intermediate supreme gods were very strong, possibly even stronger than them. They're so strong, I can't believe the 4 of them are only intermediate supreme gods. How terrifying. Although I'm an advanced supreme god, I don't think I'm a match for any of them. At this time, someone flew over to join the group of people. When he looked in the direction of the commotion, he muttered to himself, 4 intermediate supreme gods. They're not weak at all. After a moment, when he had gotten a better look at the white-clad figure in the distance, his eyes widened in shock. Third Junior Brother, Chapter 4316 Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng did not expect to meet Yang Yuchen, his third junior brother, here. He had heard the news that Duan Ling Tian, the monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land, was in this area, so he had rushed over. Unlike the others who came to kill Duan Ling Tian to obtain the rewards, he came to see if he could help Duan Ling Tian. Although he had yet to confirm if Duan Ling Tian was his junior brother from the Inner Palace faction, he did not mind helping Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was also from the Myriad Laws Academy. In the past, not only was he in charge of the Inner Palace faction, but he was also a Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. He and Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, were old friends. As such, it was impossible for him to do nothing when students of the Academy were in danger. It did not matter if they were not from the Inner Palace faction. However, it had to be said that there was still a difference between his treatment of students of the Academy and his treatment of members of the Inner Palace faction. He would not go all out for a student of the Myriad Laws Academy and would at most casually give a helping hand. It was out of Hong Yifeng's expectations that he would meet Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother here. He also did not expect that Yang Yuchen would be in a disadvantageous position. Based on what he had seen so far, he knew it would not take long for Yang Yuchen to be defeated or killed if no one intervened. Third junior brother's strength. Hong Yifeng also did not expect Yang Yuchen to have grown so strong. If it were not for his law of fire, Yang Yuchen would have caught up with him now. He marveled over Yang Yuchen's strength for a moment before his eyes glinted coldly. Following that, he flew past the people in the surroundings toward the fight. Hong Yifeng naturally attracted many people's attention when he joined the fight. It was not difficult to figure out that Hong Yifeng was the acquaintance of one of the two parties who were fighting. Otherwise, no one would risk their life and join the fight at this moment. He's joining the fight. Who is he helping? He's an intermediate supreme god as well. Based on the dark expression on his face, he must be an acquaintance of the white-clad young man. With the addition of another intermediate supreme god, will the tides turn? He's too reckless. That young man and his two helpers are top intermediate supreme gods. Even if he's on par with the white-clad young man, the opposition has one more person on their side. He'll die if he joins the fight now. Hong Yifeng did not only surprise the onlookers, but the three men who were attacking Yang Yuchen and not giving Yang Yuchen a chance to fight back were also surprised. After a moment, Nangong Lu Yun said coldly, "Chu Ming, stop him. It's fine if you can't defeat him. Just try to hold him back as long as you can. Xiao Shang, you and I will work together to kill Yang Yuchen." Naturally, Nangong Lu Yun could tell that Hong Yifeng came to help Yang Yuchen. However, he was not very worried. After all, in his opinion, Hong Yifeng's strength was on par with his at most. Chu Ming was the weakest among the trio. Nonetheless, he was still among the top intermediate supreme gods. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen was also surprised when he heard the words of Nangong Lu Yun and the people in the surroundings. He did not expect someone to step forward and help him at this moment. He did not have time to look at the person who came to help him. After all, he was on the verge of defeat. If he was even a little distracted, he might die. At this time, Chu Ming withdrew from the fight and flew toward Hong Yifeng. He did not bother to conceal his hostility as he asked, "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of meddling in this matter?" Chu Ming did not let his guard down. Since Hong Yifeng dared to interfere at this moment, he knew that Hong Yifeng had to be confident about his own strength. In his opinion, Hong Yifeng was likely as strong as Yang Yuchen and his two companions. In other words, he was rather certain that Hong Yifeng was also a top intermediate supreme god. When Hong Yifeng saw that the weakest person among the trio was sent to intercept him, he smiled mockingly and said, "You're seeking death." Following that, a golden light burst forth from Hong Yifeng's body as he cast the law. A phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles appeared as a figure shot out of Hong Yifeng's body. The figure resembled Hong Yifeng and was dressed in a fiery red robe. After the figure appeared, another phenomenon of the law that shone for 10 million miles appeared. Upon seeing this, the onlookers' eyes widened and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. They were shocked. He comprehended two laws to the point where they could manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10 million miles. This intermediate supreme god is too terrifying. Only top advanced supreme gods are capable of comprehending two laws to the point where they can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10 million miles, right? Meanwhile, the expression of Chu Ming, who had been sent to deal with Hong Yifeng, changed drastically. He naturally did not expect Hong Yifeng to be so terrifyingly powerful. He thought to himself, trying to calm down, it's unlikely that he has mastered any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. If that's the case, I shouldn't have a problem holding him back for a while. Chu Ming subconsciously thought that it was unlikely that Hong Yifeng had mastered any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. If Hong Yifeng had mastered any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth, Hong Yifeng would be much stronger than top intermediate supreme gods like his two companions and Yang Yuchen. However, in the next moment, when the energies from Hong Yifeng's two laws swept over, Chu Ming sensed another mysterious energy. This is the Mastery Tao. Chu Ming had just fought with Yang Yuchen. As such, it was easy for him to sense that the mysterious energy was the Mastery Tao, one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. Although Hong Yifeng's comprehension of the Mastery Tao was not as profound as that of Yang Yuchen, Hong Yifeng was definitely stronger than Yang Yuchen thanks to the two amazingly profound laws that Hong Yifeng comprehended. I'm no match for him at all. It's impossible for me to hold him back. I have to retreat. It did not take long for Chu Ming to realize the gap between him and Hong Yifeng. With Hong Yifeng's strength, he did not doubt that Hong Yifeng could kill him in just an instant. He retreated decisively and called out anxiously, "Lu Yun, Xiaoshang, save me." Yang Yuchen had found the newcomer's voice familiar. However, he had no time to think about the matter since he was still engaged in the fight. Now that Chu Ming called for help, Nangong Lu Yun and his helpers' movements had slowed down, giving him time to look at the newcomer. As soon as he saw the newcomer, an expression of surprise appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Second senior brother." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the expressions of Nangong Lu Yun and the others changed immediately. "Second senior brother." Meanwhile, Hong Yifeng said calmly to Chu Ming, "They won't be able to save you." Subsequently, Hong Yifeng's doppelganger from the law flew out like a ball of flames. Before Nangong Lu Yun and Xiaoshang had time to react, Chu Ming was already engulfed in flames. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as though Chu Ming was being devoured by a huge flaming beast. A shrill scream rang in the air before a huge figure appeared in the air. After the huge figure crumbled to the ground, nothing could be seen except for a divine artifact. Just like that, a top intermediate supreme god died. The onlookers felt chills running up their spines. Even the advanced supreme gods present on the scene, who were rather powerful, looked at Hong Yifeng fearfully. This person is even more terrifying than those three people. Heavens, he's much stronger than top intermediate supreme gods, right? Is there any intermediate supreme god who's stronger than him? While everyone was still in shock, Hong Yifeng and his doppelganger flew over to Yang Yuchen and said, "Third junior brother, we'll chat later. Let's kill these two people first." Hong Yifeng growled before a golden light burst forth from his body again. At the same time, a saber appeared in his doppelganger's hand before his doppelganger brought the saber down. Initially, Yang Yuchen thought that he was going to die today. He did not expect that the second senior brother, whom he had not seen for a long time, would appear at the critical moment and save him. Hong Yifeng, Nangong Lu Yun snapped out of the shock caused by the sudden death of his companion, and his expression changed dramatically. Perhaps, the others were not familiar with the Myriad Laws Academy, but Nangong Lu Yun was definitely familiar with the Myriad Laws Academy. He naturally knew about the Inner Palace faction and the outstanding members of the Inner Palace faction. There was the first member of the Inner Palace faction of this generation who made a name for herself in the outer boundary. Many supreme powerhouses were filled with praise when they spoke about her. Apart from that, there was Hong Yifeng, the second member of the Inner Palace faction of this generation who was second to the first member of the Inner Palace faction. Hong Yifeng was a former Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. He might not be as famous as Yang Yuchen, but his strength was certainly not inferior to that of Yang Yuchen. Although Nangong Lu Yun knew that there was no member that was not strong in the history of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, he was still shocked by Hong Yifeng's strength. He found it hard to believe that an intermediate supreme god could be so strong. Just like the others, he knew how unlikely it was for an intermediate supreme god to comprehend two laws to the extent that they could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. Without the law of the fire and its doppelganger, Hong Yi Feng's strength would only be as strong as him, his companions, and Yang Yuchen. With Hong Yifeng's doppelganger, he did not only lose his advantage, but he had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. Nangong Lu Yun looked at the menacing figures of Hong Yifeng and the injured Yang Yuchen with a dark expression on his face before he decisively called out, "Xiaoshang, let's retreat." Xiaoshang did not hesitate to retreat as soon as he heard Nangong Lu Yun's words. At this time, a disdainful expression appeared on Hong Yifeng's face when he saw that Nangong Lu Yun intended to flee. "You think you can escape?" Subsequently, Hong Yifeng's doppelganger from the Law of Fire shot out again like a ball of flames and quickly blocked the duo's way. Unless you comprehend the law of wind or the law of space, you can forget about escaping from me today. Chapter 4317. The Supreme Powerhouse from the Nangong clan. Hong Yifeng was very confident, and he had every right to be confident. His strongest law was the law of metal, and he had long comprehended the law of metal to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. Some time ago, he had a fortuitous encounter and managed to comprehend the law of his fire, which used to be his second strongest law, to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. An intermediate supreme god who comprehended any law to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles was definitely a top intermediate supreme god, even if he or she did not master any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. If he or she comprehended any of the four Taoes of heaven and earth, even if he or she had just begun to comprehend it, he or she would be the strongest among the top intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yu Chen, Nangong Lu Yun, and his two companions were such an existence. One could only imagine how powerful Hong Yifeng, who had comprehended two laws that could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles in the Mastery Tao, was. You won't be able to escape. Yang Yu Chen's injuries were not serious. As such, he quickly regained his energy after taking a few healing divine pills. He did not waste time and attacked Nangong Lu Yun and his companion along with Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng was very strong, to begin with, and his strength was further boosted by his law of metal. For this reason, he was not at a disadvantage when faced with Nangong Lu Yun, who possessed the bloodline power. Moreover, his doppelganger from the law of fire was also very powerful. Once it returned to his body, his strength would be boosted again to the point where he would be stronger than Nangong Lu Yun even if there were two Nangong Lu Yun. In fact, if Nangong Lu Yun had a twin brother, he still would be stronger than Nangong Lu Yun and his twin brother. One had to know that due to the connection between twins, they were much stronger when they joined forces compared to ordinary people joining forces. It was not surprising that Nangong Lu Yun and his companion were helpless against Hong Yifeng. No matter how they tried to escape from Hong Yifeng, they were still thwarted by Hong Yifeng. Coupled with Yang Yu Chen, they fell further into despair. The duo almost went crazy with anxiousness as they fell further and further into a disadvantageous position. Nangong Lu Yun's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. He did not expect that he would fall into such a state after gaining the upper hand earlier. If Hong Yifeng did not intervene earlier, he was confident he would be able to kill Yang Yu Chen in another dozen or so breaths. Alas, the terrifyingly strong Hong Yifeng appeared at the critical moment. Nangong Lu Yun was a proud prodigy of a prime supreme rank clan and was highly valued by his clan's supreme powerhouse. As such, he knew very well that with Hong Yifeng's current strength, there was no intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world who was stronger than Hong Yifeng. In the past, Hong Yifeng was just a top intermediate supreme god. Now his strength has far surpassed even the strongest top intermediate supreme god. What fortuitous encounter did he run into? While Nangong Lu Yun tried to escape, many thoughts appeared in his mind. Do I have to use the life-saving jade token that the ancestor gave me? If the ancestor shows up and intervenes, he'll violate the rules of the realm battlefield and the advanced chaotic region. At that time, even my chaotic points will be deducted. Nangong Lu Yun felt unwilling and frustrated when he thought about this. He could not accept the loss of his chaotic points. As for his ancestor, he did not care if his ancestor was punished for breaking the rules. In his opinion, it had nothing to do with him. He felt a little guilty at most, but feeling slightly guilty was nothing when faced with death. Perhaps, I'll wait for Ning Xiaoshang to use the life-saving jade token his ancestor gave him. When this thought appeared in Nangong Lu Yun's mind, a sly expression on his face. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was just wishful thinking. Ning Xiaoshang said through voice transmission, Nangong Lu Yun, I only agreed to help you today due to the rewards you promised me. My life is in danger now because of you. Now that things have reached this state, you're still unwilling to use the life-saving jade token that your ancestor gave you. Don't tell me that you're waiting for me to use the life-saving jade token my ancestor gave me. If that's the case, you can keep dreaming. Ning Xiaoshang continued to say through voice transmission, I think that if I surrender now and offer up something in return, they'll spare my life. However, the same can't be said for you. You can only die if you don't use the life-saving jade token that your ancestor gave you. Ning Xiaoshang was furious that he was implicated because of Nangong Lu Yun. Although he and Nangong Luyun were both proud prodigies of a prime supreme rank force, they were not very close and were only acquaintances at best. He had only agreed to help Nangong Luyun kill Yang Yuchen after Nangong Luyun promised to reward him. Conversely, Chu Ming, who was killed by Hong Yifeng, voluntarily helped Nangong Luyun without the promise of rewards. They were cousins, after all. After listening to Ning Xiao Zhang's words, Nangong Luyun knew he had no choice but to use the life-saving jade token that his ancestor gave him. When he saw Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng charging toward him, he no longer hesitated and quickly crushed the life-saving jade token. As soon as the jade token shattered, a terrifying energy swept out before a face appeared in the air and easily blocked Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's attacks. However, after blocking the attacks, the face turned slightly blurry. Nonetheless, one could still see that the face belonged to a middle-aged man. After glancing at Hong Yifeng, the majestic middle-aged man shifted his eyes to Nangong Luyun and said in a stern and cold voice, "You're no match for your opponents even though you have the help of the boy from the Ning clan." Clearly, the middle-aged man knew who Ning Xiaoshang was. Ning Xiaoshang respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this time, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen finally ceased their attacks. After all, the other party was a supreme powerhouse, it was not wise for them to offend him. Even if they were not afraid of the supreme powerhouse here, who knew what would happen in the future? In the future, they would definitely head to the outer boundary. At that time, who knew if the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan would make a move against them? Nonetheless, if the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan wanted to save Nangong Luyun's life, he would have to offer something in return. Otherwise, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen still would not let Nangong Luyun go. Yang Yuchen said to Hong Yifeng through voice transmission, sounding a little helpless, "Second senior brother, when do you think eldest senior sister will become a supreme powerhouse? If she's a supreme powerhouse, we won't have to feel afraid even if a supreme powerhouse shows up." Hong Yifeng replied, "I don't know. It's not so easy to become a supreme powerhouse after all." As the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan reprimanded Nangong Luyun, Hong Yifeng continued to say to Yang Yuchen, "Third junior brother, you have to prepare yourself. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Nangong Luyun today." Hong Yifeng knew that his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, was kind and gentle, but he also knew that his third junior brother was vengeful and not one to easily compromise. Upon hearing Hong Yifeng's words, Yang Yuchen said with a hint of helplessness, "Second senior brother, I'm already past the age of recklessness. After you ran away, I took over the Inner Palace faction and became a Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. I've become more flexible. I'll definitely kill Nangong Luyun if I'm given a chance in the future, but for now, let's just get as much compensation as we can from the Nangong clan's old geezer. This is the advanced chaotic region. If he makes a move here, the consequences are much more serious compared to the realm battlefield." Hong Yifeng felt relieved after hearing Yang Yuchen's reply. He was worried that his third junior brother would insist on killing Nangong Luyun today. At the same time, the onlookers were shocked. This was their first time seeing the projection of a supreme powerhouse from a life-saving jade token, after all. Is he the supreme powerhouse from the profound energy land's Nangong clan? I heard that a terrifying defensive energy will appear once someone crushes a supreme powerhouse's life-saving jade token. I finally witnessed it with my own eyes today. The energy easily neutralized those two's attacks earlier. The defensive energy will only appear at the moment the jade token is crushed. If one wants to survive, it'll still have to depend on whether the supreme powerhouse is willing to make a move or not. If the supreme powerhouse doesn't make a move, one will still die. That's the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan. This means that the young man who crushed the jade token is from the profound energy land's Nangong clan. Everyone looked at the face in the air curiously. Although it was just a projection, the pressure it emitted was very oppressive and suffocating. This was not surprising since supreme powerhouses were the strongest in the world. So he's a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect to be able to see a supreme powerhouse in my life. Even if it's just a projection, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. While the crowd was talking excitedly among themselves, the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan finally stopped reprimanding Nangong Luyun. He turned to look at Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen before he asked, "Are you Wangfu Meng Yuan's junior brothers?" The expression of the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan eased a lot when he looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. In fact, he was even smiling faintly. Wangfu Mengyuan was the eldest senior sister of Hong Yifeng, Yang Yu Chen, Lang Chun Yuan, and Duan Ling Tian. Senior, do you know my eldest senior sister? Hong Yifeng asked with a smile, acting as though nothing had happened earlier. On the contrary, a slight frown could be seen on Yang Yu Chen's face. When the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan suddenly mentioned his eldest senior sister, he could not help but wonder if the supreme powerhouse wanted to threaten them using his eldest senior sister. With this thought in mind, his expression naturally turned frosty. Chapter 4318 Three monsters from the same faction. Wangfu Mengyuan used to be this generation's leader of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. She was the faction's first member, and she was also the strongest person in the faction. It was not surprising that she was still considered the leader of the faction even after her departure. Wangfu Mengyuan was also the one who found Hong Yifeng, Yang Yu Chen, and Lang Chun Yuan, who were monstrous prodigies, and brought them to the Inner Palace faction. Not only that, but she also guided them in their cultivation journey. As such, the trio had a very close relationship with her. The supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan said with a faint smile, her reputation precedes her. In fact, she's more famous than some of our god-defying world's supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary. Most of us are looking forward to the day that she becomes a supreme powerhouse as well. Many of my descendants idolize her as well. Alas, they can't compare to her at all. A hint of disappointment could be heard in the supreme powerhouse's voice when he spoke. After a brief moment, the supreme powerhouse bluntly said, I'll give you fragments of prime divine artifacts in exchange for their lives. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped. They were shocked that the supreme powerhouse was willing to give up 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts in exchange for Nangong Luyun and Ning Xiao Zhang's lives. Before Yang Yu Chen spoke, Hong Yifeng said with a smile, Senior, you're too courteous. Very well, we'll consider this matter over. Following that, Hong Yifeng said to Yang Yu Chen through voice transmission, Third junior brother, let this matter go. 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts are good compensation. Moreover, he took the initiative to compensate us. If we were to ask for compensation, even if he agreed, we'd look greedy. Moreover, he might hold a grudge and make things difficult for eldest senior sister in the outer boundary. Yang Yu Chen said, Third senior brother, there's no need to explain this to me. How could I not understand? However, this old geezer is really cunning. He deliberately offered us 5 instead of 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Clearly, he's hoping to drive a wedge between us. A slight sneer could be seen on Yang Yu Chen's face near the end of his words. Hong Yifeng replied with a smile, That's possible. However, it's also possible that he only has 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts with him now. Since it was just a projection, the number of items a supreme powerhouse could carry with them was limited. After conversing with Yang Yu Chen, Hong Yifeng turned to look at the huge face in the sky and agreed to the suggestion. Very well, the supreme powerhouse said with a nod. Subsequently, 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts appeared out of thin air before a wave of energy brought them over to Hong Yifeng. At the same time, Nangong Luyun and Ning Xiao Shang exchanged a look before they quickly left the place. The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction is full of outstanding prodigies. Not only is Wangfu Meng the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, but Hong Yifeng, based on the strength you displayed, you're also the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. There's also your junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, who's the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. The Inner Palace faction is truly remarkable, the supreme powerhouse said with an emotional sigh before his projection disappeared. The onlookers had never heard of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction until now. Through the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan, they learned that Hong Yifeng and Yang Yu Chen, along with their eldest senior sister who was the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, were members of the Inner Palace faction. However, when the supreme powerhouse said that Hong Yifeng was the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world, they were not very surprised. After all, they had seen how strong he was earlier. Wait, there's also Duan Ling Tian. Heavens, so Duan Ling Tian is also a member of the Inner Palace faction. Duan Ling Tian is the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. I didn't expect that he's also from the Inner Palace faction. What kind of place is the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction? How come the faction has so many monsters? The faction has 3 powerhouses who are the strongest among those with the same cultivation bases. There's no doubt that Hong Yifeng and Duan Ling Tian are the strongest among their respective peers. As for Wangfu Meng Yuan, since the Supreme Powerhouse had said so, she's undoubtedly the strongest advanced Supreme God in the God-defying world. She must be terrifyingly strong. While the crowd discussed among themselves, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Based on Yang Yuchen's reaction, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was truly a member of their inner palace faction. Third junior brother, let's go, Hong Yifeng said. Despite his excitement, he knew this was not the right place to ask questions. He would have to find a remote place to speak to Yang Yuchen. Although there were no bounties on their heads now, since they had exposed their capabilities, it would not be long before the others, who hoped to rank in the overall ranking, targeted them. All right, Yang Yuchen replied. He naturally shared the same thought as Hong Yifeng. When the duo left, a few advanced supreme gods stared at them but did not follow them. They were not confident about defeating Yang Yuchen, who was a top intermediate supreme god, let alone Hong Yifeng, who was acknowledged as the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world with strength comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen flew away at top speed. After making sure no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a mid-sized mountain that was standing among lofty mountains. After landing, Hong Yifeng's eyes burned with curiosity as he looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, "Third junior brother, is Duan Ling Tian really our junior brother? Did you recruit him to our inner palace faction?" Yang Yuchen nodded and said with a smile, "I brought him to our inner palace faction more than 100 years ago. With that, our junior sister has become a senior sister." Hong Yifeng laughed heartily before he said, "Good job, third senior brother. You're more capable than me in this regard. In the past, I wanted to recruit 1 or 2 juniors, but there weren't many suitable candidates. I didn't expect you to successfully recruit such a monstrous prodigy. However, I'm curious as to why he joined our faction. Are the Prime Supreme rank forces blind?" In Hong Yifeng's opinion, a monstrous prodigy like Duan Ling Tian should be highly sought after by Prime Supreme rank forces. For this reason, he did not understand why Duan Ling Tian ended up in the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, "Second senior brother, when junior brother joined the faction, he wasn't even an emperor of gods." Hong Yifeng was stunned by Yang Yuchen's words. When he recovered after a few moments, he asked in shock and disbelief, "Didn't you say he only joined our faction about 100 years ago? You mean he?" Before Hong Yifeng finished speaking, Yang Yuchen nodded and said, "That's right. He only became an emperor of gods and a supreme god after joining our inner palace faction. He's stronger than all of us at his age. Even eldest senior sister's cultivation speed in the past is inferior to his." Yang Yuchen sighed before he recounted Duan Ling Tian's experience after joining the inner palace faction. "Junior brother is truly a monstrous prodigy," Hong Yifeng said, delighted, after listening to Yang Yuchen. However, a worried expression soon appeared on his face before he said, "Third senior brother, based on your description of our junior brother, he doesn't seem like someone who doesn't know when to retreat. He should have left the advanced chaotic region once he found out how dangerous things are, right?" Yang Yuchen did not have the answer to this question. After all, the rewards for the top 3 places in the overall ranking were too lucrative. Based on Duan Ling Tian's obsession with growing stronger, he had a feeling that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Duan Ling Tian would not give up easily even if the situation was extremely dangerous. Chapter 4319 Wangfu Meng Yuan's junior brother. Hong Yifeng's expression changed slightly when he saw the hesitant expression on Yang Yuchen's face. He asked, "What's wrong? Do you think junior brother will persist and stay in the advanced chaotic region despite the danger?" Yang Yuchen sighed and said, "Second junior brother, our junior brother's innate talent isn't the only reason he's able to come this far. He has an extremely strong desire to grow stronger. You have no idea how strong his obsession with getting stronger is. No young prodigy in the god-defying world is as obsessed as he is in this regard." Hong Yifeng fell silent after listening to Yang Yuchen's words. Based on what he knew about the history of the god-defying world, a person like Duan Ling Tian who was not even 1,000 years old was unprecedented. Although he had never met Duan Ling Tian before, he was willing to protect Duan Ling Tian at all costs since they all belonged to the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. The number of members in the Inner Palace faction was small, but they were all very united. With second senior brother by my side, I should be safe in the advanced chaotic region. I hope that we'll be able to help our junior brother as well, Yang Yuchen said. Duan Ling Tian's safety was his top priority now. Although the rewards for the top 3 places in the overall ranking were lucrative, they were nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian's life. Moreover, he had grown close to Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian joined the Inner Palace faction. As for Hong Yifeng, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Inner Palace faction compared to Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunyuan, and Wangfu Meng Yuan. He was also the most responsible member of the Inner Palace faction. If it were not for Wangfu Meng Yuan asking him to hand over the position of the leader of the Inner Palace faction to Yang Yuchen, he would not have done so. After all, he knew Yang Yuchen, who cherished his freedom, would find the position of the leader of the faction troublesome. Apart from that, Hong Yifeng also knew that staying in the Inner Palace faction for so long had caused him to slack off in his cultivation. As such, he handed over the position of leader to Yang Yuchen in the end as their eldest senior sister ordered and wandered the realms of gods to raise his cultivation base. After the realm battlefield and the chaotic regions, he entered and never left since then. That's right, we have to find junior brother before the others. Before we find him, I hope he'll be able to deal with those who find him, Hong Yifeng said solemnly. Now that he confirmed Duan Ling Tian was his junior brother, it became his priority to find and protect Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, Hong Yifeng's expression changed as he recalled something. He said, "Third junior brother, since you and junior brother are on the realm battlefield, does this mean that you handed the Inner Palace faction to fourth junior sister?" Hong Yifeng could not help but wonder if Lang Chunyuan was reliable. Yang Yuchen nodded. Second senior brother, due to junior brother's presence, fourth senior sister is very diligent in carrying out her duties as a senior sister. She has also become a rudimentary supreme god. Don't worry, the Inner Palace faction is in good hands. Despite his words, Yang Yuchen was not sure if Lang Chunyuan was able to cope with the responsibilities of being the leader of the Inner Palace faction. However, he was certain that she would not allow the independent realm where the Inner Palace faction to collapse and vanish. After all, the Inner Palace faction was her only home. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that his 2 senior brothers had given up on competing for the first 3 places in the overall ranking to search for him. After wandering for a period of time, Duan Ling Tian finally entered the long-awaited Decca secret realm. I can finally enter the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed in relief. He could finally get away from those people who were looking for him. If he was lucky, he might be transported out to an area with no intermediate and advanced supreme gods after he passed the tests in the secret realm. At the same time, the news about Hong Yifeng possessing strength comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods spread quickly in the advanced chaotic region. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duan Ling Tian's second senior brother. I heard that Duan Ling Tian's third senior brother nearly died. Fortunately, their second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, showed up in time and saved him. In the end, their opponent had to summon his clan's supreme powerhouse before he could escape. Their opponents were Nangong Luyun and Ning Xiao Shang from the Nangong clan and the Ning clan respectively in the Profound Energy Land. They're both famous prodigies in the various realms of gods. In fact, they're more famous than Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. According to the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan, Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister from the Inner Palace faction is the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world. His second senior brother, Hong Fengyi, is the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Not only that, but Duan Ling Tian himself is the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. I've heard of the Myriad Laws Academy, but I've never heard of the Inner Palace faction. The Myriad Laws Academy is really heaven-defying. I didn't expect a heavyweight supreme rank force to have 3 monsters. The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction and its members became a hot topic for many in the various base camps. Everyone spoke about Wangfu Meng Yuan, Hong Yifeng, and Yang Yuchen, but no one spoke about Lang Chunyuan. When Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger heard the discussion in the base camp, she wanted to remind everyone that Duan Ling Tian also had a 4th senior sister. However, in the end, she decided against it. She knew if her identity was exposed, she would be targeted. If her doppelganger was destroyed, she would no longer be able to rank in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Lang Chunyuan scoffed inwardly as she thought to herself, I'll rank in one of the top 3 places in the overall ranking. At that time, everyone will know that I, Lang Chunyuan, am also from the Inner Palace faction. With this thought in mind, Lang Chunyuan quickly left the base camp to accumulate more chaotic points. She was eccentric by nature and treated the Inner Palace faction as her home. As such, she was not jealous of her senior sister, senior brothers, and junior brother. However, she felt that she was falling behind after hearing everyone's words. I don't mind if I can't compare to eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. However, I can't fall too far behind junior brother, I have to grow stronger. Lang Chunyuan thought to herself, feeling frustrated. At the same time, in another base camp, Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, was high and mighty in the Yun clan. However, after entering the advanced chaotic region, he felt inferior. Although he was a top advanced supreme god, there were many top advanced supreme gods as well in the advanced chaotic region. Moreover, he did not expose his identity since there were too many top advanced supreme gods, and for this reason, people treated him like they would an ordinary person. At this time, Yun Tingfeng had come to the base camp after leaving a multi-person secret realm. Naturally, he heard the conversations about Duan Lingtian and Hong Yifeng, an intermediate supreme god whose strength is comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods. Also, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister is Wangfu Meng Yuan. Yun Tingfeng had never heard of Hong Yifeng before, but he had heard about Wangfu Meng Yuan. He knew she was the monstrous female powerhouse who had risen quickly in strength and made her mark in the outer boundary at a very young age. Even the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan thought highly of her and was optimistic that she would become the god-defying world's next supreme powerhouse. Once she became a supreme powerhouse, based on her progress, she would be comparable to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. As the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng also knew about the Inner Palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy. Damn it, so Duan Lingtian is really Wangfu Meng Yuan's junior brother. Chapter 4320. The Advanced Chaotic Region is closing soon. Although Yun Tingfeng knew about the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that the faction had produced many prodigies and was not sure if it had produced any supreme powerhouses. However, there was no doubt that Wangfu Meng Yuan was the most promising among this generation of prodigies and had the highest chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse soon. For this reason, he could not help but feel frustrated when he found out that Duan Lingtian was Wangfu Meng Yuan's junior brother. I hope Duan Lingtian dies in the advanced chaotic region. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to kill him and hide the fact afterward. If Wangfu Meng Yuan finds out that the Yun clan killed Duan Lingtian, she won't let the matter go. She won't be able to do much harm to the Yun clan since the clan has the protection of the ancestor. However, if she holds Yunur responsible and demands his life, I'm afraid the old ancestor will give in to her demand. Yun Tingfeng naturally would not let any harm come to his son. Hence, he was even more determined to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even if the Yun clan was unharmed, his son definitely would not be able to survive. The only way he could protect his son was to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, he still would not give up on killing Duan Lingtian, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian was just the junior brother of Wangfu Meng Yuan, who was still an advanced supreme god now. Nothing was more important than his son's life. In a Deca's secret realm, a group of people from the divine offering land was facing off with a group of people from another realm of gods. However, after Duan Lingtian appeared and made a move, someone quickly guessed his identity. In the end, all of them could only surrender to Duan Lingtian. It's really Duan Lingtian. With his presence, there's nothing we can do. Everyone, just sit back and enjoy the show. Damn it, I can't believe it's Duan Lingtian. Oh, well, at least, my battle merits aren't completely wasted. After all, I can witness him in action. I heard that all kinds of rewards are being offered in the advanced chaotic region to those who manage to capture Duan Lingtian. Under these circumstances, it's incredible that he managed to survive for this long and continued to accumulate chaotic points in secret realms. An outstanding prodigy like him isn't foolish after all. Based on his current achievements, in just a few thousand years, it's possible that he'll become a top advanced supreme god. Perhaps, he'll even become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years. I hope he successfully becomes a supreme powerhouse. At that time, I can brag that I met him in the advanced chaotic region's secret realm before he became a supreme powerhouse. Brag about meeting him. Why don't you tell everyone that he robbed you of your chance of accumulating chaotic points? The 9 people were very leisurely as they chatted among themselves and watched Duan Lingtian pass the tests in the secret realm. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian successfully passed the tests and claimed all the rewards in the secret realm. There are so many bounties placed on my head, if I don't rank first in the overall ranking, I'll be letting everyone down. Duan Lingtian knew that he would be in danger again after leaving the secret realm, but he was not afraid. All he wanted now was to accumulate chaotic points to rank first in the overall ranking. The lucrative reward for the first place in the overall ranking is more than enough to help me break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god and stabilize my cultivation base. There's also the supreme powerhouse divinity. The person who ranked first in the overall ranking would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and absorb its vital energy without limits. Apart from that, one would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity. It was due to the lucrative rewards that Duan Lingtian became everyone's target. I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of making an enemy out of everyone. After leaving the Deca secret realm, Duan Lingtian opened another Deca secret realm. While he waited to enter the secret realm, he entered closed-door cultivation. Since Deca's secret realms were the most efficient way for him to earn chaotic points, he repeated this cycle over and over again. This time, Duan Lingtian was fortunate that no one found him while he waited to enter the Deca secret realm. However, the next time, he ran into a few intermediate supreme gods. Fortunately, he managed to kill them before he fled. There was also one time when he ran into 2 advanced supreme gods and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the portal to the Deca secret realm appeared at the critical moment, and he managed to survive. This was also the most dangerous experience he had since he entered the advanced chaotic region. As time passed, the advanced chaotic region was also closing soon. Those who hunted Duan Lingtian were not successful after searching for so long, and there were a few who gave up and focused on earning chaotic points to rank higher in their respective rankings in the overall ranking. As for Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian's second and third senior brothers respectively, they were still searching for Duan Lingtian. They did not open any secret realms even though they managed to accumulate a lot of battle merits. On the contrary, Lang Chunyuan, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, continued to open secret realms and gained a lot. Apart from that, Feng Qingyong, Duan Lingtian's master, remained invincible among advanced emperors of gods. He had also accumulated a shocking number of chaotic points in Deca's secret realms. In an area in the advanced chaotic region, a green-clad young man who looked aloof sighed softly as he muttered under his breath, Duan Lingtian is still a step ahead. Although I didn't master everything that the old ancestor left behind, I was able to become an advanced emperor of gods. I didn't accumulate many chaotic points, but they should be enough for me to rank second or third in the advanced emperor of gods ranking. It's impossible for me to rank first since there's that advanced emperor of gods who's as monstrous as Duan Lingtian. After returning to the ruins of the Ling clan's estate, Ling Zhuyun had inherited the legacy of the Ling clan's supreme powerhouse and became an advanced emperor of gods. After that, he entered the realm battlefield. However, when he entered the realm battlefield, the chaotic region had been open for some time and the advanced chaotic region was about to appear. For this reason, he was behind many people. In any case, I hope he's okay. Ling Zhuyun felt chills running up his spine when he thought about how his old friend, Duan Lingtian, had become public enemy number 1. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he did not think he would be able to survive at all. He's much stronger than I am, so he should be fine. Ling Zhuyun sincerely hoped that Duan Lingtian was safe. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was one of the only few friends he had, but also because Wanzhor was now Duan Lingtian's sword soul. In the realm battlefield of the colossal heaven land and another realm of gods, 3 slender figures huddled together and discussed among themselves in a base camp. 2 of them were extremely beautiful and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, the trio wore shocked expressions on their faces. The most beautiful woman among the trio was usually very elegant. However, at this moment, she seemed to have lost her composure as she asked, Sister Jingru, Xiaolan, do you think that the Duan Lingtian who caused a huge commotion in the chaotic region is him? The woman, who looked mediocre compared to the other 2, shook her head and said, it can't be, although I hope he is young master, I think it's unlikely. Xiaolan, the third woman, shook her head and said with a pout, Sister Jingru, I think it's not impossible, didn't you hear? Duan Lingtian is a prodigy from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy, and he entered the realm battlefield through the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, he's from the lower realm. There's no doubt about this since he has doppelgangers. I heard that he's always dressed in a purple robe as well. Everything matches. How can there be so many coincidences at the same time? The most beautiful one among the trio nodded in agreement. That's right, there are too many coincidences. The woman known as Jingru sighed and said, "It'll be great if he's really young master, however, I also wish he's not young master at the same time. After all, it's said that he's being targeted by everyone in the advanced chaotic region. Who knows if he'll be able to survive under these circumstances?" Upon hearing these words, the other two women's expressions changed immediately. They had forgotten that Duan Ling Tian was in great danger at this moment. Chapter 4321 The Monstrous Advanced Emperor of Gods. Duan Ling Tian's family and friends who were aware of his situation were naturally worried about his safety. They thought that he was in a deadly situation. Fortunately, despite experiencing several dangerous situations, he only had a close brush with death once. There are a few months left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Based on the chaotic points I accumulated, I should be able to rank at the top of the overall ranking. Due to the battle merits Duan Ling Tian accumulated earlier, he was able to open many multi-person secret realms in the advanced secret realms. With his strength, he was able to dominate all the secret realms he entered. Although many people imitated his method, they were unable to fully dominate the secret realms. No matter how powerful they were, they would encounter people on par with them in the secret realms. Needless to say, he did not have such a problem. Even if the 9 rudimentary supreme gods in a secret realm joined forces to deal with him, he was confident about taking them on. After all, when the advanced chaotic region appeared, his strength was already comparable to a top intermediate supreme god. I should sort out my gains in the coming few months and continue to stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Among rudimentary, intermediate, and advanced supreme gods, the cultivation base of a rudimentary supreme gods was the easiest to stabilize. However, Duan Ling Tian had yet to stabilize it. Previously, the rewards he gained in the secret realms were useful in helping him to stabilize his cultivation base, but they were not enough. As such, he had to slowly accumulate his reward and stabilize his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel envious when he thought about his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan. He recalled that Lang Chunyuan stabilized her cultivation base shortly after becoming a rudimentary supreme god due to her innate ability. In his opinion, she must possess the bloodline of someone extraordinary, or she was reincarnated like Ka to possess such an ability. After regaining the memories from her past life, Ka didn't encounter any bottleneck in her cultivation at all. I wonder if it's still the same now. Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly with a sigh. I wonder if Ka is in the advanced chaotic region. If she's aware of the situation I am in, she must be worried to death. It's better if she's not in the advanced chaotic region. I hope that she's left the realm battlefield and returned to the Sha clan in the divine offering land. With this, at least she'll be safe, and I'll be able to find her later. As usual, Duan Ling Tian opened a Deca secret realm before he found a secluded place to sort out his gains. He knew it would take at least a few months before he could enter the secret realm, so he no longer thought about it. When he went through his gains in the secret realms, once again, he marveled at how abundant they were. Although many of them were useless to him, they were very precious and useful to those below the realm of a supreme god. There was no doubt that his family and friends would benefit from them. The medicinal ingredients are the only things that are useful to me. I can refine divine pills here at ease. On the realm, battlefield and the chaotic region, various phenomena, which did not occur in the outside world, were common. As such, it was easy for others to mistake the pill tribulation for one of the phenomena. Only the heavenly tribulation was so distinctive that others could not mistake it for another phenomenon. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could refine limit divine pills here without any worries. The efficacy of divine pills that don't attract pill tribulations is lacking compared to the limit divine pills. I'll refine divine pills that will help me stabilize my cultivation base for now, and I'll refine the others after leaving the realm battlefield. Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted time and began to refine divine pills so he could consume them. During this time, quite a few passed by, but no one expected that Duan Ling Tian was refining divine pills nearby. It was very common for powerhouses to find secluded places to rest and cultivate on the realm battlefield, and it was even more common when the advanced chaotic region was coming to a close. No one would recklessly make a move, afraid that they would accidentally provoke someone stronger than them. Most importantly, now that the advanced chaotic region was closing, many people had stopped searching for Duan-Ling-Tian. After all, it seemed like he had vanished into thin air. Many people thought that he had been killed and that the killer had yet to collect the bounty. Even if he was alive, they knew it was near impossible to find him when there were only a few months left. In a base camp, a blue-clad young man carrying a simple long sword attracted many people's attention. "It's him. It's that monstrous advanced emperor of gods. Did you meet him before? I met in a Decca's secret realm previously. The 9 of us were no match for him even after we joined forces. With just a strike of his sword, he destroyed our attacks. If he didn't withdraw his attack at the critical moment, we would have died at that time. He must be invincible among advanced emperors of gods. Just like Duan-Ling-Tian, he comes from one of the lower realms as well. Someone saw him use his doppelgangers from the law of destruction and the law of time to kill a powerful opponent." Meanwhile, the handsome blue-clad young man's expression did not change even when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and asked the blue-clad young man, "Brother, you're from the lower realm, right? Have you joined a force in the realm of gods yet?" "I'm from a prime supreme rank force in the Scaling River land. If you're willing, I'd like to invite you to join my clan. With your innate talent and strength, our clan's supreme powerhouse will definitely take a liking to you. With his guidance and your innate talent, it's possible for you to become the second supreme powerhouse in our clan." The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. After he finished speaking, he released his divine energy to show that he was an advanced supreme god. Before the blue-clad young man could respond, an old man stepped forward and said with a scoff, "What's the point in joining a clan? Sir, I'm a member of a prime supreme rank force in the profound energy land. With your innate talent, our sect leader will definitely speak to our supreme powerhouse on your behalf. It's possible that our supreme powerhouse will accept you as his direct disciples." Following that, many advanced supreme gods from various realms of gods stepped forward and tried to recruit the blue-clad young man. After all, he was very strong and talented. However, to their chagrin, the blue-clad young man calmly said, "Thank you for your invitations, but I don't plan to join any force at the moment." Naturally, the others did not show their displeasure. After all, the blue-clad young man might not be a match for them now, but once he became a supreme god, he might be comparable to Duan-Ling-Tian. Rumors had it that Duan-Ling-Tian was now comparable to a top intermediate supreme god even though he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Someone like that would definitely become a top advanced supreme god in the future. One had to know that a top advanced supreme god was so formidable that even hundreds of thousands of ordinary advanced supreme gods were no match for him or her. After a while, the crowd watched as the blue-clad young man walked to the bounty collection area in the base camp. There were many tasks posted there along with the rewards for the completion of the tasks. The tasks ranged from searching for someone to killing someone. Needless to say, many of the tasks involved killing Duan-Ling-Tian. He's going to the bounty area. Is he choosing a task or is he collecting his reward? He's looking at all the tasks that are related to Duan-Ling-Tian. Does he plan to kill Duan-Ling-Tian? It did not take long before people noticed that the blue-clad young man was looking at the bounties placed on Duan-Ling-Tian's head. He would stop in front of every task related to Duan-Ling-Tian and look at them carefully. Chapter 4322 Bathwater. The Lu clan from the Zen Boundary Land. The Qi clan from the Divine River Land. The Ice Jade Divine Sect from the Surging Land. Feng Qingyang paused in front of each task related to Duan-Ling-Tian, his disciple, and silently committed the names of the prime supreme rank forces from various realms of gods, who wanted Duan-Ling-Tian's life, to his memory. Feng Qingyang knew that with his strength now, there was nothing he could do to these prime supreme rank forces. However, the future was long, and time would change everything. In the future, perhaps, he would be strong enough to destroy these forces. Feng Qingyang muttered under his breath, "I'll definitely rank first in the Advanced Emperors of Gods ranking. As for the overall ranking, if there's no accident, Little Tian will likely rank first." Feng Qingyang did not leave the base camp immediately. Instead, he found a quiet corner before he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Before doing so, he did not forget to set up a formation around himself. The base camps were vast since they had to accommodate many people. As long as one was willing, one could completely occupy an area by spending some divine crystals. For example, Feng Qingyang had spent some divine crystals to occupy an area to make sure he remained undisturbed while he rested and cultivated. The formation Feng Qingyang set up blocked others from looking in. They were burning with curiosity, but they could only look at the formation helplessly. Needless to say, no one disturbed him. After all, it was not like they could attack him. Not only that, but they would also risk offending him. It might not matter now, but when he grew stronger in the future, it would definitely be troublesome if he decided to seek revenge from those who offended him. Unless absolutely necessary, no one was foolish enough to offend a monstrous prodigy like him. In another base camp, a young woman was also looking at the various bounties placed on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she muttered under her breath, "I won't forget these people and forces. When eldest senior sister returns, I'll tell her about this so she can avenge junior brother. If she takes too long to return, I'll grow stronger and avenge junior brother." The young woman's eyes shone with killing intent. Nearing the end of her words, many people in the surroundings misunderstood the young woman's killing intent and assumed it was directed at Duan Lingtian. After all, she was looking at the tasks related to Duan Lingtian. Finally, someone stepped forward and said, "Girl, Duan Lingtian isn't that easy to kill. Based on what I know, no one has succeeded until now." Another person chimed in, "That's right. Quite a few advanced supreme gods tried searching for him to kill him, but they all failed." Lang Chunyuan was originally seething with anger as she thought about how she would avenge Duan Lingtian. Strangely, when she heard the conversations in the surroundings, she suddenly calmed down. In yet another base camp, a young man stood at the edge of the base camp and looked outside. At the same time, he murmured, "Duan Lingtian, you should still be alive, right? I hope you're alive, otherwise, what's the point of me saving your life back then? Previously, your senior brother saved my life. As such, there's no longer any debt between us. I hope that when we meet again, we'll be able to determine the winner between us." The young man was Ning Yizan, the proud prodigy of the Ning clan in the Xianxia land. When Ning Yizan first met Duan Lingtian nearly killed him. He would have died if the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse did not intervene. During their second meeting, Ning Yizan saved Duan Lingtian's life by using his identity as the proud prodigy of the Ning clan who was favored by the clan's supreme powerhouse. Later on, Ning Yizan ran into Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. At that time, Yang Yuchen could have killed him, but Yang Yuchen spared him to clear the debts between him and Duan Lingtian. At this time, Ning Yizan's eyes suddenly shone with confidence as he muttered to himself, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to rank in the top 3 of the intermediate supreme god ranking." His confidence did not come from his strength alone. He was aware that many intermediate supreme gods were busy looking for Duan Lingtian and did not focus much on accumulating chaotic points. As such, the difficulty of ranking in the top 3 had decreased a lot, which was favorable to him. In a desert outside of a base camp, 2 young men were flying toward the base camp at this moment. "Second senior brother, this time, both of us won't be able to rank in the intermediate supreme god ranking. We'll have to give junior brother a beating when we see him," Yang Yuchen said with a smile. Others might not be certain about Duan Lingtian's life and death, but Yang Yuchen was different. After all, he possessed Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. He had obtained it before they parted ways, so the energy in the soul pearl had yet to dissipate. For this reason, he knew that Duan Lingtian was alive. "It's only natural that we have to give him a beating," Hong Yifeng said with a smile. "Although we weren't able to help him in the end, it's a fact that we weren't able to accumulate chaotic points because of him." After a pause, he continued to say, "He'll definitely rank first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, and if there's no accident, he'll likely rank first in the overall ranking as well. I don't dare to say that he'll definitely rank first since there might be another peerless monstrous prodigy here. However, he'll definitely rank in the top 3, Yang Yuchen said as he shook his head. Hong Yifeng smiled. "I'm actually quite hopeful. Based on the Supreme Powerhouse's announcement, if junior brother ranks first, he'll be able to bathe in the divine fountain. At that time, perhaps, junior brother might be able to steal a drop or 2 from the divine fountain for us. It's impossible for a supreme powerhouse to watch junior brother while he bathes in the divine fountain, right?" After Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he looked very pleased with himself. It was as though he was pleased that he had thought about such a thing. However, the smile on Yang Yuchen's face turned a little strange upon hearing Hong Yifeng's words. He said, "Second senior brother, are you planning to drink junior brother's bath water?" He can collect it before he bathes in the divine fountain, right? Yang Yuchen was rendered speechless by Hong Yifeng's words. Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen and continued to say, all I'm saying is that I don't think there's a rule prohibiting one from collecting a few drops from the divine fountain. As such, if possible, junior brother should take a few drops first before he bathes. What if it's not possible? Since you disdain junior brother's bath water, when he brings it back, I'll gladly take your share, Hong Yifeng said with bright eyes. Yang Yuchen was stunned. When he recovered his senses, he hastily said, I didn't say I disdain his bath water. He's my junior brother. Why would I disdain his bath water? Second senior brother, you must have misheard me. I don't disdain his bath water. Don't talk nonsense in front of junior brother when we meet him later. Chapter 4323 The advanced chaotic region is close, and the ranking are revealed. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that his second and third senior brother were looking forward to the liquid from the divine fountain even if he had already bathed in it. At this time, he was focused on stabilizing his cultivation base. He was only a step away from completely stabilizing it, but something seemed to be holding him back. He was so focused that he forgot that the advanced chaotic region was about to close. It was only when a wave of energy breached his formation that he returned to his senses. Is this a sign that the advanced chaotic region is closing? Indeed, the advanced chaotic region was closing. Duan Ling Tian felt the energy pulling at him, and when he tried to use his divine energy to resist, he discovered that his divine energy was easily subdued by the powerful energy. The energy was rather similar to the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. A Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy could be used on the realm battlefield, but it was prohibited in the chaotic region and advanced chaotic region. If one were to bring a drop of Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy out in the chaotic region, a powerful energy would appear to suppress one's divine energy and also freeze the drop of divine energy, rendering it useless. This powerful energy would only disappear after one put away the drop of divine energy. Duan Ling Tian heard in one of the base camps that a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy was banned in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region to level the playing field as much as possible. After all, it would be unfair to ordinary people who did not possess a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy. Those who did not come from prominent forces were naturally at a disadvantage in this regard. They did not even have the protection of a Supreme Powerhouse, so how could they possess a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy? Duan Ling Tian was lucky enough to obtain a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy, but he only possessed a limited amount. He could only use them a few times before his supply ran out, unlike others who possessed a lot. Moreover, it would be deadly if his opponents who nearly killed him previously could use a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy in the advanced chaotic version at that time. In conclusion, the rule prohibiting the use of a Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy was beneficial to him. It's time to leave the advanced chaotic region. I'll be able to see my ranking soon. I don't know how the others fared, but based on my chaotic points, I should rank at the top of the overall ranking. As for the ranking for the rudimentary supreme gods, there's no suspense at all, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he was transported out of the advanced chaotic region to the realm battlefield of the divine offering land and the sanction land. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared on the realm battlefield, he surveyed his surroundings vigilantly. When he confirmed that there was no threat, he finally sighed in relief. Since we've been transported out of the secret realm, the rankings should appear in the sky of the various realm battlefields soon, Duan Ling Tian muttered as he looked at the sky. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, many people looked at the sky after they were transported out of the advanced chaotic region. At the same time, many people from the outside world began to enter the realm battlefield as well so they could look at the rankings. One of them was Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan in the divine offering land. He did not compete to rank in the advanced chaotic region's ranking because it was too late for him to accumulate battle merits and chaotic points when he heard about the overall ranking. After all, many advanced supreme gods had entered the realm battlefield very early and had accumulated many battle merits. It was naturally difficult for him to catch up to them. After all, even Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, who entered the realm battlefield a little earlier, had a difficult time accumulating points to rank in the top 10 of the advanced supreme god ranking, let alone the overall ranking. That boy is really unlucky if he dies in the advanced chaotic region. If he survives, I wonder if he'll rank first in the overall ranking. Sha Yu could not help but wonder about his lowly son-in-law. He had never met his son-in-law before, but after receiving many pieces of news about his son-in-law, his unwavering heart began to move. After all, almost everyone knew now that Duan Tian was a rudimentary supreme god below the age of 1000 who could easily kill intermediate supreme gods as though he was killing chickens. In fact, only a few top intermediate supreme gods were on par with or stronger than him. As such, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. Based on Duan Tian's innate talent, Xiaoyu knew that Duan Tian must have made progress again and that it was possible that he could also fight on even ground with weak advanced supreme gods now. Apart from that, Xiaoyu also learned that Duan Tian was not a sectless cultivator without any support. Duan Tian was the youngest prodigy of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land. He knew that the Inner Palace faction had produced many talents in the past. Along with Duan Tian, who was acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, there were also Wangfu Mengyuan and Hong Yifeng, who were the strongest advanced and intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world respectively. It's a pity that the Myriad Laws Academy and the Inner Palace faction don't have the protection of a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, Yun Feng wouldn't have been able to threaten me with the safety of our ancestor. The Yun clan's supreme powerhouse might not do as Yun Feng said, but it's better to play it safe. Our ancestor is in the outer boundary now, and his safety is reliant on the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Duan Tian was still young and weak. Xiaoyu thought that he might not be in this predicament if Duan Tian had the support of a supreme powerhouse. He knew that Ka would hate him for the rest of her life once she found out about his involvement with the Yun clan's scheme to kill Duan Tian. He knew it would not matter to her even if she knew that he was forced to do so. As a father, Xiaoyu was naturally happy that his daughter had such a talented husband with a background that matched hers. Alas, as the clan leader of the Xia clan, he had to consider the bigger picture and protect the clan even if it meant that he had to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. At the same time, Yun Feng had also been sent out of the advanced chaotic region. After he appeared near a base camp, quite a few people recognized him and were very respectful. It's the clan leader of the Yun clan. He's second only to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse in the clan, right? That's right, that's him. I didn't expect the clan leader of the Yun clan to be on the realm battlefield. Did he also participate in the advanced supreme god ranking? Yun Feng ignored the people in the surroundings and looked at the sky silently. He had already gotten used to being the center of attention when he was in the divine offering land. Is Duan Tian dead? I hope he died in the advanced chaotic region. After all, who knows if Xiaoyu will change his mind and go back on his words. Yun Feng naturally knew that Xiaoyu only agreed to help him scheme against Duan Tian because he had threatened Xiaoyu with the safety of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. Moreover, at that time, Xiaoyu was still unaware of how extraordinary Duan Tian was. Yun Feng sneered inwardly. If Duan Tian is still alive and Xiaoyu changes his mind, I'll make sure that the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse suffers the consequences. Yun Feng had already spoken to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse regarding this matter. Initially, the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse was slightly hesitant, but his hesitancy vanished when he learned about how monstrously talented Duan Tian was. As the ancestor of the Yun clan, he naturally could not allow someone like Duan Tian who would grow into a formidable threat survive. Previously, the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse did not agree with Yun Feng threatening Xiaoyu to force Ka to marry Yun Qingyan. However, since this matter now concerned the Yun clan's future, he agreed to threaten Xiaoyu and force Xiaoyu into helping them kill Duan Tian. As the ancestor of the Yun clan, it was only natural that he looked out for the well-being of his descendants. Yun Feng was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the exclamations in his surroundings. The rankings have appeared. Yun Feng returned to his senses and looked at the sky again. 9 lists of rankings appeared in a circular formation in the sky. In the middle of the 9 rankings were 3 names. Clearly, the 3 names were those who ranked top 3 in the overall ranking. Chapter 4324 The top 3 people in the overall ranking. When all the rankings appeared in the sky, most people did not pay attention to the 9 rankings for the cultivation bases in the realms of a rudimentary lord of gods to an advanced supreme god. Instead, their attention was focused on the 3 names in the center of the 9 rankings. Soon after, exclamations could be heard everywhere. He didn't die. He'll gain a lot of rewards. What a monster. The crowd's attention was focused on the first of the 3 names, which was also the name of the person who ranked first in the overall ranking. It read, First place, Duan Ling Tian, rudimentary supreme god from the profound energy land. At this point, there was almost no one in the realm battlefield who had not heard of Duan Ling Tian's name. His name had been spoken everywhere on the realm battlefield and even the various realms of gods over the past few decades. After all, such a monstrous prodigy was unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a rudimentary supreme god. Not only that, but he was the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, and only a few top intermediate supreme gods were capable of defeating him. In fact, most people only discovered how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian was after the advanced chaotic region opened. Currently, they thought that it was likely that Duan Ling Tian had grown stronger again. Perhaps, he was already on par with those few top intermediate supreme gods who were able to suppress him in the past. Duan Ling Tian is ranked first in the overall ranking. Amazing. Although many people had expected this result, they were still shocked. After all, not only did Duan Ling Tian survive after being targeted by so many people, but he even ranked first. Since Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the overall ranking, there's no doubt that he's ranked first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking as well. The rewards Duan Ling Tian will receive for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking is nothing compared to the rewards for ranking first in the overall ranking. Heavens, can you imagine how much vital energy he'll be able to absorb when he bathes in the divine fountain? There's no limit to how much he can absorb, after all. There's also the supreme powerhouse divinity. That itself is priceless. I heard that comprehending the law is unbelievably easy if one possesses a supreme powerhouse divinity. It was not surprising that everyone on the various realm battlefield envied Duan Ling Tian when they thought about the rewards he would receive. He really ranked first. In a base camp on the profound Zen battlefield, Yang Yuchen looked at the rankings with a broad smile on his face. In the wilderness on the profound Zen battlefield, Hong Yifeng was grinning ear to ear. Looks like junior brother will be able to bring us some of his bath water, no, a few drops of the divine fountain. In a mountain range in the profound Zen battlefield, Lang Chunyuan, who was hovering in the sky, looked at the rankings with bright eyes as she exclaimed, "Junior brother is ranked first in the overall ranking." Then, when she shifted her eyes to the rudimentary supreme god ranking, her expression changed slightly. Lang Chunyuan discovered that she did not rank in the top 3 but was ranked 10th instead. There must be a mistake. Lang Chunyuan was furious. Since the chaotic points one accumulated were not shown in the rankings, she automatically assumed that there was a mistake. However, this thought appeared only for a fleeting moment before she quickly dismissed it. After all, she knew it was impossible for the supreme powerhouses to make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, even the supreme powerhouses placed great importance on the rewards. As such, they would take extra care to make sure that no mistakes were made, and they would also supervise each other to make sure none of them cheated to help their descendants. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have been targeted by the direct descendants of supreme powerhouses as soon as the announcement was made in the advanced chaotic region. Since they could not cheat, it was best to get rid of a strong competitor like Duan Ling Tian. In the base camp of another realm battlefield, 3 women stared at the rankings in the sky. Young master must be alive if he's the same Duan Ling Tian, the woman whose beauty paled in comparison to her 2 companions said with a smile. The other 2 women smiled widely as well. These 3 women were Jing Ru, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan. They had left the advanced chaotic region before it closed, so they were able to stay together. If they waited to be transported out, they would have been separated. Previously, the trio entered the advanced chaotic region to gather information about Duan Ling Tian instead of competing to rank in the rankings. Although the trio was much stronger now compared to before, the advanced chaotic region was still a very dangerous place for them. For this reason, after confirming that Duan Ling Tian was the person they were looking for, they quickly left the advanced chaotic region. Thank goodness he's safe. Bai Yao and Xiaolan smiled, feeling relieved. The heaviness in their hearts had completely disappeared at this moment. Feng Qingyong, who was standing on the peak of a mountain, smiled as he looked at the sky. However, he could not help but sigh when he looked at the second name in the overall ranking. I didn't manage to rank second in the overall ranking. Initially, Feng Qingyong thought that he would be able to rank second below Duan Ling Tian in the overall ranking. Alas, he only managed to rank third. The person in second place is an intermediate supreme god. I wonder who's stronger, this intermediate supreme god or Little Tian's second senior brother from the Inner Palace faction. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that he ranked first in the overall ranking, he had expected this. However, he did not expect that his master, Feng Qingyong, would rank third in the overall ranking. He had no doubt that the Feng Qingyong in the overall ranking was his master because he had heard about the monstrous advanced emperor of gods who was a sword cultivator in the advanced chaotic region. I didn't expect master to only rank third, the intermediate supreme god who's ranked second must be very powerful, Duan Ling Tian muttered as he looked at the name in second place. Second place, Yuzhan Shi, intermediate supreme god from the floating land. Duan Ling Tian knew that only the strongest intermediate supreme gods could dominate the intermediate supreme gods in a multi-person secret realm to accumulate chaotic points. As such, he had no doubts that Yuzhan Shi was extremely powerful and the best of the best. He must be stronger than the top intermediate supreme gods. Perhaps, he's the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was aware that he had been acknowledged as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, but he was unaware that Wangfu Mengyuan, his eldest senior sister, and Hong Yifeng, his second senior brother, were the strongest advanced and intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world. How do I collect my rewards? Duan Ling Tian did not enter a base camp after he was transported out of the advanced chaotic region. He was afraid people would lie in wait for him outside the base camps. It would be hard for him to escape if too many people were after him. The Supreme Powerhouse didn't tell us how to collect our rewards, they won't go back on their words, right? Duan Ling Tian quickly dismissed his thoughts as soon as they appeared. The Supreme Powerhouses placed great importance on their reputation and prestige, and many descendants of Supreme Powerhouses had made it into the rankings. It was impossible for the Supreme Powerhouses to go back on their words. If the Supreme Powerhouse who proposed opening the advanced chaotic region reneged, the other Supreme Powerhouses definitely would not let the matter go. Chapter 4325 Yuzhan Shi. I entered the realm battlefield and the chaotic region from the divine offering land. Why did the rank indicate that I'm from the profound energy land? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. He had entered the realm battlefield through the divine offering land and opened the secret realms in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region on the divine sanction battlefield. Moreover, there was once, in a secret realm, when he was placed with the group of people from the divine offering land against the group from the profound energy land. He could not figure out why he was listed as coming from the profound energy land in the rankings. Is it because I first entered the realm battlefield from the profound energy land, or is it because they knew I'm from the Myriad Laws Academy in the profound energy land? Duan Ling Tian continued to wonder inwardly, puzzled. Did third senior brother make it into the ranking? Duan Ling Tian quickly shifted his attention to the intermediate supreme god ranking and looked for Yang Yuchen's name. He quickly discovered that Yang Yuchen was not in the top 10. He didn't make it into the top 10. That's disappointing. Naturally, the intermediate supreme god, who was ranked second in the overall ranking, ranked first in the intermediate supreme god ranking was Yuzhan Shi from the floating land. Duan Ling Tian continued to look at the ranking for intermediate supreme gods, but he still could not find Yang Yuchen's name. He smiled and murmured, I'll be able to tease third senior brother about this to my heart's content when I meet him. Although fourth senior sister entered the realm battlefield later, she still managed to rank 10th in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. She could have ranked higher if her true body entered the realm battlefield. I bet fourth senior sister won't let go of this golden opportunity to tease third senior brother as well. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Something doesn't make sense. According to third senior brother, second senior brother has always been on the realm battlefield. He should have competed for the rankings in the advanced chaotic region as well, however, he's not in the top 10. It seems like second senior brother is either unlucky or not strong enough. Despite his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian did not look down on his second senior brother at all. Ning Yizhan is amazing. He managed to rank 5th even though he had just become an intermediate supreme god not too long ago. Although Ning Yizhan did not rank in the top 3, his performance was considered excellent considering he had only become an intermediate supreme god not too long ago. Above a forest on the divine sanction battlefield, Ning Yizhan frowned as he muttered, I didn't rank in the top 3. Ning Yizhan was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, but he was surprised that Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the overall ranking. He was only slightly disappointed that he failed to rank in the overall ranking, but he was very disappointed that he did not rank second or third in the intermediate supreme god. He did not have much hope for ranking first since he knew an intermediate supreme god, who ranked second or third in the overall ranking, would rank first in the intermediate supreme god ranking. I only managed to rank fifth. I'm still far behind Duan Ling Tian, Ning Yizan thought to himself with a sigh. Then, his expression turned contemplative as he looked at the name in first place. An intermediate supreme god from the floating land. I've never heard of Yuzan Shi before, but I know that there's a prime supreme rank force called the Yu clan in the floating island. Is he a descendant of the Yu clan? Ning Yizan thought to himself, puzzled. However, if he's a descendant of that Yu clan, it's impossible that he's not famous. Did the Yu clan deliberately conceal the existence of this genius? However, with the Yu clan's status, there's no need for them to hide his existence, right? Similar to Ning Yizan, many descendants of supreme powerhouses were puzzled as well. A genius from the Yu clan. I've never heard of him before. Since when did the Yu clan have such a monstrous prodigy? Not only that, but even the members of the Yu clan in the floating land were puzzled. Yuzan Shi, is he a member of our Yu clan? I've never heard of him before. On the contrary, some of the elders from the Yu clan were shocked instead of puzzled. Is he the child abandoned by our Yu clan in the past? The elders' expressions were dark as they recalled their clan's dark past. If Yuzan Shi was indeed the child who was abandoned by the Yu clan in the past, the clan would suffer embarrassment. Moreover, once their clan's supreme powerhouse found out about this matter, there was no doubt that he would be furious. After all, they had kept the matter from their clan's supreme powerhouse. Unlike many people, Duan Ling Tian was not intrigued by Yuzan Shi at all. After all, it would not be surprising if he had not heard of Yuzan Shi. Even if Yuzan Shi was famous, he knew nothing about the prodigies of the floating land. At this moment, he was more concerned about how he was going to claim his rewards. Are they going to find me in the Myriad Laws Academy after I return to the profound energy land? Or will I be able to claim my rewards on the realm battlefield? Put the other rewards aside, how am I going to bathe in the divine fountain? They can't bring the divine fountain to me, can they? They should lead me to the place where the divine fountain is located, right? Chapter 4326 The appearance of the true body of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian knew that the supreme powerhouses would not be giving him the divine fountain. The announcement had only said that the person who ranked first in the overall ranking would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. At this time, Duan Ling Tian still did not know how he was supposed to claim the rewards. He planned to go to the Sha clan in the divine offering land first to see if Ka was there. After ensuring her safety, he planned to return to the Myriad Laws Academy in the profound energy land. He knew that he could only rescue Ka after receiving the rewards, which would help him break through to the realm of an intermediate supreme god. I don't think I'll be able to claim my reward here, right? I wonder if I'll get to decide when I want to bathe in the divine fountain. After all, I have other matters to attend to as well. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the most important thing now was to go to the divine offering land to see if Ka was in the Sha clan. If not, he would wait until the realm battlefield closed before going to the Sha clan again. He was worried that bathing in the divine fountain would take a lot of time and that he might miss out on the chance to rescue Ka. Although the divine fountain would help him raise his cultivation base, nothing was more important to him than rescuing Ka. After all, this was the main driving force that pushed him to grow stronger. If the supreme powerhouse comes here, perhaps I can request a favor from them to make sure that claiming the rewards won't interfere with me saving Ka. After the realm battlefield closed, Duan Ling Tian was worried that Ka might behave extremely if the Sha clan drove her to a corner. After all, Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan, had already rescued his family and friends, who were previously used as a tool to threaten Ka. Without them, based on his understanding of Ka, she would never compromise with the Sha clan even if it meant that she would die. Needless to say, he did not wish for such a tragedy to happen to Ka again. I'll leave the divine sanctioned battlefield and go to the Sha clan in the divine offering land now to inquire about Ka. I wonder where's the nearest base camp. Duan Ling Tian could only leave the divine sanctioned battlefield through the transportation formation in one of the base camps. At this time, the chaotic region had closed, but the realm battlefield was still open. If Ka is on the realm battlefield, she must know that I'm with the Myriad Laws Academy in the profound energy land. There's a possibility that she might look for me in the academy. If I can't find her in the Sha clan, I'll return to the academy again through the realm battlefield. Perhaps, Ka and I will reunite in the academy. Duan Ling Tian's heart grew restless, and he could not wait to go to the nearest base camp. However, not long after he took off, the void in front of him began to ripple. Since he comprehended the law of space, he very quickly discovered the fluctuations. The void rippled briefly before a figure suddenly appeared. Strangely, the figure did not come out through a spatial tear. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a pair of thick and bushy eyebrows. He looked solemn as he approached Duan Ling Tian. Although the middle-aged man looked ordinary, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the other party's domineering aura. He could also sense his divine tree of life shaking in his little world. This shocked him so much that he hastily sealed his little world. A supreme powerhouse. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that the middle-aged man was a supreme powerhouse. Previously, when faced with the apparition of the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan, the divine tree of life did not react in this manner. Moreover, before he sealed his little world, a soft voice had rung in his ears. "Little Tian, what's happening? Where are you? Why are you with the true body of a supreme powerhouse?" The voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water that was attached to the divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world. In the past, the divine tree of life belonged to a supreme powerhouse who was a master of a realm of gods. That supreme powerhouse was among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was much more knowledgeable than ordinary 5 divine elements. A real supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was naturally shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, even though he had roughly guessed the middle-aged man's identity. After calming down, he quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at the middle-aged man as he said, "Greetings, senior." A supreme powerhouse could easily kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian knew that the supreme powerhouse must have come because of the rewards he won in the advanced chaotic region. He could not help but smile wryly and feel slightly bitter. This was the least favorable scenario for him. The middle-aged man nodded at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly puzzled when he saw the wry smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. He asked bluntly, "It seems like you're aware of the reason why I'm here. However, what's with the bitter expression on your face?" "Senior," Duan Ling Tian hoped to request a favor from the supreme powerhouse. With his cultivation base now, it was impossible for him to return the favor, but this might not be the case in the future. After all, he had a very high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse in the future. Duan Ling Tian asked, "Senior, I wonder if it's possible for me to decide when to bathe in the divine fountain and claim the other rewards in advance." The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have something important to attend to now?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully with a nod. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. After all, the privilege of bathing in the divine fountain was something even supreme powerhouses like him coveted for their descendants. However, Duan Ling Tian said he had something more important to attend to. The middle-aged man did not respond immediately. Instead, he reported the matter to his superior, quickly reporting the situation. "My lord," it did not take long before the middle-aged man's superior, a young man, replied. "Tell him that he has to bathe in the divine fountain now. Otherwise, he'll lose the chance to bathe in the divine fountain." Why is he not appreciative of such an opportunity? The young man could not figure out Duan Ling Tian's thoughts as well. The middle-aged man did not waste time and relayed the young man's message to Duan Ling Tian. He said, "You claim the other rewards now. However, if you don't bathe in the divine fountain now, you'll lose this chance forever. The choice is in your hands." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. In the next moment, his expression turned solemn as though he had made up his mind. He looked at the middle-aged man and said earnestly, "Senior, I, Duan Ling Tian, rarely ask for help. This time, I really hope that you'll do me a favor. This matter is very important to me. If you're willing to help me, I promise that I'll definitely return the favor in the future. However, I understand if you're unable to help me. If that's the case, then I'll give up on the chance to bathe in the divine fountain." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He could not understand why Duan Ling Tian would give up on the chance to bathe in the divine fountain. What could be more important than bathing in the divine fountain? Even supreme powerhouses would compete with each other to obtain such an opportunity. Driven by his curiosity, the middle-aged man asked Duan Lingtian about the favor. After all, he had very high regard for Duan Lingtian. If the favor was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield, he would help Duan Lingtian. There were no disadvantages to helping such a monstrous prodigy. What do you need my help with? The middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up upon hearing the middle-aged man's question. It was as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Chapter 4327 Two Supreme Powerhouses. No, I can't rejoice yet. Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down after the burst of joy appeared in his heart. After all, the middle-aged man had yet to decide if he was willing to help him. This matter involved two major clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Sha clan and the Yun clan. There was a supreme powerhouse in each of the clans. Although Duan Lingtian and Ka's matter was likely nothing to the supreme powerhouses, the middle-aged man might not be willing to offend the two clans for him. Duan Lingtian inhaled deeply as he looked at the middle-aged man and explained solemnly. Senior, the thing is, Duan Lingtian told the middle-aged man about his story with Ka. However, he omitted Yun Qing Yan from the story and only said that the Sha clan looked down on him. He requested the middle-aged to help him confirm if Ka had returned to the Sha clan and that the middle-aged tell Ka about his current situation if she was there. He wanted Ka to know that he was going to rescue her. All in all, Duan Lingtian's story was a mix of truths and lies. He was honest when speaking about his feelings for Ka, and the reason he had grown stronger so quickly was due to his desire to save her. However, he said that the reason for his and Ka's separation was due to the Sha clan looking down on him in the past. As for the Yun clan, Duan Lingtian only casually mentioned that the Sha clan intended to let Ka marry someone from the Yun clan and did not mention who she was supposed to marry. In fact, Duan Lingtian's request was quite simple. He only wanted the supreme powerhouse to check if Ka had returned to the Sha clan and to tell Ka about his current situation and strength if she was there. Apart from that, he also hoped the middle-aged man would tell Ka that his family and friends were safe and sound. With Ka's intelligence, Duan Lingtian was confident that Ka would know to stall for time and wait for him to pick her up from the Sha clan in an honorable manner. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man felt a little speechless after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had expected the favor to be slightly difficult at least. Who knew Duan Lingtian only wanted him to run a simple errand? The middle-aged man assumed Duan Lingtian wanted his help with some difficult matters, and he was even prepared to refuse Duan Lingtian if the matter was too difficult. He really did not expect that the favor was just a simple errand. At this time, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked solemnly, Senior, are you able to help me with this matter? All right, the middle-aged man replied. This time, he did not consult his superior. After all, he was certain his superior would not have a problem with him helping Duan Lingtian with such a simple matter. Moreover, he also had his own motive. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, as long as Duan Lingtian did not die prematurely, Duan Lingtian was destined to rise to great heights. After becoming a supreme powerhouse, there was a chance that Duan Lingtian would become one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. There was no disadvantage to him helping Duan Lingtian with such a simple matter, especially when Duan Lingtian promised to return the favor in the future. After the middle-aged man agreed to help him, Duan Lingtian hurriedly said, Senior, I'm truly grateful for your help. In the future, you definitely won't regret helping me. This matter might be just a simple errand to the middle-aged man, but to Duan Lingtian, it was an extremely important matter. After all, it involved his wife's safety. Can you follow me to the divine fountain now? The middle-aged man asked before he said, After I bring you to the divine fountain, I'll go to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land to look for your wife and convey your message to her. If she's not in the Sha clan, I'll help you look for her if she's still on the Divine Sanctioned battlefield. However, you or the Sha clan will have to provide me with the name she might use on the battlefield. The middle-aged man took the initiative to further help Duan Lingtian. After all, he truly felt that Duan Lingtian's request was too simple, and he would feel bad if he did not do a little more. Moreover, as long as he was able to obtain the name Ka used on the realm battlefield, it would not be difficult for him to find her on the Divine Sanctioned battlefield at all. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian thanked the middle-aged man profusely, feeling more at ease. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was really reliable. With this, He was even more determined to repay the favor in the future. Following that, the middle-aged man handed the rewards to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian away. When the middle-aged man waved his hand, Duan Lingtian felt a force shrouding him and bringing him away. The swooshing sound of the wind rang in his ears, and his vision turned blurry immediately. Is this due to his speed, or is this just the space that we're traveling through now? After a moment, the middle-aged man said, in 3 breaths, you'll sense another force. Don't resist it, it'll take you to the divine fountain. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. The rest of the matter is out of my control. Duan Lingtian quickly prepared himself after listening to the middle-aged man's words. He wondered if this was a privilege for the person who ranked first in the overall ranking. A supreme powerhouse was sent to the realm battlefield to escort him, and it was likely that after leaving this place, another supreme powerhouse would bring him to the divine fountain. I'm just a rudimentary supreme god, but 2 supreme powerhouses were sent to escort me. Duan Lingtian had been through many ups and downs in his life, but he still felt slightly excited at this moment. 3 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Just like the middle-aged man said, another force suddenly appeared. Compared to the middle-aged man's energy, this force was much more gentle, but it was very domineering. The contradictions of gentle and domineering gave rise to an indescribable feeling in Duan Lingtian's heart. Do your best to absorb as much vital energy as you can when you're bathing in the divine fountain. You only have one chance. Once you reach your limit, you'll be sent out, the middle-aged man kindly reminded Duan Lingtian after he withdrew his energy. Duan Lingtian felt his head spin when the other force enveloped him. Then, he felt as though he had fallen into a half-conscious state. It was as though he was dreaming. My lord, when Duan Lingtian heard the voice behind him, he felt even more certain that he was dreaming. He was sure that the voice belonged to the middle-aged man, but how could the middle-aged man, a supreme powerhouse, address another person as, my lord? As such, he was certain that he was dreaming. While Duan Lingtian was in a dream-like state, the middle-aged man and Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in an endless void. In the endless void, a small courtyard with a pavilion was suspended in the air. The middle-aged man landed in front of the pavilion before he bowed respectfully, seemingly afraid to look at the white-clad young man in the pavilion. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The white-clad young man asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly recounted everything Duan Lingtian said to the white-clad young man. He naturally also told the white-clad young man about Duan Lingtian asking for a favor, and he also mentioned the Sha clan and the Yun clan in the divine offering land. For his wife, he made his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods in less than 1,000 years. The white-clad young man asked as his eyes flashed with some indecipherable emotion. Then, he said, I didn't expect him to be so loyal and sentimental. I don't quite understand it as well, the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. The white-clad young man scoffed softly before he said, I'm afraid you haven't even touched a woman's hand before. It's normal that you don't understand. The middle-aged man froze briefly upon hearing these words. He could not help but mutter inwardly, it's not like you've touched a woman's hand before either. What are you thinking? The white-clad young man suddenly asked. The middle-aged man jolted and quickly returned to his senses. He wondered inwardly, frightened, did he read my mind? Did he grow stronger again? How strong is he now to be able to read my mind? I can't read your mind, the white-clad young man said when he saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face, I'm only guessing. You're also wondering if I've grown stronger again, right? The middle-aged man's heart trembled upon hearing these words. He could not help but wonder again if the white-clad young man had grown stronger. Was the white-clad young man really just guessing his thoughts? After a while, the white-clad young man said, all right, you should take your leave now. Go to the Sha clan and the Yun clan in the divine offering land to find out the ins and outs of the matter. The story he told you doesn't add up. I'm sure there are quite a few things he omitted. Investigate this matter and report back to me. I'm curious about the reason that motivated the first person in the god-defying world to become a rudimentary supreme god in less than 1,000 years. Chapter 4328 The Divine Fountain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still convinced that he was dreaming. If he was not dreaming, it would be terrifying. Duan Lingtian could not imagine what kind of terrifying existence could make a high and mighty supreme powerhouse so respectful. The supreme powerhouse even addressed the other party as, my lord. For this reason, Duan Lingtian kept telling himself that he was dreaming. Suddenly, Duan Tian felt a cold sensation on his skin. When he returned to his senses and regained mobility, he found himself in a cave. At the same time, the energy that suppressed his divine energy disappeared completely. After surveying his surroundings, he found that he was in a cave with no exit. There was only a spring fountain in the corner of the cave. Just the aura of the spring fountain alone made him feel refreshed. His 99 heavenly veins felt as though they had been cleaned, and his divine energy was surging restlessly in his heavenly veins. Unexpectedly, Duan Tian discovered that he had broken through the bottleneck that had prevented him from stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. He had inexplicably broken through the bottleneck and completely stabilized his cultivation base at this moment. My cultivation base is completely stabilized. Duan Tian muttered in a daze. Duan Tian sensed his divine energy calming down at this moment, and when it calmed down completely, he could feel the change in his divine energy. This was an indication that he had truly stabilized his cultivation base. He quickly circulated his divine energy. He found that he had perfect control of his divine energy now, unlike before. It's really stabilized. I really didn't expect this. Duan Tian exclaimed. Duan Tian was pleasantly surprised that his cultivation base that he had been trying to stabilize for a long time in the chaotic region would stabilize as soon as he appeared in this place. After the shock and confusion faded away, they were naturally replaced with delight. When Duan Tian finally calmed down, he looked at the spring in the corner with bright eyes as he murmured to himself, "So this is the divine fountain." The seemingly ordinary spring fountain looked ordinary, but Duan Tian looked at it as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Hearing about it could not compare to seeing it with his own eyes. After all, previously, among the rewards he received from the middle-aged man was a vial of water from the divine fountain. It was the reward for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. He did not have a chance to study it before he was brought to this place. Now that he saw the divine fountain, he quickly brought out the vial of liquid from the divine fountain from his spatial ring. As soon as he opened the vial, he could sense a familiar aura. There was quite a liquid in the vial, but in front of the entire divine fountain, it seemed rather insignificant. This vial seems to be bigger than it looks, and it seems to be able to hold much more than it looks as well. It's kind of like a spatial ring. Duan Tian shifted his eyes back to the spring fountain in the corner of the cave. He could not help but wonder if he could fill the vial with more liquid from the divine fountain. I have more than enough to bathe in even if I fill the vial, right? The vial of liquid from the divine fountain given to him for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking was quite a lot. However, compared to the divine fountain in front of him, it seemed insignificant. He felt that if he filled the vial, it would not affect his bath in the divine fountain. I wonder if it's possible to fill the vial with more liquid from the divine fountain. After taking a bath, can I empty the divine fountain into the vial? Duan Tian quickly dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. If it was possible, the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking would not only be bathing in the divine fountain. He would directly be rewarded with the entire divine fountain. Nonetheless, Duan Tian was determined to try to fill the vial as much as he could. Perhaps, the supreme powerhouse would not mind him doing so. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian walked to the side of the spring fountain with 2 or 3 steps. The aura of the divine fountain was much stronger at such close proximity. Duan Tian felt his body relax as his divine energy circulated in his body. He did not even consciously cultivate, but his cultivation was improving at a much faster speed than when he consumed divine pills and consciously cultivated. No wonder everyone says that just a drop from the divine fountain is a precious treasure. Compared to a drop, I'm now standing in front of the entire divine fountain. Duan Tian looked at the divine fountain in awe. However, he quickly returned to his senses. He did not forget his thoughts from earlier. He quickly squatted down with the vial in hand, planning to fill the vial. However, just as Duan Tian moved his hands, a rippling barrier suddenly appeared, blocking him. Following that, an indifferent voice rang in the air. Your reward is taking a bath in the divine fountain. During your bath, you can absorb as much vital energy from the divine fountain as you want. If you're able to, it doesn't even matter if you dry up the entire divine fountain. However, you're not allowed to collect even a drop of liquid from the divine fountain during this time. Considering that this is your first offense and that you were unaware of the rule, I'll let the matter slide this time. If you attempt to collect liquid from the divine fountain again after this, I'll immediately bring you away from the divine fountain. Not only that, but you also won't receive the supreme powerhouse divinity that had been promised as a reward. Previously, Duan Ling Tian only received the reward for ranking first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking from the middle-aged man. He had yet to obtain the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking, which included a supreme powerhouse divinity. At that time, the middle-aged man told Duan Ling Tian that he would receive the supreme powerhouse divinity from another person after taking a bath in the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not dare to doubt the authenticity of the other party's words. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was unaware that collecting liquid from the divine fountain is prohibited." The other party scoffed and said, "Do you think I'll let you off the hook if you were aware?" Although the other party's voice was not loud, it made Duan Ling Tian's soul tremble. It was not difficult for him to imagine how powerful the other party was. He could not see the other party or sense the other party, but the other party's voice alone was enough to make his soul tremble. He must be a supreme powerhouse as well. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Senior, are there any other restrictions when I bathe in the divine fountain?" Duan Ling Tian wanted to know if there was a time limit. "You want to know if there's a time limit, right?" The other party asked as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind. "There's no time limit. However, there's a limit to how much you can absorb from the divine fountain. At that time, you won't be able to absorb any more of the divine fountain for 10 days and 10 nights. It's also at that time that I'll bring you away. How much you can absorb depends on your own ability. I know that you have a divine tree of life in your little world. Since it's a part of you, it can also absorb the liquid from the divine fountain." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the other party was aware of the existence of the divine tree of life in his little world. Since he had revealed the tree's existence when he fought Ning Yi Zan in the past, he had expected this information to spread. The other party continued to say, "Apart from that, the 5 divine elements in your body can also absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. I didn't place any restrictions on you in this regard." When Duan Ling Tian heard that the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements could absorb the liquid from the divine fountain along with him, he could not help but think, if all of us absorb the liquid from the divine fountain, will there be enough for all of us? However, when Duan Ling Tian entered the divine fountain and opened his little world to let the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements absorb the liquid from the divine fountain, he realized that he had thought too much. He found that it was not so easy to absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. In the end, it took him several days just to absorb a drop of liquid from the divine fountain. However, after absorbing just 1 drop of liquid from the divine fountain, he could keenly sense the change in his divine energy. As for the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, their speed of absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain was significantly slower compared to his. He was clearly more suited to absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain compared to them. No wonder the supreme powerhouse is so generous. After a month, Duan Ling Tian only absorbed more than a dozen drops of liquid from the divine fountain. However, his absorption speed was becoming faster and faster. Then, after checking the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he discovered that they only absorbed 2 drops of liquid from the divine fountain each after 1 month. Apart from that, unlike him, their speed of absorption remained constant. "When I reach my limit, they won't be able to absorb any more liquid from the divine fountain. Moreover, my speed is getting faster and faster. I wonder if my speed will slow down once it reaches a certain point." Chapter 4329 Time Heavenly Tribulation. Duan Ling Tian knew that the divine fountain was precious, but his understanding of it was still limited. Even in the outer boundaries myriad worlds, only direct descendants of powerful supreme powerhouses who were favored could enjoy such treatment. After all, even in the myriad worlds, divine fountains were very rare. It was so rare that even top supreme powerhouses would fight over it. The divine fountain did not have any effect on supreme powerhouses, and it could only help those who had yet to become supreme powerhouses to grow stronger quickly. The myriad worlds, including the god-defying world, placed great importance on the new generation. After all, if the number of supreme powerhouses did not increase, their number would surely dwindle in time. After all, they might during their time heavenly tribulation. The time heavenly tribulation was similar to the heavenly tribulation. Those in the god-defying world, who were not supreme powerhouses, had always wondered if they had to go through the heavenly tribulation after becoming supreme powerhouses. The answer was no. Supreme powerhouses did not have to go through heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. However, the supreme powerhouses had to face something similar to the heavenly tribulation, which was the time heavenly tribulation. Unlike the heavenly tribulation, the supreme powerhouse would undergo the time heavenly tribulation once every 10,000 years. This applied to all the supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds, not just the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all these at this moment. Although he had no idea how rare the opportunity he had been given was even in the myriad worlds, he still knew that it was a precious opportunity. He would never get a chance like this again if he missed out on it. He did not know a lot, but he knew that even many supreme powerhouses did not even possess a single drop of liquid from the divine fountain. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the supreme powerhouse who controlled the divine fountain were to announce that the person who killed Duan Ling Tian would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain, all the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world with descendants would hunt Duan Ling Tian down to kill him. That supreme powerhouse seems to know everything about me. He even knows about my most important secrets, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Before this, I only exposed the divine tree of life to Ning Yi Zan during our fight. Duan Ling Tian was not very worried even though his secrets had been exposed. They were nothing to supreme powerhouses even if they were precious treasures to ordinary people. Moreover, if that supreme powerhouse harbored ill intent, that supreme powerhouse would have already made a move earlier. The most important thing now is to absorb as much liquid from the divine fountain as I can. Perhaps, if I can absorb all of it, I'll directly break through the realm of an advanced supreme god. After a month, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense how much the divine fountain helped him. He also deeply understood why so many people were desperate to rank in the overall ranking. He also understood now why the rewards to kill him were so great. If he were in their shoes, he would also be unwilling to see such a precious opportunity taken away. Duan Ling Tian, you must seize this chance, Duan Ling Tian reminded himself inwardly over and over again. He reminded himself not to slack off and cherish the opportunity that had been given to him. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to cultivate again, the familiar voice from before suddenly rang in the air. The time in here flows differently from the outside world. 10 days here is equivalent to a day in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian was delighted upon hearing these words. With these words, the traces of anxiety in his heart vanished immediately. Although he cherished the chance to bathe in the divine fountain, he still could not help but worry about the time he spent here. He had requested the middle-aged man to look for Ka in the divine offering land's Sha clan, but he did not feel completely relieved. However, now that he discovered the flow of time here was different from the outside world, his worries vanished immediately. Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with different time flows. In the past, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had been to a place where time flowed differently from the outside world. At that time, he had been very weak, but it was also due to his weakness that he was able to take advantage of the different time flow. I'm already a rudimentary supreme god, but I can enjoy a different time flow now. 10 days here are only equivalent to a day in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited again when he thought about this. In the past, he obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in which time flowed differently inside. Later on, he learned that the different time flow was due to the law of time. In the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, the lower one's cultivation base was, the bigger the time difference. As such, it was useless to those in the realms of gods. Otherwise, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not only be a celestial artifact, but it would have been a top divine artifact. During Duan Ling Tian's time in the realm of gods, he had never heard of any artifact with a different time flow that could affect those in the realm of gods. He had heard that except for supreme powerhouses who were skilled in the law of time, no other supreme powerhouses were able to create a space with a different time flow for supreme gods. However, this was just speculation, and he was not sure if it was true. In short, it was extremely difficult to construct a space with a different time flow that could affect supreme gods, but Duan Ling Tian was in such a space now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could no longer contain his excitement. He asked, "Senior, is this place inside an artifact? Or did you or another senior skilled in the law of time construct it?" Duan Ling Tian was still shocked by the revelation. It seemed the stronger one was, the more knowledgeable one would be. He knew how difficult it was to construct a space with a different time flow like the one he was in. Even if the supreme powerhouse who constructed this space was skilled in the law of time which would affect a rudimentary supreme god, the time difference of 10 to 1 was too exaggerated. the other party replied indifferently, there's no need for you to know these things. You just need to know that if you become an intermediate supreme god here, the time flow would change to 5 days here and a day in the outside world. If you become an advanced supreme god, the time flow here would be 2 days here and 1 day outside. Cultivate well. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. After that, the other party did not speak again. With this, Duan Ling Tian also did not think about the matter any further. No matter what, this is a good thing for me. As a rudimentary supreme god, 10 days in here are equal to a day outside. As an intermediate supreme god, Duan Ling Tian thought about how difficult cultivation had become after he became a rudimentary supreme god. As such, he was not certain about breaking through and becoming an intermediate supreme god here. He muttered to himself, no matter how great the divine fountain is, can it really help me to become an intermediate supreme god? It'll be great if that's the case. As for becoming an advanced supreme god, Duan Ling Tian did not hold any hope of becoming an advanced supreme god here at all. He thought it was an impossible feat. After all, he had just stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. He had a long way to go before he became an advanced supreme god. After Duan Ling Tian claimed the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking, those who ranked in the various rankings also received their rewards. Unlike Duan Ling Tian, the supreme powerhouses did not show up. Only a terrifying energy appeared when they received their reward. All of them kept their rewards in spatial rings that would self-destruct upon their deaths to ensure their safety. At the same time, many people regretted using their real names in the realm battlefield. Many people know I ranked 4th in the intermediate supreme god ranking now. I'm sure many people covet the vial of liquid from the divine fountain in my possession. After leaving, I have to find a hidden place to absorb the liquid. After absorbing it, I won't be in danger even if they find me. A lot of them also quickly came up with a plan to ensure their safety after receiving their rewards. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan, who sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, also received a drop of liquid from the divine fountain for ranking 10th in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Previously, Lang Chunyuan had been ecstatic just thinking about 1 drop of liquid from the divine fountain. However, now, when she thought about her junior brother bathing in the divine fountain and obtaining a large vial of liquid from the divine fountain, her enthusiasm had died down a lot, and she could not help but feel slightly disappointed. Nonetheless, she was still happy for her junior brother. In the end, junior brother has become stronger than I am. Although Lang Chunyuan only sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, deep down in her heart, she knew very well that even if she was here in person, she would already be very lucky if she could rank 2nd or 3rd in the rudimentary supreme god ranking, let alone rank in the overall ranking. In the past, she had grossly underestimated the other rudimentary supreme gods from the various realms of gods. It was not until the rankings appeared that she discovered how ignorant she had been. Chapter 4330. Don't even think about seizing control from me. In the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of the floating land and another realm of gods, a young man frowned slightly after receiving the generous rewards he won. I didn't rank first. With my strength, I'm not even afraid of powerful advanced supreme gods. I didn't think I'd lose to a rudimentary supreme god. However, if he possesses the strength on par with top intermediate supreme gods, then I've lost fair and square. The young man Xianxia, the intermediate supreme god from the floating land who ranked 2nd in the overall ranking and 1st in the intermediate supreme god ranking. His eyes glinted coldly as he said with scoff, I wonder what the people from the Yu clan think of me now. One day, I'll make the Yu clan repay what they owe me. Not long after, Xianxia went to a nearby base camp, leaving the realm battlefield for the floating land through a transportation formation. Yang Yuchen, Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior brother, had also left the profound Zen battlefield and returned to the profound energy land through a transportation formation in a base camp. After he arrived at the Myriad Laws Academy, he returned to the Inner Palace faction immediately. When he finally confirmed that his 4th senior sister only sent her doppelganger to the realm battlefield, he sighed in relief. If she had left the Inner Palace faction, the independent realm would have collapsed. The independent realm needed the token in the possession of the leader of the Inner Palace faction to support itself, and it also needed a steady stream of divine energy. Although it only required a small amount of divine energy, the divine energy had to come straight from a person's body. In fact, even an ordinary god could use the token to support the independent realm. However, it was impossible for the members of the Inner Palace faction to hand the token to another person. After all, The owner of the token had full control of all the formations in the independent realm, which included a very powerful killing formation and defensive formation. The formations in the Inner Palace faction were created by a supreme powerhouse, and the source of the formations, power, was the independent realm. This was also the reason why the formations were so powerful. It was said that those who were not top advanced supreme gods would die if they triggered the formations. Also for this reason, consumption of divine energy would make the independent realm unstable. When Yang Yuchen saw Lang Chuyuan, he said, "Congratulations, fourth junior sister." However, Lang Chunyuan began to complain loudly, "Third senior brother, if you didn't use junior brother as an excuse and tricked me into taking over the Inner Palace faction, I wouldn't have ranked at the bottom of the rudimentary supreme god ranking." Yang Yuchen felt helpless and tired when he heard Lang Chunyuan's complaint. After all, he did not even rank in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Fourth junior sister, you can't say that. Think about it. So what if you enter in person? Can you rank first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking? Moreover, junior brother was able to achieve such good results because I was able to leave and bring him to the realm battlefield. Without my help in the early years, he would not have been able to progress so quickly and rank first. Think about junior brother's ranking. Do you still think I tricked you? If you feel like you're not given enough drops of liquid from the divine fountain, then you can wait for junior brother to return and ask him for some." Lang Chunyuan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard the end of Yang Yuchen's words. Moreover, she found that he had a point. Yang Yuchen continued to say, "Moreover, you should know that many people placed bounties on junior brother's head in the advanced chaotic region, right?" Lang Chunyuan's expression darkened immediately upon hearing these words. She clenched her hands into fists as she said through gritted teeth, "I know. Third senior brother, when I'm strong enough, or when eldest senior sister returns, the Inner Palace faction has to settle accounts with them. How dare they bully our junior brother?" Yang Yuchen felt exhausted again when he heard Lang Chunyuan's words. Doesn't this little girl know that those who place the bounties are from prime supreme rank forces? Even if eldest senior sister is the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, she's still lacking in front of a supreme powerhouse. She'll only be able to stand on equal ground with the supreme powerhouses when she becomes one herself. After a moment, Yang Yuchen asked, "Since you know about the bounties, then you must know how dangerous it was for junior brother back then, right?" Lang Chunyuan nodded. She naturally knew how dangerous it was for Duan Ling Tian back then. Even the top advanced supreme gods were looking for him. Fortunately, he managed to avoid them. Otherwise, he might not be alive now. Do you know why I didn't rank in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking? I was searching for junior brother after learning about the bounties, rushing from one place to another when I heard news about his whereabouts. At one time, I was nearly killed by Nangong Luyun and his companions," Yang Yuchen said with a dark expression on his face. "What?" Lang Chunyuan's expression changed immediately. "Third senior brother, you nearly died." Seeing the change in expression on Lang Chunyuan's face, Yang Yuchen nodded in satisfaction. He said, "That's right. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared at the critical moment and saved me." After that, second senior brother also found out that the famous Duan Ling Tian in the advanced chaotic region is our junior brother. Following that, second senior brother and I searched for junior brother, rushing from one place to another. Similarly, he also gave up on ranking in the top 10 of the intermediate supreme god ranking to search for and protect junior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed before he continued to say, "Fourth junior sister, I understand that you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'd also give up on the rewards to search for junior brother like me and second senior brother. I hope you'll stop thinking that I trick you into taking over the Inner Palace faction. Anyway, let's not talk about this. Now that I returned, if you're unwilling, you can hand over the responsibility of the Inner Palace faction to me. It's just a pity that I won't be able to leave the Inner Palace faction to protect junior brother anymore." Yang Yuchen sighed again and again after he finished speaking, looking gloomy. He seemed exhausted when he spoke about this. Meanwhile, Lang Chunyuan hurriedly shook her head when she heard Yang Yuchen's words and said, "No. Third senior brother, that's not what I mean. I really didn't know that you and second senior brother did so many things for junior brother. Third senior brother, it's best that you continue to protect junior brother and bring him back safely. Just leave the Inner Palace faction to me. I didn't give up on the ranking like you and second senior brother because I didn't think I was strong enough to protect junior brother. It's exactly as you said. I hope you can understand this, third senior brother. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan felt extremely guilty as though she had committed a serious crime. While her second and third senior brother gave up on the ranking and the rewards to search for their junior brother, she was enthusiastically competing for the rewards. Although she knew that there was nothing much she could do for her junior brother at that time, she still felt ashamed. It's fine, fourth junior sister. Just leave it to me, Yang Yuchen said with a sigh. No, I won't hand the Inner Palace faction back to you, Lang Chunyuan said resolutely. Then, she suddenly turned to the side and said, second senior brother. Hurry up and persuade third senior brother to leave the Inner Palace faction to me. Since he has given me control of the faction, it should remain that way. I want him to continue protecting junior brother and bring junior brother back safely. Junior brother is carrying a lot of treasure with him now. Many people must be eyeing his things. In the void up ahead, Hong Yifeng suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he received a voice transmission from Yang Yuchen explaining what happened. After that, he scolded Yang Yuchen through voice transmission, "Brat, how dare you play mind games with fourth junior sister? Is it really okay to do this? Forget it, if you really don't want this burden, I'll take it. Fourth junior sister shouldn't have to bear this burden." Hong Yifeng shook his head inwardly after he finished speaking. Then, he looked at Lang Chunyuan and said with an amicable smile on his face, "Fourth junior sister, I was in charge of the Inner Palace faction in the past. If you're unwilling, you can hand it over to me. You don't need to bear this burden." Hong Yifeng, who was very sincere, did not expect to be ruthlessly rejected. Second senior brother, you're not like this before. Are you unwilling to help junior brother because you've never met him before? What you should do now is search for him and protect him with third senior brother. You should leave now to find him. Don't worry, I promise not to let our home disappear. Lang Chunyuan was so anxious at this moment that her eyes had already reddened. She did not understand why everyone wanted control of the Inner Palace faction now. Did they expect her to search for and protect their junior brother? She was just a rudimentary supreme god. Hong Yifeng was rendered speechless by Lang Chunyuan's response. Third junior brother really did a number on her, didn't he? What a hopeless fool. Hong Yifeng turned to glare at Yang Yuchen, who looked as though nothing had happened. Then, he said in an attempt to comfort Lang Chunyuan, "Fourth junior sister, that's not what I meant. Alright, since you're willing to be in charge of the Inner Palace faction, you can continue to be in charge. After this, your third senior brother and I will look for helpers before we go and settle accounts with those ignorant people who's lying in wait for junior brother near the Myriad Laws Academy." Chapter 4331. The ancestor of the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian, a member of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, was not even 1,000 years old, but he ranked first in both the rudimentary Supreme God ranking and the overall ranking. The rankings in the advanced chaotic region shocked everyone. The news spread quickly, and most people had already heard about it. Those who knew Duan Ling Tian and those who didn't were both shocked. In a base camp on the profound Zen battlefield, a beautiful woman and a young woman stood in a corner, and shocked expressions could be seen on their faces at this moment. I didn't expect him to come this far. The two women were none other than Lingu Renfei and Lingu Chuyin, Duan Ling Tian's mother-in-law and sister-in-law respectively. Previously, Lingu Renfeng brought Lingu Chuyin away from the chaotic region and the realm battlefield. However, when she heard that Duan Ling Tian was targeted in the advanced chaotic region, she had been very worried, so she brought her daughter back to the realm battlefield to wait for his news. They did not dare to venture into the advanced chaotic region, so they could only wait on the realm battlefield. Decades of waiting finally came to fruition. Duan Ling Tian, whom Lingu Renfeng had only met once, stood above all the prodigies and ranked first in the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. He'll be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain, and he'll also be given a supreme powerhouse divinity. With these things, his cultivation journey will become much smoother. Although Lingu Renfeng did not have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, he was her daughter's husband, after all. She regarded him as family and naturally hoped that he would fare well. Moreover, she had a good impression of him after learning that he had made his way up from the mundane realm and grew so strong in such a short time due to the desire to protect his daughter. "Let's go. From now on, we can only rely on him to save your sister," Lingu Renfeng said with a sigh as she glanced at Lingu Chuyin, with his current strength and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister. Let's return to our home in the profound energy land and wait for the news. Linggu Renfeng knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring her back to the Linggu clan in the profound energy land to meet her. After all, her daughter might be unaware of her origin, but his son-in-law was already aware of it. All right, Ling Chuyin replied as she followed Linggu Renfeng and left. A hint of envy could be seen in her brown eyes. She herself did not know if she was envious of her brother-in-law's strength or her sister's ability to find such a good husband. On another realm battlefield, 3 women stood in the transportation formation in a base camp. Before they vanished out of sight, one of them said, "Princess, Miss Xiaolan, if he's young master, then he's safe now. You can rest assured." The 3 women were Jing Ru, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan. Duan Ling Tian could never imagine how many old friends of his on the various realm battlefields were worried about his safety. In the Divine Offering Land, Yun Ting Feng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, returned to the Yun clan with a dark expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian did not only survive, but he also ranked first in both the rudimentary Supreme God ranking and the overall ranking. With his talent and such a great opportunity, there was no doubt that he would be able to grow stronger in a short period of time. Yun Ting Feng naturally knew that it would be a disaster for the Yun clan and his son when Duan Ling Tian grew stronger. I have to inform the ancestor about this matter. In fact, Yun Ting Feng was unwilling to disturb the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan because of Duan Ling Tian. He knew that once the supreme powerhouse learned about the ins and outs of the matter, the supreme powerhouse would definitely use his son's life to quell Duan Ling Tian's anger against the Yun clan. In the eyes of the ancestor of the Yun clan, the life of Yun Qingyan was not as important as the Yun clan's 10,000-year legacy. When the apparition of the ancestor appears, I can't tell him the truth. Otherwise, he definitely won't want to offend Duan Ling Tian. After a while, Yun Ting Feng came up with a story to tell the ancestor of the Yun clan. Then, he quickly made his way to the ancestral hall and summoned the ancestor of the Yun clan with a token that only the clan leader of the Yun clan possessed. Although the projection of the supreme powerhouse could not exert much strength, everything it saw and heard would be transmitted back to the original body. When the apparition of an old man appeared, Yun Ting Feng fell to his knees immediately. He was usually high and mighty in the Yun clan, but at this moment, he was like a devout believer. The old man looked like a sage. He would have had a very kind and amiable face if it were not for his pair of piercing and fierce eyes. Although this was just a projection of the old man, when Yun Ting Feng sensed the old man's indifferent gaze on him, he could not help but hold his breath out of fear. Is something wrong? Yun Ting Feng took a deep breath before he said, "Ancestor, have you seen the rankings of the advanced chaotic region?" The old man said calmly, "Yes, I've seen the rankings. It seems like no one from the Yun clan managed to make it into any of the rankings." After a pause, he added, "Did someone from our clan use a pseudonym and manage to rank in the rankings? Is that why you summoned me?" Yun Ting Feng smiled bitterly and replied, "No. This time, no one from the Yun clan made it into the rankings in the advanced chaotic region." "Then why did you summon me?" the old man asked. His voice turned frosty immediately. Yun Ting Feng's face paled immediately. "Ancestor, you must know about that person who ranked first in the overall ranking, right?" The old man said expressionlessly, "Yes. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary supreme god. Most importantly, it's said that he's as strong as the top intermediate supreme gods. It won't be difficult for that child to become a supreme powerhouse in the future." Although the old man was a supreme powerhouse, he had also heard about the monstrous prodigy, Duan Ling Tian. The first time he had heard the other party's name was during the meeting between supreme powerhouses. At that time, the other party nearly killed Ning Yizan from the Sanctioned Land's Ning clan. Ning Yizan was acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world, but he was defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. After that, he paid even more attention to the other party due to the other party's excellent performance in the advanced chaotic region. It was not an exaggeration to say that the other party was a rising star in the god-defying world. Although he had no relations with the other party, he had a high regard for the other party. After all, as long as the other party did not die prematurely, the other party would certainly become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Chapter 4332 Yun Ting Feng's decision. When Yun Ting Feng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, heard the ancestor of the Yun clan praise Duan Ling Tian, he felt a burst of bitterness and helplessness in his heart. Based on the ancestor's tone and words, it was clear that the ancestor admired Duan Ling Tian and there was no hostility toward Duan Ling Tian at all. This was naturally not a good sign. Ancestor. At this time, the ancestor of the Yun clan finally realized that something was amiss with Yun Tingfeng. His expression changed immediately as he asked, "Did you suddenly summon me here because of him? What? Did you offend him?" It was unthinkable that the expression of the ancestor of the Yun clan would change because of Duan Ling Tian. If someone were to tell him about this before, he would not have believed it. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was not even an intermediate or advanced supreme god. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he quickly told the story that he had concocted earlier. He vaguely explained the enmity between his son, Yun Qingyan, and Duan Ling Tian, greatly emphasizing Duan Ling Tian's hostility to the Yun clan. He even said that Duan Ling Tian had killed many members of the Yun clan who were wandering outside. He had already prepared to let those members stay outside forever, and push all the blame on Duan Ling Tian. Ancestor. Based on your words, I can tell that you appreciate his talent. However, he's a great danger to the Yun clan. 100 years ago, he killed dozens of descendants of the Yun clan. This was before he entered the realm battlefield's chaotic region. Now, he performed brilliantly in the advanced chaotic region and even ranked first in the overall ranking. It won't take long for him to rise to the top, Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice. This isn't good for the Yun clan. I looked for you this time to inform you about this matter. Although he's just a rudimentary supreme god now, he has the strength of a top intermediate supreme god. If he grows stronger, neither I nor the Yun clan will be able to deal with him. Ancestor, I'm afraid that you're the only one who can deal with him. Originally, Yun Tingfeng planned to use Ka to lure Duan Ling Tian out before killing Duan Ling Tian. However, the situation changed. After using the rewards he obtained in the advanced chaotic region, Duan Ling Tian's strength would certainly rise rapidly. At that time, apart from him, no one would be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian. How was he going to make Duan Ling Tian submit to him then? Even if he threatened Duan Ling Tian with Ka, Duan Ling Tian could threaten him with the lives of all the members in the Yun clan. He could not protect all the members of the Yun clan, after all. It's a pity I didn't manage to kill him in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to deal with such a scourge now, Yun Tingfeng thought to himself with a regretful sigh. However, he did not blame himself for his failure since he did not make any mistakes. It was just that Duan Ling Tian was too cautious. He could not help but lament inwardly, if only Yun'er is half as competent as him, I wouldn't have to constantly worry about him then. Yun Tingfeng felt mentally exhausted when he compared his son to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, after listening to Yun Tingfeng, the expression of the ancestor of the Yun clan changed. What, you're saying Duan Ling Tian is an enemy of our Yun clan? Yes, Yun Tingfeng nodded and said, bitterly, moreover, we've passed the point of no return. Currently, the number of descendants of the clan he killed has reached 50. Among them, there are a few who were from your faction. Yun Tingfeng knew the ancestor of the Yun clan very well. The ancestor cared about the Yun clan very much, but he cared about the dozen or so people from his faction. Unfortunately, among the dozen or so people, none of them were extraordinarily talented. He killed people from my faction. As expected, the ancestor of the Yun clan's expression turned solemn, and his eyes shone with killing intent. His gaze was as sharp as a sword at this moment. Yes, Yun Tingfeng replied respectfully. At the same time, he sent out a voice transmission, ordering his men to kill a few members from the faction of the old ancestor of the Yun clan. Those few members had left the Yun clan a long time ago, and the soul pearls they left in the clan had already exhausted their energies. As such, Yun Tingfeng did not need to worry about others finding out that those people only died recently. Yun Tingfeng was not worried about the ancestor of the Yun clan discovering his voice transmission because the person in front of him was just a projection. Is that so? Very well. The ancestor of the Yun clan was clearly furious. After all, there were not many members in his faction. Even just the loss of one member was unacceptable. Yun Tingfeng looked at the ancestor respectfully and expectantly as he said, Ancestor, do you have a way to kill Duan Ling Tian before he grows any stronger? Is there a way for you to stop him from receiving the rewards he won in the advanced chaotic region? Do you think you'll be able to find him and kill him before snatching away his rewards? Yun Ting-feng could barely conceal his anticipation as he spoke, as he continued to say, if you're able to obtain his rewards, even if it's just half of it is given to the Yun clan, it'll greatly help the younger generation in our clan grow stronger. Yun Ting-feng's scheme did not just end at killing Duan Ling Tian. He also hoped the ancestor of the Yun clan would be able to obtain Duan Ling Tian's rewards and give them to the Yun clan. At that time, he would be able to help his son, Yun Qingyan, grow stronger. He naturally did not care about the others. At most, he would only give them a small share of the rewards. The ancestor of the Yun clan scoffed coldly. Previously, there were quite a few supreme powerhouses who wanted to kill him in the advanced chaotic region, but nothing came out of it. Do you really think you'll be able to kill him there? Moreover, before leaving the realm battlefield, he must have already been brought away to claim his rewards. Do you think they'll bring the divine fountain to him? Moreover, the divine fountain belongs to that person. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the ancestor of the Yun clan when he mentioned that person, one of the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. That person was not someone he could afford to offend. Ancestor, that person you mentioned, is he among the strongest supreme powerhouses? Yun Ting-feng asked when he saw the fear in the ancestor's eyes. It was not surprising that there were strong and weak supreme powerhouses. There were even a few whose strength was unrivaled. If the divine fountain was in the hands of such a supreme powerhouse, Yun Ting-feng knew that the old ancestor of the Yun clan would have no way of intervening. The ancestor of the Yun clan looked at Yun Ting-feng and calmly said, yes. That's why it's impossible for me to prevent him from obtaining the rewards or snatch them from him. The ancestor of the Yun clan's gaze turned piercing as he continued to say in a frosty voice, I've heard some things. When Duan Ling Tian first became famous, many supreme powerhouses went to investigate his origins. I heard that his wife is the reincarnation of that girl from the Xia clan. If I'm not mistaken, your son wanted to marry her back then. I remembered you invited me to the wedding. I'll believe what you said for now. However, if I find out the cause of this is your son, I won't let him live. Before Yun Ting-feng could react, the ancestor's apparition had already disappeared into thin air. When he returned to his senses, his expression soured immediately. It took a while before he finally calmed down and left the ancestral hall with a sigh. After leaving the ancestral hall, Yun Ting-feng went to look for his son, Yun Qingyan, immediately. Father, Yun Qingyan called out. His expression was gloomy, and he was in low spirits. He had already heard the news from the realm battlefield. Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the rudimentary supreme gods ranking and the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region and was envied by everyone in the god-defying world. Most importantly, the rewards for ranking first in both rankings were a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain and the chance to bathe in and absorb the divine fountain. There was also the supreme powerhouse divinity. Yun Qingyang naturally knew about the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was something that contained the law. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, one's comprehension of the law would rise rapidly. Meanwhile, upon seeing the expression on Yun Qingyan's face, Yun Ting-feng sighed and asked with a sigh, "You've already heard about it?" "Yes," Yun Qingyan replied with a nod, looking depressed. He did not seem angry nor did he cause a commotion. It seemed more like he had accepted his fate. Yun Ting-feng said in a deep voice, "I'll continue making arrangements. You can't stay in the Yun clan or the divine offering land anymore. Go to a mundane realm where no one can find you and live the rest of your life in peace. Don't tell anyone where you're going, including me." Yun Qingyan's eyes widened in shock when he heard his father's words. "Father, you're asking me to flee?" Initially, Yun Qingyan had been drowning in despair. He did not think his father's plan would succeed. As such, he had prepared himself to face his fate. However, he assumed that it would take a long time before he had to face his fate. He did not expect things to change so quickly. It was beyond his expectations that his father would ask him to flee. After all, no matter what, Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary supreme god. At this time, Yun Qingyan felt a tightness in his chest. At the same time, the voice in his head that he had suppressed began to speak again, spewing tempting words. Chapter 4333 Yun Feng. Yun Qingyan asked, slightly unwilling, "Father, is there no other way?" Yun Qingyan, the young master and a proud prodigy of the divine offering land's Yun clan, had a high status in the various realms of gods in the god-defying world. Many people envied him and his life. However, now, he was reduced to fleeing the diving offering land to a mundane realm. Moreover, the cause of this problem was an inferior and humble person from the mundane realm. How could he not feel unwilling? When Yunqing Yan recalled how easily he could have killed Duan Ling Tian back then but was stopped by his cousin, Sha Ning Shui, he was filled with regrets. At that time, he had given in to his cousin because he did not think someone like Duan Ling Tian could ever be a threat to him. If he had killed Duan Ling Tian back then or even sent someone to the mundane realm to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would not be in such a situation today. Yunqing Yan really did not expect that someone who was as insignificant as an ant, whom he could crush with one finger in the past, would become so strong today. During his previous encounter with Duan Ling Tian nearly killed him, and he lamented his father's failure to kill Duan Ling Tian. Then, his regret grew even more when he heard the news about Duan Ling Tian in the chaotic region and the advanced chaotic region. Alas, there was no use for regret. At this point, Duan Ling Tian had grown unimaginably strong. Yun Tingfeng sighed and said, "Perhaps, there might be another way, but it's not certain. I'll continue to make arrangements. However, you really can't stay here now. It's too dangerous for you. I'll find someone to be your stand-in. If Duan Ling Tian shows up, I'll do everything I can to kill him. If he dies, you can return." Yun Tingfeng added, "News of his death will surely spread to the other realms of gods as well. After staying in the mundane realm for a few hundred years, you can go to one of the realms of gods to inquire about Duan Ling Tian." Yunqing Yan naturally did not believe his father's words. He knew his father very well. If his father was confident, his father would not have sent him away. However, he still said, "I understand, father. I'll leave tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Yun Tingfeng shook his head and said, "We can't wait until tomorrow. Today, you have to leave today. However, you can't go to the mundane realm yet. I'll bring you another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Wait for the realm battlefield to close and the spatial passages to open before you go to the mundane realm. Find a place to live in seclusion for a while. Wait for a few hundred years before you go to a realm of gods to ask around." Yun Tingfeng had meticulously planned his son's escape route. He knew that this was the only way out for his son now. He did not only have to worry about Duan Ling Tian, but he also had to worry about the ancestor of the Yun clan. Based on the ancestor's words earlier, if the ancestor discovered that his son was the root of the problem, the ancestor definitely would not hesitate to kill his son. To the ancestor, his son's life might be as insignificant as grass, but to him, his son's life was incredibly important. He could not allow his son to die. As for what he had said earlier about killing Duan Ling Tian, Yun Tingfeng only said those words to comfort his son. After all, it was incredibly difficult to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, after absorbing the rewards, Duan Ling Tian's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian was not as strong as him, it was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to escape from him. In addition, there was also Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan. Previously, he had successfully threatened Sha Yu and coerced Sha Yu into helping him deal with Duan Ling Tian. However, now that Duan Ling Tian performed so brilliantly and was rewarded with an abundance of liquid from the divine fountain, he did not believe that Sha Yu did not change his mind. Who knew if Sha Yu would pretend to adhere to their agreement but at the same time, secretly reveal everything to Duan Ling Tian? As such, Yun Tingfeng knew his initial plan had no chance of success. After listening to his father, Yunqing Yan was unexpectedly calm. He said coldly, "Father, you don't have to accompany me. I'll leave alone. If I can even do this alone, how am I going to survive in the future?" Yun Tingfeng was taken aback by his son's words. He looked at his son for a moment before he finally nodded and said, "You've grown up and have your own thoughts. I'll respect your decision." At this time, there was still no imminent danger to Yunqing Yan's life. As such, Yun Tingfeng easily agreed to Yunqing Yan's request. However, he still planned to secretly follow his son and watch his son enter the realm battlefield. Otherwise, he would not feel relieved. "I'm going to prepare some things for you to bring to the realm battlefield," Yun Tingfeng said and left. It did not take long before Yun Tingfeng returned and handed a spatial ring to his son. Earlier, he had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take a lot of useful things from the clan's vault. He knew that the clan's elders would definitely hold him accountable for this, but he could not care at this moment. "Father, I'm leaving, Yun Qingyan said after he put away the spatial ring. After Yun Tingfeng watched his son safely enter the realm battlefield, he sighed in relief before he returned to the Yun clan. Meanwhile, after entering the realm battlefield, Yun Qingyan went to a base camp and returned to the divine offering land again through a transportation formation. Instead of returning to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyang found a hidden place in the wilderness, settling down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain that was neither tall nor short. At this time, Yun Qingyan held what seemed like a blood-red bead the size of a fist. To be precise, the bead was translucent, but it was stained with blood. Inside the bead, one could see a figure lying motionlessly, looking dead. The figure belonged to a handsome young man with a seductive appearance. He had a very masculine body, but his lower body was missing something. He was no different from the eunuchs in the royal palace in the mundane realm. Can he still be considered a man? Yun Qingyan muttered to himself as he looked at the figure with a conflicted expression on his face. Yun Qingyan obtained the item in his hand 2 days ago. If he did not experience it personally, he would have thought the entire thing was absurd. He had been cultivating when he had a dream. In the dream, someone said that he would be able to obtain great power, but he would have to pay a price. He had to give up his body and enter another body with his soul. There was also the risk that he would be consumed by the remnant soul in the new body. Even in the best-case scenario, he would still be affected by the remnant soul and become someone who barely resembled himself. Initially, Yun Qingyan had dismissed it as just a dream. However, not long after he regained consciousness, he found a bead in front of him. Then, the voice in his dream began to speak to him, asking him to break the bead to release the figure in the bead. Needless to say, Yun Qingyan did not do that. After all, doing that meant that he would no longer be himself. Not only that, but he also would no longer be a man. This was something he could not accept. However, today, Yun Qingyan knew that this was the only option he had if he wanted to grow stronger. If he did not do this, then just as his father said, he would have to live the rest of his life in obscurity in a mundane realm after the realm battlefield closed and the spatial passages opened. If he did that, he could only wait to be killed by the heavenly tribulations, and he naturally did not want that. I want to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if I can't be with my cousin, I won't allow Duan Ling Tian to be with her. If I can't get her, I'll destroy her. Yun Qingyan muttered as his eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Following that, Yun Qingyan raised his hand and extended his divine consciousness into the bead. Then, a burst of energy erupted before he crushed the bead in his hand. As soon as the bead was crushed, a terrifying energy swept out of the bead, and the handsome and seductive young man in the bead suddenly opened his eyes. However, his eyes looked lifeless. From now on, this will be my new body. No matter what the results are, I'll face them. Yun Qingyan's body was quickly destroyed by the terrifying force from the bead and turned to dust, disappearing from the world. His soul had already left his body earlier, and at this moment, it rushed into the body of the handsome and seductive young man and occupied the other party's sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the handsome and seductive young man rose to his feet and moved his hands, looking unnatural. Then, he looked down at his body with a wicked smile on his face. I still have my consciousness. Although the voice was androgynous, it carried a hint of Yun Qingyan's voice as well. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed. Then, Yun Qingyan's soul, which was in the body's sea of consciousness, was suddenly attacked by the remnant soul in the body. When Yun Qingyan's soul was wounded, the remnant soul entered Yun Qingyan's soul through the wounds, merging with Yun Qingyan's soul. After a short while, the young man laughed wickedly. Did I recover? No, my memories are jumbled and different. I'm Bai Feng, but I'm also Yun Qingyan. From now on, I'll be Yun Feng. Chapter 4334 The Destruction of the Xia clan. Suddenly, the handsome young man shook his head and said, No, there's an elder in the Yun clan with the name Yun Feng. I'll call myself Yun Xin Feng. The young man nodded in satisfaction after he finished speaking. Then, he looked at his naked body. With just a thought, a robe appeared around his body. The robe was bright red, making him look sinister and enchanting at the same time. The effeminate young man muttered in a voice that could be mistaken for that of a woman, How strange, it seems like I've lost all interest in my cousin. Even if she's willing to marry me, I have no interest in her at all. Does this have something to do with this new body? Unexpectedly, I'm not upset about this. Then, as though he just thought of something, his eyes flashed with hatred as he said through gritted teeth, Even if I'm no longer interested in her, I won't allow Duan Tian to have her. The effeminate young man scoffed coldly before his divine energy swept out into the surroundings, bringing down a huge mountain range. When the dust settled, the effeminate young man was shocked by the level of destruction. I'm so strong now. Even father isn't capable of causing such a level of destruction, right? Moreover, I released my divine energy casually earlier. To think my divine energy is so terrifying now. Suddenly, the effeminate young man seemed to have sensed something, and he quickly looked at the center of his right palm. His eyes widened when he sensed the familiar energy. The supreme divine energy. As the noble young master of the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan was familiar with the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. Moreover, many people used it on the realm battlefield, outside of the chaotic region. As the young master, he had been given many drops of supreme divine energy in the past. Nonetheless, he did not expect that he would one day possess the strength of a supreme powerhouse. It was the dream of every supreme god, including Yun Qingyan, to become a supreme powerhouse. Alas, due to his limited talent, Yun Qingyan knew it was difficult for him to become a supreme powerhouse. He did not expect to become a supreme powerhouse at all. Although the sacrifice was great, he felt it was worth it at this moment. At the same time, Yun Qingyan could sense his memories slowly fading, eroded by the remnant soul. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Nonetheless, he remained calm. After all, he had expected this. Although it was just a remnant soul, it was inevitable that his soul would be affected. This was the consequence of possessing another body, and he felt that it was worth it. After all, he needed to be strong to kill Duan Tian. Previously, Yun Qingyan had been very jealous of Duan Tian's growth and achievements, but he still did not act rashly. However, when his father wanted him to live in seclusion in a mundane realm because of Duan Tian, he felt like he had been driven to a corner. He did not want to live a life of obscurity and seclusion, and out of desperation, he made a deal with the devil. Don't even think about erasing all my memories, I must kill Duan Tian. I won't allow him and Sha Ning Shui to be together. I also won't allow anyone to hurt my father, even if the other party is the ancestor of the Yun clan. Yun Qingyan was not foolish. Although his father did not say anything to him, he knew that the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse must have shown signs of abandoning him. Otherwise, his father would not make such a tough decision and asked him to flee to the mundane realm. Perhaps, the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse was still unaware that the conflict between the Yun clan was caused by Yun Qingyan, but it was not difficult for him to figure out that his father must be worried about being discovered, so his father wanted him to leave before it was too late. He could sense his father's helplessness when his father sent him away. I won't allow you to erase my memories of my father. Yun Qingyan knew it was impossible to retain all his memories, and he decisively held onto his memories of his father, Duan Tian, and Sha Ning Shui, ruthlessly abandoning the others. After a few moments, the effeminate suddenly let out an excruciating cry. He fell to the ground, holding his head. At the same time, wave after wave of terrifying energy rolled out into the surroundings. The earth shook and suffered another heavy blow. Unlike before, the energy swept out further, destroying many villages and towns and reaping many innocent lives. What a terrifying energy! Heavens! Is someone fighting nearby? This energy is horrifying. A few advanced supreme gods nearby were making their way over to the place of the commotion. However, they came to a halt when they sensed the terrifying energy. When the effeminate young man recovered, his gaze was very cold. I didn't expect to gain a new life in this way, Yun Qingyan. From this day onward, I'll be Yun Xinfeng. We're now one. I'm in the god-defying world. Previously, I was captured by a powerhouse from the god-defying world. Did he pass away? Otherwise, how did the heavenly jewel end up in another person's hand? I must leave at once. The commotion will definitely alert the master of this world. Then, Yun Xinfeng raised his hand, releasing a wave of terrifying energy. However, just when a spatial tear appeared, he suddenly recalled something. Wait, there's something important I have to do first. Let's go to the Sha clan. Following that, he flew into the distance at the speed of light. On a floating island in an endless void, an old man who looked like a sage was playing a game of chess with a middle-aged man in front of a wooden house. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man asked, puzzled. Nothing, the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. I've been sensing a few things lately. Perhaps, the closing of the advanced chaotic region affected my divine offering land. Anyway, let's continue the game. Your realm of gods, which used to be the little world in your body, has formed a coalition with the other realms of gods to protect the god-defying world. You must have gained a lot from it over the years, right? Do you think you'll be comparable to those people if you reclaim the divine offering land and fuse with it? The old man asked with a smile. The middle-aged man was stunned by the old man's words. When he recovered, he shook his head and said, "They're too mysterious. Let alone the others whom I've never met, I can't even tell the level of strength of that person whom I meet most frequently. Without the divine offering land, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a blow from him. With the divine offering land, perhaps, I have a chance to stand on equal ground with him, but it's impossible for me to defeat him. Moreover, you know I can't simply use the divine offering land. Otherwise, the defensive barrier will weaken. At that time, those people in the outer boundary will seize the chance and invade the god-defying world." The old man sighed. "You're right, you're bearing a great responsibility on your shoulders. It's best not to touch the divine offering land unless it's absolutely necessary." Based on the conversation, it was obvious that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a powerful supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. In the divine offering land's Xia clan, a thunderous explosion rang in the air as the Xia clan's defensive formation shook before it collapsed. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy swept through the Xia clan, reducing everything in its way to rubble. If it were not for the Xia clan's transportation, the members of the Xia clan would have been annihilated. Fortunately, they were able to evacuate in time. At this moment, a huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's estate. "Who's so bold as to attack my Xia clan?" the face said angrily. However, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of its eyes. Chapter 4335 Yun Qingyan. Yun Xinfeng, "Ha, do you think your projection is able to stop me?" When the effeminate voice rang in the air, the remaining members of the Xia clan thought that the other party was a female supreme powerhouse. After all, it was impossible even for an advanced supreme god to break the Xia clan's guarding formation so quickly. When did our Xia clan offend a female supreme powerhouse? Did she come because of the eldest young miss? It's said that she reincarnated and became Duan Ling Tian's wife. However, the young master of the Yun clan separated them in the past. Did this female supreme powerhouse come to kidnap the eldest young miss so she could exchange the eldest young miss for the divine fountain with Duan Ling Tian? The members of the Xia clan who were aware of Duan Ling Tian and Ka's relationship could not help but speculate among themselves. However, not long after, they were shocked when they saw the figure that appeared in front of them. A man. The Xia clan's members, who thought that the other party was a man, were shocked when they saw a sinister but handsome red-clad young man. Moreover, they found him familiar. "Don't you think he resembles young Master Qingyan of the Yun clan?" "You're right, they look quite similar." After Yun Qingyan's soul entered the body, he quickly altered the body's appearance as much as he could to resemble his, hoping to preserve a bit of his existence. "Is he the supreme powerhouse from the Yun clan?" "Impossible. Why would the ancestor of the Yun clan do this? Moreover, we've never provoked him. I heard the ancestor of the Yun clan is quite conservative. I don't think he'll dress so flamboyantly. Then if he's not the ancestor of the Yun clan, who is he?" The members of the Xia clan were still shocked and confused when the effeminate young man said, "Even if you come in person, I, Yun Xinfeng, might not lose to you. Moreover, I can still easily crush your Xia clan's members like ants." The members of the Xia clan were even more confused when they heard the name, Yun Xinfeng. "Yun Xinfeng, I've never heard of your name among the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. Who are you? Who am I?" The effeminate young man sneered as he looked at the middle-aged man standing near the giant face and said, "Uncle, why don't you tell him who I am?" The middle-aged man was Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Although Xia Yun also thought that the effeminate man resembled Yun Qingyan, he did not think the other party was Yun Qingyan. Moreover, the other party had said that his name was Yun Xinfeng. As such, he assumed the other party was a secret powerhouse from the Yun clan. However, after listening to the other party's words, he realized his assumptions were wrong. "Why you're Qingyan?" Xia Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the effeminate young man. Despite their resemblance, their bearings and their voices were different. In fact, the effeminate young man sounded like a woman. "That's right, my honorable uncle," the effeminate young man said with a grin. "Uncle, I came to my cousin away. I know you don't like me. Don't worry, I won't force her to marry me. I'm not interested in her nor am I interested in other women. I'm going to bring her to the outer boundary to find a man worthy of her. At the very least, he'll be stronger than my past self. Although Sha Yu had experienced many things as the clan leader of the Sha clan, he still could not help but shudder inwardly upon hearing Yun Xinfeng's words. He asked in confusion, Qu Qing Yan, what happened to you? Yun Xinfeng was much colder than Yun Qing Yan. Sha Yu could not imagine what could have happened to Yun Qing Yan that gave him the strength of a supreme powerhouse. However, whatever it was, he was certain that Yun Qing Yan must have paid a huge price in exchange for the power. After all, everything came with a price. Yun Xinfeng did not respond to Sha Yu's question. Instead, he said icily, My dear uncle, you better hand over to me at once. Otherwise, I'll annihilate the Sha clan. Yun Xinfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he released his terrifying divine energy into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the members of the Sha clan felt slightly relieved when they found out the other party was Yun Qing Yan, even though they had no idea what happened to him. However, when they heard his threats, chills ran up their spines. All of them turned to look at Sha Yu in unison. Sha Yu's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect Yun Qing Yan to make such a bold statement. No matter what, it was impossible for him to hand his daughter over to him. At this moment, the projection of the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse rebuked loudly, impudent. The Sha clan is not. Before the supreme powerhouse from the Sha clan finished speaking, Yun Xinfeng quickly destroyed his projection with just a strike. One had to know that the projection of a supreme powerhouse was not as strong as the true body, but it was still as strong as top advanced supreme gods. Yun Xinfeng smiled sinisterly and said, Uncle, stop wasting my time. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't hand her over, the members here will go to hell with you. Sha Yu's expression was extremely unsightly. It was obvious that Yun Xinfeng was prepared to go through with his threat if he did not comply. He then tried to send a voice transmission to Yun Tingfeng, but it was quickly intercepted by Yun Xinfeng. Others would not be capable of such a feat, but Yun Xinfeng, who was comparable to a supreme powerhouse, naturally could do it. 9 breaths left, Yun Xinfeng said nonchalantly. However, he knew he was running out of time. The Sha clan's supreme powerhouse must be on his way here at this moment. Moreover, it was likely that the Sha clan's supreme powerhouses brought his friends along as well. If they fought, the commotion would definitely alert the master of the Divine Offering Land, who was a powerful supreme powerhouse. Moreover, as the master of the Divine Offering Land, he was naturally invincible in the Divine Offering Land. For this reason, Yun Xinfeng had confirmed that the master of the Divine Offering Land was not in the Divine Offering Land before he came to the Sha clan. Yun Qing Yan. Sha Yu's expression was extremely gloomy, caught in a dilemma. At the same time, the members of the Sha clan fell into despair. All of them hoped that Sha Yu would hand his daughter over to Yun Xinfeng to preserve their lives. They did not dare to voice their thoughts at this moment. Chapter 4336 Blood Spectre World. Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, wanted to ask Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, about what happened to Yun Tingfeng. He also wanted to know how the Sha clan had offended the Yun clan, resulting in this disaster. Alas, his voice transmission was intercepted by Yun Qing Yan, who was now Yun Xinfeng. Meanwhile, Yun Tingfeng, who was worried about his son, brought his son's soul pearl out to check if his son was safe. He was shocked when he discovered his son's soul pearl, although intact, was covered in hairline cracks. He was baffled as well, since he had never heard of or seen such a thing before. Did something happen to my son? Yun Tingfeng grew even more worried. He had no idea what could have happened to Yun Qing Yan. He would never be able to imagine that his son had possessed the body of a supreme powerhouse and that his son's soul had merged with the remnant soul of the said supreme powerhouse. Not only that, but his son had also destroyed the Sha clan's estate and threatened to kill members of the Sha clan. Back in the Sha clan. You have 5 breaths left. Yun Xinfeng, who was created after Yun Qing Yan possessed and merged with the remnant soul of a supreme powerhouse, said as he stared at Sha Yu. Yun Xinfeng had calculated that it would take him 5 breaths to leave the Divine Offering Land for the endless void with Sha Ning Shui. Then, he planned to leave the God-defying world. The body that Yun Qing Yan possessed belonged to a supreme powerhouse from another world. In the past, he was sealed by a supreme powerhouse from the God-defying land and only regained his freedom when Yun Qing Yan unsealed him. Alas, at that time, he was nothing more than a remnant soul. Nonetheless, the supreme powerhouse was still very powerful. If he was unwilling, it would have been impossible for Yun Qing Yan to possess it. He allowed Xianxia to possess his body because it was a win-win situation for both of them. At this time, Sha Yu asked solemnly, Xianxia, how can you be so ruthless? I have never mistreated you. Upon hearing these words, Yun Xinfeng laughed before he said, Sha Yu, do you really think I treat you as my uncle just because I address you as uncle? Moreover, I'm no longer Yun Qingyan. My name is Yun Xinfeng. Let me remind you, you have 2 breaths left. The members of the Sha clan panicked again upon hearing Yun Xinfeng's words, and they began to plead with Sha Yu one after another. Clan leader, please bring the eldest young miss out. Clan leader, it was only natural that the members of the Sha clan wanted to survive. At the same time, Ka, also Sha Ning Shui, the eldest young miss of the Sha clan, was imprisoned along with Sha Jia, the 3rd master of the Sha clan, in the Sha clan's ancestral hall. However, she and Sha Jia had witnessed everything that happened after Yun Xinfeng appeared. The ancestral hall was a divine artifact that contained a space to confine living things. This divine artifact had been passed down for generations in the Sha clan to the various clan leaders of the Sha clan. Before the Sha clan's estate was destroyed, Sha Yu had retrieved the divine artifact. Sha Jia felt helpless as he witnessed everything silently. His hands were tightly clenched as he stared at the enemy with bloodshot eyes. There was nothing he could do against such a formidable enemy. After all, the enemy was a supreme powerhouse and had easily destroyed the manifestation of the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse. On the other hand, Ka said at this moment, Father, let me out. I'm sorry, Shui, Sha Yu lamented inwardly as he released Ka. His heart felt incomparably heavy. He did not have a choice due to his responsibilities as the clan leader of the Sha clan. Moreover, if he refused to release Ka, Yun Xinfeng would kill everyone present, and in the end, Ka would still fall into Yun Xinfeng's hands. Meanwhile, Yun Xinfeng's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Ka. Cousin, my dear cousin, you're finally here. Yun Qingyan. Ka's gaze was icy as she stared at the sinister effeminate young man. Yun Xinfeng shook his head and corrected Ka immediately. He said, Cousin, I'm Yun Xinfeng now, I'm not Yun Qingyan now. Please remember my new name. At this time, Ka also noticed Yun Qingyan's changes. It was clear that he was a completely different person now. When he looked at her now, there was no desire at all in his eyes. Cousin, I know you yearn to reunite with your husband. However, you can trust that I won't allow that to happen. I'll take you away from the god-defying world before I find you a new husband. I'm sure he'll be furious when he finds out about this, Yun Xinfeng said before laughing heartily. When his laughter died down, he added, My dear cousin, don't even think about ending your life. If you do, I'll annihilate the entire Sha clan. As soon as Ka heard Yun Xinfeng's words, she quickly dismissed her thought of committing suicide. Just as Yun Xinfeng expected, she had planned to end her life rather than live a miserable life with Yun Xinfeng. Cousin, resistance is futile. You better not resist, otherwise, the members of the Sha clan will suffer the consequences, Yun Xinfeng said before he suddenly appeared next to Ka. Then, he reached his hand out toward Ka. A strange energy surged out of Yun Xinfeng's body in just a blink of an eye. However, just as his energy was about to touch Ka, a frosty voice rang in the distance. How dare a native of the Blood Spectre world come to our god-defying world? Do you have a death wish? Following that, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and rushed toward Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng's expression changed drastically. It was impossible for the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse and the reinforcement to arrive so soon. As such, he knew that this supreme powerhouse must be another supreme powerhouse who happened to be nearby. He could sense that the supreme powerhouse was rather powerful as well. Apart from that, it was obvious to him that the supreme powerhouse intended to protect Ka. After a brief moment, Yun Xinfeng decided not to give up. He did not withdraw his energy and continued to extend it toward Ka as he raised his hand to tear an opening in the space. Chapter 4337 The Soul Imprisonment Clan. A spatial tear appeared, and Yun Xinfeng was quickly pulled into the turbulent space just as the middle-aged man, who was a supreme powerhouse, arrived. Before he left, he glanced at Ka who had fainted in Sha Yu's arms. He's a member of the Blood Spectre World's Soul Imprisonment Clan. Sha Yu's expression changed as this thought appeared in his mind. At the same time, he quickly used his divine consciousness to check on Ka only to discover that her soul had been restrained by an unknown energy. Just as he was about to remove the unknown energy, "Don't touch that restraining energy!" the middle-aged yelled. The backlash. will hurt her and even possibly destroy her soul. I'll go after him. The only way to remove the restraint now is to kill him or have another member of the soul imprisonment clan remove it. Sha Yu's face turned ashen upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man entered the spatial tear before it closed as soon as his voice fell. Sha Yu looked at Ka, who was lying motionlessly in his arms, guiltily. If he did not bring her out from the divine artifact, this would not have happened. At this time, Sha Jia's voice rang from the divine artifact in Sha Yu's hands. Let me out. Sha Yu did not even think about it as he released Sha Jia from the divine artifact. Sha Jia's expression was unsightly as he looked at the unconscious Ka. How's this possible? Meanwhile, the members of the Sha clan were silent. Those who pleaded with Sha Yu to hand Ka over to Yun Xinfeng felt so guilty that they were unable to raise their heads. Although they did not know what happened exactly, it was not hard to figure out that the matter was much worse than they had imagined. They also realized the gravity of the situation when they heard the middle-aged man say that not much could be done about the restraint placed on Ka. Yun Qing Yan. Sha Yu's expression was extremely dark as he sent a voice transmission to Yun Tingfeng. Yuner. When Yun Tingfeng received Sha Yu's voice transmission, he did not waste time and quickly went to the Sha clan. He was perplexed. He could not figure out how his son, who became a supreme god with much difficulty, became a supreme powerhouse now. He was also anxious to find out why his son's soul pearl was covered in hairline cracks. In the turbulent space, the middle-aged man failed despite trying his best to catch up with Yun Xinfeng. After all, he had a late start because he stayed back to warn Sha Yu. He's quite strong, so why is he afraid to face me? Did he alert the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse earlier? It did not take long for the middle-aged man to figure out why Yun Xinfeng did not stay to confront him. After all, it would be almost impossible for Yun Xinfeng to escape once the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse and his friends arrived. He's very decisive, the middle-aged man thought to himself as he shook his head. Then, he raised his hand and tore an opening in the space to return to the divine offering land. Before the middle-aged man arrived at the Sha clan, Yun Tingfeng had already arrived. Yun Tingfeng was shocked when he saw the Sha clan's estate, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, had been reduced to rubbles. Yun Tingfeng asked Sha Yu anxiously, what happened? Where's Yuner? Sha Yu scoffed and said with a dark expression, Yun Tingfeng, you really raised a good-for-nothing son. Initially, Sha Yu thought that Yun Tingfeng was the culprit behind the matter. However, after thinking about it, he knew it was impossible for Yun Tingfeng to transform Yun Qing Yan into a supreme powerhouse. He confirmed his speculation completely when he heard the middle-aged man say that Yun Xinfeng was a native of the Blood Spectre world. Sha Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand what you're saying. Where's my son? You said he's now a supreme powerhouse. What happened? Yun Tingfeng asked, growing more and more anxious. He brought out his son's soul pearl before he continued to say, this is his soul pearl. This is the first time I've seen a soul pearl in such a state. Tell me, what happened to him? After seeing the ruins that were the Sha clan's estate, Yun Tingfeng did not doubt Sha Yu's words. At this time, the middle-aged man appeared and said in a loud voice, I'll tell you what happened. Senior. Sha Jia asked anxiously, did you manage to capture him? Despite the ominous feeling in his heart when he saw the middle-aged man returning alone, Sha Jia still could not help but ask this question. I didn't, the middle-aged man replied as he shook his head. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng's expression turned solemn when he saw the middle-aged man. He had sensed the middle-aged man's domineering aura, so he knew that the middle-aged man was a supreme powerhouse comparable to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse. That, Sha Jia was at a loss for words upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. At the same time, Sha Yu's expression had already turned grim. The weight of his daughter in his arms seemed to grow heavier at this time. It was as though she had grown heavier by 1,000 tons. While Sha Yu was overwhelmed by guilt, the middle-aged man asked Yun Tingfeng, you're the clan leader of the Divine Offering Land's Yun clan. Yun Qing Yan is your son. Yes, senior, Yun Tingfeng quickly replied. Although he did not know the identity of the middle-aged man, he did not dare to be disrespectful to a supreme powerhouse. The middle-aged man said, if I'm not mistaken, your son must have removed the seal on a supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre World's Soul Imprisonment clan. In the past, a few of my predecessors had faced the supreme powerhouses from the Soul Imprisonment clan. My predecessors couldn't destroy their souls, so they sealed them to let time erode their souls. The members of the soul imprisonment clan are skilled in soul techniques. Even if they die, they have ways to preserve their souls. It's not difficult for supreme powerhouses to destroy the souls of supreme gods from the clan, but it's difficult to destroy the souls of the supreme powerhouses from the clan. The only way to kill them is to let time erode their souls. As time depletes their energy and erodes their souls, they'll eventually die. The middle-aged man continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, your son must have stumbled upon a heavenly jewel which sealed a supreme powerhouse from the soul imprisonment clan. Your son must have removed the seal. They must have a made deal beforehand, and your son must have agreed to merge with the other party's remnant soul. This is a common way for members of the soul imprisonment clan to resurrect. Members of the soul imprisonment clan are asexual. They look like men, but their voices are feminine. Moreover, they don't have male reproductive organs. In other words, they have no desire, and their only goal is to become stronger and achieve immortality." The members of the Sha clan and Yun Ting Feng gained a better understanding of the Blood Spectre World Soul Imprisonment clan after listening to the middle-aged man. At this time, Sha Yu could not help but ask, "Senior, what's going to happen to my daughter? Is there really no other way to break the restraint?" Although Ka was physically fine, Sha Yu could sense that her soul was getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps, she would be unharmed for now, but if they could not find a way to break the restraint, her soul would eventually be destroyed, resulting in death. "There's no other way," the middle-aged man shook his head and said with a sigh, "I was too late. How am I going to explain this to that boy?" Upon hearing these words, Sha Yu, Sha Jia, and Yun Ting Feng instantly knew that the middle-aged man was referring to Duan Ling Tian, Ka's husband, when he said, "that boy." Chapter 4338 Duan Ling Tian, the intermediate supreme god. Since the time flow where the divine fountain was located flowed differently from the outside world, Duan Ling Tian was able to focus on cultivating without pressure. He lost track of time as he cultivated, aware of the fact that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was determined to raise his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian also did not keep his guard up when he cultivated like he usually would. After all, if there were any danger, it could only come from the supreme powerhouse who controlled the divine fountain, and if the other party intended to harm him, there was no reason for the other party to wait so long. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that the soul of his wife, Ka, had been restrained by a member of the Blood Spectre World Soul Imprisonment clan. He was also unaware that the Sha clan's estate in the Divine Offering Land had been reduced to rubbles. At some point, the supreme powerhouse from the Sha clan and his friends had rushed over to the Sha clan. Alas, it was too late, and they could only leave in the end. Meanwhile, the master of the Divine Offering Land, who was in the midst of a game of chess with his old friend, stopped the game immediately when he was alerted to what happened. He quickly rushed back to the Divine Offering Land. Although the Divine Offering Land was his little world, due to it being a realm of gods in the god-defying world, it was not in his body. It was not impossible for him to return the Divine Offering Land to his body, but doing so would make it lose the protection from being a part of the god-defying world to a certain extent. However, doing so would also boost his strength greatly. As it turns out, the disturbance wasn't from the advanced chaotic region closing on the realm battlefield. It was due to the emergence of a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan in my Divine Offering Land. He scoffed coldly as muttered under his breath, "You're really bold. I've memorized your aura. If you dare to enter the Divine Offering Land again, you'll definitely die." As the master of the Divine Offering Land, he was naturally much stronger in the Divine Offering Land. In a mundane realm, on an island protected with layers upon layers of formations, a beautiful young woman stood at the peak of a mountain as she gazed into the distance. She was Duan Si Ling, Duan Ling Tian and Ka's daughter. As though she was connected by heart with her mother, she had begun to feel uneasy recently. Father's doppelganger from the law disappeared a few years ago after its energy was depleted. I wonder if he's okay. It's been almost 1,000 years, so the spatial passages between the lower realms and the realms of gods are about to open soon. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? Did something happen? Duan Si Ling's eyes were brimming with worries as she murmured to herself. At this time, a gentle voice rang from afar. "Si Ling, here you are." Following that, a graceful figure appeared near Duan Si Ling. "Aunt Wu," Duan Si Ling greeted respectfully as she cupped her fists together. The newcomer was Feng Tian Wu. "Aunt Wu, I've been feeling very uneasy recently. Do you think something happened to my father?" Duan Si Ling asked. "Silly girl," Feng Tian Wu shook her head and said, don't think too much. Nothing will happen to your father. He has always been able to turn misfortunes into fortunes. It'll be no exception this time." When Feng Tianwu spoke, her expression softened immediately. Despite her words, she also could not help but feel worried. In another place on the island, a peerless beauty stood silently in a courtyard as she looked at the sky. "Huaner, when you're cultivating, you should go out more. There are many interesting places in this mundane realm. I'm not going anywhere, I'll wait for his return here." To the Xia family, the appearance of the supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre world was undoubtedly a disaster. Their clan's estate was in ruins now. After the disaster, all of them carried out their respective duties. With everyone's effort, they quickly reconstructed the Xia clan's estate. Unexpectedly, during this time, Xia Yu publicly resigned from his position as the clan leader of the Xia clan. He planned to stay by his unconscious daughter's side after his resignation. The elders of the Xia clan expressed their wish for Xia Yu to continue holding the position until they could elect another clan leader so the clan would not fall into chaos. Initially, Xia Yu refused the elders. He only agreed after his third brother, Xia, persuaded him. Even then, he only handled a few important matters and spent most of his time by his daughter's side to atone for his guilt. "My precious daughter, I heard and also confirmed that your husband is safe. He's really outstanding. If he's willing, when you marry him, I'll arrange a grand wedding for you. I was wrong in the past for agreeing to help the Yun clan deal with him. However, from now on, I'll only protect him. After all, he's your husband." Xia Yu, the majestic clan leader of the Xia clan, sat in a courtyard with a cup of wine in his hand and muttered to himself as he stared at the door of a room in the courtyard. At this moment, a thick beard covered the bottom half of his face, and his robe was stained with wine. Meanwhile, Xia was also shocked by his usually aloof brother's transformation. It made him realize that his brother had been putting up a front all this time. He did not doubt now that his brother truly cared about Ka. His expression was complicated as he looked at his brother. He had never seen his dignified brother in such a state before. Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate without any regard for time. Previously, his speed of absorbing the divine fountain had slowed down, causing him to worry if he would be brought out of the divine fountain. As such, he only hoped that he would be able to become an intermediate supreme god before he was forced to leave the divine fountain. As time passed, just as he had expected, his speed of absorption became slower. It was particularly slow when he was on the verge of becoming an intermediate supreme god. As such, he became even more worried about being forced to leave before he became an intermediate supreme god. It was indeed not easy to become an intermediate supreme god. He struggled for a long time before he finally succeeded. At the critical moment when he was the most worried, he smoothly broke through and became an intermediate supreme god. After becoming an intermediate supreme god, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his speed of absorption had increased again. Although he was surprised, he did not stop absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain. After all, he had to absorb as much as he could. He would never be presented with this kind of opportunity again. Inside a pavilion on an island hovering in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man who was usually expressionless. "Not bad. I didn't expect him to break through. Now that he has broken through, he shouldn't have any problem stabilizing his cultivation base. However, I don't think he'll be able to break through and become an advanced supreme god there." The young man seemed to recall something before he muttered to himself, "I thought his eldest senior sister has great potential. It seems like he's not inferior to her at all. In fact, he might be even more outstanding than her. I'm looking forward to his future performance." After a moment, a frown appeared on the young man's face, and he sighed heavily. God-defying world. Although the God-defying world seemed peaceful on the surface, he had long discovered the undercurrent of tension that became stronger over the years. He and his peers were getting older, and the future of the God-defying world would depend on the younger generation in the future. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to spend nearly 200 years in the place where the divine fountain was located. During this time, not only did he become an intermediate supreme god, but he also completely stabilized his cultivation base and made further progress in his cultivation. In the end, his speed of absorption slowed down so much that he was forcefully brought out of the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian knew that once he was no longer a rudimentary supreme god and became an intermediate supreme god, the time here was no longer 10 days to a day inside the world. Instead, 5 days here would become equal to a day in the outside world. Almost 40 years. After Duan Ling Tian was brought out of the divine fountain, the familiar and different voice rang in the air again. You can now choose the supreme powerhouse divinity of your choice. Apart from the supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of earth, the law of wood, and the law of life, I have everything. Choose one. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck when he heard these words. Clearly, the other party possessed many supreme powerhouse divinities. He could not help but wonder inwardly, who is he exactly? Chapter 4339 Duan Ling Tian's Choice of Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Before entering the realm battlefield, Duan Ling Tian already knew how rare and precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was. Even supreme powerhouses might not necessarily possess one, and not every supreme powerhouse could leave behind a supreme powerhouse divinity after their death. Duan Ling Tian's knowledge about the supreme powerhouse divinity was limited until the announcement was made about the supreme powerhouse divinity being a part of the reward for ranking first in the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. At that time, he learned a lot from the conversations he overheard. It was not easy for supreme powerhouses to create a supreme powerhouse divinity. They were only able to do so once they reached a certain level of strength. Needless to say, this was something weak supreme powerhouses were not capable of. The supreme powerhouse divinity would be created when a supreme powerhouse comprehended a law to a certain level. Someone capable of such a feat was considered extraordinary even among supreme powerhouses. One could only obtain a supreme powerhouse divinity from the supreme powerhouse who created it or kill the supreme powerhouse who created it. Senior. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. He did not realize his tone had changed when he spoke. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the time when he overheard the middle-aged supreme powerhouse, who led him here, address someone as, "My lord." At that time, he had dismissed it as a dream. After all, who could make a supreme powerhouse, who stood at the peak between heaven and earth, be so powerful? However, when he heard that the familiar voice, which had spoken to him since he arrived at this place, possessed so many supreme powerhouse divinities, unlike others who only possessed one or none, he knew that the other party had to be very strong. To possess so many supreme powerhouse divinities, the other party had to be very strong to create so many or to kill many supreme powerhouses to obtain their supreme powerhouse divinities. With this in mind, he felt that it was only natural that the middle-aged supreme powerhouse referred to the other party as, "My lord. I have a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space. Can you suggest which supreme powerhouse divinity I should choose now?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Then, he detailed the levels of comprehension of the various laws he comprehended in descending order: the law of space, the law of life, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth, the law of metal, and so on. He also told the other party how he initially considered choosing a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space so he could merge it with his original one and upgrade it to hasten his speed of comprehending the law of space. After that, Duan Ling Tian waited patiently for the supreme powerhouse's response. He was not certain if the supreme powerhouse would be willing to advise him. After all, the other party was very strong even among supreme powerhouses. Previously, Duan Ling Tian assumed that all supreme powerhouses were about equal in strength. He did not expect that there were differences in strength between supreme powerhouses as well. In some cases, the difference was similar to that between a top advanced supreme god and an ordinary supreme god. Will he advise me? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, feeling anxious. He did not know if a high and mighty supreme powerhouse would bother to advise him, a mere intermediate supreme god. However, it did not take long before he obtained the answer. There's nothing wrong with your initial plan. Another supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space will certainly hasten the speed of your comprehension. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian assumed that the supreme powerhouse would encourage him to follow his initial plan. However, the supreme powerhouse's following words made him realize how ignorant he had been. However, have you considered the possibility that the supreme powerhouses of the two supreme powerhouse divinities might have different styles of comprehending the law of space? There's a possibility that the two styles are conflicting. If that's the case, the new supreme powerhouse divinity you obtain will be rendered useless. Not only that, but it might even harm you. Duan Ling Tian fell silent after listening to the supreme powerhouse's words. He wondered if the supreme powerhouse could tell if the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space was compatible with his own supreme powerhouse divinity. As though the supreme powerhouse could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, he said, "I have two supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of space, but I don't know if they're compatible with yours. Since you comprehend the law of space, you should know that everyone may travel the same path in the beginning, but eventually, everyone's paths would diverge. In my opinion, I don't think it's necessary for you to choose a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space. The one you have is good enough to help you comprehend the law of space to its perfect form. Another one might hasten your speed, but it might also slow you down. Nonetheless, the final decision lies with you. The supreme powerhouse did not force his opinion on Duan Lingtian. After all, it was inappropriate. Thank you for your advice, Senior, Duan Lingtian said, expressing his gratitude. Then, he added, I won't choose another supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space then. Do you have any suggestions on which one I should choose? The supreme powerhouse remained silent. The duration of the silence was longer than before. Just when Duan Lingtian thought the other party had ignored him, the other party said, you can choose between the law of time or the law of life. Duan Lingtian mulled over the two choices for a long time after hearing the suggestion. His law of life was stronger than his law of time. Based on his comprehension, he should choose the law of life. However, the supreme powerhouse was aware of this, but the supreme powerhouse did not single out the law of life. Instead, the supreme powerhouse threw the law of time into the mix. This meant that the law of time must have some advantage over the law of life. Moreover, the supreme powerhouse was aware of the existence of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. The divine tree of life would complement the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of life, and their effect would be similar to two supreme powerhouse divinities with the same law that did not conflict. And yet, the supreme powerhouse still suggested the law of time. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said, Senior, I've made up my mind. I'll choose the supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of time. Duan Lingtian had always found the law of time mysterious. It was only when his master inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse who was an expert in the law of time that he was able to grasp and comprehend the law of time with his master's guidance. Since then, his comprehension of the law of time had improved greatly. Naturally, it was still nowhere near the level of his law of space. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would ask about the reason why the supreme powerhouse suggested the law of time along with the law of life. However, he did not do so because he felt that it was obvious the supreme powerhouse favored the law of time. Moreover, he was also worried about annoying the supreme powerhouse if he asked too many questions. After all, he was just a mere intermediate supreme god whom supreme powerhouses could kill with just a thought. Are you sure? There's no turning back after this, the other party asked. I'm sure, Duan Lingtian said without any hesitation as he nodded. The law of time, one of the four supreme laws, was known to be the trickiest law. It could manipulate time. It was also the reason Duan Lingtian was able to stay for such a long time in the divine fountain without wasting much time outside. Apart from that, when faced with an enemy, one could even stop time to kill one's opponent. Following that, an object that resembled the supreme powerhouse divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession appeared in midair before it flew toward him. Chapter 4340 Back to the Past. The supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of time. Duan Lingtian could barely contain his excitement when he saw the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in front of him. After you put away the supreme powerhouse, I'll send you out, the supreme powerhouse said. Thank you, Senior, Duan Lingtian said respectfully. However, he did not put away the supreme powerhouse divinity immediately. Instead, he asked, Senior, may I ask for your name? It's inappropriate for me not to know your name after receiving so much guidance from you. In a pavilion on an island suspended in the endless void, which looked like it existed since the beginning of time, a white-clad young man leaning against the pavilion smiled faintly. Interesting. He's able to remain calm in front of a supreme powerhouse divinity. Back at the location of the divine fountain, it did not take long before Duan Lingtian obtained a reply. It's not important to know my name. You'll naturally know my name once you become a supreme powerhouse. Thank you, Senior, Duan Lingtian said as he cupped his fists together. He did not press for the name of the supreme powerhouse. After that, Duan Lingtian reached out for the supreme powerhouse divinity. As soon as the tips of his fingers touched it, his surroundings began to distort and his vision turned blurry. Then, he lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he discovered that he was near the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy. What's going on? Shouldn't I be sent to the realm battlefield after obtaining the supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. For a moment, he was confused and thought he was dreaming. He could not find his new supreme powerhouse divinity. He searched his memories and clearly remembered his time in the advanced chaotic region. To confirm that he was not dreaming, he even checked his cultivation base. Indeed, he was already an intermediate supreme god, and his cultivation base was also completely stabilized. However, where was the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time? He only saw the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space in his spatial ring. I'm not dreaming, everything is real, so what happened? Did the supreme powerhouse take back that supreme powerhouse divinity? Duan Ling Tian wondered out loud. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was distracted by the conversation between a few students from the Myriad Laws Academy who were passing by. Hey, did you hear? Vice Academy Master Hong Yifeng is stepping down from his position. It's said that his junior brother, Yang Yuchen, will replace him and become the new Vice Academy Master. Yang Yuchen, that monster is going to be our Vice Academy Master. Duan Ling Tian felt that he had gone crazy when he heard the conversation. Yang Yuchen was Duan Ling Tian's third senior brother in the Inner Palace faction. Before he joined the academy, Yang Yuchen was already the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. As such, he could not make sense of the students' words about his third senior brother replacing his second senior brother to be the Vice Academy Master. Although he had never met his second senior brother, he knew that the other party's name was Hong Yifeng. What's going on? Why did they say third senior brother is about to become the Vice Academy Master when he has held the position for so many years? Driven by confusion and curiosity, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and approached the students. He brought his student token out to avoid frightening them, and as expected, the students let down their guard after seeing the token. Duan Ling Tian was even more confused after speaking to the students. According to them, Yang Yuchen was selected to become the Vice Academy Master last month. After the students left, Duan Ling Tian continued to ask a few more students he encountered about the matter. It seems like my speculations are right. Duan Ling Tian knew that he had appeared here after touching the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. However, after he arrived, he could not find it. Perhaps, I was sent here by the supreme powerhouse divinity. However, it shouldn't possess such an ability. It's more likely that I was sent here by that supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian knew how supreme powerhouse divinities worked since he already possessed one. He thought that the supreme powerhouse must have used the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time to send him here. Now that Duan Ling Tian confirmed that what he was experiencing was real, he did not return to the Myriad Laws Academy. After all, there was no use returning to the academy when he had been sent to a time when he was not even born yet. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy for at least 1,000 years, after all, and he was sent to the time when Yang Yuchen was just about to become the Vice Academy Master. Even father and mother haven't been born at this time period, let alone me, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Third senior brother doesn't know who I am at this time. If I meet him now, whether it's good or bad, it'll definitely change the past and the future. I can't take this risk. Duan Ling Tian wandered far away from the Myriad Laws Academy. It would have been dangerous for him to do so even when he was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. However, now that he was an intermediate supreme god with a completely stabilized cultivation and was capable of killing some advanced supreme god, he was rather certain of his safety. Even if he encountered Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, he would be able to retreat safely even if he could not defeat Yun Tingfeng. Duan Ling Tian had yet to test out his strength after becoming an intermediate supreme god. However, he had a feeling that not many could kill him in the profound energy land even if he could not defeat them. Even third senior brother and second senior brother aren't a match for me during this time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, coming to a halt. Then, an idea appeared in his mind. Should I hide my identity and spar with third senior brother? However, I'll have to wait for him to leave the Myriad Laws Academy. Although I can easily escape from the Academy Master, I won't be able to escape if the Academy's guarding formation is activated. After all, Duan Ling Tian knew that the Myriad Laws Academy's guarding formation was set up by a supreme powerhouse. Yang Yuchen ran into an intermediate supreme god who wanted to spar with him outside of the Myriad Laws Academy. In the end, he was defeated with a single strike. Who is he? Even eldest senior sister isn't as strong as him before she became an advanced supreme god. Yang Yuchen shuddered inwardly as he watched the other party fly into the distance. He was naturally unaware that the other party, who was dressed in a loose robe and a hat, was his junior brother from the future. Back to the future. After Duan Lingtian disappeared, the white-clad young man suddenly appeared next to the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in midair. His face was pale, and a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his lips. He murmured, "I hope it's worth the try. I didn't expect it to take such a huge toll on me despite my current strength." Chapter 4341 Heart Palpitations. The act of traveling back to the past was amazing. Supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds could send those with weaker cultivation bases back to the past, but it was impossible for even the strongest supreme powerhouse to send a supreme god back to the past unless they possessed a precious treasure that contained the law of time, like the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. However, supreme powerhouses were rarely willing to use such a precious treasure even if it was for the sake of their direct descendants, let alone others. Duan Lingtian did not understand the benefits of traveling back to the past. He thought that there were none. He was unaware that after experiencing this, his comprehension of the law of time would improve after he returned to the future. After being sent about 1,000 years back in time, Duan Lingtian waited for Yang Yuchen to leave the Myriad Laws Academy to spar with Yang Yuchen. After he defeated Yang Yuchen, he left, feeling smug. He did not look for eldest senior sister or fourth senior sister who were not at the academy, afraid of changing the events in the past and future. After all, who knew if it would bring grave consequences? At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Did it happen at this time? Duan Lingtian recalled the young girl called Duan Chaoyu. When he first met Duan Chaoyu, she mistook him for her brother. However, based on her initial reaction when she saw him, he did not think it was a mistake at all. As such, he had been perplexed at that time. When he met his master, Feng Qingyang, he told his master about the encounter, and his master speculated that he might have traveled back in time at some point and met Duan Chaoyu. Although the speculations made sense, they still sounded too amazing to be true at that time. It was not easy to travel back in time after all. The stronger he became, the more difficult it would be for him to be sent back to the past. After all, if those who were very powerful were easily allowed to go back in time, they could easily change the course of history. Imagine what it would be like if a supreme powerhouse could easily travel back in time. He or she could easily annihilate everyone who stood in his or her way. Duan Lingtian was shocked when this theory appeared in his mind. If master is right, I'll meet Duan Chaoyu during this time, and she'll acknowledge me as her brother. Then, another thought appeared in his mind. Ka hasn't reincarnated at this time, right? She's still Sha Ning Shui, the eldest young miss of the Sha clan. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He thought about looking for Ka in the divine offering land's Sha clan. However, as Sha Ning Shui now, Ka did not know who he was at all. Nonetheless, he still decided to have a look. It was rather easy for Duan Lingtian to travel from the profound energy land to the divine offering land. After all, the realm battlefield had yet to open, and the spatial passages were open. It was also easy to travel to the lower realms. Since he was not a native of a realm of gods, his power would not be suppressed even when he went to the lower realms. I wonder if the strength of supreme powerhouses who are natives of realms of gods is restricted in the lower realms. Driven by curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world about it. He also explained that he had traveled back about 1,000 years in time. The world-cleansing divine water was now conscious thanks to the divine fountain. The world-cleansing divine water was in shock and disbelief when she heard this. Based on what she knew, even a supreme powerhouse skilled in the law of time might not be able to send the weakest rudimentary supreme god 15 minutes back in time, let alone 1,000 years. Even if he was capable of such a feat, there would be repercussions. After the world-cleansing divine water calmed down, she said, natives of realms of gods who became supreme powerhouses will still be restricted when they go to the lower realms. However, this restriction will be removed once they're strong enough to form a supreme powerhouse divinity. Before they're able to form supreme powerhouse divinities, their powers will be suppressed in the outer boundary as well. If their strength is restricted, they would only be as strong as a top advanced supreme god. It's also for this reason that many supreme powerhouses don't go to the outer boundary without a reason. After all, They're worried about dying there. No, little Tien, hurry up and seal your little world. I sense the repelling force from myself from this time. The world-cleansing divine water cried in panic. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's heart began to palpitate. He could sense that the divine tree of life in his little world, which was filled with vitality, slowly withering. He hastily sealed his little world before his heartbeat finally returned to normal. Chapter 4342 Duan Chao Yu's Origin. So it turns out resistance occurs when two same beings exist at the same time. Duan Ling Tian did not experience any resistance because he was not born yet at this time. Does this mean humans can only travel back to the time before they were born? This means that it's more difficult for others to travel back in time. After all, I don't think there are any rudimentary supreme gods younger than 1,000 years old in the god-defying world, let alone an intermediate supreme god who has stabilized his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian came to this conclusion after he met Ning Yizan, the former strongest young prodigy in the god-defying world from the divine offering land's Ning clan, which was a prime supreme rank force. In fact, an advanced lord of gods below the age of 1,000 is considered a monstrous prodigy in the god-defying world. Even then, someone with such talent would not be able to change the course of history if they were sent back in time. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened after thinking about these things. At this time, he was almost completely certain that the supreme powerhouse who had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity had sent him back to the time before he was born. He must have paid a huge price for sending me back 1,000 years back in time. I wonder what's his reason. Is he planning to possess my body after I grow stronger to a certain level? Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he thought about this. He could not believe that the supreme powerhouse did not have any motives at all. Although he did not know if supreme powerhouses had to face heavenly tribulations and risk death, he could not help but feel skeptical. Why would the other party pay such a huge price just to send him back in time? It was not like the other party had specific missions for him in the past. Forget it, I'll go and have a look at Ka first. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to arrive near the Sha clan's estate in the Divine Offering land. With his current strength, the clan leader of the Sha clan would definitely welcome him warmly. However, he was afraid of affecting the past and the future. He would be content as long as he could catch a glimpse of Ka, who was still Sha Ning Shui, the eldest young miss of the Sha clan. Now, Duan Ling Tian spent half a month outside of the Sha clan's estate before he found out that Sha Ning Yu was in closed-door cultivation and had not appeared in front of the public for at least a decade now. Although he was disappointed, he did not let it affect him. With this discovery, he left the Divine Offering land and returned to the Profound Energy land. It was unrealistic for him to continue waiting for Sha Ning Shui to appear. Moreover, he was curious about how he met Duan Chao Yu. After returning to the Profound Energy land, Duan Ling Tian kept his distance from the Myriad Laws Academy, afraid of affecting the future. 2 years passed before he finally met Duan Chao Yu. Master was right, I really met her after I traveled back in time. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited even though he had already expected this. Before meeting Duan Ling Tian, Duan Chao Yu's name was only Chao Yu. She had adopted her mother's surname, Chao. After Duan Ling Tian saved her life, he became the second most important person in her life, so she adopted his surname as well. Duan Ling Tian did not dissuade her from doing so since he knew how persistent she could be based on their encounters in the future. Brother, I want to avenge my mother with my own hands. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel distressed seeing how resolute Duan Chao Yu was about seeking revenge when she was so young. Seeing her determination, he did not avenge her mother on her behalf. Duan Chao Yu was the illegitimate child of a young master from a heavyweight supreme rank force. He was already engaged when he had an affair with Duan Chao Yu's mother. After Duan Chao Yu was born, he led a group of men to hunt the mother and daughter down to prevent his fiancée from learning about their existence. In the end, in order to protect Duan Chao Yu, her mother was killed by his right-hand man. It was also at that time that Duan Ling Tian promptly appeared and saved Duan Chao Yu before killing her father's men. When Duan Ling Tian found out that the culprit was Duan Chao Yu's biological father, he was livid. Seeing how resolute she was, he also did not offer to avenge her mother for her. He took her under his wings after saving her. After some time had passed, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Duan Chao Yu's divine energy seemed to have been suppressed. No matter how she cultivated, she could not progress at all. Eventually, He realized it was due to his presence. For this reason, he entrusted her to another person. When Duan Chaoyu, who was only about 7 or 8 years old at this time, found out about Duan Lingtian's decision, she asked, "Brother, are you abandoning me?" Duan Lingtian felt distressed when he saw the crestfallen expression on her face. He stroked her head and said as he shook his head, "Little you, I'm not abandoning you. However, if you stay with me, you won't get any stronger. Let me tell you a secret." Then, Duan Lingtian told her that he was from the future so that she would not overthink things. Although it sounded ridiculous, Duan Chaoyu did not doubt Duan Lingtian at all. "However, brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Little you, don't you want to avenge your mother? You won't be able to do so if you don't get stronger. Brother, will I meet you in the future? Of course, we'll meet in the future. However, you have to promise me that you'll never reveal your identity until I recognize you." After that, he told Duan Chaoyu about where and when they would meet in the future. "Alright, let's look for someone to care for you before we separate." In the beginning, Duan Lingtian wanted to find a family to foster Duan Chaoyu, but she rejected it. She insisted she only needed one person to look after her. After all, her mother had single-handedly raised her. As such, he began to look for the perfect candidate. He rescued a few supreme gods, including an advanced supreme god. They were all very grateful and were willing to serve Duan Lingtian. Following that, before entrusting Duan Chaoyu to them, Duan Lingtian decided to test them. He pretended to leave her with them and left. Initially, they were good to her. However, when faced with life-threatening situations, they did not hesitate to abandon her at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed all of them without holding back. After all, they went back on their words and broke their promise to him. After testing more than a dozen candidates, Duan Lingtian finally found someone reliable. It was an old woman. She was an advanced supreme god who had just stabilized her cultivation base. Faced with a life-or-death situation, she did not flinch as she stood her ground and tried her best to send Duan Chaoyu to safety. Chapter 4343 Your wife has encountered a problem. The old woman was the revered elder of a heavyweight supreme ranked sect in Profound Energy Land. She also had followers, and one of them stunned Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had met that person before. She was the beautiful woman next to Duan Chaoyu, a rudimentary emperor of gods. He met her along with Duan Chaoyu 1,000 years later. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he recalled how everyone thought she was Lord of Gods when she made a move during their first meeting. The woman was Yu Chuzan. He had met her at auction in the Profound Energy Land before he joined the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, he had found her mysterious and powerful. After all, she could have crushed him to death with just a finger at that time. However, things were different now. After Yu Chuzan learned that Duan Lingtian was more powerful than the old woman she followed despite only being an intermediate supreme god, she became very respectful. She did not even dare to look Duan Lingtian in the eyes. No wonder. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally realized why Yu Chuzan had addressed him respectfully as young Master Duan at that auction 1,000 years later. As it turned out, she had met him 1,000 years ago when he was an intermediate supreme god. Needless to say, at this time, Yu Chuzan was still unaware that she would meet him after 1,000 years when he was not so strong. After staying with Duan Chaoyu for a few more days, Duan Lingtian was ready to leave. "Brother, will you come back?" Duan Chaoyu asked, filled with reluctance. Her cheeks were already wet with tears, making her look even more pitiful. "Silly girl," Duan Lingtian said as he smiled warmly and patted her head, "didn't I say before? It won't be long before we meet again. I can't come back. In the future, when you grow up, you'll be able to meet me. I've even told you the location. Did you forget it?" "No," Duan Chaoyu said, still reluctant. I just think that 1,000 years are too long." "It's not long," Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be an emperor of gods or even a supreme god." Although the young Duan Chaoyu was reluctant, Duan Lingtian knew that he could no longer stay by her side and negatively affect her. Due to him coming from the future, his cultivation would not rise in the past. Not only that, but the cultivation of the people around him in the past would not improve as well. He was a disaster to those close to him in the past since cultivation was useless in his vicinity. "I can't even cultivate here, why was I sent back in time?" To comprehend the law of time. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also vaguely realized something. Apart from the law of time, he could not cultivate and comprehend the other laws. There was no restriction on the law of time at all. Most importantly, with just half the effort, he could obtain twice the result. This was somewhat similar to when he comprehended the law in the Chamber of Law. As such, after being separated from Duan Chao Yu and the others, Duan Ling Tian found a place and began to comprehend the law of time. He only went out twice, and both times he went to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land. Unfortunately, Ka, who was Sha Ning Shui now, was still in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps, she'll only come out when I was about to be born, forget it. I won't see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Ka now. Sha Ning Shui, the eldest miss of the Sha clan, was not yet Ka. She did not have Ka's memories or experience. For the time being, she had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian at all. After making up his mind, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the law of time, losing track of time. During the process, he found that his speed of comprehending the law of time was extremely fast. It was much faster than when he used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. How did that supreme god do it? How did he send me, an intermediate supreme god, so far back in time? It's truly unbelievable. My speed of comprehending the law of time here is unbelievably fast. Duan Ling Tian had experienced many things in his life, but he was still shocked at his speed of comprehending the law of time. He had gained a lot from his time here. My law of time should be able to faintly manifest the phenomenon that shines for 100,000 miles now, right? Not long after, my law of time is able to manifest the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles now. After some time passed, currently, I feel like my law of time is on par with my law of space. If I continue to comprehend it here, will it surpass my law of space? Duan Ling Tian was naturally excited when he thought about this. Alas, it did not take long for reality to hit him. Not long after he continued to cultivate, he felt an irresistible force shrouding him. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, a thought appeared in his mind. Am I going back? Naturally, he meant going back to the future. Duan Ling Tian had long speculated that every minute he spent in the past would take a toll on the supreme powerhouse who sent him here. It would be strange if there was no price for sending someone back to the past. While Duan Ling Tian was being sent back to the future, he was unaware that his father had just been born not long ago in the Saint Province realm, a mundane realm. His father, Duan Rufeng, was only 3 years old. He was just a naughty little boy running around butt naked with snot running down his nose at this time. How could he have known that he would have a very outstanding son in the future? When Duan Ling Tian regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to where he was near the divine fountain. However, this time, he saw a supreme powerhouse hovering in the air. Duan Ling Tian was in a trance at this moment. It felt as though just a moment had passed even though he spent quite a long time in the past. In order to verify that he did not imagine his experience, he quickly checked his law of time. My law of time. Duan Ling Tian soon discovered that his level of comprehension of the law of time was indeed on par with his law of time. He truly did return to the past and comprehended his law of time there. What a pity. If I had more time in the past, my law of time would have surpassed my law of space. After sighing regretfully in his heart, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and chided himself for being greedy. After all, the opportunity that he had been given was something most people could only dream about. I stayed for so many years in the past, but only a moment had passed in the present. Duan Ling Tian reached out for the supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of time. He felt that a lifetime had passed, but at the same time, it also felt that only a moment had passed. After putting away the supreme powerhouse divinity, he turned to face the supreme powerhouse and bowed. Thank you, Senior. He knew very well that the other party must have paid a heavy price to send him back to the past. When you cultivate in the future, it's best for your law of time and law of space to progress concurrently. This will greatly help you to become a supreme powerhouse. The supreme powerhouse's voice reverberated through the entire space when he spoke. After a moment, the supreme powerhouse suddenly said, "Your wife has encountered a problem in the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan. As such, I'll send you there." Duan Ling Tian was excited when he heard that his law of space and law of time could progress concurrently even if it would take more time and effort from him. Moreover, He now possessed the supreme powerhouse divinities that contained the law of space and the law of time respectively. His speed of comprehension from the divinities alone far exceeded that of normal people. However, when Duan Ling Tian heard the supreme powerhouse's final words, he froze immediately. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he recovered his senses. Following that, he felt a monstrous force shrouding him as the void in front of him twisted violently, causing his vision to turn blurry. When he regained his vision, he found himself standing in front of a brand new building. Although it was new, he could tell at a glance that it was the Sha clan's estate. It resembled what he had seen from a distance in the past. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and crossed the barrier of the Sha clan's estate. Meanwhile, the members of the Sha clan patrolling the estate did not discover Duan Ling Tian's presence until a few moments after he appeared. In the past, Duan Ling Tian would not have dared to enter the Sha clan so rashly. However, the only thing on his mind now was to save his wife, Ka. At this time, the members of the Sha clan surrounded Duan Ling Tian. Why did you trespass into our Sha clan's estate? Chapter 4344. Forcing his way into the Sha clan's estate. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian would have panicked if he was thrown outside the Sha clan's estate by a supreme powerhouse. He also would not have recklessly entered the Sha clan's estate. However, at this time, faced with the questions from the patrolling members of the Sha clan, he was only worried about Ka. Duan Ling Tian only wanted to find out what had happened to Ka and what the supreme powerhouse's words meant. As such, he ignored the patrolling members of the Sha clan and flew away. Even a supreme powerhouse said that Ka had encountered a problem. This meant that Ka must have encountered a serious problem. After all, most big problems for cultivators were only small matters to supreme powerhouses. For example, killing a top advanced supreme god might be an almost impossible matter to most people, but it was extremely easy for a supreme powerhouse. Stop him. He plans to force his way into our clan's estate. Capture him. Duan Ling Tian flew toward the Sha clan's estate at high speed, but before long, a group of elders and disciples appeared in front of him. At the same time, the earlier patrolling members also caught up with him from the back. Scram! Duan Ling Tian roared. He was burning with anxiety, and it took almost all of his self-control not to kill them. A spatial storm raged around him, causing the void to ripple. The members of the Sha clan were immediately forced to retreat. Duan Ling Tian's terrifying law of space could be sensed in the raging spatial storm at this moment. His divine energy as an intermediate supreme god felt like an unstoppable force to the elders and disciples of the Sha clan. The strongest among this group of members of the Sha clan were 3 intermediate supreme gods. However, faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was comparable with most top advanced supreme gods, they were naturally no match for him. Even if they joined forces, their combined strength seemed insignificant compared to his. It was just like how the stars could never outshine the moon. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the 3 intermediate supreme gods and the others, who were a mix of rudimentary supreme gods and a few advanced emperors of gods. Excluding the 3 intermediate supreme gods, if the others had not retreated in time, they would have been killed with just one strike. When the dust settled, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the void. The members of the Sha clan stood in the distance with horrified expressions on their pale faces. He's just an intermediate supreme god, right? How can an intermediate supreme god be so strong? I've seen the clan leader fight before. If he doesn't use his divine weapon, his strength is on par with his. An intermediate supreme god has strength on par with our clan leader. Many people were in shock and disbelief. Some even felt that they were dreaming for a brief moment. How could it be possible for an intermediate supreme god to be so powerful? At this moment, a scoff rang in the air before a burly old man appeared in the sky with a group of old and middle-aged men behind him. Their expressions were one of righteous indignation, furious that someone hurt the members of the Sha clan and was trying to force his way into the Sha clan's estate. This group of newcomers was elders of the Sha clan, and the old man in the lead was the second elder of the Sha clan. The second elder of the Sha clan came to a stop across from Duan Ling Tian. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression, and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you break into our Sha clan's estate?" At this time, Duan Ling Tian had calmed down a lot after venting his anger and anxiety on the patrolling members of the Sha clan. He continued to say, "I'm here because the supreme powerhouse who rewarded me ranking first in the advanced chaotic region's overall ranking told me that my wife, Ka, also eldest young Miss Sha Ning Shui of the Sha clan, has encountered a problem. I harbor no ill intentions toward the Sha clan. I'm only here to see my wife. They were a little uncertain earlier, but when Duan Ling Tian mentioned his name and that he ranked first in the Advanced Chaotic Region's overall ranking, they inhaled sharply. They were not unfamiliar with Duan Ling Tian's name. After all, recently, he had become very famous in the divine offering land and other realms of gods. They naturally heard that he was from the mundane realm. He was not even 1,000 years old when he became a rudimentary supreme god. Not only that, but he ranked first in the rudimentary supreme god ranking and the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. Although he was just a rudimentary supreme god, he was comparable to top intermediate supreme gods. As it turns out, it's him. I heard that the eldest young Mrs. Husband in this life is someone from the mundane realm. However, I heard that her husband is very weak. How is he so strong? So Duan Ling Tian had a connection with our Sha clan. The disciples of the Sha clan who were frightened and ashamed after being suppressed by Duan Ling Tian earlier returned to their senses. Unlike before, joyful expressions could be seen on their faces. Earlier, they were ashamed and furious because they thought he was an outsider, but upon learning about his connection to the Sha clan, all traces of dissatisfaction in their hearts vanished immediately. Moreover, before Ka met with an accident, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, had instructed them not to be rude if Duan Ling Tian came and to treat him like an esteemed guest. At that time, most of them assumed Sha Yu's treatment of Duan Ling Tian was due to Duan Ling Tian's monstrous talent. Many of them also did not think that Duan Ling Tian would come to their Sha clan even if the clan was a prime supreme rank force. After all, currently, he was recognized as the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world. Many prime supreme rank forces made many generous offers just to recruit him. As such, when they heard Sha Yu's order, they felt that Sha Yu was thinking too much. Why would Duan Ling Tian come to the Sha clan? However, after learning that Duan Ling Tian was the husband of Sha Ning Shui, their eldest young miss, realization finally dawned on them. No wonder clan leader gave such an order at that time. I found it strange previously, but it makes sense now. That's right, since Duan Ling Tian is our clan leader's son-in-law, it's only natural for him to come to our Sha clan. The Sha clan has made it. Such a genius actually came to our clan. The group of people from the Sha clan were all pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was slightly confused when he heard that Ka's father in her previous life, Sha Yu, actually ordered everyone to treat him like an esteemed guest. He found it hard to believe that Sha Yu was treating him so politely. In Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, had always been a villain. After all, Sha Yu forced Ka to marry Yun Qing Yan in her previous life. Moreover, it seemed that Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan, also resented Sha Yu. As such, it was hard for Duan Ling Tian to believe that Sha Yu actually welcomed him. Is it due to my achievements on the realm battlefield? Or is it because something happened to Ka? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as his expression changed. The second elder of the Sha clan and the other elders, who were originally furious, were also stunned. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be Duan Ling Tian. After the revelation, they looked at him and realized that the young man in front of them indeed fit the description. He was dressed in a purple robe, and he was handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. Suddenly, the expression of one elder changed as he exclaimed, "Wait! Isn't Duan Ling Tian just a rudimentary supreme god? The last time he was seen in the advanced chaotic region, he was still a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He broke through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god and even stabilized his cultivation base." Earlier, before the elders arrived, they received a message that a very powerful intermediate supreme god was forcing his way into the Sha clan's estate. It was suspected that the other party was not inferior to a top advanced supreme god. At that time, they did not take the message seriously. It was unlikely that an intermediate supreme god was on par with a top advanced supreme god, after all. Even the two known strongest intermediate supreme gods only possessed the strength of a powerful advanced supreme god. There was still some gap between the strength of the duo and a top advanced supreme god. They were shaken again by this revelation. Duan Ling Tian, you've become an intermediate supreme god and stabilized your cultivation base. The realm battlefield only closed a few years ago, but he has already made a breakthrough. What's going on? His cultivation speed is out of this world. I heard that he was stuck in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god for many years and was unable to stabilize his cultivation base. How did he become an intermediate supreme god so quickly? While a few elders voiced their doubts, some members returned to their senses and spoke up. It must be because he has absorbed a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Everyone agreed with these words immediately, and their doubts were immediately dispelled. They knew that he was not only rewarded with a huge amount of liquid from the divine fountain, but he was also allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. Some of them could not help but wonder if the Xia clan would get some liquid from the divine fountain since he was Xia Yu's son-in-law. Chapter 4345 Second Meeting with Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian truly did not expect he would receive such an enthusiastic reception during his first visit to the Xia clan. After listening to the conversations in his surroundings, he also learned that he was so enthusiastically received not only because of Xia Yu's order, but also because of the divine fountain. This was not surprising since the divine fountain was a supreme treasure that even supreme powerhouses coveted, let alone ordinary cultivators. Everyone is so materialistic no matter where I go. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. At this time, the furious expression on the face of the second elder of the Xia clan had long disappeared. He smiled warmly and said, "As it turns out, the young master has arrived." "Greetings, young master. I'm Xia Dongming, and I'm the second elder of the Xia clan." Previously, Xia Dongming did not believe it when he heard that an intermediate supreme god possessed the strength of a top advanced supreme god. However, after learning that the other party was Duan Ling Tian, he no longer had any doubts. After all, when Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, he was already on par with top intermediate supreme gods. Perhaps, the title of the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world is going to change hands again, Xia Dongming thought to himself. Previously, in the advanced chaotic region, a supreme powerhouse had declared that Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Laws Academy was the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. However, later, when the results of the rankings appeared, an unknown intermediate supreme god claimed the first and second place for the intermediate supreme god ranking and the overall ranking respectively. As such, quite a few people at that time felt that the unknown intermediate supreme god should be the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. However, Hong Yifeng was declared to be the strongest by a supreme powerhouse. Almost everyone trusted the words of a supreme powerhouse, so most people still believed that Hong Yifeng was the strongest. There are two camps, one supports Hong Yifeng, and the other one supports Xianxia. However, if the two camps find out that Duan Ling Tian has become an intermediate supreme god and also stabilized his cultivation base, both will agree that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than Hong Yifeng and Xianxia, Xia Dongming thought to himself. Xia Dongming was certain about this. Duan Ling Tian was very popular after all. Moreover, previously, Duan Ling Tian was known as the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the history of the god-defying world. There had never been such a powerful rudimentary supreme god. This was also verified by a few supreme gods who had lived for a very long time. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak again, Xia Dongming said respectfully, "Young master, please come inside." Then, he added, "Third master had ordered us to notify him immediately if you come. Third master will be coming to meet you after this." Duan Ling Tian followed Xia Dongming into the Xia clan's estate. He was not surprised when he saw how big the estate was, but he was quite puzzled by how new everything looked. The Xia clan was a prime supreme rank force and had a long history. Even if they maintained the estate well, it was impossible for it to look so new. However, Duan Ling Tian did not dwell on this matter for too long before his thoughts returned to Ka. He asked, "Second elder, Ka, did something happen to her?" The bright smile on Xia Dongming's face stiffened immediately upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. He was so distracted by Duan Ling Tian earlier that he completely forgot about the eldest young miss situation. Xia Dongming smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, it's a long story. When you see the third master later, you can ask him about it." Xia Dongming could tell that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Ka's specific situation, and he did not have any intention to enlighten Duan Ling Tian himself. After all, what if Duan Ling Tian decided to kill the messenger? Although the possibility was small, he was still very careful. Duan Ling Tian made a sound of acquiescence and nodded. At the same time, he looked forward to meeting Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. He still vividly remembered the unkempt middle-aged man he met a long time ago. At that time, Xianxia had given him the seven orifices exquisite sword and a fragment of the profound divine metal. It was also then that he began to collect the 5 divine elements, which played a huge part in his growth. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar figure in the sky up ahead. When he saw the unkempt Xianxia, he felt that Xianxia was still the same. The years did not leave any traces on Xianxia at all. When Xianxia saw Duan Ling Tian, he said, "Good lad, you're finally here." Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he saw Xianxia. He had not felt so emotional for a long time now. He called out, thrilled, "Third uncle." In the past, Xianxia had told Duan Ling Tian to address him as third uncle. Although Duan Ling Tian was excited to see Xianxia, he naturally did not forget about Ka. As soon as Duan Ling Tian mentioned Ka's name, the joyful expression on Xianxia's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a grim expression. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. There was no doubt that something bad had happened to Ka. Although he did not doubt the Supreme Powerhouse's words, he was even more worried after seeing Xianxia's reaction. Third uncle. Before Duan Ling Tian could ask any question, Xianxia said, "I'll bring you to her now and fill you in on the way." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and followed Xianxia, who had turned around to leave. Meanwhile, Sha Dongming and the others only watched as the duo left. Second elder, will young master be staying in the clan? An elder asked. It's hard to say, Sha Dongming said as he shook his head. At the same time, a few elders of the Sha clan sent out messages in all directions outside of the Sha clan. The Sha clan was not strict, and many of the members had connections with people outside of the clan. As it happened, one message was sent to the Yun clan, a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land. To be precise, it was sent to Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian has arrived at the Sha clan's estate. Yun Tingfeng's expression darkened immediately after receiving the voice transmission. Although he had expected this day to come, he did not expect it to come so soon. He's become an intermediate supreme god and also stabilized his cultivation base. Not only that, but he's suspected to be on par with Sha Yu. A troubled expression appeared on Yun Tingfeng's expression immediately. He knew that it would not be easy to deal with Duan Ling Tian now unless the ancestor of the Yun clan personally made a move. Otherwise, he might have to join forces with a few top advanced supreme gods to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Even if he could convince a few top advanced supreme gods to help him, he still needed to find a chance before he could kill Duan Ling Tian. Such a chance was definitely hard to come by. No matter how difficult it is, I still have to find a way to deal with him. He has already stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Once he becomes an advanced supreme god, no one in the Yun clan will be a match for him except for the ancestor. Yun Tingfeng burned with anxiety the more he thought about this matter. The Sha clan's estate. Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware of Yun Tingfeng's thoughts, followed Xianxia to Ka's courtyard and learned about what happened to Ka. Ka had fallen into a coma after her soul was restrained by a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan. Through some unknown means, Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, merged with the remnant soul of a member of the Soul Imprisonment clan from the Blood Spectre world, one of the myriad worlds. Most importantly, the member of the Soul Imprisonment clan was a supreme powerhouse. After the merge, Yun Qingyan changed drastically. He was no longer obsessed with possessing Ka. However, he was now obsessed with keeping Ka and Duan Ling Tian separated. Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian gritted his teeth as flames of fury burned in his eyes. He did not expect that the good-for-nothing person whom he had been dismissive of would actually stir up so much trouble. Moreover, the other party managed to find a shortcut and became a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was also aware that after the merge, Yun Qingyan was no longer the same Yun Qingyan. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Third uncle, is there really no way to wake Ka up? What if I ask a supreme powerhouse to remove the restraint on her soul?" Xianxia shook his head. It's useless. Previously, a supreme powerhouse came. My eldest brother and I asked for his help, but he said even supreme powerhouses are unable to help because the other party who cast the restraint is a supreme powerhouse as well. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard these words. Originally, he thought he would be able to ask for help from one of the 2 supreme powerhouses he met earlier. He could even ask for help from the Sha clan's ancestor. It did not matter if he had to owe a favor. However, he did not expect that even supreme powerhouses would not be able to help Ka. Xianxia continued to say, that supreme powerhouse said that there are only two ways to wake Ka up. The first is if the person who restrained her soul releases her. Needless to say, this is impossible. The second way is to kill the person who restrained her soul. Once he dies, the restraint will naturally disappear. It's similar to soul energy when it's injected into soul pearls. It'll disappear when the owner of the energy dies, or it'll gradually dissipate with the passage of time. However, we can't wait for the restraint to dissipate. I'm afraid Shui won't survive that long. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed upon hearing these words. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Sha Jia came to a stop in front of a courtyard. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the courtyard. It was impossible to tell if the other party was cultivating or resting at this moment. Chapter 4346 Meeting after 900 years. The middle-aged man was handsome. Although he was only sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, his majestic aura was undeniable and obvious. Clearly, he was someone who had been in a high position all his life. When Duan Ling Tian and Sha Jia walked in, Sha Yu opened his eyes. He first nodded at Sha Jia before he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Sha Jia, with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity, he had been notified by the elders that his son-in-law had arrived. In all honesty, he had been dissatisfied with his son-in-law in the beginning. He felt that his daughter only fell in love with a man from a mundane realm because she lost her memory after she reincarnated. As such, when Yunqing Yan brought her back, he did not say anything about Yunqing Yan separating his daughter and her husband from the mundane realm. He truly felt that his son-in-law was not worthy of his daughter. After receiving various news about Duan Ling Tian's actions in the chaotic region and advanced chaotic region, Sha Yu finally began to take Duan Ling Tian seriously. After all, Duan Ling Tian was born in a mundane realm, the lowest of the lower realms, but he was able to achieve such feats. Even if Duan Ling Tian had various fortuitous encounters, his journey here was nothing short of a miracle. In fact, there were many supreme powerhouses from mundane realms as well, and their journeys were also miraculous. However, compared to Duan Ling Tian, they were not as shocking. After all, no one had ever entered the realm of a supreme god before reaching 1,000 years old. As expected, he's already an intermediate supreme god. Sha Yu quickly confirmed that his son-in-law, whom he was meeting for the first time, had indeed become an intermediate supreme god. Not only that, but his son-in-law had also stabilized his cultivation base. He was both surprised and unsurprised at the same time. He was surprised that Duan Ling Tian went from a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base to an intermediate supreme god who had stabilized his cultivation base. However, it was not completely unexpected since Duan Ling Tian was allowed to bathe in the divine fountain. It would truly be unexpected and surprising if Duan Ling Tian became an advanced supreme god. At this moment, Sha Jia, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, began to make the introduction. Ling Tian, this is my eldest brother, Sha Yu. He's the clan leader of the Sha clan. Even without the introduction, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed Sha Yu's identity. His gaze was also complicated when he looked at Sha Yu. Nonetheless, he still nodded and said, Clan leader Sha. In fact, as Ka's husband, it would have been more appropriate for Duan Ling Tian to address Sha Yu as father, instead of clan leader Sha. However, he really could not bring himself to address Sha Yu as father. After all, Sha Yu was complicit in imprisoning his family and friends back then. He also supported Ka's marriage to Yunqing Yan. Let alone father, Duan Ling Tian could not even bring himself to address Sha Yu as Uncle Sha. Addressing Sha Yu as clan leader Sha was his way of alienating Sha Yu. Sha Yu was also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's form of address. After all, the other party was his son-in-law. How could his son-in-law address him as such? Meanwhile, Sha Jia saw Sha Yu's stunned expression and could not help but smile mockingly at his brother. In the past, his eldest brother had looked down on and underestimated Duan Ling Tian, leading him to make a series of bad decisions. Otherwise, things might not have turned out this way. Currently, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to change the form of address unless his niece said something about it. When Sha Yu returned to his senses, he saw the mocking smile on Sha Jia's face and could instantly guess Sha Jia's thoughts. However, he was not angry. He only sighed and smiled wryly before he said, Go in. She's inside. Don't be reckless and probe her soul with your soul energy. If you really want to do so, make sure you don't get close to her soul. Otherwise, the restraint will see your energy as a threat and destroy her soul immediately. Sha Yu's expression grew more and more solemn as he spoke. Thank you, clan leader Sha, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod before he entered the house. Sha Jia accompanied Duan Ling Tian until they were in front of a door to a room. Then, he said, Shuiye is in this room. Go in, you've not seen her for hundreds of years, so take a good look at her. Sha Jia sighed after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he opened the door and entered the room. He froze as soon as he entered the room. The room resembled his and Kae's room in the mundane realm. The positions of the cabinet, table, chairs, and bed were all the same. A painting hung on the wall next to the cabinet. It was a painting of a man, a woman, and a little girl. Although the painting was not very good, Duan Ling Tian knew immediately that the painting was of him, Kae, and Duan Si Ling when she was a child. Kae hasn't seen Si Ling as an adult even though Si Ling is her biological child. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled when this thought appeared in his mind. Compared to his wife, Duan Ling Tian was more unfortunate. At least, he had seen his daughter grow from a little girl to a pretty woman. At this moment, tears brimmed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as his heart surged with emotions. He closed his eyes and raised his head, but it did not prevent his tears from falling down his face. He quickly evaporated his tears and took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage to look at the beautiful figure lying on the bed. About 900 years had passed, but his wife still looked the same. However, he knew that she must have suffered a lot and experienced many things over the years. His wife had been on the realm battlefield for hundreds of years. As someone who had been to the realm battlefield as well, he could only imagine how many times she had a close brush with death. Duan Ling Tian came to the bed and looked down at his wife before he squatted down. He reached out and gently stroked his wife's cheek as he whispered, Kae, I'm here. You've suffered over the years. Don't worry, I'll definitely wake you up. At that time, I'll bring you back to see our daughter. One day, we'll all be reunited and live together happily. Duan Ling Tian's voice was soft, but it was filled with determination. Unfortunately, despite Duan Ling Tian's emotional words, the woman on the bed remained motionless. Due to the restraint on her soul, she could not perceive anything in the outside world at all. How could she hear his words? She could not even hear voice transmission at this moment. Duan Ling Tian remained crouched next to the bed as he recounted his experience after they were separated. When he was finally done speaking, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by 10 million blades when he saw her lying motionlessly and expressionlessly. I'll stop here, Duan Ling Tian said tenderly. I don't know if you heard me, but I'll tell you all about it again when you wake up. No matter how many times you want to hear it, I'll tell you. I should bring you away now and let Si Ling take care of you. However, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't even know how many people are targeting me now. I don't want to bring harm to you, so you'll have to stay in the Sha clan for now. I'll bring you back to see Si Ling after I find a way to wake you up. Today was the day Duan Ling Tian spoke the most in his life. Usually, he did not speak much in front of others. He was an introvert, after all. However, faced with his wife whom he had not seen for about 900 years, he could not hold back his words at all. Unknowingly, half a day and a night had passed. When Duan Ling Tian finally walked out to the courtyard, Sha Jia, who was sitting cross-legged in the air like Sha Yu, opened his eyes. He asked with a smile, You're finally out. Currently, the young man who was incredibly weak in the past possessed strength that possibly surpassed his. He lamented how the younger generation had surpassed the older generation, but at the same time, he was truly happy that his niece found such an excellent husband. Sha Yu also opened his eyes at this time. His gaze remained complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He met Duan Ling Tian for the first time yesterday, and today was his second time meeting Duan Ling Tian. Third uncle. When Sha Yu heard Duan Ling Tian address Sha Jia as third uncle, Sha Yu knew that Duan Ling Tian was deliberately targeting him by addressing him as clan leader Sha. However, he also knew he deserved this alienation. After all, there was no denying he disliked Duan Ling Tian before and targeted Duan Ling Tian even if he had done it to protect the future of the Sha clan and the safety of the Sha clan's ancestor. He comforted himself inwardly, telling himself that his son-in-law's attitude was understandable considering everything he had done. Sha Jia asked Duan Ling Tian, What are your plans next? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He asked, Third uncle, What do you think? Xianxia stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, are you asking for my advice? Duan Lingtian nodded. He was very clear about his current situation. The supreme powerhouse had directly sent him to the Xia clan. There was no doubt that the members of the Xia clan had already spread the news of his arrival. Many outsiders must know that he was now in the Xia clan. Although he had been here a day and a night, who knew how many people were lying in wait for him outside? After all, he was currently in possession of a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Although he was now an intermediate supreme god, the divine fountain was something that even supreme powerhouses would kill for. After all, a man's wealth could bring his own ruin due to others' greed. Chapter 4347 Outer Boundary. Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that although the two powerhouses he met were rather easygoing, it was not certain that they would protect him even if they cherished talents. He naturally would not bet his safety and life on this possibility. Although Duan Lingtian was finally reunited with his wife, Ka, she was in a coma. She did not even know that he had come to see her, and she could not hear him. Despite the reunion, he did not feel any joy at all. The burden on him that had just been lifted previously seemed to have returned. The Outer Boundary, the Blood Spectre World, the Soul Imprisonment Clan, and Yun Qingyan. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do most now was to find the person from the Blood Spectre World's Soul Imprisonment Clan whom Yun Qingyan had merged with. He could not wait to kill the other party so his wife would wake up. However, this was not realistic. He did not even know how to leave the god-defying world now, nor did he know where the Blood Spectre world was located. Apart from that, he was no match for the person whom Yun Qingyan had merged with. The other party was a supreme powerhouse. After all, Duan Lingtian knew that his next course of action should be to leave the god-defying world and explore the outer boundary like his eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet. With this, he would be able to further improve. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from Su Bailai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, that all advanced supreme gods in the god-defying world would be assigned to places in the outer boundary for a period of time. In the outer boundary, the god-defying world was only one of many myriad worlds. Moreover, it was only a second-tier world and was not among the strongest worlds among the myriad worlds. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian still wanted to listen to Xianxia's advice. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before he calmly said, "You're currently in a bad situation. Before this, no one knows your whereabouts. At most, those people would go to the profound energy land and lie in wait for you near the Myriad Laws Academy. However, news about you being in the Xia clan has likely spread. It's likely that there are already people lying in wait outside of the clan, hoping to kill you when you leave. After all, everyone covets the divine fountain in your possession." Xianxia sighed as he continued to say, "Although the divine fountain is useless to supreme powerhouses, it's useful to everyone below the realm of a supreme powerhouse. Many supreme gods are faced with the threat of their respective heavenly tribulations, which might seriously injure or even kill them. To survive, they'll do anything to get stronger to resist their heavenly tribulations. These people are desperate. In their eyes, they'll die if they can't obtain the divine fountain in your possession." Xianxia's analysis was an accurate description of Duan Lingtian's situation. Duan Lingtian already knew this, so he nodded in agreement and waited for Xianxia's next words. He knew the advice would come next. As expected, Xianxia continued to say, "You have no other choice now. You might be safe if you remain here or in the Myriad Laws Academy, but you can't stay forever. As such, you only have one choice, and that is to leave the god-defying world and go to the god-defying world's territory in the outer boundary, where no one knows you. Even if word spreads about you, you won't be targeted so soon in the outer boundary. All kinds of powerful people from the myriad worlds gather in the outer boundary. The god-defying world is just one of them. You have to be mentally prepared. The god-defying world is one of the stronger worlds, and eventually, those from the other worlds will hear about the monstrous prodigy who's acknowledged by the god-defying world. Once they find out that you possessed a large amount of liquid from the divine fountain, they'll definitely be tempted and target you as well. However, it'll take longer for news to spread there. Moreover, most people won't simply spread the word, so there'll be fewer competitors. Everyone wants it for themselves, after all." Xianxia's suggestion was similar to Duan Lingtian's idea, and he also learned about the vastness of the outer boundary through Xianxia's words. The outer boundary, where supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds gathered, was the most suitable place for Duan Lingtian right now. It was impossible for him to find a safe place in any realm of gods in the god-defying world. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would be safe if he remained in the Sha clan or the Myriad Laws Academy, but how could he hide in those two places forever? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also learned through Sha Jia's words that the Myriad Laws Academy was not just a simple heavyweight supreme rank force. Otherwise, Sha Jia would not have said that he would be safe if he remained in the Myriad Laws Academy. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said as he looked at Sha Jia, "Third uncle, I also plan to go to the outer boundary, however, I don't know how to go to the outer boundary." This was the most important question. He could only go to the outer boundary after obtaining an answer. Sha Jia smiled slightly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. He said, "You don't have to worry about this. A prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land, our Sha clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately when he heard Sha Jia's words. However, at this moment, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly refuted Sha Jia's words, saying, he can't use the transportation formation. Sha Jia frowned, and Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Sha Yu continued to say, "It's true that our clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary. However, third brother, have you thought about whether that place is safe for him? You spoke about him being targeted, but have you considered that he might be targeted by supreme powerhouses guarding that place? Even if the divine fountain is useless to supreme powerhouses, they covet it. Can you guarantee that they won't be tempted by the divine fountain?" Sha Jia's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He had indeed overlooked this matter. He had thought far enough that he even warned Duan Ling Tian about people from other worlds eventually finding out about the divine fountain and targeting him. He also thought about how those from prime supreme rank forces in the divine offering land and other realms of gods, with transportation formation to the god-defying world's territory, would eventually look for Duan Ling Tian in the outer boundary. He had considered all these threats, but he had forgotten about the supreme powerhouses themselves, especially the ones that guarded the entrance on the other end of the transportation formation. He had thought that Duan Ling Tian would be relatively safe in the territory of God-defying world in the outer boundary since it was guarded by the God-defying world's supreme powerhouses. However, what if the supreme powerhouse themselves decided to attack Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 4348 The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace Faction. Truly, a man's wealth could bring his own ruin due to others' greed. Duan Ling Tian's divine fountain was not only tempting to supreme gods, but also supreme powerhouses. Although the supreme powerhouses could not use the divine fountain, they had direct descendants, especially those they favored, who would benefit greatly from it. Even if a supreme powerhouse did not have descendants, he or she could exchange the divine fountain for many things in the outer boundary. There was no lack of demand for the divine fountain after all. Then, if he can't go to the outer boundary using our transportation formation? Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan, frowned slightly. He agreed with his brother about the danger of going to the outer boundary using the Sha clan's transportation formation. However, even if Duan Ling Tian did not go to the outer boundary from here, Duan Ling Tian still had to face countless supreme gods after leaving the Sha clan. He felt powerless thinking about this matter. Even if Sha Jia was willing to escort and accompany Duan Ling Tian, he was not sure if he would be of much help. After all, he might not even be as strong as Duan Ling Tian now. If he went with Duan Ling Tian, let alone helping Duan Ling Tian, it would be good if he did not drag Duan Ling Tian down. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he became even more vigilant after listening to Sha Yu's words. Even supreme powerhouses are after me now. After a while, Sha Yu said in a deep voice, "I'll request for our ancestor to return in person." Sha Jia's frown deepened upon hearing this. Our ancestor? Even if our ancestor returns and personally accompanies Duan Ling Tian, it might not be enough. The supreme gods definitely won't give up and might even work together. It'll also alert the other supreme powerhouses. Sha Jia's heart sank when he thought about the current situation of the Sha clan's ancestor. The ancestor was in fact a very ancient existence, but he was injured during his last once in 10,000-year time heavenly tribulation and had yet to fully recover. This was also the reason his eldest brother was threatened by Yun Tingfeng. If the Sha clan's ancestor was in peak condition, how could Yun Tingfeng use the Yun clan's ancestor to threaten the safety of the Sha clan's ancestor? If the Sha clan's ancestor returned to bring Duan Ling Tian away, it would be bad if the ancestor was attacked by another supreme powerhouse. Even if it was unlikely that he would die, he would still be greatly injured. At that time, his chance of surviving his next time heavenly tribulation would be zero. Xiaoyu explained in a deep voice, I'm not planning to ask the ancestor to bring him to the outer boundary. I plan to ask the ancestor to open a spatial passage. Through the turbulent space, he can travel upstream and still go to the outer boundary. Xianxia inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Enter the turbulent space and travel upstream. Isn't that too dangerous? Let alone an intermediate supreme god, it'll be dangerous even for an advanced supreme god to enter the turbulent space and travel upstream. Xiaoyu glanced at Duan Lingtian before he asked Xianxia, do you still regard him as an ordinary intermediate supreme god? Then, he looked back at Duan Lingtian and said, if I enter the turbulent space and travel upstream to the outer boundary, I'm 70% certain that I'll survive. With Xiaoyu's strength, he had a 70% chance of survival and a 30% chance of dying if he entered the turbulent space and traveled upstream to the outer boundary. Xiaoyu continued to say, think about it yourself. If you leave through our Xia clan's transportation formation, the chances of you dying are higher. Moreover, you won't be able to seize the initiative in dealing with those who want to harm you and snatch your divine fountain. However, if you enter through the turbulent space, even supreme powerhouses will have difficulty pinning down your whereabouts. It's impossible to find someone in the turbulent space. However, traveling in the turbulent space doesn't just depend on strength, it'll also depend on your luck. In any case, the choice is yours to make. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian silently. He did not dissuade Duan Lingtian because he also felt this was Duan Lingtian's best choice. Faced with the two brothers from the Xia clan, Duan Lingtian said, I understand, clan leader Xia. Thank you. Then, he continued to say, I won't let the ancestor of the Xia clan help me in vain. Before I leave, I'll leave behind some liquid from the divine fountain for the Xia clan. It was too big a favor for the ancestor of the Xia clan to return just to help Duan Lingtian, so he decided to repay the Xia clan with some liquid from the divine fountain. Although his wife was from the Xia clan, he had yet to acknowledge the clan for now. It would depend on his wife whether he acknowledged the clan as his family or not. For now, he would not let the Xia clan help him for nothing. Xiaoyu did not hesitate and immediately rejected Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. I'm helping you not because of the divine fountain. As Xue's father, I'm indebted to her. This is my way of repaying her. Moreover, you can see this as the Xia clan investing in you. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Duan Lingtian said decisively, if clan leader Xia refuses me, then I'd rather you not ask for the Xia clan's ancestor help. I'll depend on myself to leave. Duan Lingtian continued to say in a tone that brooked no argument, as for my relationship with the Xia clan in the future, it'll have to depend on my wife's attitude. Before that, I don't want to be involved with the Xia clan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was stunned. Then, he sighed and said, as you wish. At the same time, Xianxia's gaze turned even more complicated when he looked at Duan Lingtian now. The young man who was incredibly weak in the past grew so quickly and was now on par with his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Xue really found a good man, Xianxia thought to himself. At the same time, he also thought that the risk Ka took when she chose to reincarnate was worth it since it led her to Duan Lingtian. Following that, Xiaoyu contacted the ancestor of the Xia clan and requested that he return to the Xia clan in person. Meanwhile, outside the Xia clan's estate, more and more people began to show up a distance away from the Xia clan. There were not only powerhouses from prime supreme rank forces in the divine offering land, but there were also powerhouses from other realms of gods who rushed over after receiving the news. All of them shared one purpose: ask Duan Lingtian for some liquid from the divine fountain. If he was willing to cooperate, then the matter would end peacefully. Otherwise, they would snatch it from him. However, among these people, not all of them were here to target Duan Lingtian. There were Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, who came from the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. The duo had rushed over as soon as they received the news. Unlike the others, the duo did not lurk in the vicinity of the Xia clan's estate. Instead, they walked up to the Xia clan's estate. When the duo arrived at the entrance of the Xia clan's estate, Yang Yuchen said loudly, I'm Yang Yuchen from the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace. Faction. I came with my second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, to visit the clan leader of the Sha clan. Recently, the duo had enlisted their friend's help to patrol the areas around the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. They killed many people who were lying in wait for Duan Ling Tian, dyeing the ground red. With that, the duo's fearsome reputation grew in the Profound Energy Land. This was particularly true for Hong Yifeng, the second member of the Inner Palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy. Although he was just an intermediate supreme god, he was not weaker than powerful advanced supreme gods. In fact, many powerhouses in the Profound Energy Land speculated that he was very close to being as strong as a top advanced supreme god now. If he broke through into the realm of an advanced supreme god, he would directly become a top advanced supreme god, and his strength would not be weaker than some leaders of prime supreme rank forces. In the past, the Inner Palace faction was much more low-key. However, Hong Yifeng, Yang Yuchen, and Duan Ling Tian rose to fame. The Inner Palace faction could no longer hide its brilliance. At some unknown time, an old supreme god sighed and said to other supreme gods, "First, there was Wangfu Meng Yuan. Now, there are Duan Ling Tian, Hong Yifeng, and Yang Yuchen. The Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy might just affect the future of the god-defying world." Along with its members, the Inner Palace faction naturally became famous in the outer boundary where powerhouses from the myriad worlds gathered. In a burial ground that was dyed red from blood and littered with corpses and bones. Occasionally, a few hideous and horrifying monsters could be seen scampering across the ground. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang in the air, and a blood-red figure rose up from the burial ground and shot up into the sky in the distance. As the figure flew away, he shouted angrily, "Wangfu Meng Yuan, you crazy woman. I already gave that thing to you, and I promise not to steal it from you. What more do you want?" Behind the man, an icy beauty chased after him. She said coldly, "The blood essence of your clan is also a great tonic. I can give it to my junior sister." The commotion shattered the eerie silence of the burial ground in just an instant. Following that, a green light suddenly appeared, causing the surroundings to pale in comparison. It shot toward the direction where the blood-red figure fled at blinding speed. A shrill cry filled with unwillingness rang from the distance before the powerful aura in the distance disappeared. The icy beauty flew toward the direction of the cry before she extended her slender hands and made a few hand gestures. In just a blink of an eye, a mist of blood appeared in the air. Subsequently, drops of blood that flashed with golden lights appeared. Chapter 4349. The meeting between the two senior brothers and their junior brother. With the arrival of the duo from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, the atmosphere turned heavy. At this moment, a handsome boy from the Sha clan looked at the two figures in the distance who were being led into the Sha clan by a member of the clan. He murmured, "Are those two Duan Ling Tian's senior brothers?" As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man standing next to the boy smacked the boy's head and rebuked, "What Duan Ling Tian? Brat, don't address young master by his name." The boy's face turned pale in pain as he said aggrievedly, "Yes, father." When the boy recovered from the pain, the aggrieved expression on his face was replaced with admiration and longing as he said, "I heard that young master has been acknowledged as the strongest person among the young prodigy in the god-defying world. It'll be great if I can achieve half of his achievements at his age." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was the boy's father, only remained silent. He felt that his son was getting carried away. At the same time, he thought to himself, "When we return, I'll have to give him a spanking to keep him grounded. When I was his age, I wasn't as unaware as he is. Let alone a monstrous prodigy like Duan Ling Tian, I didn't even dare to think that I could be half as capable as our clan leader." If it were in the past, the Sha clan would have also welcomed the duo from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction when they visited, but it was impossible for Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, to personally welcome them. However, currently, Sha Yu had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his son-in-law even if Duan Ling Tian did not want to have anything to do with him now. As such, he came to welcome his son-in-law's two senior brothers in the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction and treated them as distinguished guests. "Greetings, Clan Leader Sha. I'm Yang Yuchen." "Greetings, Clan Leader Sha. I'm Hong Yifeng." Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng well flattered that Sha Yu came to welcome them in person. They did not expect to be treated so well in the Sha clan. Then, the two exchanged a glance discreetly as they wondered if the rumor of their junior brother being the young master of the Sha clan was true. However, based on Sha Yu's treatment, it seemed like Sha Ning Shui, the eldest young miss of the Sha clan, was indeed their junior brother's wife. After exchanging greetings, Xiaoyu told the duo about his daughter choosing to reincarnate to escape from her arranged marriage and the series of events that happened after she returned to the Sha clan in this life. Upon learning that Ka had fallen into a coma due to the restraint placed on her soul by a supreme powerhouse from the Blood Spectre world, the duo's expressions darkened. Both of you should go and meet your junior brother. He's leaving soon, Xiaoyu said. He did not keep the duo for long. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the duo's arrival. If he knew, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were startled when they heard Xiaoyu's words. Xiaoyu nodded. I haven't told you about his current situation, but I'm sure you're aware of it. In any case, I plan to ask our clan's ancestor to return in person so he could open a spatial passage that'll allow him to enter the turbulent space and go to the outer boundary. If he leaves through our clan's outer boundary, I'm afraid he'll be targeted by the supreme powerhouse guarding the other side of the transportation formation because of the divine fountain. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed like their junior brother did not have much of a choice. His only other choice was to stay in the Sha clan's estate. Yang Yuchen, who was more familiar with Duan Lingtian, knew that Duan Lingtian definitely would not choose to stay in the Sha clan. The divine fountain was a great treasure, but it took time to absorb it. However, one did not have to consciously cultivate after absorbing it. After absorbing into one's body would automatically digest it. However, if one fought, the speed of digestion would accelerate. It's also for this reason that the divine fountain was such a coveted treasure even by supreme powerhouses. Let's go and see junior brother first, Yang Yuchen said to Hong Yifeng before he said to Xiaoyu, clan leader Sha, please ask someone to lead us to him. I'll bring you to him, Xiaoyu said. He did not put on airs at all in front of the duo and was more like a kind elder to them. As such, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's impression of Xiaoyu was rather good. However, they also knew that Xiaoyu's friendliness had everything to do with their junior brother. With their junior brother's talent, how could Xiaoyu be dissatisfied with their junior brother? Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, in the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan at all. He was naturally surprised. Yang Yuchen smiled brightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. He did not forget to introduce Hong Yifeng to Duan Lingtian. He said, "Junior brother, this is our second senior brother." After greeting Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian cupped his fists together at Hong Yifeng. "Greetings, second senior brother. I'm Duan Lingtian." Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time meeting Hong Yifeng, his second senior brother, he had heard about Hong Yifeng from Lang Chunyuan, his fourth senior sister. As such, he knew that Hong Yifeng was a kind person. According to Lang Chunyuan, Hong Yifeng was not as cunning as Yang Yuchen and had never deceived her. Hong Yifeng laughed and said, "I heard from third junior brother that you're very handsome. After meeting you today, it seems like he didn't lie to me. If eldest senior sister knows that we have a junior brother like you in our inner palace faction, she'll definitely be overjoyed." Although it was their first meeting, Hong Yifeng was not reserved at all. As such, Duan Lingtian felt that Hong Yifeng was very easygoing. However, Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Hong Yifeng, knew that Hong Yifeng was only easygoing and friendly to the members of the inner palace faction. He was rather hot-tempered when faced with outsiders and would kill those who offended him or the members of the inner palace faction. He was very protective of the members of the faction after all. In the past, someone had bullied Yang Yuchen. At that time, Hong Yifeng went to the other party's sect and almost annihilated the sect. The junior brother and two senior brothers chatted very happily. At some point, Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen why Yang Yuchen failed to rank in the intermediate supreme god ranking and learned that Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng both failed to rank in the ranking because they were busy looking for him. He was usually very calm, but he could not help but feel moved when he heard Yang Yuchen's reply. After all, his two senior brothers gave up on the rewards of the intermediate supreme god ranking for him. Moreover, the reward was liquid from the divine fountain. He was not sure if his two senior brothers would be able to rank in the top 3, but he was certain they would have no problem ranking in the top 10. Second senior brother, third senior brother. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and quickly brought out the liquid from the divine fountain, intending to share it with the duo. The duo refused initially, but after Duan Lingtian persuaded them, they finally agreed to take a small amount of liquid from the divine fountain. Before meeting Duan Lingtian, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng had conversations about asking Duan Lingtian to give them some liquid from the divine fountain. However, after meeting Duan Lingtian, they did not hesitate to refuse him. After all, they had been joking with each other previously. However, since Duan Lingtian was adamant that they accept the liquid from the divine fountain, they finally acquiesced and only took a little. After giving the duo some liquid from the divine fountain, Duan Lingtian said solemnly, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, news of me being in the Sha clan has spread. I'm sure those people also know that the two of you visited the Sha clan. They'll definitely be able to guess that I've given you some liquid from the divine fountain. You have to be careful." Duan Lingtian was worried that the liquid from the divine fountain would bring trouble to his two senior brothers. Upon seeing the worried expression on Duan Lingtian's face, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng shook their heads and smiled. "Don't worry, it won't take much time for us to absorb the liquid from the divine fountain. At most, we'll absorb it in the Sha clan. If we absorb the liquid, those people have no reason to target us anymore. If they don't believe us, we'll just ignore the weak ones and show the strong ones our spatial rings or even our little worlds to prove our words. However, if they really dare to look into our spatial rings and little worlds, we'll definitely commit them to our memories. We might not be a match for them now, but it won't be the case in the future." Hong Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly while Yang Yuchen sneered. If someone was so ignorant as to look through their spatial rings and little worlds, they would definitely not let go of the offense. Duan Lingtian felt relieved after hearing those words. He said, "That's a good idea. I'll stop worrying then." Yang Yuchen said with a smile, "Junior brother, your father-in-law seems to be very satisfied with you. When second senior brother and I arrived, he personally welcomed us and led us here." Duan Lingtian smiled upon hearing these words. Before his two senior brothers arrived, he had learned of Sha Yu's past difficulties and his burdens as the clan leader of the Sha clan from Shajia, the third master of the Sha clan. However, it did not mean he was ready to accept Sha Yu as his father-in-law. Although Duan Lingtian could understand Sha Yu's difficulties and burdens, he could not understand how a father could sacrifice his daughter's lifelong happiness for the sake of the clan. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. He knew that this did not mean that Sha Yu was a bad person, but it did not change the fact that he disagreed with Sha Yu's actions. Chapter 4350 Duan Lingtian's departure. As the leader of the Sha clan, Sha Yu was tasked with shouldering the entire Sha clan. It was understandable that he chose to prioritize the safety of his clan over his daughter's happiness. He had to consider the bigger picture. However, if Duan Lingtian were in Sha Yu's shoes, he would have resigned from his position as the clan leader and protected his daughter instead. If the clan threatened him, he would bring his daughter with him and leave the clan. However, he also knew that it would not be an easy decision. After all, there was no doubt that the clan had invested a lot of resources into its clan leader. He was not an ungrateful person. Hence, Duan Lingtian did not hate Sha Yu at all. He just could not accept Sha Yu's decision for the time being even if he could understand Sha Yu. Needless to say, if Ka forgave her father, he definitely would accept Sha Yu. Before the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse arrived, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time with his two senior brothers. Through their conversations about the inner palace faction, he had a better understanding of how monstrous their eldest senior sister, whom he had yet to meet, was. Hong Yifeng said with a sigh, "It was only after I entered the advanced chaotic region that I found out eldest senior sister was acknowledged by supreme powerhouses as the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world. After experiencing so many things in the realm battlefield, I thought I had closed the gap between us a little. Alas, I was too naive. Eldest senior sister improved much more than I did." After that, Hong Yifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Junior brother, eldest senior sister will definitely be overjoyed when she finds out that our inner palace faction has another monstrous talent like you. She's not a stingy person. She'll definitely prepare a huge welcome gift for you when she meets you." Yang Yuchen looked at Hong Yifeng and said with a sneer, "Second senior brother, you said that eldest senior sister isn't a stingy person. How about you? It seems like you didn't prepare a welcome gift for junior brother, did you?" Hong Yifeng was briefly stunned by Yang Yuchen's words. Then, he said sheepishly, "Third junior brother, you know how poor I am, moreover, I haven't been to the outer boundary yet. How's it possible for me to have any treasure that's worthy of junior brother? Moreover, whatever I'll be able to come up with will definitely pale in comparison to the liquid from the divine fountain. After Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he brought his spatial ring out and emptied its contents in front of Duan Lingtian before he said, "Junior brother, if you see anything you like, please take it." Among the things from Hong Yifeng's spatial ring was the vial of liquid from the divine fountain that Duan Lingtian gave him. Based on the flashing light on Hong Yifeng's spatial ring, it was clear that he really emptied it and did not hide anything at all. He was very honest. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, "Second senior brother, third senior brother was just teasing you. I don't lack anything at the moment. Please put away your possessions." Hong Yifeng kept insisting even after Duan Lingtian declined his good intentions. Finally, Duan Lingtian chose 2 items that were useful to him to appease Hong Yifeng. Although Duan Lingtian's time with his 2 senior brothers was short, they got along very well. When the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse finally arrived, Duan Lingtian had to bid farewell to his 2 senior brothers. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng watched as the supreme powerhouse tore an opening in the space so Duan Lingtian could enter the turbulent space. "Thank you, senior," Duan Lingtian said with a bow, expressing his gratitude to the supreme powerhouse before he left. He was determined to repay this favor. "Be careful after you enter the turbulent space," the supreme powerhouse said. He did not put on airs. After all, Duan Lingtian was among the strongest cultivators in the god-defying world. He, like most supreme powerhouses, had high regard for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him now, but Duan Lingtian might surpass him after Duan Lingtian became a supreme powerhouse. He'll become an extraordinary supreme powerhouse if he becomes a supreme powerhouse, the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse thought to himself. He was very confident about this. After all, considering how Duan Lingtian was comparable to top intermediate supreme gods when he was just a rudimentary supreme god, one could only imagine how strong Duan Lingtian would be once he became a supreme powerhouse. After Duan Lingtian entered the turbulent space, the supreme powerhouse from the Sha clan said to Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, "The both of you will definitely be targeted once you leave the Sha clan. I'll escort you back to the profound energy land." The duo was naturally astonished. However, they also knew that Sha Yu must have mentioned them to the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse. "If there are no accidents, your eldest senior sister should become a supreme powerhouse soon," the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse said. The Sha clan's supreme powerhouse was courteous to Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng not only because of their close relationship with Duan Lingtian, but it was also because they were Wangfu Meng Yuan's junior brothers. He was certain that Wangfu Meng Yuan would become a supreme powerhouse before Duan Lingtian. Moreover, she would not be an ordinary supreme powerhouse once she became one. If he could befriend her 2 junior brothers, it would also help him to build a connection with her. "Thank you, senior. Sorry for the inconvenience." Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng also wanted to return to the Myriad Laws Academy as soon as possible. Although they could also cultivate in the Sha clan, it was not their home, after all. Chapter 4351 The Turbulent Space. Supreme powerhouses are really terrifyingly powerful. Duan Lingtian was still in awe as he traveled through the turbulent space on a path of colorful energy. As he traveled, mysterious forces from the surroundings kept attacking him, but they were fortunately blocked by a translucent barrier. However, he soon discovered that the path created by the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse was gradually dimming. Fortunately, he could see the end of the path in the distance. Although the path could not be maintained for long, he was still amazed by how incredibly powerful a supreme was to be able to create a path in the turbulent space. No wonder people say that the gap between an advanced supreme god and a supreme powerhouse is almost insurmountable. It's like the difference between an ordinary person and God. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he recalled the words of the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse. According to the Sha clan's supreme powerhouse, the path might not necessarily lead him into the outer boundary. There was a possibility that he might end up in the endless void sandwiched between the outer boundary and the god-defying world. He might also end up near or in the worlds neighboring the god-defying world, which were mostly weaker worlds colonized by the god-defying world. Although the god-defying world was not among the strongest worlds, it was still one of the 18 second-tier worlds ruling over weaker worlds. I must reach the end of the path before it disappears. I only have myself to rely on after this. Duan Lingtian's expression turned more solemn as he drew close to the end of the path. Currently, the translucent barrier formed by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse protected him from the mysterious forces attacking him in the turbulent space. This was also the most dangerous part of his journey to the outer boundary. Once he left the path, he only had himself to rely on to survive. A powerful advanced supreme god had a high survival rate in the outer boundary. Although Duan Ling Tian was an intermediate supreme god, he was on par with most top advanced supreme gods now. However, due to the possible threats from supreme powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian could only travel to the outer boundary secretly with Sha Yu's help. In the turbulent space, it would be difficult even for supreme powerhouses to track Duan Ling Tian. I really hope the path doesn't lead to the endless void. Even if I can't go to the outer boundary, at least let the path lead to one of the worlds under the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was very famous now even among supreme powerhouses. He would be able to use his fame in a world under the rule of the god-defying world and go to the outer boundary through one of the transportation formations there. Each world has its own territory in the outer boundary. They're like base camps on the realm battlefields for specific worlds, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had learned about this previously. He thought that the powerhouses or even supreme powerhouses in the god-defying territory probably did not expect him to appear. While Duan Ling Tian was nearing the end of the path in the turbulent space, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen had also returned to the Myriad Laws Academy accompanied by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse. Shortly after the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse left, a few supreme powerhouses showed up at the Myriad Laws Academy. All of them were interested in purchasing Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's vials of liquid from the divine fountain using some rare treasures. However, Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, refused all of them. Su Bai Lai stood his ground even though the other parties were supreme powerhouses. Even if some of the supreme powerhouses really wanted to kill Su Bai Lai, they naturally did not do so since they would risk offending the supreme powerhouses affiliated with the Myriad Laws Academy. After all, those supreme powerhouses were stronger than them. Unless there was great enmity, supreme powerhouses generally remained cordial with each other and would not offend each other easily. Moreover, they also had to consider the consequences from the Supreme Powerhouse Conference if they blatantly made a move. They could possibly die. The Supreme Powerhouses who came to the Myriad Laws Academy naturally wanted the liquid from the Divine Fountain for their direct descendants. However, although the future of their direct descendants was very important, it was not more important than their lives. For this reason, some of them who were angered by Su Bai Lai's refusal and were capable of ending Su Bai Lai's life with just a flick of their fingers did not dare to make a move at all. In fact, they still had to be courteous to him. Duan Ling Tian would have been shocked if he knew how arrogant and firm Su Bai Lai was when faced with a group of supreme powerhouses. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng returned to the Inner Palace faction to cultivate soon after they arrived at the Myriad Laws Academy. They also gave Lang Chun Yuan a vial of liquid divine fountain that Duan Ling Tian had prepared for her beforehand. Junior brother is really thoughtful. Lang Chun Yuan was naturally moved when she received the vial of liquid from the divine fountain from Yang Yuchen. However, her expression was very dark after she learned about Duan Ling Tian's situation from her two senior brothers. Then, without saying another word, she quickly entered closed-door cultivation. Hong Yifeng sighed emotionally. I've never seen her so hard-working in the past. Yang Yuchen nodded. She must be motivated by our junior brother. She used to be the youngest, but not anymore. Although Lang Chun Yuan was brought back by Wangfu Meng Yuan and was taught by Hong Yifeng, she spent the most time with Yang Yuchen. As such, Yang Yuchen knew her very well. We must work hard as well. My goal is to become an advanced supreme god after absorbing the liquid from the divine fountain, Hong Yifeng said determinedly. As soon as Hong Yifeng's voice fell, Yang Yuchen had already flown to his cultivation ground to begin cultivating. This was the first time that all the members of the Inner Palace faction were cultivating so hard. Duan Ling Tian would have been impressed with how diligent his senior brothers and senior sister were. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally reached the end of the path. When he looked back, he saw that the path was already slowly fading away. It's time to leave this place. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he leapt off the path. A few moments after that, the path dimmed and shattered into pieces that were devoured by the turbulent space. After leaping off the path, Duan Ling Tian found himself in a space that was rather calm compared to the turbulent space. He was able to maintain his flight despite the occasional bouts of turbulence. If he had done this in the turbulent space, he would have quickly exhausted his energy just trying to maintain his flight. I can only rely on myself from now on. I need to find the space barrier and break it. It doesn't matter what lies behind it since it's dangerous to stay in this space. There's also no heaven and earth spirit energy here, so I can't recover my divine energy. If I stay here, my divine energy will be depleted once I run out of divine pills. Apart from the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy, Duan Ling Tian also discovered that he was unable to open his little world here. When he tried to open his little world here, he felt the turbulent energy in his surroundings trying to enter his little world. He knew that if it happened, it would wreak havoc in his little world. As such, even if his little world had an abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy, he could not access them here. Chapter 4352 Feng Qingyang. Before entering the turbulent space, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, along with Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, and the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse had warned Duan Ling Tian against opening his little world in the turbulent space. After sensing the turbulent energy here, he also realized how massive the destruction would be if he had opened his little world here. Even advanced supreme gods won't dare to open their little worlds in the turbulent space. Duan Ling Tian was very cautious as he moved forward in a straight line, following the direction of the path created by the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse that had faded away. According to the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, directions did not matter in the turbulent space since the directions were constantly shifting. It was also because of this that even supreme powerhouses would have a hard time tracking Duan Ling Tian in the turbulent space. As Duan Ling Tian advanced, he tried to conserve as much energy as he could. Although he possessed many pills that could replenish his divine energy, they were not inexhaustible. Hence, he used them sparingly. I hope I can find the space barrier soon. I'll be able to leave this place after breaking the space barrier. Duan Ling Tian naturally still did not know where he would end up. However, he knew it would be either the outer boundary, the endless void, or in or near one of the myriad worlds. It was also certain that he would not end up back in the god-defying world no matter how the directions shifted in the turbulent space. The Xia clan's supreme powerhouse had made sure of this. After all, their goal was to send Duan Ling Tian away from the god-defying world. Meanwhile, a guest had shown up unannounced at the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy. A green-clad young man with extraordinary bearing requested to meet Su Bai Lai. However, as the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, it was only natural that Su Bai Lai would meet every guest that showed up at the Academy, especially when the guest was a stranger. Soon enough, Su Bai Lai received a report from a patrolling teacher. He was told that the green-clad young man did not seem to be simple. Although the other party was just a rudimentary supreme god, his domineering energy easily suppressed the teachers who were also rudimentary supreme gods. A rudimentary supreme god, according to the report, it seems like he can be considered a top rudimentary supreme god. Driven by curiosity, Su Bai Lai instructed his subordinate to bring the green-clad man in. As soon as he saw the other party, he could see that the other party was extraordinary. He could sense a strong sword aura from the other party as though the other party was a sword, not a human. As an advanced supreme god, he could naturally tell that the other party must have mastered the sword Dao to a high level despite only being a rudimentary supreme god. Is he that person? Su Bai Lai thought about the person whom he had recently heard about who became famous in the advanced chaotic region. Su Bai Lai did not know if it was a real name or a fake name that was only used in the advanced chaotic region. What he knew was that the other party was an advanced emperor of gods. Considering the green-clad young man in front of him was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, Su Bai Lai thought it was likely that the other party was Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang was now a rudimentary supreme god, it was only natural for him to become a rudimentary supreme god after obtaining the liquid from the divine fountain. Feng Qingyang greets the academy master. Su Bai Lai had guessed correctly. The green-clad young man with a terrifying sword aura was none other than Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master. Apart from ranking first in the Advanced Emperor of Gods ranking, he also ranked third in the overall ranking. Feng Qingyang's rewards were so precious that if Su Bai Lai had no restraints and morals, he would have been tempted to snatch the rewards away. Su Bai Lai knew that Feng Qingyang undoubtedly sought him out for important matters since Feng Qingyang did not hide his identity. Su Bai Lai smiled faintly. Feng Qingyang, the one who ranked first and third in the Advanced Emperor of Gods ranking and the overall ranking respectively. Feng Qingyang nodded. Yes, I didn't expect you to have heard of me, senior. It's not surprising that I've heard of you, Su Bailai smiled and said, I'm sure everyone in the heavyweight supreme rank forces in the various realms of gods has heard of you by now unless they're in closed-door cultivation. After a pause, he asked bluntly, what brings you here? Based on what I know, you have no connections with the Myriad Laws Academy, do you? Su Bailai knew that Feng Qingyang was a native of a mundane realm. He had heard people mention Feng Qingyang's doppelganger. At this moment, he was also not sure if the person in front of him was a doppelganger or not. If it's a doppelganger, he must have sent his strongest doppelganger. Otherwise, I would be able to sense it without using my divine consciousness, Su Bailai thought to himself. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Bailai and said seriously, Academy Master Su, I came here to meet the prestigious Vice Academy Master Yang Yuchen. Su Bailai was surprised by Feng Qingyang's reply. He asked, you know Yang Yuchen? Feng Qingyang shook his head. No, I don't know him. Su Bailai was puzzled and frowned slightly. He was not sure what Feng Qingyang's intentions were. If it were not for how extraordinary Feng Qingyang was, he would have thrown Feng Qingyang out of the academy. Upon seeing Su Bailai's expression, Feng Qingyang quickly explained, Academy Master, I don't know Vice Academy Master Yang, but I know his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was my direct disciple when he was in the mundane realm. I came here to inquire about my disciple. Feng Qingyang had heard about the situation in the Sha clan, and he was naturally worried about Duan Lingtian. Due to the heavy toll from cultivation, he had withdrawn all his doppelgangers from the lower realm. He was also sure that Duan Lingtian had also withdrawn his doppelgangers. As such, it had been a long time since he had last spoken with Duan Lingtian. Natives of lower realms had to withdraw their doppelgangers before they could break into the realm of a supreme god. Natives of realms of gods did not have this restriction since they were incapable of forming doppelgangers. However, due to the important role that bloodline powers played in breaking through the realm of a supreme god, they might fail to break through if they exhausted their bloodline powers before attempting a breakthrough. You're Duan Lingtian's master from the lower realm. Su Bailai, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was shocked by this revelation. At the same time, realization dawned on him when he recalled the sword Dao that Duan Lingtian displayed in the past. So Duan Lingtian learned his sword Dao from you, Su Bailai said as he sighed emotionally. Then, he added, I'll send a message to Yang Yuchen immediately. I'm sure he'll want to meet you after he receives my message. Although the Inner Palace faction was located in an independent realm, Su Bailai was still able to send a message through the special communication method. Needless to say, ordinary communication methods were unable to reach the Inner Palace faction. Chapter 4353 The End of the Path. In the independent realm of the Inner Palace faction, the current leader of the Inner Palace faction, Lang Chunyuan, was in closed-door cultivation now. However, in case of an emergency, the Myriad Laws Academy could still contact her. After receiving Su Bailai's message, Lang Chunyuan was slightly unhappy that she was disturbed. She asked impatiently, Old Su, what's the matter? If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. I'm cultivating. Su Bailai was no longer surprised by Lang Chunyuan's bluntness at this point. He knew her quite well by now, after all. He said without beating around the bush, Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's master from the lower realm, came to the Myriad Laws Academy. He wants to meet your third senior brother to inquire about Duan Lingtian's current situation. Ask your third senior brother if he wants to meet him. Feng Qingyang, junior brother's master from the lower realm. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, junior brother's master is called Feng Qingyang. According to junior brother, his master's sword Dao is superior to his. Lang Chunyuan said, shocked. The young man in front of me indeed has a higher mastery of the sword Dao compared to Duan Lingtian. Even your eldest senior sister's mastery of the mastery Dao pales in comparison. Hurry up and inform your third senior brother of his arrival, Su Bailai said. It did not take long before two figures left the Inner Palace faction and went to Su Bailai's cultivation ground. As soon as they arrived, Lang Chunyuan asked curiously, where's Junior Master's master? Junior brother said that although his master's cultivation base is lower than his master's sword Dao is superior to his. If he's an advanced emperor of gods, it should be fair for him to spar with me, right? Fourth junior sister, junior brother's master can be considered our senior. Show some respect. Lang Chunyuan fell silent after being reprimanded by Yang Yuchen. Su Bailai came over and quickly led them to Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Senior Feng. I'm Yang Yuchen, and this is my fourth junior sister, Lang Chunyuan, Yang Yuchen said, greeting Feng Qingyang with a slight bow. Since Duan Lingtian was his junior brother, it was only appropriate for him to show respect to Duan Lingtian's master. On the other hand, Lang Chunyuan was not as respectful as Yang Yuchen. She stared at Feng Qingyang curiously and circled him as she tried to figure out how Feng Qingyang managed to teach such an outstanding disciple like Duan Lingtian. Fourth junior sister, Yang Yuchen called out, embarrassed by Lang Chunyuan's actions. He smiled sheepishly and said apologetically to Feng Qingyang, Senior Feng, my junior sister is just like a child and doesn't know etiquette. I apologize on her behalf. Feng Qingyan smiled faintly, don't worry about it. There's no need to apologize. Lang Chunyuan stood in front of Feng Qingyang and stared at him blatantly as she asked, Senior, will you teach me the sword Dao if I become your direct disciple? Feng Qingyang and Su Bailai were taken aback by Lang Chunyuan's sudden question. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, felt even more embarrassed. He said, Senior Feng, not only is my fourth junior sister like a child, but she also frequently spouts nonsense. Before Yang Yuchen could finish speaking, Lang Chunyuan interjected, Third senior brother, shut up. I'm serious about this matter. Feng Qingyang smiled slightly at Lang Chunyuan and said, I can teach you the sword Dao if you're really keen to learn from me. However, how much you can comprehend depends on your ability. There's no need for you to become my disciple. You're Duan Lingtian's senior sister, so I won't hide things from you. Feng Qingyang knew that the members of the Inner Palace faction had killed many of those who coveted Duan Lingtian's liquid from the divine fountain, so he had a good impression of them. Just as Lang Chunyuan's eyes brightened, Feng Qingyang continued to say, however, the prerequisite is that you've not comprehended any of the other four Daos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it'll hinder the progression of the Dao that you've comprehended. However, there's a possibility that if you have a high comprehension skill, it'll help the progress of your other Dao. Nearing the end of his words, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yuchen meaningfully. Yang Yuchen was naturally moved. Although Feng Qingyang had a lower cultivation base, he might not be able to defeat Feng Qingyang. With Feng Qingyang's heaven-defying sword Dao, it was possible that Feng Qingyang was on par with his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, who was a top intermediate supreme god. At this time, Su Bailai looked at Lang Chunyuan and said with a smile, Little girl, didn't you say that you wanted to spar with your junior brother's master earlier? Why don't you spar with him in my cultivation ground? Lang Chunyuan did not respond to Su Bailai. Instead, she looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Senior, what's your current cultivation base? At this time, Lang Chunyuan finally remembered that the advanced emperor of gods who ranked third in the advanced chaotic region's overall ranking was also called Feng Qingyang. If they were the same person, she did not have the confidence to defeat Feng Qingyang even if he was still an advanced emperor of gods. I just became a rudimentary supreme god not too long ago, Feng Qingyang replied with a smile. Lang Chunyuan's eyes widened as she asked, Senior, are you the person who ranked third in the advanced chaotic region's overall ranking? Upon seeing this, Lang Chunyuan hastily shook her head and said, I'm no match for you, Senior. I better not embarrass myself. Lang Chunyuan was blunt, but not stupid. Why fight when she was bound to lose? Yang Yuchen was not surprised that Feng Qingyang was the Feng Qingyang who ranked third in the advanced chaotic region's overall ranking. It was impossible to have another Feng Qingyang who also comprehended the sword Dao to a terrifying level after all. In the past, Yang Yuchen had sent his doppelganger to the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace to help Duan Lingtian. However, he did not meet Feng Qingyang. However, not only because Feng Qingyang was Duan Lingtian's master, but also because of Feng Qingyang's mastery of the sword Dao, Yang Yuchen respected Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang would be no less as monstrous as Duan Lingtian if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was higher. Senior, did you come because you heard I returned from the Sha clan? Did you come to inquire about junior brother's situation? Yang Yuchen asked. Feng Qingyang's expression turned solemn as he replied, Yes. He's not here. Does this mean he's still in the Sha clan? No, Yang Yuchen said with a sigh before he recounted what happened in the Sha clan and told Feng Qingyang about Duan Lingtian's decision. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grim when he found out that Duan Lingtian reunited with his wife, but a tragedy had befallen her. He was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision because he knew Duan Ling Tian very well. Duan Ling Tian would not have come this far in such a short time if he was a coward and shied away from dangerous situations. After all, Duan Ling Tian became an intermediate supreme god at such a young age and possessed strength on par with top advanced supreme gods. It was unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world. When Yang Yuchen and Lang Chun Yuan brought Feng Qing Yang back to the Inner Palace faction, Duan Ling Tian finally found the space barrier. Although he was doing his best to conserve his energy, his speed was not too slow. As such, it did not take long for him to find the space barrier. His destination lay behind the space barrier. However, it was uncertain whether his destination was the outer boundary, the endless void, or in one of the myriad worlds under the rule of the god-defying world. I wonder where I'll end up, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as he tore an opening in the space barrier. Naturally, he wished to be transported straight to the outer boundary, which was his ultimate destination. Chapter 4354 Endless Void. Duan Ling Tian hoped that he would be directly brought to the outer boundary. Unfortunately, he did not have the power to make that choice. Everything would depend on his luck, and the place he would end up depended on the will of heaven. There are 3 possible places: the outer boundary, which is the best outcome, one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world, which is the next best thing, and the endless void, which is the worst outcome. If I were to be transported to a world under the rules of the god-defying world, I can find a transportation formation that will bring me to the outer boundary. If the worst happens and I were to be transported to the endless void, I'll have to tear an opening again in the space barrier, enter the turbulent space again, tear open a space barrier again, and see where I end up. If the worst happened, at least Duan Ling Tian could recover his heaven and earth spirit energy in the endless void. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin in the endless void, he would be able to use his heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Unlike the turbulent space, in the endless void, he did not have to worry about the energy wreaking havoc in his little world. He could open his little world without any worries. The endless void was desolate with no end in sight. Moreover, he did not know what kind of danger lurked in the endless void. The moment of truth is here. I wonder which place lies behind this space barrier. When Duan Ling Tian tore an opening in the space barrier in front of him and leapt in, his restless heart had already calmed down. He had already prepared himself to face whatever outcome awaited him. Despite Duan Ling Tian's preparations, he still could not help but feel slightly disappointed after he saw what lay behind the space barrier. He saw a desolate place. There was no sky and no earth. It was as though nothing existed here. Although he had never been to this place before, he knew without a doubt where he was at this moment. It was the endless void, the worst possibility among the 3 possibilities. It was the place he least wanted to end up at. Duan Ling Tian sighed heavily before he adjusted his state of mind. Since he was already here, there was nothing he could do to change his situation. Moreover, he had already planned his next step earlier for the possibility of him ending up in the endless void. He planned to recover his heaven and earth spirit energy first from his little world. After that, he would enter the turbulent space again and look for the space barrier. Hopefully, his next attempt would lead him to the outer boundary directly or one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world and not lead him to the endless void again. As far as he was concerned, it would be great as long as he did not end up in the endless void again. Fortunately, I have the help of the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan. At the very least, the world I'll end up in will be near the god-defying world. The supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan not only made sure that Duan Ling Tian would end up near the god-defying world if he were not brought directly to the outer boundary or the endless void, but he also made sure that Duan Ling Tian would not be transported back to the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian took a few days before he fully recovered his divine energy. After that, he did not waste any time and entered the turbulent space again. He quickly found the space barrier and tore it open. Alas, Duan Ling Tian's expectations were destroyed in the next moment. The endless void again. According to the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, the endless void occupied the most space, followed by the outer boundary, the myriad worlds, and the turbulent space. Anyone could enter the endless void, but there was no benefit to it. However, based on the words of the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, many supreme powerhouses chose to stay in the endless void. Some of them would create their own independent realms here as well. Among these supreme powerhouses, many of them were extremely powerful. as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, this had nothing to do with him. Even supreme powerhouses could not cultivate here no matter how long they stayed here, let alone someone like him was an intermediate supreme god. At this moment, he only wished to leave the endless void. He did not care if he ended up in a world under the rule of the god-defying world or the outer boundary as long he did not end up in the endless void again. Endless void again, damn it. The first few times Duan Ling Tian ended up in the endless voice, he attributed it to his bad luck. However, he really did not expect to be transported to the endless void 8 times in a row. He really felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, during his 9th attempt, he was not transported to the endless void. After entering the spatial tear, Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared for the worst outcome, was momentarily stunned. Then, a delighted smile appeared on his face when he finally reacted. This place. Duan Ling Tian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy of the place before he murmured, I can't confirm where this is based on the heaven and earth spirit energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the outer boundary was not that rich. It could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the myriad worlds at all. It's best if this is the outer boundary. Let's see if I can find people here. The language we speak in the god-defying world is the common language in the myriad worlds, so I shouldn't have trouble communicating in any of the myriad worlds. It won't be particularly hard for me to find a transportation formation that will bring me to the outer boundary, but it won't be very easy as well, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. Duan Ling Tian was now an intermediate supreme god after all. Most importantly, the strength he possessed was frightening. However, if news spread to the god-defying world about the appearance of a monstrous intermediate supreme god, it would not take long for the people in the god-defying world to make the connections. He naturally did not wish for this to happen. If this is one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world, I'll join a force so I can have access to a transportation formation that will lead me to the outer boundary. Even if the news about me spreads, those people won't be able to find me so easily. It'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 4355 The Game-Changing Rule. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that supreme powerhouses also coveted the liquid from the divine fountain. It was likely that no one expected that he had given half of the liquid from the divine fountain he possessed to his senior brothers and Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. Apart from that, the remaining liquid from the divine fountain in his possession had been brought to the lower realms by his doppelganger, who left the divine offering land through a destruction divine shuttle. Duan Ling Tian decided to send his doppelganger from the law of life to the lower realm instead of his doppelganger from the law of life. It was his strongest law after the law of space and the law of time. Moreover, it was quicker for him to form a doppelganger from the law of life with the help of the divine tree of life if needed. Initially, Duan Ling Tian wanted to leave the divine offering land using the destruction divine shuttle as well. However, according to Xianxia, supreme powerhouses were capable of tracking him to the lower realms through the destruction divine shuttle unlike ordinary people. Needless to say, he would not take such a risk. After Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger arrived, it traveled through various mundane realms and Devata realms to make sure nobody was following him before he finally went to his family and friends and gave them the liquid from the divine fountain. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he found out that Huan'er's cultivation had increased tremendously through his doppelganger. Lord of Gods, Duan Ling Tian was understandably in shock and disbelief. After all, Huan'er had been staying in a mundane realm with his family and friends all this while. He asked, Huan'er, how did you raise your cultivation so quickly? I'm not sure as well, Huan'er said, shaking her head. In fact, she was not aware of the extent of her current strength because she had yet to have a chance to test her strength out. She only knew her cultivation was rising rapidly. She told Duan Ling Tian when she cultivated, a spatial tear would appear next to her every once in a while. A mysterious energy would sweep out of the spatial tear and enter her body, helping her cultivation. Although the energy was mysterious, she did not feel any discomfort when it entered her body. Even after she became a Lord of Gods, the spatial tear would still appear along with the mysterious energy. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he listened to Huan'er recount her strange experience. According to Huan, the energy comes from beyond the mundane realm, it's an external energy. What's going on? Even with Duan Ling Tian's current knowledge, he could not figure out the situation. Huan'er, when did this start happening? Duan Ling Tian asked again. After I attained godhood, Huan'er replied. Huan'er's cultivation speed had always been fast. Combined with the resources Duan Ling Tian provided, it was easy for her to attain godhood. When Duan Ling Tian heard that this oddity began to appear after Huoner stabilized her cultivation as a rudimentary god, he concluded that the mysterious energy had something to do with her being 1,000 phantom ice fox, which was an extremely rare divine beast in the Devata realms that only appeared once in a million year. According to Huoner's mother, information regarding the other 1,000 phantom ice fox in the history of their clan was limited. No one could confirm his exact cultivation base, but there was rumor that he had attained godhood. Considering everything, Duan Ling Tian thought that 1,000 phantom ice foxes were really not simple. Otherwise, Huoner would not have such a special encounter after attaining godhood. I've encountered many powerful divine beasts in the realm of gods. No matter how powerful they were, they had limits. Most, if not all prime supreme rank forces, are that of humans, but there were some heavyweight supreme prime rank forces that had divine beasts. It's not easy for divine beasts to become a top advanced supreme god, let alone a supreme powerhouse. Even among divine beasts that are supreme powerhouses, there aren't any that are significantly strong. It's obvious that the divine beasts have limitations. However, divine beasts without natural limitations aren't unprecedented in the history of the god-defying world, but they're as rare as a phoenix feather. However, they've not appeared for many years now. Rumors had it that this kind of divine beast is terrifying. Once they become an advanced supreme god, they'll have the strength of a top advanced supreme god even if their cultivation bases have yet to stabilize. It's as though this kind of divine beast is blessed by the heavens. Alas, such a divine beast hasn't been seen in nearly a million years. I wouldn't even know about this if I didn't come across this information in an ancient scroll in the Inner Palace faction, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart began to race in his chest. The ancient scroll also contained the speculations of the Inner Palace faction's founder regarding divine beasts. His speculations were made based on his friend who was a divine beast. After attaining godhood, that divine beast could feel a small amount of energy slipping away from him when he cultivated. It seemed like this was a common occurrence among divine beasts after attaining godhood. It was like a natural restriction on them. Perhaps, the energy, which ordinary divine beasts lose, is being given to extraordinary divine beasts that only appear once in a million years to help them become terrifyingly powerful. This is also why ordinary divine beasts have a difficult time cultivating and almost impossible for them to become a top advanced supreme god. The only way is if they comprehend one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth. Ordinary divine beasts capable of comprehending one of the four Taoes of heaven and earth will mostly become supreme powerhouses. It seems like the natural law in the god-defying world is the reason why ordinary divine beasts experience energy loss when cultivating and when the law they comprehend is about to reach the perfect form after they attain godhood. I have a feeling that this energy loss has something to do with the extraordinary and heaven-defying divine beasts as well. It's as though ordinary divine beasts are supplying the heaven-defying divine beast with energy after attaining godhood. Perhaps, the ancestor of the heaven-defying divine beast laid down this rule in the past to make sure the others don't go extinct. Even the strongest supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world now doesn't possess such strength and wisdom. I wonder if there's such a powerful supreme powerhouse in the powerful worlds. If my speculation is right, the god-defying world had such a supreme powerhouse before. Perhaps, the ancestor of the heaven-defying divine beasts was one of the top supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian was rather doubtful when he read the speculations made by the founder of the Inner Palace faction until he learned of Huoner's strange experience. If his assumption was right, based on Huoner's experience, she was likely a rare heaven-defying divine beast. The founder of the Inner Palace faction mentioned that only divine beasts would only have such restrictions in the god-defying world. They wouldn't experience the restrictions in the outer boundary. However, even if they manage to become an advanced supreme god in the outer boundary, they'll experience energy loss once they return to the god-defying world. The laws they comprehend would decline as well. It was as though divine beasts are cursed in the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was shocked that the speculations made by the founder of the Inner Palace faction might be true. Perhaps, the god-defying world once had an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse who laid down the law to provide energy for his or her kind, which would only appear once in a million years. Chapter 4356 3 Options. In the past, before ascending to the realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian knew that powerful divine beast forces in the Devata realms had connections to the forces in the realms of gods. Some of their members managed to ascend to the realms of gods as well and became supreme powerhouses. However, After ascending to the realm of gods, he discovered that the few divine beast forces that were comparable to prime supreme rank forces did not identify as a prime supreme rank force even if others acknowledged them as such. At that time, he did not understand the reason behind their low-key behavior. However, now, he thought it had something to do with the natural restriction. Divine beasts aren't the only ones who are affected, even supreme powerhouses who are divine beasts are also affected in the god-defying world. For this reason, most divine beasts who are supreme powerhouses would rather stay in the outer boundary or in one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world. Duan Ling Tian was alarmed when this thought appeared in his mind. He would not have thought about this if it were not for Huaner's strange experience. If he ended up in one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world, he might encounter a divine beast who was a supreme powerhouse. The natives of the world might not know him, but the divine beast, who was a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world, would definitely know him. If I end up in one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world, I can't simply join a prime supreme rank force in case I encounter a divine beast who's a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Life looked at Huaner with a tender gaze. He thought that she was his lucky star. If it were not for her, he would not be aware of this hidden danger. Huaner, can you elaborate more about the mysterious energy? Duan Ling Tian was sincerely happy about Huaner's fortuitous encounter. He was curious about the energy that helped her cultivation, but he was also worried that the energy would negatively affect her. However, after listening to Huaner's experience with the energy, he felt more at ease. He concluded that the energy was harmless. Huaner became a lord of gods so quickly, it won't be long before she becomes an emperor of gods and even a supreme god, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian thought that his family and friends would have to rely on him for protection. However, based on Huaner's experience, it seemed possible for her to become a powerful supreme powerhouse. If she was truly the descendant of that heaven-defying divine beast, her attainment in the future would be comparable to that of her ancestor. This meant that she would be one of the top supreme powerhouses in not only the god-defying world but also the myriad worlds. Since the rule still exists until now, it means that no one can break the rule or no one bothered to break the rule. One could only imagine how powerful the ancestor of the heaven-defying beast was for being able to lay down such a rule that remained unbreakable to this day. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the Law of Life distributed the liquid from the divine fountain to his family and friends. He had also diluted the liquid beforehand to avoid any side effects since their cultivation bases were still at a low level. However, he had used a special type of essence to dilute the liquid from the divine fountain that would also aid their cultivation bases. The special essence was useless to him, but it was a treasure to them. When Duan Ling Tian finally sat down to chat with his parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ru, in their courtyard, he brought up Ka. He did not bring up the matter when his daughter, Duan Xiling, was around because he did not want her to worry. Although Ka was absent for most of Duan Xiling's life, Duan Xiling did not resent her nor did she complain about it. She was very understanding about Ka's situation. Moreover, she grew up under the loving care of Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and even Huaner. Father, mother, I met Ka. How is Ka? Li Ru asked anxiously. She did not dare to ask this question when everyone was around even though she was eager to find out about Ka's situation. Duan Rufeng held his wife's hand to comfort her as he said soothingly, "Calm down. Let our son tell us about it." Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that happened to Ka, and after his parents listened to him, they fell silent. After a moment, Duan Rufeng asked, "So you're going to the outer boundary so you can grow stronger quickly and kill Yun Qingyan who merged with a supreme powerhouse?" Although Li Ru was worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety in the mysterious outer boundary, she did not try to dissuade him. After all, she knew it would be impossible to dissuade him, and she was also eager for him to save Ka. Although she treated Duan Ling Tian's other wife and partners equally, Ka was special to her. After all, Ka had been with her since Ka was a teenager. She only had one son, and she treated Ka like a daughter. "Father, mother, rest assured, I've been doing well over the past 1,000 years, haven't I? I'll bring Ka back soon," Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly with a smile. He naturally knew that his parents were worried. "Tianer," Duan Rufeng said with a sigh, "be courteous when you meet the clan leader of the Sha clan. After all, he's your elder. Ka might have reincarnated, but her soul remains the same. She's still his daughter no matter what. Even if you disagree with his actions, as the clan leader, he has to prioritize the clan's interest. Duan Rufeng used to be the leader of a force in the mundane realm, so he was naturally aware of the responsibilities and difficult decisions that came with being a figure of authority. I know, father, Duan Lingtian said with a nod. He understood Sha Yu's responsibility as the clan leader of the Sha clan even if he disagreed with Sha Yu's actions. For this reason, he did not sever ties with Sha Yu and had only treated Sha Yu with alienation. If Ka was willing to forgive Sha Yu and hoped that he would treat Sha Yu as his father-in-law, he would naturally follow her wish. However, it was impossible for him to warm up to Sha Yu at the moment. Duan Lingtian continued chatting with his parents and also advised them regarding problems they encountered during their cultivation before he left. When he finally left their courtyard, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't get the best outcome again. I didn't end up in the outer boundary. Instead, I ended up in the cyclic world, one of the worlds under the rule of the god-defying world. Duan Lingtian had never heard of the cyclic world prior to this, so he knew nothing about it. This was not surprising since not many people in the god-defying world knew about the cyclic world. Only supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world would know about the cyclic world. I have three options now: return to the turbulent space and try my luck again, join a force here and use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary, or stay and cultivate in the cyclic world until I become an advanced supreme god before I join a force and head to the outer boundary. There was no doubt that the third option was Duan Lingtian's safest option. If he waited until he became an advanced supreme god before going to the outer boundary, no one would be able to guess his identity easily since most people would assume he was still an intermediate supreme god. However, if he joined a force now and displayed his strength, he might risk exposing his identity. Forget about the first option, I can't play with luck, Duan Lingtian thought to himself decisively. Previously, he was transported to the endless void countless times before he finally ended up in the cyclic world. As such, he was not feeling very confident about his luck at the moment. The third option is the safest, but it'll take a long time. Chapter 4357 Sun Yuqian. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the second option. He decided to join a force in the cyclic world and use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary immediately instead of waiting until he became an advanced supreme god. Now I must find out which top forces possess transportation formations to the outer boundary. Based on my strength now, it's easy for me to join any of the top forces in the cyclic world. However, if I display my strength as an intermediate supreme god, I'll attract unwanted attention. I have to plan this out carefully. Although Duan Lingtian could not wait to go to the outer boundary, he did not let his desire cloud his judgment. After all, a single mistake could lead to his death. He would not hesitate to take the chance if he were alone. However, he carried many responsibilities on his shoulders and could not afford to take such risks. Finally, Duan Lingtian began to investigate the top forces in his vicinity. During the process, he gained a certain level of understanding of the cyclic world. Unlike the god-defying world where there were 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms, the cyclic world only had 9 realms which were known as domains. The domains were divided into 3 which were called the tri-domains collectively. The tri-domains were the upper tri-domain, middle tri-domain, and lower tri-domain. The lower tri-domain was similar to the mundane realms in the god-defying world, but it was at least 10 times bigger than the largest mundane realm in the god-defying world. The strongest cultivators in the lower tri-domain were celestials. The middle tri-domain was similar to Devata realms, and the strongest cultivators there were demigods and rudimentary gods. Finally, the upper tri-domain was like the realms of gods in the god-defying world where various top forces were located. I wasted half a day in the cyclic world's middle tri-domain. After asking around, Duan Lingtian finally realized he was in the middle tri-domain. After that, he went to the nearest transportation site and went to the upper tri-domain. Although he encountered a few problems on the way, no one dared to approach him after he displayed strength comparable to an ordinary god. After all, rudimentary gods were considered very powerful in the middle tri-domain. However, even rudimentary gods did not dare to provoke the weakest god from the upper tri-domain. This is the Luo domain, which is part of the upper tri-domain. The 3 top forces in the Luo domain have the support of supreme powerhouses. Most importantly, They have transportation formations that lead to the outer boundary. In the end, after gathering information, out of the 3 top forces in the Luo domain, the Sun Clan caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. Not only was the Sun Clan closest to him, but it was also the only clan among the 3 top forces. This would make it easier for him to join the clan and use the clan's transportation formation. I'll use a little of my strength and get acquainted with a direct descendant with a high status in the Sun Clan so I can join the clan. Perhaps, the other party will make it easier for me to use the transportation formation. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian began to investigate the Sun Clan and devised a plan carefully. With his current strength, he could not charge into the Sun Clan by force. He also could not reveal his full strength even if it meant that they would let him use the transportation formation in exchange for a favor, since it might expose his identity. The appearance of an intermediate supreme god with the strength of a top advanced supreme god would definitely cause a commotion. At that time, word about him would spread and his identity might be exposed. He could not afford to take such risks, especially when there might be supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world in the cyclic world. The Sun Clan was one of the top forces in the cyclic world's upper tri-domain. A supreme powerhouse emerged from the clan 100,000 years ago, and as a result, the clan rose to the top and became one of the strongest forces in the cyclic world. However, the clan was rife with internal conflicts due to the many factions founded by various direct descendants. If there were no contest, the position of clan leader would be passed down to the future generation of the same faction. Otherwise, other direct descendants could compete to become the clan leader regardless of their factions. Currently, the Sun Clan had 7 factions. The most outstanding person among the younger generation in the Sun Clan was Sun Yuqian. Due to his talent, he was the most suited to become the next clan leader of the Sun Clan. However, his father was only the 4th master of the Sun Clan. Apart from Sun Yuqian, there were another 2 who were also promising candidates to become the next clan leader of the Sun Clan. One of them was the son of the current clan leader of the Sun Clan and the other was a prodigy from another faction. Although Sun Yuqian was the strongest among the 3, his faction was the weakest. It was also for this reason that the faction truly hoped that he would become a supreme powerhouse so the faction would rise to prominence in the clan. At this moment, Sun Yuqian just completed his daily activities. He had visited a few of the Sun Clan's properties and was returning to the clan. He was also accompanied by an intermediate supreme god who protected him. His faction was the only faction in the Sun Clan that did not have an advanced supreme god. Second uncle, you don't have to follow me everywhere. The clan's properties aren't far from our estates and nothing will go wrong, Sun Yuqian said to the middle-aged man following him. The middle-aged man, Sun Yuqian's second uncle, was called Sun Long. Upon hearing Sun Yuqian's words, he said as he shook his head, Yuqian, you're our faction's only hope. As the strongest person in our faction now, it's my responsibility to protect you until you grow into your potential. Everything will be worth it once you surpass me in the future. Sun Long was sincere towards Sun Yiqian. He was Sun Yiqian's biological uncle. After all, there were only 6 people left in his faction, and as the most powerful one in the action, he was naturally the leader. His greatest desire was for his nephew to grow stronger, become the next clan leader of the Sun Clan, and bring glory to the faction. There were members of his faction who became clan leaders in the past, but this had not been the case for the past 20,000 years. Second uncle, I won't let you down, Sun Yuqian said solemnly. Sun Long smiled brightly when he heard Sun Yuqian's response. However, after a beat, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes widened. Then, his divine energy suddenly surged out and covered Sun Yuqian. A thunderous explosion rang in the air as Sun Long turned into a ball of flames and brought Sun Yuqian away with him. At the same time, a sword emitting a terrifying destructive aura descended from the sky to the spot where the duo was just standing. The void rippled and twisted as hairline cracks appeared in the void before they quickly mended themselves. Following that, a big and tall figure dressed in a black cloak descended from the sky. Another loud explosion rang in the air when another big and tall figure dressed in a gray cloak and a mask appeared and rushed towards Sun Long and Sun Yuqian. Who are you? Sun Long's expression turned grim as he hastily blocked the gray cloaked man's attack. He soon discovered that the gray cloaked man's strength was on par with his. He was confident he would be able to defeat the gray cloaked man in a one-on-one fight, but alas, the other party was not alone. Based on the sword technique earlier, the black cloaked man's strength seemed to be on par with his as well. You may leave if you hand Sun Yuqian over to us, the black cloaked man said icily as he flew away, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The gray cloaked man laughed before he added, you can call for help from the Sun clan, but I'm confident the three of us will be able to kill you before reinforcement arrives from your clan. Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's expressions changed upon hearing the gray cloaked man's words. They had indeed called for reinforcements from the Sun clan, and most importantly, according to the other party's words, there were not only 2 of them, but 3 of them. That's enough. Kill them. A cold and sinister voice suddenly rang in the air before a skinny figure appeared in the sky. Following that, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted as a wave of icy energy swept towards Sun Ling and Sun Yuqian. The 2 cloaked men made their moves in unison. Damn it! Sun Long's face turned ashen when he realized the third person was also an intermediate supreme god. If there were only the 2 cloaked men, he was confident he would be able to protect his nephew until the reinforcement from the clan arrived, even if it meant sacrificing his life. However, he would not be able to stall for time until the reinforcement arrived if he had 3 opponents who were on par with him. The Sun clan was a distance away, and it would take the clan's advanced supreme gods at least 15 minutes before they arrived. A hint of despair could be seen on Sun Yuqian's face as he wondered if this would be the end of him and his uncle. The 3 men rushed towards Sun Long and Sun Yuqian in unison. Sun Long's expression was extremely grim as he defended against the trio. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the distance from the corners of his eyes. The figure glanced over before moving away, and based on the figure's speed, he could tell the other party was also an intermediate supreme god. His eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly cried out, "Brother, help me fend off these 3 men. I only need 15 minutes. After that, the advanced supreme gods from my Sun clan will arrive. I'll make sure that the clan rewards you handsomely if you help me." The figure in the distance stopped moving upon hearing Sun Long's words, allowing Sun Long and Sun Yuqian to have a better look at him. He was a handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing who was dressed in a purple robe. Chapter 4358. The best actor. The purple-clad young man was not Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, it was not a coincidence that he showed up here at this time. In fact, he had hired the 3 intermediate supreme gods to act out a show with him. The trio was impressed by Duan Lingtian's audacity to scheme against the Sun clan. This was naturally not something they dared to do, and as such, they wore masks to hide their identities. The masks looked ordinary, but there were various formations cast on the masks that were capable of stopping even advanced supreme gods from seeing them with their divine consciousness. It would be nearly impossible for those below the realm of an advanced supreme god to see them. After Sun Long pleaded for help and Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks, one of the 3 men Duan Lingtian hired said fiercely, "Mind your own business, young man." Duan Lingtian glanced at the man and said nonchalantly, "I didn't intend to interfere, but the tone of your voice irritates me." Duan Lingtian did not waste time and made his move immediately. The void froze immediately, and his movements were lightning quick. When the 3 men recovered their senses, Duan Lingtian was already in front of them. "He's fast." Sun Long's eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head as he thought to himself, "Something is amiss, I think I was affected by his power. Did he use the law of time? Is he an expert in the law of time?" The law of time was one of the 4 supreme laws, and it was also the most mysterious and powerful law among the 4 supreme laws. Based on how Duan Lingtian had arrived in front of the trio in just a blink of an eye, Sun Long could tell that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of time was comparable to his comprehension of his strongest law. "We're saved." Sun Long rejoiced inwardly. At the same time, he sent a message to his nephew who was standing next to him. Sun Yuqian's eyes lit up with hope immediately. However, a hint of iciness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He swore that he would not let this matter slide if he survived. "It doesn't matter who's behind this matter, I won't let him or her get away with it." Sun Yuqian vowed inwardly. At the same time, the figures of the other 2 direct descendants in the Sun clan appeared in his mind. Although they were inferior to him in various aspects, they were his competitors in becoming the next clan leader of the Sun clan. If they had beaten him in a fair fight, he would have accepted his fate. However, he thought they were truly insidious for using such an underhanded manner to deal with him. "Ignore the brat and kill those 2. The 3 men hiding behind masks ignored Duan Lingtian and charged towards Sun Long and Sun Yuqian. At the same time, they also kept their guards up against Duan Lingtian. There must be deep enmity between you for you to be so adamant about killing an advanced emperor of gods, Duan Ling Tian said with a heavy sigh. Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, but Sun Long and Sun Yuqian heard him clearly. The duo's expressions darkened when they were reminded that the trio had come for Sun Yuqian. I won't let the mastermind behind this matter get away with this if I survive. Sun Long thought to himself resolutely. When the trio drew close, Sun Ling mobilized his divine energy and protected Sun Yuqian with all his might. As an advanced emperor of gods, it was only natural that Sun Yuqian was helpless at this moment. Sun Yuqian looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, and pleaded earnestly through voice transmission, "Senior, please help us. If I, Sun Yuqian, survive with your help, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely return the favor." Duan Ling Tian was just about to make a move when he heard Sun Yuqian's voice transmission. He grinned inwardly and made his move. He held back his strength and only used strength comparable to that of Sun Long. Even then, it was more than enough for him and Sun Long to stall for time until reinforcement arrived. The trio had the upper hand, but they were growing impatient and worried that the Sun clan's advanced supreme god would show up soon. After both parties exchanged blows for about 30 breaths, the trio exchanged a look before they decided to retreat. Before leaving, one of them said threateningly to Duan Ling Tian, "Brat. You better pray you don't run into us in the future. Otherwise, I'll rip you into pieces." Seeing that Sun Long did not give chase, Duan Ling Tian also did not make a move. Sun Long did not think there was a point for him to chase after the trio. After all, even if he and Duan Ling Tian joined forces, the trio still had the advantage. When the trio finally vanished out of sight, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with gratitude and cupped his fists together before he said, "My friend, thank you for helping us. Without your help, we would have died here." Following that, Sun Yuqian kneeled in the air and kowtowed at Duan Ling Tian before he said, "Thank you for saving our lives, senior." Duan Ling Tian quickly helped Sun Yuqian up to his feet with his divine energy. He felt rather embarrassed and sorry. After all, he was the mastermind who orchestrated this matter. "It's not a big deal," Duan Ling Tian said after helping Sun Yuqian up. When Sun Long asked about Duan Ling Tian's origins, Duan Ling Tian said that his name was Li Feng and that he was a sectless cultivator. He said he was looking for one of the top forces in the Luo domain, hoping to pay the force to let him use its transportation formation to go to the outer boundary. The transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary. Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were shocked when they heard that Duan Ling Tian planned to go to the outer boundary. "Brother Li Feng, why do you want to go to the outer boundary? Although you're strong, I really want to advise you against going to the outer boundary. It's very dangerous there. It's too risky for us intermediate supreme gods to go to the outer boundary. I went to the outer boundary once with our clan's powerhouses. At that time, I saw many intermediate supreme gods being killed. Even weaker advanced supreme gods were slaughtered like meat on a chopping board." Sun Long said. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes nearing the end of his words. It was as though the outer boundary was a terrifying beast to him. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, "I'm aware of the things you said. However, not only have I been taught to seek a breakthrough in the midst of danger, but my state of mind also requires me to be in dangerous situations to make progress. My goal is to break through and become an advanced supreme god in the outer boundary. If I let fear get the better of me, I'm afraid I won't be an advanced supreme god for the rest of my life." Nearing the end of his words, Duan Ling Tian's smile faded and was replaced by a solemn expression. Sun Long smiled wryly and said, "It seems like this is your only choice, Brother Li Feng. It's true that the outer boundary is very dangerous, but it's still possible to survive if you're cautious. This risk is indeed worth taking if it means you'll be able to become an advanced supreme god." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Brother Li Feng, since you haven't promised the loquacious primordial sect, there's no need to look for them. Our Sun clan possesses a transportation formation to the outer boundary as well. Since you saved our lives, this is only a small way for us to repay your kindness. If we couldn't even help you with this, we would have lived in vain for so many years." "That's right, Senior Li Feng," Sun Yuqian chimed in. "You can go to the outer boundary through the transportation formation in our Sun clan's estate. It's the same as the one in the loquacious primordial sect." Duan Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Isn't this too troublesome for you? The loquacious primordial sect isn't too far away. Although I have to give them something as a form of payment, I can still afford to do so. Brother Li Feng, Sun Long said seriously, do you look down on us? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and replied, of course not, elder son. If you insist, then I'll apologize for the inconvenience first. However, if this will put you in a difficult situation, please don't worry about me. I can always go to the loquacious primordial sect. It's no trouble at all. Sun Long waved his hand and said, it's not a big deal to use the transportation formation at all. Brother Li Feng, I don't know what the loquacious primordial sect told you, but all you need is a certain number of divine crystals to activate the formation to the outer boundary. It's very simple. Duan Ling Tian feigned a shocked expression when he heard Sun Long's words. He said, all it takes are divine crystals. Apart from divine crystals, the loquacious primordial sect told me that some other things were needed as well. They didn't tell me what it was and said that it was a secret. Duan Ling Tian's acting skills could have won him an Oscar back on Earth. Senior Li Feng, the loquacious primordial sect must have wanted to take advantage of you, hoping you'll give them a treasure in exchange for using their transportation formation. I, Sun Yu Qian, might only be an emperor of gods and haven't been to the outer boundary, but I still know a thing or two regarding the transportation formation that leads to the outer boundary. It's just like what second uncle said, you only need a certain number of divine crystals to activate the transportation formation. Moreover, the number of divine crystals to send someone to the outer boundary isn't much. It's nothing to the Sun clan. In fact, even I can afford it. Chapter 4359 arrived at the outer boundary. Although Duan Ling Tian was young, Sun Yu Qian respected Duan Ling Tian and addressed Duan Ling Tian as senior, due to his strength. Moreover, in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was his savior. As such, he naturally spoke up to reassure Duan Ling Tian, saying that Duan Ling Tian could also leave the cyclic world and go to the outer boundary through the Sun clan's transportation formation. Seeing how insistent Sun Yu Qian was, Duan Ling Tian no longer stood on ceremony. He said, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. On account of the two of you allowing me to use the Sun clan's transportation formation to go the outer boundary, please consider the favor repaid. We don't owe each other anything after this. Duan Ling Tian had just met Sun Yu Qian, but he could tell that Sun Yu Qian was very innocent. It was clear that Sun Yu Qian regarded him as a savior and sincerely wanted to help. He intentionally said that they no longer owed each other so that Sun Yu Qian would no longer feel indebted to him. Li, just as Sun Long was about to speak, Sun Yu Qian interjected, Senior Li Feng, how can your life-saving grace be repaid with such a little thing? The grace of saving a life is greater than the heavens. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. In the future, if you encounter any issue, I definitely won't refuse to help you as long as it's within my capabilities. Although the matter was over, Sun Yu Qian was determined to properly repay Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that he felt like he should devote whole life to repaying Duan Ling Tian for saving his life. At the same time, a satisfied smile bloomed on Sun Long's face as he nodded and thought to himself, this is what the men of our Sun clan should be like. As for Duan Ling Tian, he felt rather awkward upon hearing Sun Yu Qian's words. After all, everything Sun Yu Qian experienced earlier was orchestrated by him. The three intermediate supreme gods were all actors, whom Duan Ling Tian found. A few days ago, he had spent a lot of effort to convince the trio to cooperate with him to put on a show. He both coerced and tempted them. He also promised them that their identities would not be revealed and that he would not allow the Sun clan to target them. Duan Ling Tian had planned everything carefully so he could go to the outer boundary using the Sun clan's transportation formation. If his identity was still exposed after such meticulous planning, he really had nothing left to say. Forget it, even if he's determined to repay me, he won't have a chance to do so. I'll just let him do whatever he wants, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this time, he had grown quite fond of Sun Yu Qian. As such, he felt a little guilty. If I have a chance in the future, I'll find a way to compensate him and tell him the truth about what happened today. I feel guilty, but I really need his help now. The more honorable Sun Yu Qian was, the guiltier Duan Ling Tian felt. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had stopped objecting, Sun Yu Qian smiled. At this time, not one, but two people from the Sun clan, who were advanced supreme gods, finally arrived. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but he possessed a pair of piercing eyes. As for the middle-aged man, he had an ordinary appearance, and he looked aloof. The old man asked solemnly, "Sun Long, I heard that someone tried to kill Yu Qian. Is Yu Qian okay?" Before Sun Long replied, Sun Yu Qian said, "Grandpa Hong, I'm fine." Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was facing Duan Ling Tian and Sun Yu Qian earlier. At this moment, he looked slightly upset. He did not waste time on irrelevant details and directly pointed in the direction where the trio left and said to the old man, "Uncle Hong, those 3 people left not long ago. They left in that direction. If we capture them, we'll be able to find the mastermind behind the matter." In Sun Long's opinion, there was no point in complaining now. The most important thing was to ask the 2 advanced supreme gods from the Sun clan, who had just arrived, to chase the 3 intermediate supreme gods. If the trio was captured and brought back to the Sun clan, it would not be difficult to find out who was pulling the strings behind the scene. The old man, Sun Hong, who was from another direct descendants faction in the Sun clan, understood Sun Long's intentions. He glanced at the middle-aged man next to him before he left in the direction where Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not pay attention to Sun Long's words, he understood Sun Hong's meaning with just a glance. Clearly, Sun Hong wanted to go after the 3 intermediate supreme gods. He did not hesitate and followed suit. When the 2 advanced supreme gods' figures finally vanished from sight, Sun Long calmed down again. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced the duo. "Brother Li Feng, those 2 are from another faction in our Sun clan. It's also the faction that our faction has the closest relationship with. Uncle Hong's name is Sun Hong. He's one of the advanced supreme gods in our Sun clan, and he's also the leader of his faction. The middle-aged man next to him isn't a descendant of our Sun clan, but he's Uncle Hong's adopted son, so he carries the surname Sun as well. His name is Sun Lei Zheng. He's a monstrous prodigy. Many people say that if he were a descendant of the Sun clan, the current clan leader of the Sun clan would have likely been him." After learning about the duo's identities, Duan Ling Tian was not particularly surprised that Sun Long and Sun Hong's respective factions have a good relationship. After all, Sun Long would only ask for help from advanced supreme gods he trusted in the Sun clan. It was part of Duan Ling Tian's plan to draw suspicion to Sun Yu Qian's 2 competitors for the position of the clan leader, after all. After the suspicion was planted, how could Sun Long request help from people he did not trust? If those 3 intermediate supreme gods were really hired by one of Sun Yu Qian's 2 competitors, and Sun Long requested help from those he did not trust, there was a possibility that whoever came to help might not even help him and Sun Yu Qian. It was also possible that they might join forces with 3 intermediate supreme gods to kill him and Sun Yu Qian. Everything is just as expected. I just didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son who's also an advanced supreme god. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had thoroughly investigated the Sun clan. As such, he also knew about Sun Hong, an advanced supreme god of the Sun clan. He also found out that Sun Hong's faction had a good relationship with Sun Long's faction because there was no conflict of interest between them. After all, there were no talented descendants among the younger generation in Sun Hong's clan who competed with Sun Yu Qian for the position of the clan leader of the Sun clan. Apart from that, among the 3 competitors for the position of the next clan leader, Sun Hong favored Sun Yu Qian. This was because Sun Yu Qian was not only superior to the other 2 in all aspects, but also because his faction had a close relationship with the faction that Sun Yu Qian belonged. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Lei Zheng would successfully capture the 3 intermediate supreme gods. He had reminded the trio to change directions after leaving. He also advised the trio to go their separate ways. Although the advanced supreme gods from the Sun clan were strong, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack for them to find the trio who had fled nearly half an hour ago. Just as expected, about 15 minutes later, Sun Hong and Sun Lei Zheng returned. Sun Hong shook his head and said, "We didn't find them or any traces of them at all in the direction you pointed. They must have left in a different direction. It's almost impossible to find them at this point." "Uncle Hong, thank you for your help," Sun Long said to Sun Hong, expressing his gratitude. Then, he said with a sigh, "Since we failed to catch those 3, it'll be impossible for us to find the mastermind." A hint of anger could be seen in Sun Hong's eyes as he scoffed and said, "Even so, we must still thoroughly investigate this. No matter who it is, the Sun clan won't let him or her off for pulling such a stunt." Just like Sun Long and Sun Yu Qian, Sun Hong also suspected that the matter had something to do with Sun Yuqian's two competitors. After all, he could not think of anyone else who would go to such lengths to kill Sun Yuqian. Sun Yuqian said, "Grandpa Hong, calm down. I believe the clan will give me an explanation for this matter." After saying that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duan Lingtian to Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng and briefly explained Duan Lingtian's involvement in the matter. After listening to Sun Yuqian's words, Sun Hong thanked Duan Lingtian, "Brother Li Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. Don't worry about the transportation formation to the outer boundary. I'll make the arrangements for you. Please follow us back to the Sun Clan. After dealing with this matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation that will send you to the outer boundary." At the same time, Sun Hong, who also learned about Duan Lingtian's determination to go to the outer boundary from Sun Yuqian, did not dissuade Duan Lingtian from going to the outer boundary at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was just a stranger to him. He was only helping Duan Lingtian to repay Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duan Lingtian, who was pretending to be Li Feng, followed the members of the Sun Clan back. Unsurprisingly, a huge commotion broke out in the Sun Clan when the news about the attempt on Sun Yuqian's life spread. Many high-ranking officials and elders in the Sun Clan were furious. Even those from the same factions as Sun Yuqian's two competitors reacted furiously. Even if they were gloating and felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die, they naturally knew they could not show it on the surface. Duan Lingtian, as an outsider, naturally did not have anything to do with the commotion in the Sun Clan. The Sun Clan quickly reached a consensus regarding Duan Lingtian. To repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life, the Sun Clan gave him some divine crystals and also agreed to send him to the outer boundary using their clan's transportation formation. Naturally, no one objected. Even if those from the same factions as Sun Yuqian's two competitors were dissatisfied and upset that Duan Lingtian prevented Sun Yuqian from dying, they agreed on the surface that the clan should repay Duan Lingtian. Just like this, Duan Lingtian left the cyclic world through the transportation formation in the Sun Clan and went to the outer boundary. After the formation was activated, Duan Lingtian lost consciousness briefly. It felt as though just a moment had passed, but it also felt as though a century had passed. When he finally regained consciousness, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and murmured, "So, this is the outer boundary." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.